Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. East Blue, Windmill Village. Not enough, still not enough. A teenager about 10 years old is sweating profusely. Holding a wooden sword, he kept repeating the slashing action. Just like this, how do you survive in this world where monsters are everywhere? After a long while, Wei Er retracted his sword, feeling emotional. Yes, Wei Er is the transmigrator. By accident, I came to the world of One Piece. I wanted to salt fish for a lifetime, but what happened? Father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Grandpa is the marine hero Garp the Fist. Brother Luffy, a Taihanin who provokes powerful enemies everywhere. The pressure is huge. The D family, all of them have super ability to cause trouble. There is no strong strength to stand by, and he will be killed in minutes. Fortunately, as a crossover, Wei Er has cheat as standard. Ability to pick up dropped attributes from others. The stronger the person, the stronger the attributes they drop. From basic attributes such as strength and speed, to swordsmanship, haki attributes, and more. There is a probability of falling, and picking up absorption. The properties of falling are also divided into grades. From low to high, they are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Diamond level attributes are the most advanced attributes. At first, Wei Er was excited. Looking forward to cheat, which allows him to quickly pick up high-level attributes. Strengthen yourself quickly and have the ability to protect yourself. After all, the world of One Piece is not as bloody and full of light as Luffy's perspective. The real One Piece world is full of darkness. Cruelty and bloodshed are the main themes of this world. The strong looted wantonly. The weak suffer. Even with Grandpa Garp and Father Dragon can protect himself. But it's not completely safe. It's a pity that Wei Er has only seen bronze-level attributes in a month. No way, who let him live in the windmill village of East Blue. With Garp, the strongest vice-admiral guardian, known as the weakest sea. Where are some strong characters? Garp is even more elusive. After leaving Wei Er to the care of an acquaintance in Windmill Village, he has hardly been seen. But even so, Wei Er was not willing to be a salted fish. This is the world of pirates, magnificent. There is the mysterious devil fruit, and the terrifying great swordsman who is divided into mountains and seas. In such an era, it is anyone's turn to come. They are absolutely not reconciled to being silent. Therefore, picked up the swordsmanship attribute and successfully entered Wei Er. Sweat like rain every day, practicing swordsmanship and slashing. Has a cheat that can pick up attributes. Wei Er believes. As long as you persevere day after day and keep practicing slashing, sooner or later one day, can become a swordsman, or even a great swordsman. Laugh. After a short rest, Wei Er started practicing swordsmanship again. The wooden sword cut through the air and slashed down on the wooden stake. It was clear that it didn't take much effort, but it left a deep mark on the stake. The breath of all things. At this moment, Wei Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. Absolutely focus on the sword itself, and completely step into the threshold of swordsmanship after being proficient. You can feel the rhythm of all things at any time, even a rusted iron sword can cut through steel. Wei Er, who couldn't help being excited, practiced slashing frantically again. Unfortunately, that state of absolute concentration never reappeared. Actually, it's normal. If everything breathes, you can comprehend it casually. Isn't the swordsman of the One Piece world everywhere? Keep practicing. Take deep breaths to relieve muscle soreness from prolonged practice. Wei Er raised his hand, ready to practice again. Wei Er, what are you doing here, kid? Do you want to be a so-called pirate like the two bastards Luffy and Ace? But a strong voice suddenly came. But it was an old man with Madara white temples, a strong back, and a very oppressive face. It is Marine Vice Admiral, Garp the Fist. It is also today, Wei Er's grandfather. Garp didn't care about Wei Er's answer. He flew up and quickly swung a huge iron fist. The so-called Iron Fist of Love hit Wei Er immediately. Ace and Luffy are two boys, he has no way to save them. There is only one Wei Er left, and he doesn't want this adopted grandson to go to be a pirate again. Be sure to start over and kill the idea. Wei Er's eyes are firm, never dodging. In an instant, he closed his eyes and slashed his sword down quickly. Boom! With a loud bang, Garp's Iron Fist of Love was stopped. No, old man, I'm joining Marine. Immediately afterwards, Wei Er was heard firmly. There are indeed many strong pirates. It can be said that where the pirate world has the most concentrated powerhouses, it also has the most systematic training methods. Undoubtedly Naval Headquarters. Garp's fist, which he swung again, immediately dropped. He was surprised. The original idea was, under his own protection, it is not bad to let Wei Er be an ordinary person and live a stable life. Did not expect. Wei Er not only secretly practiced good swordsmanship, but even has a tendency to step into the threshold of swordsmanship. There is also the idea of becoming a marine. Are you really ready? Once you embark on the path of marine, you will face countless vicious pirates in the future. Garp stepped forward and looked at Wei Er seriously. Be a marine and uphold justice. The price may be your life. Do you really think about it? Wei Er met Garp's oppressive eyes and nodded heavily. Think about it. When the words fell, Wei Er suddenly widened his eyes. Keep an eye on Garp the Fist. A brilliant light of ultimate fell from Garp. This dazzling light made Wei Er's scalp tingle instantly. Diamond attributes. Asterisk. Chapter 2. Ding dong. A diamond level attribute drop is detected, do you pick it up? Pick up. Hearing the system beep, Wei Er spoke decisively. The first diamond level attribute drop, what kind of attribute will it be? Successfully picked up the diamond level attribute, Conqueror's Haki, is it integrated? Haki? Conqueror's Haki. Wei Er is very surprised. The first drop attribute is the diamond level. And it's Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki, it is said that only 1 in a million people will appear as a king. Are you the Emperor of Europe? Assimilate into. Although excited, Wei Er was the first to respond. The moment he responded, a warm current rushed to his limbs. A mysterious feeling came to his heart. It seems that the innate control makes Wei Er unable to hold back a deep breath. Totally in control. The moment of integration, with the help of cheat. He has complete control over Conqueror's Haki. Properties panel. Then Wei Er called softly. An attribute panel that only he could see suddenly appeared. Host, Wei Er. Strength, 50. Speed, 60. Physical strength, 40. Skills, Conqueror's Haki LV1, Primary Swordsmanship LV9. Attribute point, 0. Cheat honestly doesn't deceive me. Sure enough, the stronger the person, the higher the attribute level dropped. The attributes that can be obtained are becoming more and more rare. Garp the Fist, worthy of the name of the strongest Vice Admiral in Naval Headquarters. Taking a deep breath, Wei Er stared at Garp. That look, eager to try. Boy, what are you looking at? If you want to join Marine, first go to train with Kirby and the others. Otherwise, if you go to Naval Headquarters, you will not be able to pass the most basic test of Deo. Lost my husband's face. Saying that, Garp directly pulled Wei Er towards the back mountain of Windmill Village. Here, it's called Devil's Forest. There is no fatal crisis, but the risk factor is quite high. As a training place for the devil, it is the most suitable. Wei Er, my grandson. Pointing to Wei Er, Garp introduced to Kirby and Bellermaber. Starting today, he will train with you in the Devil's Forest. The words fall. Kirby and Bellamebo all look surprised. Garp Vice Admiral, is this bad? Your grandson looks 7 or 8 years old. Is the training in the Devil's Forest too dangerous for him? Both said worriedly. It's not that I look down on Wei Er. It's devil training, for people like them who have a certain foundation. He fainted several times at first. It took almost a month to get used to it. And Wei Er? 7 years old? 8 years old? Too small. Old man, I also don't think it's appropriate. Before Garp could speak, Wei Er also spoke up. Just now he has been immersed in the idea of integrating Conqueror's haki and adapting at the same time. Therefore, Garp was allowed to take him to the back mountain. Now, when he heard Garp, he actually asked him to train with 2 weak chickens, Kirby and Bellermaber. Joke. His goal is naval headquarters. Where the strong are like clouds, there are a lot of high-level rare attributes that can be picked up, okay? Garp frowned, you can't pass the Marine Reserve screening without enough physical foundation. Even if the old man is Vice Admiral of the headquarters, he will not open the back door for you. Ah! Wei Er chuckled lightly without refuting. Boom! The next moment, a wild boar with huge teeth suddenly came running. It is 5 meters high, 8 meters long, and weighs more than 10 tons. This is the Devil's Forest, a very common beast. But it's not something ordinary people can provoke. Even Kirby and Bellamebo, who had undergone devil training for a month, were screaming and hiding behind Garp at the moment. And Garp is also waving his fists, ready to take down the eyeless beast. As an absolute powerhouse who can chase after One Piece Roger everywhere. Even if there are a few more wild boars like this, they will be killed in seconds. Lend me your sword. But Wei Er also reacted quickly. Pulling away the long sword from Bellamebo's waist, the whole person's attitude changed suddenly. An incomparably fierce momentum swept out. Laugh! Suddenly slashing forward, an invisible slash burst out. The slash pierced the air and directly divided the giant wild boar into 2. Boom! Until the body of the wild boar fell to the ground, the 3 of Garp almost dropped their jaws on the ground. Boy, when did you break through the threshold of the swordsman? Garp asked in shock. Just practice slashing casually, he will learn it himself. Wei Er shrugged, making Kirby and Bellameb feel rather speechless. The damage is extremely high, and the insult is extremely strong. Look, is this what people say? Can you break through the threshold of a swordsman just by practicing slashing? Do you really think Jianhao is Hyuxia cabbage? Boy, you are very good. Garp smiled, very happy. Wei Er's kendo talent is outrageous, but he is also someone who has seen the world. That way, if he entered naval headquarters, he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. Come on, let's practice with our grandfather and grandson. Let the old man see how powerful your swordsmanship is. Garp couldn't help but say. Of course Wei Er would not refuse. Comprehend Conqueror's haki, and at the same time strengthen his physique to a certain extent. This allowed him to successfully comprehend the breadth of all things and step into the threshold of the swordsman. Wei Er also wanted to see it. How strong is the current self? The most important is, as long as you fight, the more pick-up attributes you drop from others. The wool of a strong man like Garp doesn't have so many good opportunities to lick it hard. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Come on boy. Garp put his arms around him and motioned Wei Er to move first. Wei Er suddenly burst into flames and slashed towards Garp with his long sword. In the beginning, Wei Er burst into full strength. In front of Garp, you don't need to worry about doing your best. Kang! Garp smiled, and raised his index and middle fingers towards the long sword. In an instant, both fingers turned pitch black. There was only a metal symphony, but the long sword collided with Garp's fingers. The sparks scattered, Wei Er's complexion changed slightly. Lowering his body, he quickly slashed towards Garp's waist again. But Wei Er is faster and Garp is faster. Wei Er made a full blow, but was easily blocked by Garp. Clang clang. Next, Wei Er almost turned into an afterimage. With extremely fast speed, it continuously slashes towards Garp in different directions. Garp smiled lightly and took all Wei Er's attacks with ease. The turning of the grandfather and the grandson sent dust and smoke all over the place. The flying sand and gravel were stunned for both Kabi and Bilo Mabel. My god! Mr. Wei Er and Garp Vice Admiral, what monsters are they? Mr. Wei Er, is he really just an 8 or 9-year-old child? It's too powerful. As expected of Garp Vice Admiral's family, is this a genius? The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Luffy is also the family of Garp Vice Admiral, and his strength is also terrible. But they waited. If compared with Wei Er at the moment, Luffy is probably no match. Terrible. Kang. Another blow, Wei Er and Garp separated. Facing Garp, Wei Er played heartily. At the same time, the system beep sounded continuously. Pick up strength attribute +1. Pick up strength attribute +1. Pick up strength attribute +1. In a short period of time, he originally had only 50 strength, and climbed to 101 points. Garp's pressure on Wei Er also increased significantly. This kid, are you making progress during the battle? From the easy response at the beginning, now he has to take it seriously. Even if Wei Er can't bring him any threat. But the continuous slashing, all slashing in one place. Extremely precise waving movements, super keen perception. These are enough to show Wei Er's enchanting potential. Okay boy, it's over. His eyes flickered, and Garp thought it was almost there. It's good to have talent, but it also takes a beating. If Wei Er felt it, he could now fight against the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. At that time, what should I do if I suffer? Saying that, Garp used a little effort. The entire fist was covered with a jet black metallic luster. Is it over? A smile appeared on Wei Er's mouth, that should be finished by me too. Garp raised an eyebrow, but didn't care. The next moment. What did he see? The samurai sword was not raised at all, and Wei Er had a defenseless posture. Did Mr. Wei Er give up? Kirby wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, speaking with a sense of relief. Too pervert. Being able to fight Garp Vice Admiral for so long. If the battle goes on, he and Bilo Mabe will both doubt their lives. Fine. It's finally coming to an end. Boy, you. Garp sensed something was wrong, but couldn't quite figure it out. And Wei Er, at this moment, was staring firmly at Garp. Conqueror's haki. It's like an instinct etched into the body. An unprecedented momentum spread out with Wei Er as the center. Moment. Weak momentum, turbulent like a raging wave. The terrifying Conqueror's haki swept in all directions. The giant beast that was a little closer was also unintentionally affected. Including Garp, Kirby, Bellamub. All were shrouded in this unprecedented momentum. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Wei Er was seen clenching the long sword in his hand. Charge down and slash down, and the super slash swept out. In Garp's extremely shocked eyes. The slash slammed into his fist and slashed him straight away. Boom! With a loud roar, Garp fell to the ground. A huge cloud of dust. The strongest headquarters, Vice Admiral, is really scary. Seeing this, Wei Er was not surprised, but shook his head. Even with Conqueror's haki sneak attack, supplemented by his strongest slash at the moment. It's nothing more than knocking the unexpected Garp into the air, not even breaking his defenses. Ha ha ha. At this time, Garp's hearty laughter came. He stood up and patted the dust on his clothes. He came to Wei Er and put his big hand on his head. A tearful smile. It's a happy smile. My grandson is a genius. Only 8 years old. Not only stepped into Jianhao, but also realized Conqueror's haki. Demon. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Boy, when did you awaken Conqueror's haki? Garp couldn't help but ask. Is that feeling Conqueror's haki? Just now. Wei Er pretended not to know. He didn't talk nonsense either. Indeed, just now, I picked up the diamond level attributes dropped by Garp. This awakens Conqueror's haki. Just now. Garp became more and more speechless. This kid, the evildoer, is too exaggerated, right? It doesn't matter if you step into the threshold of the swordsman, it can also be understood as constantly practicing slashing. Amazing talent. But Conqueror's haki's awakening conditions are very harsh. Even if 1 million people want to awaken, they need the ultimate environment to stimulate breakthroughs. This kid, just awakening Conqueror's haki? Can you control it freely? Garp asked again. Of course. Wei Er looked as it should be. Although Conqueror's haki is very physical. With his current strength, he can't last long. But you can do it anytime you want. It can be said that it has become the instinct of Wei Er's body. Just awakening Conquerors, can you control it freely? Garp was more and more shocked. Monster. This kid, the evildoer, is not enough to describe. Totally a monster. Even when he was young, he was unparalleled in talent. But after awakening Conqueror's haki, it took a while to master it. But Wei Er wakes up and takes control directly. People are more than people, not people. Now, I shouldn't need to train. You can go directly to Naval headquarters and take the preparatory camp assessment. Looking at the sluggish Garp, Wei Er said. Going to Naval headquarters. Garp thought for a moment, then nodded. You have awakened the Conqueror's haki and are free to take control. The training in the Devil's Forest is indeed no longer suitable for you. The core of Devil training is to make it possible for an ordinary person to improve his physique. Unleash your potential and maximize your strength. But Wei Er awakens Conqueror's haki, and his physique is enough. And has the strength of a swordsman. Not to mention the Marine Reserve assessment, even in the elite battalion, they are definitely not weak. Anyone who can enter the Marine elite camp is an absolute elite. Scheduled for the future Marine high-rise, the next generation of Marine Corps backbone. Only the most outstanding talents can enter the training camp. If you are not strong enough, you will never be able to get in even if you rely on Garp's relationship. You all get ready. Soon, it's time to leave Windmill Village. After thinking about it, Garp said directly to the three of them. Wei Er's eyes lit up and he understood what Garp meant. Kirby and Bellumber asked in confusion. Garp Vice Admiral, are we leaving Windmill Village to train elsewhere? Nonsense. Garp grinned, you guys are pretty much the same. Next, it's time to head to Naval headquarters for training at the recruit camp. With that said, Garp left on his own. Windmill Village is a long way from Naval headquarters. He needs to contact the warship to come. Naval headquarters. Bellumub was stunned. Kirby stammered, Naval headquarters. Is Marine Ford. Finally, is it time to head to Marine Ford? In pursuit of justice in my heart. Kirby and Bellumeber had been looking forward to the day they went to Marine Ford. There, is the core of the World Marine. Motobu 3 Admiral, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. Marshal Sengoku, all legendary characters. Just imagine, both Kirby and Mabel couldn't recover for a long time. Wei Er was very calm. Marine Ford. It's exciting. Gathered the headquarters of almost all Marine Masters. The attributes that can be picked up should be very rich. For a short period of time. His own strength can definitely have a qualitative leap. 3 days later. With a simple salute, Garp and Wei Er embarked on a journey to Naval Headquarters. Windmill Village is a long way from Naval Headquarters. It took 2 full months before the warship finally came to the nearby waters. Wei Er stood on the deck, looking at the majestic building complex one after another. The arrogance in the heart spontaneously arises. In front of the buildings, there is a huge wall. On the wall, there is a lifelike seagull pattern. Here is Naval Headquarters. With a slightly excited mood, the 3 Wei Er followed behind Garp and walked towards the headquarters step by step. But to Wei Er's disappointment, along the way, I did encounter a lot of dropped attributes. But the numbers are very low. The highest is only 0.3 and 0.4, and the power has only risen from 101 to 109 in a long time. Although the improvement is not small. And here is Naval Headquarters after all. Confused, Wei Er looked at Garp and asked. Old man, is this really Naval Headquarters? The Marines who came and went are too weak. Garp directly cares for Wei Er with an iron fist of love, and then said. Fortress Plaza is the place where recruits are trained, how could there be masters? All officers of the rank are behind the fortress. Wei Er understood immediately. Follow Garp and walk towards the building in the center of the fortress. If we assume Naval Headquarters brings together most of the high-end combat power of the world marine, then the central building of the fortress in front of it is the core of the core. Either Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral, or Marshal Sengoku. All work here. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Timur, take Wei Er and the others around. Garp needs to say hello to Sengoku and direct Wei Er to the advanced training camp. The junior training camp has not helped Wei Er anymore. Yes, Garp Vice Admiral. Colonel Timur, who was a confidant, nodded quickly. With Wei Er, Kabi and Bilo Mabe, they walked towards the recruit training camp. This is a must-pass level to join Marine. So Colonel Timur never thought about it. Wei Er's start was not a junior training camp, but advanced training camp. Hey? Who are these 3 people, and why are they following Colonel Timur? Are you also going to join our Marine assessment? Could it be Colonel Timur's family? Do you want to rely on power to join the training camp? As soon as they walked through the fortress square, many people noticed the 3 of them. There is no reason for him. Garp's reputation as a marine hero is huge. Even with his pro-trust mirror, he was known by many people. And there was a lot of discussion in the face of the crowd. Kirby and Bellamibo were also looking at them in amazement. Sure enough, the headquarters. Many people came to the training camp. Wei Er is a little indifferent and a little boring. Cheat can pick up the attributes dropped by the strong. However, there is a prerequisite. That is to face the strong. The strength is stronger than Wei Er. Otherwise, most of them just drop bronze level attributes. With attribute values of 0.01 and 0.02, Wei Er has no interest in picking it up at all. Colonel Timur, what's the big day today? At this time, Kabi asked with some doubts. Because the people in front of them are not all wearing Marine recruits' standard clothes. Don't you know? Today is the day of recruiting for the recruit training camp of the headquarters. Through Timur's explanation, Wei Er and others immediately understood. Marine beckons for recruits 4 quarters a year, and today is also the last day of review. If you want to join the primary training camp, you need to reach at least 10 points of Dao strength. Even if most of the people in the pirate world are physically strong. But for ordinary people, at most, it is around 5 to 6 o'clock. To be able to reach 10 o'clock is already considered a very good physical fitness. This includes a comprehensive assessment of weapon use, strength, speed, physical strength, and more. Hearing this, Wei Er immediately became interested. Can I go and sign up? Timur was stunned, It should be, okay. Garp Vice Admiral specially brought 3 children to Naval Headquarters, definitely for the assessment. As for leaping to the advanced training camp or something, I don't even dare to think about it. That kind of person, but never. But whenever he appeared, he once stood at the top of Marine. How terrible! Even knowing that Wei Er is the family of Garp Vice Admiral. Timur didn't dare to think that Wei Er, who was only 7 or 8 years old, could enter the advanced training camp. When answered, Wei Er did not hesitate. Go to the recruiting registration office immediately and register your information. Could it be that after the 101 number plate, he silently waited for the number to be called? Kirby and Bilo Mabe were also eager to try, and they went to fill in. Separated their numbers and waited with Wei Er. Vlad, the comprehensive Taoism value is 8 points, unqualified. Femira, the comprehensive Dao strength value is 11 points, qualified. Cariana, the comprehensive Dao strength value is 6 points, unqualified. A series of personnel stepped forward to test, and very few were able to pass. Among the 100 people, 3 or 4 can pass, which is a good chance. Homir, the comprehensive Dao strength value is 49, qualified. Also at this time. On the test field, a slightly surprised voice sounded. 49? Nearly 5 times the value of passing grades, the strongest among recruits at present. Everyone was watching, but it was a young man with a height of more than 2 meters. His tall and bulging muscles were filled with arrogance in his fierce eyes. Crush everyone and become the most dazzling existence in the audience. This was what Hormier had expected from the very beginning. What the hell? There are also dissatisfaction. Although it is said that with a Dao strength value of 49, it is almost certain to be the strongest in this junior recruit training camp. But what's with that disdainful look? Number 101, Wei Er. It was at this moment that Wei Er's number was called out. Wei Er Shi Shiran stepped forward and passed Humier. Those indifferent eyes made the arrogant Homel a little dissatisfied. But, looking at Wei Er's thin body, he walked away with a faint smile. With such a weak body, it is impossible to pass the test at all. Why care so much about someone who can't even pass the recruit training camp? He Hormer, but he wants to be the admiral man of the headquarters. Others are also quite dissatisfied with Wei Er. At the age of 7 or 8, it's too outrageous to come to the headquarters for recruit training. Yet, the physical fitness is not enough at all. It's a waste of time to come here. Does anyone think they can join Marine these days? In the face of everyone's doubts, Wei Er was not at all disdainful. Is strength related to age? In One Piece world, age and strength are mostly not linked. Asterisk. Chapter 6. All you can do is hit the target with one punch. Wei Er came to the test instrument, and the recorder said gently. Nodding, Wei Er didn't even charge. A punch was thrown, and the test apparatus trembled wildly. The numbers above skyrocketed like crazy. Soon, the 3 bright red values shocked everyone. 100. How is this possible? Strength test, full marks. Because it's a recruit training camp. Therefore, the highest quality of the instrument for testing strength is 100. Look at the vibration of the instrument just now. Obviously. If it weren't for the upper limit of only 100, Wei Er's strength value would be even higher. It's terrifying. Only 7 or 8 years old. With such terrifying power at the age of 7 or 8, is it enough to enter the elite training camp assessment? Come to the primary training camp, this is basically a dimensionality reduction blow. Hormer, who was still radiant just now, clenched his fists immediately. Impossible. He didn't believe it at all. I have been training hard since I was a child, and it is already very exaggerated to be able to hit a value of 49. Besides, Wei Er is so thin, he must be much younger than him. Strength beyond 100? A monster. Even the recorder looked at Wei Er in shock. You know, he has been with Marine for 3 years. With hard training every day, he can't even hit a strength value beyond 100. People are more mad than people. Am I qualified? Looking at the recorder with no next move, Wei Er asked. Qualified? The recorder hurriedly returned to his senses and quickly announced. The next test brought everyone back to their senses. Whether it is speed, physical fitness, fighting ability, etc. Neither is good enough to pass the pass line. Although it is scary enough for 7 or 8-year-old children. But compared with the strength value of more than 100 at the beginning. Still relatively acceptable. Then rest for a while, and finally the actual combat test. The recorder announced. Me, Milad challenge Wei Er. I'm Homel, challenge Wei Er. When the words fell, a group of qualified recruits spoke enthusiastically. This scene made Kabi and Bilomibo both couldn't help laughing. He understands the idea of these recruits. Aside from strength, Wei Er's other performances are not that bad. Even a little weak. Such a partial student obviously has 2 obvious Achilles heel. As long as you have enough confidence to avoid the attack, it will not be too difficult to defeat. There is a limited number of recruits training camps each year. Picking soft persimmons is naturally human. Trouble. Wei Er felt helpless and pouted. As a human being, it seems that you can't be too low-key. Carrying the long sword, Wei Er slowly came to the center of the square where the actual combat training took place. Looking at a group of teenagers and girls staring at him with fiery eyes. A light smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wei Er pointed at everyone and said. I don't have time to play with you, let's go together. When the words fell, the people were angry. Insanity. You want to single out all of us? You're more arrogant than Humir. Damn it, are you looking down on us? Meanwhile, the Sengoku office. Where did you get another grandson? Do you want children who are only 7 or 8 years old to join the advanced training camp? Hearing Garp's request, Sengoku suddenly had a headache. The old man said, this face should have been given. But what kind of physical fitness can a 7 or 8-year-old child have? I'm afraid it's difficult to pass the test in the junior training camp. Go straight to the advanced training camp. If you can't keep up with the training, you will definitely be gossiped behind your back. Or, let your grandson start at junior training camp? Once he gets fit, I can put him into senior training camp as soon as possible. Garp smiled, dude, do you think I'm opening a back door for my grandson? I tell you, that is, the old man is not free. Otherwise, joining the advanced training camp will bury my grandson. Hey? Are you serious? Sengoku was suddenly surprised. Garp usually looks condescending, but he is still very measured. He said so, obviously not nonsense. How old were you when you awakened conquerors? Garp didn't respond to Sengoku and asked himself. Sengoku was puzzled, but said, 12 years old. Conqueror's haki, known as the king of only one person in a million people. To be able to awaken at the age of 12 is enough to prove the horror of Sengoku. But what Garp said next made Sengoku's jaw drop. My grandson Wei Er, now 7.5, has awakened Conqueror's haki. With a flamboyant tone, Garp continued, the moment of awakening, quickly and freely control. What? Sengoku can't sit still now. He also thought that Garp came to him and opened the back door for Wei Er. It is because one of his sons became a revolutionary army. Both grandsons became pirates. This has given great hope to the only remaining grandson, Wei Er. This does not hesitate to let himself open the back door. Where to get it? Where is Garp trying to open the back door for Marine? It was clearly Marine, who was about to get a super evildoer. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Ha ha ha. Looking at the surprised Sengoku, Garp smiled heartily and continued. And my grandson is a swordsman who is only 7.5 years old. Boom! Sengoku was instantly blinded. Is Jianhao strong? For Sengoku, he doesn't care about Jianhao at all. But you know, how old is Wei Er? A 7.5-year-old swordsman. This kind of talent, the great swordsman who is sure to be born in the future. Add to that the unparalleled talent of Conqueror's haki. SHHHH. Without hesitation, Sengoku signed the paperwork to get Wei Er into senior training camp. The day after tomorrow, Zephyr, that old boy, seems to be going to the advanced training camp to select students. After signing the document, Sengoku suddenly thought. Hey, I really want to see that old boy's surprised expression. Garp suddenly became interested. I still have some things to do right now. The day after tomorrow, I'll go check it out too. Is your grandson as evil as you say? Taking the document Sengoku handed over, Garp left the marshal's office while eating senbei. Humph! Wei Er? I heard that you were brought here by Colonel Timur? The 2-meter-high, extremely oppressive Hormer stepped forward. He opened his mouth, his eyes full of aggressiveness. This is the guy in front of him. However, when he was 7 or 8 years old, he played a power value far exceeding his. Let him, who should be radiant, suddenly eclipsed. Now, he will find this place back. What about tyrannical power? Marine, the most important thing is actual combat. No matter how talented you are, it won't work if you get to actual combat. That still doesn't bring anything. I've been doing devil's training since I was 3 years old. In the life and death fight with the beast, temper yourself. Are you ready to confront me? Step by step toward Wei Er, each step made the ground tremble a little. But Wei Er was always disdainful. The look in Hormer's eyes was extremely indifferent. Only the weak will constantly promote themselves with words. Strong man, why is this? I am who I am. Powerful, as it should be. Why show off? Can we start fighting? Looking at the recorder on the side, Wei Er said obviously impatiently. Can. The recorder nodded. Practical training does not pay attention to the so-called fairness. As long as we can win, it is good for one person or a group of people. It doesn't matter. To be honest, the world of pirates is like a strong man. Now to give you a fair chance one-on-one. Coming to the battlefield in the future, will pirates give you this opportunity? Let's go together, we don't have time to waste time with you. Looking at everyone again, Wei Er drew his sword. An extremely fierce breath spread out with Wei Er as the center. Damn it, don't underestimate us. The recruits, who were a little scared, suddenly became angry because of Hormier's appearance. Being ignored again and again, do you really think you are Hummel? Judging from the performance just now, Hormer's physique is very average. Almost all items average around 50. In addition, he fought with beasts since he was a child, and his fighting instinct must be very strong. Therefore, people are afraid of him. As for Wei Er, a 7 or 8-year-old child may be born with divine power. But still only a child. Without enough combat literacy, what if the strength value is bursting? Is it okay not to get hit? Among the roars, Hormer took the lead. He didn't care about the crowd swarming up. Fighting is never fair. He, too, does not have the so-called Bushido spirit one-on-one. Anything is possible as long as you can win. Live. Timur, who was not far away, saw this and wanted to step forward to stop it. However, it was blocked by Kabi and Bilo Mabel. What are you doing? Wei Er is the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral and I couldn't have watched him happen. Timur said anxiously. Kirby said confidently, don't worry, Colonel Timur. Mr. Wei Er's power is beyond your imagination. Unbelievably powerful? What a joke! A 7 or 8-year-old child can still cultivate from the womb. Even if you cultivate from your mother's womb, without systematic study, how can you be so powerful? And just after being delayed by Kaiba for a while, everyone has surrounded Wei Er. At this time, it was too late to stop him. A drop of cold sweat fell from Timur's forehead. Oops, something is going to happen. Ah! Wei Er, the party involved, was extremely calm. Let everyone surround him from all directions, even closing his eyes. Focus. Absolute focus. Even if he was just holding the wooden sword, Wei Er's aura was terrifying at the moment. But the many recruits who came from the siege couldn't feel it at all. Oh, closed your eyes in despair. This is the price of arrogance. It's still too young to challenge us all alone. At this moment, almost all the recruits laughed. They believed that Wei Er had given up resistance. The victory of this battle belongs to them absolutely. Laugh. But their smiles were still hanging on their faces, but they solidified in the next second. Just when they were less than half a meter away from Wei Er. Wei Er suddenly opened his eyes. The wooden sword in his hand immediately slashed out, and an invisible wave swept out. The wooden sword couldn't bear the strength, and it shattered inch by inch. At the same time, dozens of recruits who were besieged by them flew out one after another, screaming miserably. Blood, spray the sky. The parts of everyone swept by the invisible slash are all skin and flesh. Not fatal, but absolutely painful. Asterisk. Chapter 8. How is this possible? Timur was stunned. If recruit can't see it, can he still not see it? With the wooden sword, let out a slash that can cut through steel. If it wasn't for the deliberate use of strength, these recruits would all die. Jianhao? Jianhao? A 7 or 8-year-old swordsman. Is this the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral? What kind of monster is he that has stepped into the threshold of a swordsman at the age of 7 or 8? Timur is also a swordsman. Veteran swordsman. But he is 30 years old this year. What about Wei Er? 7 or 8-year-old children have successfully understood the breadth of all things and stepped into the ranks of swordsmen. Gollum. Subconsciously swallowing saliva, Timur turned his head stiffly to look at the two of them. Wei Er, how long did you train to become a swordsman? Kirby smiled at Timur, seeming satisfied with his reaction. It turned out that it was not that I was too naive, but that Wei Er was too strong. Have a look. Even the colonel of the headquarters was shocked by Wei Er's strength. Well, if I remember correctly, Mr. Wei Er once said. It must have taken him about 2 weeks to step into Jianhao, right? Nanny? Colonel Timur's mouth couldn't close in shock. What a monster! 2 weeks into Jianhao? Such talent, such a monster. Very scary. On the field, Wei Er, who defeated dozens of recruits with one move, seemed to have done a trivial thing. With indifferent eyes, he looked down at the people who were screaming incessantly, and said. Now, when I join the recruit camp, who is in favor and who is against? The recorder was speechless. Who can object? All those who have qualified Dao strength will be beaten down by you. The only standing recruit now is you. Who else can object? I object. Seeing that everyone did not speak, the recorder was about to announce. Wei Er, who has passed the actual combat training, can join the recruit training camp. A mighty voice suddenly came over. Boom! Without waiting for a response, the huge figure falling from the sky gave Wei Er an iron fist of love. As a huge steamy bag bulged on his head, it was heard that people spoke again. What nonsense! What to join recruit camp? Is that where you should be? I will report to the senior training camp for the old man tomorrow. This is your entry document. With that said, Garp waved his hand and was about to leave with Wei Er. Everyone was horrified and watched Wei Er leave. Amid the shock, Garp's unabashed voice struck them deeply. You kid, you will cause trouble for the old man as soon as you come. Bullying a group of recruit kids for what? Child? Who can come to join the recruitment of the headquarters, which one does not start at the age of 14 or 5? 7 or 8-year-old children, bullying 15 or 6-year-old children. Just outrageous. The next day, Naval Headquarters Advanced Training Camp. You said your name is Wei Er? This year's new recruit. Colonel Tesgrad, the instructor of the senior training camp, looked at Wei Er suspiciously. You must be lost. This is an advanced training camp, not a junior training camp. Wei Er didn't explain and took out his entry documents. Colonel Tesgler took a look at it, and immediately widened his eyes. The admission documents cannot be faked. There is the battalion commander of Marshal Sengoku, and the introducer, Garp Vice Admiral. But how old is Wei Er? 7 or 8 years old. A child of this age can enter the advanced training camp? Completely broke Tesgrad's cognition. Could it be another marine monster? Is it comparable to the existence of the three admiral? You. What is Garp Vice Admiral related to you? Tesgrad asked stutteringly. Oh, my grandpa. Tesgrad? Got it. It turned out to be Garp Vice Admiral's family. This kind of evildoer family is understandable. Come on, come back to the team. Later, Zephyr's chief instructor will come to pick people, and do their best to show their abilities. Tesgrad released his kindness and walked forward with Wei Er. During this period of Marine, there was no particularly famous person. That is, Kibi and Bilo Mabo greeted him with a smile. Other than that, most of the others were nervous. Yes, nervous. Because today is the day when the chief instructor Zephyr comes to pick people. Only those who are selected are eligible to enter the elite training camp. Anyone who can make it to an elite training camp is an absolute genius. Marine's future. Yo, how many of you came here today? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to one of them? Soon, a burly man with lavender hair walked towards the crowd. Looking at the familiar face, Wei Er recognized someone. From the same era as the resourceful General Sengoku, the current Marine Chief Instructor, Black Arm Zephyr. Even if he quit the front line, he even had an arm cut off in the past. But still a big shot at Naval Headquarters. The appearance of the original Black Arm Zephyr has caused many recruits to stir up commotion. But the arrival of Marshal Sengoku, Garp Vice Admiral and others made the commotion even more intense. Even the Vice Admiral of the Marine General Staff is here. There is no reason for him. These four people created their own Marine era. Anyone who wants to join the Marine idolizes them. The era of One Piece was ended by their own hands. How can such a character appear? How can it not be exciting? It was Wei Er, who also showed a ray of excitement on his face. Of course, it's different from the cult fanaticism of others. Because he saw an extremely bright light beside Sengoku and others. A diamond level attribute. A platinum level attribute. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Gentlemen, I am the active Marine Marshal, Sengoku. And you are the future of Marine. Those of us are already the remnants of the old era. The future era belongs to you. I hope you can implement Marine's justice and create your own era. 1. Enough to surpass our time. Roar. When the words fell, many recruits roared with red eyes. Create your own era. Let your name resound throughout the sea. Isn't this the ultimate dream of every Marine? Assessment begins. Sengoku's words inspired, Zephyr immediately connected. Without wasting any time at all, he exploded with incomparably powerful momentum. Released, Zephyr said. Today, there is no limit to the number of places that can pass. As long as you can pass the test of my momentum, you are eligible to join the elite training camp. Boom! When the words fell, the originally relatively soft momentum became fierce and fierce. In an instant, more than 10 recruits knelt on the ground. He was quickly dragged out of the imposing range by the teaching assistant instructor on one side. Still, there are more. Even if his face was red, he still held on. However, the trembling legs were obviously not enough to support for too long. So weak, it seems that there are too few people who can pass the test this year. Seeing this, Zephyr was a little disappointed. He coached for many years. In this year's recruits, there is not a single eye-catching one. Not without. Suddenly, Zephyr noticed the boy at the end of the line. Even in the face of his 4-story tyrannical aura, he was still indifferent. Even in the face of his projected gaze, there was never the slightest emotional fluctuation. Interesting. Zephyr suddenly smiled, such a confident kid, another genius with admiral qualifications. Boom! The 5-layer momentum exploded. More than half of the recruit fell to the ground and was dragged out of the imposing range. Boom! 6-layer momentum erupted. At this moment, there are less than 10 recruits who can continue to persist. Hey? Who is that kid? Zephyr's explosive momentum at this moment is already the limit that recruits of all generations can bear. Except for the original Akainu and others, no one can bear higher. At this time, Wei Er, who was still indifferent, attracted the attention of Crane Vice Admiral and others. Garp ate Senbei without saying a word while smiling. Sengoku said, looking at this old guy Garp smiling so happily. I'm afraid, that kid is your grandson, Wei Er? Garp didn't speak, but Vice Admiral raised an eyebrow. Garp your grandson? That's not surprising. People from the D family are all perverts. What? At this time, only 9 recruits left in the field vomited blood and fell to the ground. Barely supporting for a moment is the limit. And as they fell, Wei Er stood out more and more. Is it the limit yet? Zephyr was surprised, even piqued, to be competitive. 70% momentum. No response. 80% momentum. Still no response. Is this kid a monster? Zephyr's heart shook. At this moment, there is 80% of the momentum, and even the ordinary colonel of the headquarters should not be able to bear it. But it seems that Wei Er has not reached the limit yet. 7 or 8-year-olds. How terrifying! Oh, are you distracted? Wei Er, who has long entered the breathing state of all things, has been waiting for this opportunity. Resisting Zephyr has 80% momentum, is there really no pressure at all? Do not. A lot of pressure. But he is a swordsman. Going forward, rather than bending is the strong heart that a swordsman must have. While resisting, Wei Er was also waiting for an opportunity. Opportunity for a distraction. The drop distance of diamond level attributes is a little far, and the system cannot pick it up. He must find an opportunity to dash to a distance close enough to Zephyr and the others. Now is the best chance. Boom! A fierce slash wave erupted. Even Marine's standard longsword can withstand the slashes that Wei Er is breaking out now. In an instant, Zephyr's aura was completely destroyed by the slash. At the same time, Wei Er erupted. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Wei Er slashed towards Zephyr with his sword. What? This kid? Sengoku and others were extremely shocked. Zephyr is also very quick to respond, and it is also the strength of the former admiral. He quickly covered armament haki with both hands and smashed Wei Er's slash in the front. Ding dong, successfully picked up diamond level attributes. Ding dong, successfully picked up platinum level attributes. At the same time, Wei Er also accomplished his purpose. Zephyr, Sengoku, Tsuru Vice Admiral and the others quickly returned to the group with the shocked expressions on their faces. What the hell? At this time, everyone present woke up from the shock. Is this Mr. Wei Er's true strength? Kirby and Bellamebo's mouths all fell to the ground. After more than a month of devil-like training, they still couldn't bear the 50% momentum of Zephyr's chief instructor. But what about Wei Er? Children under the age of 8, resist 80% of the momentum? Forget it. Instantly destroy the momentum and quickly attack Zephyr's chief instructor? Pervert. Monster. Ha ha ha. At this time, Garp laughed out loud. Zephyr, my grandson is doing okay. Zephyr said in surprise. Yes, Garp, your grandson. No wonder. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Anyone who passed the 40% momentum test just now is considered to have passed the first level. Suppressing his inner shock, Zephyr announced quickly. According to the pass rate of previous years, this year's recruits are not bad. Aside from the monster Wei Er, it was enough for 22 people to pass the test of the first level. Next, it's the actual combat test. Zephyr surrounded everyone and announced, as long as you pass the actual combat test, you are the students of this elite training camp. Immediately, many recruits looked around them vigilantly. Zephyr continued, your opponents are not from the same batch of recruits. Rather, they. After the words fell, more than 20 official Marines in marine battle suits came over. 18 ensigns, 6 lieutenant junior grades, 4 captains, and 1 major. At the same time, Zephyr looked at the adjutant beside him and said, let Tesgrad join in as well. Yes. At the same time, there was an uproar among the recruits present. Ensign is not an ordinary marine recruit with a gun, but an officer with a military rank. However, this is not impossible. As long as you successfully graduate from the advanced training camp, you are directly branch ensign. The best among them has directly become ensign of the headquarters. Therefore, it is not an invincible existence. Even lieutenant junior grade, everyone is not too afraid. But among them, there are actually 4 captains and 1 major? Even Colonel Tesgler is going to play. The strength gap between each rank is huge. What's more, these are the officers of the headquarters. The strength is much stronger than that of the branch. God bless. Many recruits prayed in their hearts for the first time. Pray for yourself, get an ensign level officer, or even a lieutenant junior grade at worst. Higher, let alone the major. Even if it's just a captain, it's not something they can beat. Everyone lined up and stepped forward to draw lots. I was ecstatic when I got ensign. Lieutenant junior grade, the complexion is drawn out. The captain's face is directly ashen. Mr. Wei Er, who did you draw? Kirby asked curiously. Wei Er silently handed over the note. Kirby was speechless. On the note was written, Number 1, Colonel. And you? Lieutenant junior grade. Wei Er. Is it absolutely fair? Totally shady. Kirby and Balermaber are both lieutenant junior grade. You are the youngest in the field, and you have just drawn the strongest colonel? Zephyr, you humiliated you old boy and deliberately tricked my grandson. He was only 8 years old. Garp nibbled at the senbei and said speechlessly. How come, Wei Er is the strongest in this class, can't judge his ability by age? Who did you arrange for him to draw? Tesgrad. Tesgrad? Zephyr, UBD. Zegler is a colonel-level headquarters officer, even if the major arranges for Wei Er. Looking at Garp, whose face changed slightly, Zephyr smiled, don't worry, there must be a spot for Wei Er in the elite training camp. After all, he is still young, so I'm beating him a bit, lest he be so self-confident that he is arrogant. Garp certainly didn't believe Zephyr's nonsense, but he didn't say anything. Is Wei Er really unable to defeat Colonel Tesgrad? Not necessarily. After half an hour. The first battle, recruit Wei Er, against Colonel Tesgrad. Zephyr announces the first person to play. Immediately, the audience was in an uproar. They all thought that Wei Er would definitely pass the test easily. After all, he was the one who dared to attack Zephyr's chief instructor. But after hearing it, Wei Er actually fought against Colonel Tesgrad? No game, Wei Er is lost. Colonel of the headquarters, it's even comparable to a rear admiral level existence. It's impossible to win. Some people are indifferent, most of them gloat. Let you stand out. A 7 or 8-year-old child overwhelmed them all. So what? In the face of Colonel Tesgler of the headquarters, he was definitely lost. No one thought that Wei Er could win. The same goes for Sengoku, Crane Vice Admiral and others. I'll try my best to keep it. Tesgrad was also a little helpless. When he received the order, he actually refused. Less than 8 years old, Wei Er's display of talent is terrifying. It can almost be said that the future admiral candidate is a certainty. But now, after all, less than 8 years old. No matter how strong he is, he will definitely not be his opponent. Go all out. Wei Er doesn't care, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have a chance. No chance? Tesgrad was stunned. Really confident? He's a dignified colonel naval headquarters. What Wei Er means, can this kill me in seconds? What a joke. Are all your grandsons so arrogant? Outside the venue, Sengoku asked with a laugh. Well, kid, isn't it normal to be arrogant? Garp disagreed. Can Wei Er win? He thinks it can. However, if he wants to kill Tesgrader in seconds, he thinks it is impossible. Anyway, Tesgrad is also a colonel of the headquarters, and his strength is there. Although he is a little stronger than Zeu in the headquarters, Wei Er, who is less than 8 years old, can't be killed in seconds. After all, it is your grandson, and it may be possible to create miracles. Crane Vice Admiral laughed out loud with flickering eyes. The square confronts the center. Tesgrad moved. He is also a swordsman, even a veteran swordsman. In an instant, a fierce momentum erupted, intimidating Wei Er. Boom! Without keeping his hands, Tesgrad exploded with all his strength. The same slashing slash erupted, falling towards Wei Er's head. Asterisk. Chapter 11. It has started. The audience was in an uproar and concentrated. Facing the slash of the Zegler swordsman level, Wei Er was expressionless. Gently raising the long sword in his hand, the whole person's momentum suddenly changed. Boom! The same sharp slash broke out, and the two quickly collided. A terrifying shock wave shook, Wei Er couldn't help but take a half step back. Come again. Tesgrad smiled. Wei Er is really strong, he actually received his strongest slash, but he only took half a step back. Sure enough, the strength of Colonel Naval Headquarters is still very strong. Wei Er also smiled. As a swordsman, there is not much difference between him and Tesgrad in terms of swordsmanship. But whether it is physical strength or speed, it is definitely not as good as Tesgrad. Even if the strength surpasses Tesgrad, it will not be able to defeat Tesgrad. Sure enough, it's still too weak. Unable to kill Zegler in seconds, Wei Er fell into deep thought. Even the strength of Tesgrad is not conspicuous in naval headquarters. But the dignified colonel is definitely not a rubbish who is strong in the outside world. With his swordsman-level strength, he is definitely worthy of the position of colonel of the headquarters. It's not easy to win with an absolute advantage. But Wei Er overlooked one point. Tesgrad is 30 years old. And he was only 8 years old. Tesgrad has been able to achieve today's strength only after years and decades of practice. And he came to the world of One Piece, full of calculations, just over 2 months. The level of the two cannot be compared at all. This kid, the swordsmanship is stronger again. Garp, not far away, couldn't help but exclaimed. Is your grandson really only 8 years old? Crane Vice Admiral said seriously. The people in your family are all monsters. Sengoku and Zephyr couldn't help but speak. However, the 8-year-old children's strength made them feel ashamed. When they were 8 years old, compared with Wei Er, they were like one sky and one earth. Can't be compared. Boom. At this point, Tesgrad collided with Wei Er several times again. This time, he withdrew. Wei Er didn't take a step back, but he took 4 steps back. Progress in battle? What a horrible boy! Tesgrad said to himself in his heart. From the first time, I can still have a slight advantage. It only took a moment, but it was faintly suppressed. But this strength is still not enough to kill him in seconds. Wei Er, you are very strong. However, if you want to defeat me, the price you pay will not be small. Tesgrad couldn't help but said, next, I will fight you with all my strength. As Colonel Marine, you know more than swordsmanship. Marine 6 styles, he has yet to cast. Originally, I was afraid of hurting Wei Er. Now it seems that, even if he does his best, he may not be able to win. Really? Let's make a move to decide the outcome. Wei Er smiled and suddenly put down the long sword in his hand. Tesgrad was a little surprised. What does Wei Er mean? Isn't his strongest swordsmanship? It seems, is it the same iron fist fighting style as Garp Vice Admiral? Are you going to start? Garp raised his eyebrows, a little guesswork in his mind. Have you given up? Zephyr, Sengoku, somewhat disappointed. No way. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Even Wei Er has achieved a record that Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji were unable to achieve. We could have thought that Wei Er could beat Tesgrad. Even if you lose, you won't lose. There is a high probability of a tie. Crane Vice Admiral is also a little surprised. For a time, everyone present couldn't understand Wei Er's behavior. Wei Er, you've actually done a good job at this step. Tesgrad also thought that Wei Er was going to concede defeat, and couldn't help saying aloud. However, Wei Er didn't seem to hear it. Looking at Tesgrad with indifferent eyes, his aura continued to rise. An ability derived from instinct suddenly swept out. The presence of Zephyr, Sengoku, Crane Vice Admiral and others were shrouded in it. Dong dong dong! Above the square, hundreds of marine recruits rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. More than 20 senior training camp recruits, including Kabi, also fell to the ground one after another. How is this possible? Tesgrad, who was at the very center, was even more pale. He didn't faint the first time. But facing Wei Er, a sense of fear also swept through his body. What kind of trick is this? Soon, Tesgrad couldn't hold it, and his body fell to the ground. He is defeated. Killed in seconds. Even if you try hard, you can't do it if you want to get up. It was a terrifying aura that permeated in all directions, oppressing his mind. Quiet. Absolute silence. No sound at all in the big fortress square. Sengoku was stunned. Zephyr was stunned. Crane Vice Admiral was also stunned. Everyone was stunned except for Garp, who was still calm. Their expressions were unprecedented. They all stared at Wei Er in disbelief. Pa. This is Conqueror's haki. After a long time, Zephyr couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Horrible. Evildoer. Monster. Everyone looked at Wei Er with a look of horror. Is this your grandson? Sengoku looked at Garp, mouth opening and closing. He was very familiar with that terrifying imposing aura. He had heard Garp mention it as early as yesterday. His grandson, Wei Er, is less than 8 years old. Conqueror's haki has been awakened and can be used freely. But now seeing it with my own eyes, it is still very shocking. A swordsman who is less than 8 years old, and has awakened Conqueror's haki. That is the qualification of a king among millions of people, and only one person can be determined. Will Sengoku? He can. In the presence, aside from Garp, he was the only one with Conqueror's haki. And, it's the top Conqueror's haki. However, can it be compared with Wei Er? 8-year-old owner of Conqueror's haki. Haki that Akainu, Aokiji, and even Kizaru couldn't understand. Today, they actually met on the body of an 8-year-old child. This is no longer a genius to describe. Totally a monster. No doubt. At this moment, Wei Er has become the absolute focus on the field. The center of attention. The reason is simple. The haki just now enveloped them all. At this moment, Tesgrad also woke up. Awakened to Conqueror's haki before the age of 8. Tesgrad was shocked and shook his head with a wry smile. No wonder I have the confidence to kill me in seconds. Conqueror's haki. That's above Marine 6 styles, haki that only Martial Sengoku has. I lost. Tesgrad was convinced. He didn't feel ashamed at all in losing to a monster like Wei Er. Even thought it was right. Even though, Wei Er is still a recruit who has not yet entered the training camp. But there is no doubt. The current Wei Er has surpassed him. Struggling to catch up? Stop thinking about it. Genius cannot be inferred by common sense. At the age of 8, he already had the strength to surpass his naval headquarters colonel. Believe it, it won't be long. I am afraid that Marine Admiral will be taken by Wei Er. Assignment. Wei Er smiled, not arrogant. And what about Colonel Naval Headquarters? Winning is not something to be proud of. His goal is the whole world. Boy, I heard that you will be able to fully control the Conqueror's haki soon after awakening, is that true? Zephyr couldn't help but stepped forward and asked. Next to them are the equally curious Sengoku and Tsuru Vice Admiral. Just luck. Wei Er smiled. There was no direct answer, but everyone understood his answer. It is true. Before the age of 8, he realized Conqueror's haki. Moreover, it is also quickly and freely controlled. Horrible. Homir, Bluno, Balermaber, Kirby. 15 people are allowed to join the elite training camp. Then, Zephyr announced with a wave of his hand, and then said. Then you can move freely, Wei Er will come with me. With an order, the crowd dispersed with shock in their hearts. Even the recruits who joined the elite training camp have no excitement at all. Wei Er's toughness penetrated deep into their hearts. Just being tough, they still have the idea of fighting. But Wei Er's strength surpasses them too much. It was something that they could only look up to. Nodding at Wei Er, Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru Vice Admiral also left. Wei Er, on the other hand, followed Zephyr. All the way forward, I came to the site dedicated to the elite training camp. A training room. Wei Er, your grandfather Garp must have taught you a lot before coming to naval headquarters. For example, how to break the limits of the body and tap the potential of the human body, right? Zephyr said straight to the point. It was originally an opening remark, but Wei Er shook his head, no. I have cultivated until now, and I have only pondered it on my own. Old man, didn't teach me anything. What? This time, Zephyr was even more shocked. Thinking about it blindly and training to become an 8-year-old swordsman, an 8-year-old owner of Conqueror's haki? It's too exaggerated, is this a monster-like genius? Calm down. Calm down. Taking a few deep breaths, Zephyr told himself one after another that he was the chief marine instructor. Those who have seen the world should not be too shocked. So as not to be laughed at by children. Then next, I will teach you how to break the limits of your body. Zephyr spoke up quickly, covering his emotions. Wei Er listened intently. Sure enough, Zephyr is worthy of being the chief marine instructor who taught the 3 admirals. A concise and comprehensive explanation, pointing directly to the core of cultivation. Great help to Wei Er. These are appetizers, though. The real point, it's haki's turn to practice. One Piece world, there are 3 kinds of haki. They are observation haki, which can sense enemy attacks. Armament haki is able to increase its own strength and defense, and has a miraculous effect on demon fruit power. Already, among millions of people, there is only one conqueror's haki. Among them, conqueror's haki needs the highest talent, and there is no way to pass the acquired practice. Over the sea. Even in the second half of the Grand Line, where the strong are like clouds, there are not many conqueror's haki owners. As for observation haki and armament haki, it can be obtained through cultivation, and relatively speaking, the number is much larger. Especially the New World, which even belongs to the regular power of the strong. Originally, haki's way of training should not have been taught so early. At least until you finish practicing Marine 6 styles and have enough physique. But consider Wei Er's enchanting. Instead of wasting time and burying this enchanting talent. With hope, Zephyr started teaching right from the start. After briefly explaining the cultivation methods of the 2 hakis, Zephyr did not stop. Looking at Wei Er cautiously, he continued. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Different from Conqueror's haki. Observation haki and armament haki, it is best to have a certain physique to practice, in order to have a multiplier effect. So, I recommend. Before practicing haki, you should learn shave and moonwalk from Marine 6 styles. Marine 6 styles is a move refined by countless Marine ancestors' collective skills. Even if you may take kendo in the future, shaving and moonwalk can also bring you great help. Wei Er heard the words and nodded in agreement. Shaving is a physical technique that can move at high speed in an instant. Moonwalk is a physical art that can step on the air and walk in the air. Both of these physical techniques are quite suitable for Wei Er. Of course, it also works for others. The physical training effect is absolutely beyond imagination. Of course, Marine 6 styles is not for everyone. The threshold height of cultivation is even comparable to haki cultivation. If you don't have enough talent, don't even think about it. With your talent, I'm sure it will soon be understood. If you encounter doubts while cultivating, you can come to me. Seeing that the explanation was almost over, Zephyr got up and prepared to leave. Wei Er also thought about it a little, and then took out the 2 attributes he just obtained. A diamond level attribute. A platinum level attribute. Ding dong, congratulations to host for obtaining a platinum level attribute, Marine 6 styles. Is it absorbed? Wei Er was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the platinum level attributes were simply dismissed from all Marine 6 styles. I still want to practice on my own, but it's not too difficult anyway. It only takes a few months to become proficient in cultivation. But now that the platinum level attributes have been released, Wei Er certainly doesn't mind direct fusion and absorption. In an instant, a warm current rushed through Wei Er's body. Wei Er seems to be born with everything about Marine 6 styles. With absolutely no practice required, Wei Er felt that he was perfectly able to use it. Boom! Subconsciously, he lifted his footsteps slightly, and the hard stone ground shattered directly. Under Zephyr's horrified eyes, Wei Er successfully performed Marine 6 styles, shave. Nanny! Zephyr, who was about to leave, was stunned. Zephyr Chief Instructor, I think, I've learned. Wei Er spread his hands and laughed out loud. Then, to Zephyr's shock, Wei Er performed another 5 of the Marine 6 styles. Under Zephyr's horrified emotion, Wei Er skillfully used them one by one. Monster! He just explained it a bit, and didn't even demonstrate it in person. Did you learn this? Genius, is there such a genius method? Taking a deep breath, Zephyr said he wanted to calm down. Then what? Starting tomorrow, start practicing observation haki. Zephyr turned, twitching the corners of his mouth and turned away. Okay, Chief Zephyr Instructor. Wei Er smiled and walked to his own room. Ding dong, congratulations to host for obtaining a diamond level attribute, armament haki. Is it absorbed? Absorb. At the moment of integrating armament haki, Wei Er only felt that his body was much stronger. Even directly breaking the limits of the human body, there is no need to dig it out. After all, Marine 6 styles are all about pushing the limits of the human body. An armament haki needs a physical quality above Marine 6 styles. With armament haki's Wei Er, of course, it is impossible to directly top the physical fitness. But Colonel Naval Headquarters like Gambit's grad should be about the same. In other words, the current Wei Er has the strength to completely crush Colonel Naval Headquarters. If you meet Tesgrad again, you don't need to cast haki at all. With just the swordsman's slash, he can easily win. Naval Headquarters, the Marshal's office. Sengoku looked at Garp with a serious and emotional tone. You gave us Marine, and brought back a terrifying enchanting genius. Garp ate the senbei and smiled very happily. That's the grandson of this old man. Just swear. Crane Vice Admiral scolded with a smile. Squeak. At this time, the door of the office was pushed open. The person who walked in was the Chief Marine Instructor, who was shocked by Wei Er to the point of numbness. Black Arm Zephyr. Zephyr, why are you here? Didn't he say that he was going to teach this kid Wei Er to practice? Garp asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Zephyr took 2 steps forward and looked at Garp seriously. Garp, you tell me seriously. Is your grandson just not growing up? In fact, he is already a young man for more than 20 years? Besides, he started cultivating very early, didn't he? What a joke! Garp said helplessly, my grandson Wei Er is not even 8 years old this year. Probably, there are still 3 months before the age of 8. Looking at Zephyr deeply battered, Sengoku asked, what's wrong? Could it be that what happened just now? Zephyr nodded with a wry smile, and told everyone about Wei Er's second meeting with Marine 6 styles. Quiet. Absolute silence. Too terrifying. Although, the guy who realized Conqueror's haki at the age of 8 must have a terrible talent. But people can't even imagine it. The first time I came into contact with Marine 6 styles, I just listened to some explanations. Actually, in seconds? Compared to Wei Er. These are the guys who stood up to the Marine era and were worshipped by countless Marines. What is it? Asterisk. Chapter 14. What are you going to do next? It took a long time for Sengoku to ask. Zephyr thought for a while, and said, didn't you say recently that some guys on West Blue's side are too active? I think, staying in training camp may not help Wei Er much. Perhaps only actual combat can quickly improve his strength. With that said, Zephyr looked at Garp. Let the 8-year-old face the vicious Marine. In fact, this has never happened at Naval Headquarters. Look at me. If you think you can, then do it. Garp's eyes flickered and he said directly. If Wei Er's talent is normal, of course he is willing to protect him for a lifetime. Let Wei Er live this life in peace. But Wei Er's talent is destined to be extraordinary. Then, go to battle. It is absolutely impossible for the flowers in the greenhouse to survive well in this world. The weak eat the strong. For Wei Er such a monster. The protection is too good, but it is a kind of injury. Okay. But this matter, let's decide for the time being. The specifics will depend on Wei Er's performance in the next few days. Anyway, it will take some time to assemble the battleships. Zephyr nodded, then left to arrange the next thing. Call. What? After Zephyr left, Wei Er didn't slack off. Marine 6 styles are not just powerful Taiju moves. Similarly, it is a cultivation method that can continuously tap the potential of the human body and break through the limits. To Wei Er's current strength. It is actually quite difficult to break the physical limits again. Unlike other recruits. As long as there is enough toughness, coupled with unremitting efforts, you can break the limit. Now you can only squeeze your own physical strength repeatedly with Marine 6 styles. A little bit of improvement, a little bit to tap the potential. Reaccumulation, break the limit and improve. 2 days passed quickly. During these 2 days, Wei devoted himself to Marine 6 styles. As for the practice of swordsmanship and haki, they have been applied freely, but it doesn't take too much time. After all, want to break through the great swordsman, or let haki go further. But it's not that simple. Are there 7 days left? After another squeeze of physical strength, Wei looked at the date. There are only 7 days left until the first actual combat at sea. The actual combat tasks of the elite training camp are not the same as other recruits. Go to the exclusive marine island for training against beasts. They need to fight against real pirates between blood and fire. Like those official marines. Of course, the leader of the team is the chief instructor Black Arm Zephyr. But as long as it's not an unsolvable life and death crisis, Zephyr's general instructor will never help. I'm really looking forward to it. Whether it's against recruit or against the beast. Always, something is missing. Wei has been looking forward to facing the real pirates for a long time. Soon, 6 days passed. Improve your body's limits by constantly squeezing your energy. Now Wei has been able to use shaving and moonwalk for a long time. From the very beginning, he was only able to step 20 meters in the air for 1 minute up and down. Today, it can even last for more than half an hour, walking 100 meters above the sky. Its own reaction ability can also keep up with the high-speed movement of the battle after casting shaving. On this day, Wei is still practicing alone. The chief instructor Zephyr, who had been hit for some days, came to the door. Wei, how's your practice going? Zephyr asked with a smile. Tomorrow we will go to sea to participate in the actual combat, are you confident? Of course. Wei smiled and stopped practicing. Zephyr was relieved. He has seen Wei's efforts these days. Talented and hard-working. Which instructor would not like such a talent? Okay, I won't waste your time. In the past few days, I have been sorting out armament haki's cultivation experience for you. It's all here. With that said, Zephyr handed over a book directly. Wei took it over and took a look, and there is indeed a very detailed armament haki training experience. Before practicing with reference to my experience, I'll demonstrate it to you. Must see clearly. Zephyr looked at Wei solemnly. Under Wei's focus, I saw Zephyr, with his only arm, holding a bushido. An invisible force gathered from the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, the entire katana was covered in a black armor. The ordinary standard katana sword instantly became pitch black and hard. Incomparably fierce. At the same time, Zephyr's arm holding the katana sword was also covered with jet black armor. Under the sunlight, it shone with a cold light. Armament haki. Use your body strength to cover any part of your body. Likewise, the weapons used can be spread to cover. Make the original ordinary weapon harder and sharper. This is armament haki. Zephyr stared at Wei and said seriously, do you understand? Gently swing the bushido and unleash a simple slash. Even if Zephyr is not a swordsman, at this moment, he can display the power of a swordsman's slash. This is the power of armed color. Master armament haki, with observation haki, is equivalent to getting the proof of the strong. Once the practice is successful. Looking at the sea area of New World, it is also an absolute powerhouse. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Ding Dong. It is detected that there is a platinum level attribute drop nearby, do you want to pick it up? Pick up. Wei took a look at Zephyr and said to pick it up silently. Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained a platinum level attribute, armament haki, is it absorbed? I am indeed the Emperor of Europe. Wei Er raised his brows slightly and immediately chose to blend in. In an instant, armament haki merged. Check out the properties panel. Host, Wei Er. Strength, 111. Speed, 106. Physical strength, 110. Skills, Intermediate Swordsmanship LV3, Conqueror's Haki LV1, Observation Haki LV1, Armament Haki LV1, Marine 6 Styles LV2. Attribute point, 0. Hiss. At this moment, Wei Er had to admire his luck. After all, it only takes 20 days to come to the world of pirates. This is the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. It is simply the fate of the European Emperor. Naval headquarters, it really is my blessed place. Wei Er couldn't help looking at his attribute panel with emotion. Don't you understand? Then I'll explain it to you again. Looking a little sluggish, Wei Er who did not meet armament haki in seconds. Zephyr was slightly disappointed, but instead heaved a sigh of relief. A pervert-level evildoer, meeting Marine 6 styles and observation haki in seconds is enough evildoer. Even the slightly more difficult armament haki can know it in seconds, so why not let people live? Fortunately, this kid is finally deflated once. Zephyr comforted himself more and more inside. In this way, Wei Er is still a bit like a normal person. And just when Zephyr was cranky, Wei Er raised his eyebrows when he heard his voice. Don't understand? You don't know anything about the power of hanging on the wall. Picking up the standard longsword on one side, Wei Er began to mobilize the strength of his body. Just like breathing, Wei Er unhindered to use armament haki. Starting from the forearm, the armed color armor spreads rapidly. Cover the entire palm, and then cover the entire standard longsword. Same as Bushido covered by Zephyr just now. At this time, the standard longsword, and then Wei Er's hand exudes an incomparably fierce aura. Is this a learning? Wei Er looked at Zephyr with a smile and said lightly. Good guy. I'm such a straight guy. Poor Zephyr, can't even say a word of shit. With round eyes, he looked at Wei Er in shock. Nanny? Impossible, impossible. He was really stunned. Thought it was already numb to Wei Er's enchanting talent. But now, he was still shocked. In a few days, use Marine 6 styles proficiently. At the same time, you will meet haki in 2 colors of smelly color and armed color in seconds. Don't forget, Wei Er also awakened Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki owner under 8? This is so special, it's not human. Impossible? Awakening armament haki, is it difficult? Wei Er then gave Zephyr a psychic crit. Is it hard? Nonsense. It's so simple, do you really think that awakening the 2-color haki is so simple? Gollum. Swallowing subconsciously, Zephyr was really speechless. Originally thought, within 10 years, Wei Er will become admiral a certainty. You know, Wei Er 10 years later, at most 18 years old. 18-year-old Marine Admiral is unprecedented. But now, Zephyr doubts life. 10 years? With Wei Er's current performance, I'm afraid that the time has been shortened by more than half, right? Or, 8-year-old Marine Admiral? I can't think of it at all. Teacher Zephyr, can you guide me? Suddenly, Wei Er suggested. Zephyr is known as the Black Arm, and the most prominent is the powerful armament haki. And as a former admiral, his swordsmanship is also quite good. Of course not to the realm of a great swordsman. For Wei Er, who is facing the threshold of the first-time swordsman, he is still qualified to give some pointers. It doesn't matter if Zephyr wants it or not. Wei Er raised the standard long sword, and his armed color instantly covered him. Meanwhile, Marine 6 styles, shave to start. Slash at Zephyr at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, observation haki was also pushed to ultimate by Wei Er. You boy! Zephyr shook his head helplessly. Seeing Wei Er swiftly attacking him, he just raised his samurai sword slightly. The same armament haki spread rapidly. Clang! In an instant, a crisp metal symphony echoed. The two collided, and Wei Er couldn't help but take a few steps back. Facing Zephyr at the moment, Wei Er has the feeling of facing a giant mountain. Totally unshakable. Even if he is extremely fast, he keeps attacking from all directions. Zephyr remained motionless, easily dismantling his offensive. Is this the strength of Marine Admiral? How strong? Originally, Wei Er felt that he should be able to have Admiral-level strength soon. Now it seems that I still underestimate the people of the world. Terrible power, terrifying perception. In the same way, the strength of the physique is far beyond what I can match at the moment. While attacking, Wei Er judged. Every time he attacked, he put all his strength into it. Even facing Colonel Naval Headquarters again, Tesgrad. He is sure to kill with a single sword. But Zephyr is completely unshakable. It can even be clearly felt. Zephyr, not using full force. Gap. This is the strength gap between him and Marine Admiral. Asterisk. Chapter 16. The armament haki gives you stronger defenses and more powerful attacks to weapons. However, it doesn't make you have to forcefully attack aimlessly. As a swordsman, you should quickly find your enemy's weakness. Armament haki, but an aid. A means to help you quickly defeat the enemy. Zephyr pointed. Ding dong. Detected that there is a bronze level attribute drop near the capital, do you pick it up? Ding dong. Detected that there is a silver level attribute drop near the capital, do you pick it up? Ding dong. Detected that there is a silver level attribute drop near the capital, do you pick it up? All pick up. Wei Er did not hesitate. Congratulations to host, successful fusion and absorption of bronze level attributes, swordsmanship +1. Congratulations to host, successful fusion and absorption of silver level attributes, armament haki +0.1. Congratulations to host, successful fusion and absorption of silver level attributes, observation haki +0.1. Picking up attributes one after another, Wei Er keeps improving himself in battle. Whether it is the hardness of armament haki, or the manipulation of swordsmanship happens. Gradually changed. This kid. Zephyr noticed. Because of this, his heart was extremely shaken. Wei Er, who is actually growing up in the battle against him. You know, he is the former admiral of headquarters. To fight against him, first of all, there will be spiritual suppression. But Wei Er is not only not afraid, but even his strength continues to grow. Whether it is the understanding of swordsmanship, the understanding of observation haki, even the understanding of armament haki, there has been a marked improvement. Scary guy. As expected of a pervert-level enchanting talent. Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. If you can comprehend the two-color haki and marine 6 styles in seconds, it's fine. He actually has a fighting instinct that gets stronger and stronger. There is no such person on the sea. But the rarity is no different from being able to comprehend conqueror's haki. It is also a rare king's talent among millions of people. Is this the real genius? Ho! Constantly performing shaving attacks, Wei Er's physical energy was quickly consumed. At this moment, breathing is a little short. But Zephyr remained motionless and easily faced Wei Er's attack. One-shot flow, IHE/. Suddenly, Wei Er instantly charged up. The more powerful armament haki spread to the entire standard longsword, piercing the void like lightning. A slash with a faint spark, attacked and killed the chief instructor Zephyr at an extremely tricky angle. Clang! Zephyr was a little surprised, but took it in stride. Swinging the katana covering armament haki with ease, blocked Wei Er's full blow. At the same time, take a half step back. Half a step, not much. But, it's surprising enough. Good. The slash just now was beyond the scope of ordinary swordsmen. If Wei Er didn't practice Marine 6 styles for a long time, his physique would not be strong enough. The slash just now was enough to hurt him. To know. Wei Er, he is only 8 years old. And Zephyr, though out of the line. The strength is not as good as the peak period, but it definitely has the strength of Admiral level. Mr. Zephyr. The next time we meet, I will definitely do more than just let you move half a step. Wei Er was not discouraged, but full of fighting spirit. He is still young. After coming to Pirate World for more than 20 days, he has been able to push back the former Marine Admiral and Black Arm Zephyr by half a step. Will the day be far beyond him? I look forward to that day. Zephyr smiled heartily. Zephyr probably doesn't care about what others say. But if Wei Er, he believed that it could be done. Okay, rest. Body capital. Constantly overloaded training, the damage to the body is great. Proper relaxation will not delay your strength progress. Leaving those words, Zephyr turned and left. Call. Watching Zephyr leave, Wei Er took a few deep breaths. Afterwards, he put away the standard long sword and returned to his room to rest. Continuous high-intensity training, the effect is indeed very obvious. The physical fatigue is also quite serious. Tomorrow, we will go to West Blue for practical training. It is really necessary to maintain sufficient energy and physical strength. Early the next morning. The frontier harbor of Naval Headquarters houses several giant warships. With the huge marine fortress, it looks really majestic and spectacular. At this moment, there are a large number of logistics marines, making the final preparations before going to sea. Replenish supplies and inspect warship parts. At the same time, the recruits who were going to participate in the actual combat training also boarded the warship. On the deck, I watched the elite training camp recruits lined up neatly. Zephyr started admonishing with a very solemn expression. Asterisk. Chapter 17. This time, our goal is to destroy the underground stronghold of a pirate group in West Blue. This pirate group once swayed the Grand Line. For unknown reasons, he returned to West Blue to take charge of a sea area. Captain Farrod's bounty is as high as 59 million Baileys. After a brief introduction, Kirby and other members of the elite training camp couldn't help but look solemn. The big pirate with a bounty of 59 million Baileys? This guy, even on the Grand Line, wouldn't be a nobody. Did not expect. It's just the first actual combat training, and they are facing this level of big pirates. And look at what Zephyr looks like. This is not such a great character. The Naval Headquarters Elite Training Camp is indeed worthy of training the future talents of Marine. You guys are not weak. Maybe someone understands haki and can use Marine 6 styles skillfully. Even, may have the ability of Devil Fruit. But, in the first battle, don't underestimate your enemy. Zephyr continued to look at the many recruits and said. Pirates are cunning and evil, they are scheming. When life is at stake, I will do my best. However, I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen as much as possible. You guys, understand? Yes, Chief Zephyr Instructor. The recruits responded solemnly one after another, with unconcealed nervousness in their voices. Wei Er, who stands out from the crowd, is also very nervous. But nervousness is not the same as being nervous. Wei Er's nervousness was more of a crowd of excitement. Or rather, the desire for a real fight. This is the difference between the strong and the weak. Seeing that his warning was effective, Zephyr returned to his senses and entered the cabin. Recruit, it takes time to digest and buffer the tension. Don't be too frightened, Zephyr Chief Instructor isn't here to frighten you. Just to let you guys not be careless, that's enough. A good Marine veteran couldn't help but reminded. Hey, rookies, if there is any danger, we will also protect you. Of course, if you are really scared and can't shoot, it's not impossible to watch. Veteran Marine, your words helped ease the tension. And soon, the warship is ready. Drive slowly out of the harbor and follow the red line. Just across the comm belt, it's not far from West Blue. On the deck, Wei Er is practicing alone. Suddenly, the warship driving on the comm belt shook slightly. Looking at the somewhat unsettled sea, two shadows appeared. As the warship continued to move forward, the two shadows became larger and clearer. My God, is that the Sea Kings? Soon, a recruit exclaimed. It's so big, so scary. The two huge Sea Kings immediately attracted everyone's attention. The movement of the battle between the two set off huge waves. Even the miscellaneous soldiers and navigators who controlled the warship couldn't help but ran to the deck. The terrifying scene that seemed to overturn the world, the spectacular crowd exclaimed in surprise. Among these people, there are many veterans who have gone to sea to fight. But the scene of Sea Kings fighting is very rare. At the scene, not many people have seen it at all. Chief Zephyr Instructor, do we need to deter? Several marine soldiers stepped forward and asked. If it stays close, it will likely attract an attack from both Sea Kings. If they attack the warship, then things are in trouble. Zephyr looked at the two giant Sea Kings, then at the recruits on the warship, and shook his head. It's no use. In the world, there are many strong people who own devil fruit. Even many of you have devil fruit abilities. Indeed, it can strengthen its own strength in a short period of time. However, only if the physique is strong enough is the foundation of one's own strength. Zell's voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the ears of every marine recruit. The recruits who were shocked by the giant Sea Kings couldn't help but turn their attention. Zephyr then spoke indifferently. Whether you are devil fruit ability owners or not, the most important thing is your physical training. The physique is strong enough to not necessarily become the top powerhouse. But every top powerhouse has a strong enough physique. Therefore, don't rely too much on the ability of the fruit. As long as your physique is strong enough, you can cultivate your physical skills to a strong enough level. Likewise, it is not inferior to the owner of the fruit ability. Look good. With that said, Zephyr raised his hand to cover his arm with armament haki. However, Wei Er stood up abruptly. Mr. Zephyr, I see what you mean. Next, can you leave it to me to solve it? Having said that, Wei Er has come to Zephyr. Taking a serious look at the boy in front of him, Zephyr said seriously. Are you going to fix it? You know, these are two giant Sea Kings. A careless, but to be buried in the sea. Wei Er is indeed enchanting enough. However, the practice time is too short. Zephyr still thinks it's impossible to deal with two giant Sea Kings at the same time. Wei Er didn't speak, just smiled lightly. The small fist was suddenly covered with the armament haki that shone with jet black metal light. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Armed color, hardened. The knowledgeable recruits such as Kirby suddenly cried out in shock. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, Wei Er's figure suddenly burst out. At breakneck speed, cast Marine 6 styles, moonwalk. A few flashes and came to the middle of the two large Sea Kings. Compared to the two large Sea Kings, Wei Er is tiny. Even the two fighting Sea Kings didn't care about the little bug Wei Er at all. But, in an instant, Wei Er shot. The fist that covered armament haki slammed down one of the Sea Kings. Boom! The air seemed to be blasted, and everyone only felt pain in the eardrums. Boom! Soon, Wei Er's fist landed on one of the giant Sea Kings. In the horrified eyes of everyone on the warship, Wei Er's small body erupted with unprecedented terrifying power. A terrifying force bombarded down, causing the entire sea to boil and overturn. The giant Sea Kings burst out with a lot of blood. Abruptly, half of his body was smashed to pieces. However, Wei Er has not stopped. The fist that could explode with terrifying power fell towards the other giant sea kings. Boom! Another huge roar. The entire giant sea kings was blasted directly into the sea. In an instant, a terrifying ocean wave Uzumaki was formed, surging away in all directions. Under the slap of the huge waves, the warship is like a lonely boat in the sea that will capsize at any time. Cloud and rain. Just when the terrible waves were about to completely overturn the ship, a figure shot back and stepped under the waves. The turbulent waves were immediately suppressed, and Wei Er's figure returned to the warship. Thousands of marines, both recruits and veterans. They all looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Is this the power of Mr. Wei Er? Dead? Is it that simple? That was two giant sea kings, and they were killed so easily. A breeze blows. The faint sea smell was mixed with a pungent bloody smell. A large area of the sea is emitting an eye-catching bright red. When the sea gradually returned to calm, the two heads were extremely huge. At this moment, there are some broken corpses floating on the sea. That is the corpses of two giant sea kings. The giant sea kings, which were more than 10 times larger than a warship, were killed by one punch. From the beginning to the end, Wei Er showed the power of crushing. Those are the giant sea kings feared by countless people, the most terrifying creature in the sea. Was it so easily killed by Wei Er, who was less than 8 years old? It's so scary. Is this really the terrifying giant sea kings in the sea in the impression? Then, the terrifying sea kings that can easily subvert large warships and even destroy an entire fleet? But judging from Wei Er's performance, it doesn't seem that scary. Just a face-to-face. The sense of sight of a child with one punch. Sea kings, I think, I should also have the ability to kill, right? There was even a marine recruit who spoke out weakly. Idiot! Immediately, he was reprimanded by a veteran. What do you know? The strength displayed by Mr. Wei Er is probably inferior to that of the colonel of the headquarters. So, is that the dreaded armament haki? Armed color. Haki. The recruits were shocked. Looking at Wei Er's expression, it changed and changed. Two-tone haki? It is also a recruit who has just entered the training camp. Why are you so good? Children under the age of 8? Did you just understand the two-color haki? Just now, the movement method you used seems to be moonwalk from Marine 6 styles. Boom! This time, everyone was about to be shocked. Two-tone haki, master the Marine 6 styles moonwalk? Very scary. Is this still human? It's a monster at all. Originally, I wanted to catch up with the recruits who surpassed Wei Er, but I suddenly lost hope. Even Zephyr shook his head with a wry smile. This guy Garp, give us marine, bring back a monster. Wei Er is only a marine recruit now. This, say it, does anyone believe it? It's enough to use Marine 6 styles proficiently. Even the extremely difficult moonwalk, from what it looked like just now, can obviously be used for a long time. Long-term use is not the same as skilled use. The latter represents comprehension. The former represents a solid physical strength. How long did it take to join the recruiting camp? Less than a week away. What a terrifying talent! What a terrible monster! All-round 360-degree three-dimensional, omnipotent and powerful. Facing the shock of everyone, Wei Er didn't care. His mind was focused on the use of armament haki just now. And, the actual combat of Marine 6 styles moonwalk. Although it is a spike attack. But in it, Wei Er still realized a lot of things. Walking back to his cabin in silence, Wei Er started a new round of training. Is this a genius? He watched Wei Er leave in astonishment. Countless marine recruits and veterans all had dry throats and smiled bitterly. New insights from random battles? Is this a human or a monster? It's not that they haven't faced geniuses. But compared with the geniuses he has faced in the past, Wei Er, also scary, not like a human. The most important is Wei Er, now he is only a child under 8 years old. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Residual wolf pirates, Wei Er, and others actual combat targets this time. Once on the Grand Line, the captain is Farad, who has a bounty of 59 million Bailey. Withdrew from Grand Line for unknown reasons and disappeared for many years. Recently, he was actually active in the West Blue underground world. He even colluded with the gangster forces and built a huge network of relationships. Recently, it has been arrogant to build a prosperous commercial place on an island. Inside, it is full of illegal activities such as slave trade and arms trade. This obviously touched the bottom line of world government. Log into the island, you don't need to hide your identity. Wear all uniform marine clothing. Whenever you encounter obstacles, you don't need to hesitate, just do it directly. The Ruin Wolf pirates once swept through the Grand Line, and their overall strength is not weak. In addition to Captain Farad, whose bounty reached 59 million Bailey, there were also many cotters under his banner who had reached a bounty of 10 million. Be sure to remember. Don't act recklessly. When you are invincible, you can send a signal for help. Seeing that he was about to land on the island, Zephyr convened an elite training camp with many recruits and admonished him. Because of the mechanism of the elite training camp, there are not many personnel. Counting the new additions such as Wei Er, Kabi, and Bilo Maber. After all, there were only 43 students. However, each of them is equivalent to 10 people in the primary training camp, or even 100 people. Because they are not soldiers. Once qualified, you are an officer with the rank of naval headquarters. Hey? It's a warship. Just passing by? Or looking at the direction they are going, something is not right. Go and inform the boss. The action of the warship was undisguised, and the observation tower post on the island quickly discovered that something was wrong. Under the dramatic change in their faces, everyone began to act one after another. In the most prosperous center of the island, there is a luxury hotel. Whether it is the exterior or the interior, it is shining with golden light. Incredibly luxurious. Under this bright and beautiful appearance, there are a large number of slaves imprisoned inside. This is last quarter's income, please take a look. In a luxurious room, a strong man with an iron tower said flatteringly to a thin old man in front of him. Feeling that the old man took the account, glanced at it, nodded slightly and was about to leave. Buzz. But at this moment, the walkie-talkie on the waist of the strong man in the tower began to vibrate wildly. What's the matter? Boss Farad, something happened. Marine, there are marine warships coming to the island. Hearing this, Pharaoh's complexion suddenly changed. Are you sure you read it right? Not passing by? The person on the other side said in a panic, it can't be passing by. They have been coming towards us, and the route is very clear. How could it be exposed so quickly? Is there a ghost inside? Farad's complexion was extremely blue, and he looked at the thin old man and said, look. Exposed, exposed, sooner or later there will be this day. You rush to get rid of those marines, deal with the tail, and move as much as you can. Remember. If it's not handled well, you know what the young master's means. Hearing the young master in the old man's mouth, Farad's eyes flashed with ultimate fear, and he said quickly. Yes, I will definitely handle it to the satisfaction of the young master. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly left the luxurious room. Sure enough, the information from half a year ago is too outdated. During Operation Farad, Marines from warships also began to land on the islands. Looking at the musket team that kept encircling in a short period of time. Obviously, it is completely different from what the intelligence shows. I'm afraid, these pirates are not hiding on this island and engaging in criminal activities. But the whole island is their base camp. Another veteran echoed. However, even so, there was no fear in the eyes of these veterans. Even on the opposite side of them is a large group of fierce gangsters with muskets. And the fierce gangster also laughed. I was scared to death. I thought it was discovered by Marine, and the headquarters dispatched a large fleet to destroy us. Unexpectedly, it was just a pair of trainee Marines? Is this a coincidence? Hehe, also blame them unlucky. Today is their day of death. Open fire and kill these hypocritical so-called Justice Marines. When the words fell, the pirate musketeer team directly pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! A large number of gunfire sounded, which directly opened the prelude to the battle. It's so boring. In the face of the vicious pirates, the recruits of the elite training camp are completely disdainful. Facing the bullets that covered the sky and covering the sky, it was easy to disbelieve. Either dodge with haste, or resist with devil fruit's ability. Whoosh! And then, they were not polite and rushed directly into the pirate musketeer. As if entering a land of no one, cutting melons and vegetables all the way continues to advance. One of the most dazzling, of course, is Wei Er. Holding a standard longsword, not even armament haki. Easily burst swordsman level slashes, complemented by Marine 6 styles, shaved high-speed movement. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of pirates armed with muskets fell into a pool of blood. More than half of them died under Wei Er's sword. Let's act separately. The entire island is probably full of pirates, so try to catch them all in one go. Killing hundreds of pirate minions is just an appetizer. Seeing the recruits' eyes are red, their expressions are extremely excited. The veteran who led the team arranged it with a smile. Okay. The recruits have long wanted to do this. Hearing this, they all left in groups. Only Wei Er holds a bloody long sword. With indifference on his face, he refused the request of Kabi and Belamub to go with him. Alone, walking slowly towards a separate street. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Even if the world government is corrupt, it's still much better than the evil pirates. Walking towards the street alone, Wei Er couldn't help frowning and muttering to himself. Others may not be able to detect anything. But Wei Er, who has observation haki, is very sensitive. The whole island is filled with an extremely strong resentment. You don't even need to see it with your own eyes, Wei Er can imagine it. What kind of darkness is this island hiding? Like Luffy, adventurer pirates with dreams are only a few. Evil, cruel, all evil pirates are the true face of this group. Wei Er never advertises himself as a good person. To him, pirates do not necessarily represent evil. Marine, not necessarily all represent justice. As extreme justice as Akainu, he strongly disagrees. So for him, the so-called position, the so-called justice, everything will follow the truest thoughts in his heart. I take the liberty to ask, do you know where Farad, the head of the Ruin Wolf Pirates, is? Smiling and holding the long sword between the neck of a pirate, Wei Er asked lightly. In over there. The pirates were frightened, and tremblingly pointed to the relatively conspicuous luxury hotel in the distance. Thank you. He smiled and thanked, and the sword light flashed by. Accompanied by fresh blood, there was the sound of a pirate falling to the ground. Even if this is only the first time facing the killing, Wei Er is not afraid at all. Instead, a little excited. Go forward calmly, and kill the pirates who are constantly running. Across the blood and bones, step by step steadily forward. Wei Er swept everything with just one sword. No matter who came, there was no resistance at all. All of them were killed on the spot by Wei Er with just one sword. One shot flow, IHE cut. Boom. The terrifying slash wave reveals the profound meaning of the sword that only a great swordsman can comprehend. The slash compressed to the limit collided with the air, creating a violent flame. While smashing the houses, the hot flames soared into the sky. Over there, where is Mr. Wei Er? The strength seems to be stronger. On another street, Kirby and Bilo Mabe terrified and killed a group of pirates. He was leaning against the wall to calm down when he heard a loud noise not far away. Obviously, it can cause such a huge movement. Looking at the entire elite training camp, there is only Wei Er. Boom! It was just when the two of them calmed down and were about to move on. On the other street, another loud noise erupted. The house collapsed and the dust was everywhere. Accompanied by a shrill roar resounding through the sky, it is creepy. Boom boom boom. Every few moments after that, a street is bombed. Looking at the collapsed houses, the Marine veterans who had participated in the battle were stunned. That's an exaggeration, isn't that the guy named Wei Er who is still an intern Marine? This kind of outburst, even the colonel of the headquarters can't do it, right? In front of them, Wei Er had only shown the slash that killed the giant sea kings. But giant sea kings are too rare to see. Everyone's fear of sea kings is limited to listening to Biren. Therefore, Wei Er directly killed the two sea kings. It's too amazing, but it makes everyone's perception of Wei Er's strength not so clear. And the movement caused at this moment, they are really stunned. A few of them joined forces, but they were only able to penetrate a street. This is all great. For a normal recruit, it would be good to be able to exert half of his strength in the face of display. There are even teams that can only penetrate half a street now. But what about Wei Er? Really evildoer to the extreme. One person and one sword, traversing several streets. Looking at the direction of progress, it is obvious that it is very close to the most central luxury hotel. And this time, at the very top of luxury hotels, Zephyr, who had disappeared long ago, overlooked the battle that broke out below. Looking at the dust and smoke rising into the sky, the fire almost illuminated half of the sky. He couldn't help but smile and shook his head. This kid, mess up. As expected of that old boy's grandson, Garp looks exactly the same. However, Zephyr's opinion on Wei Er is no more than that. What about the mess? As long as you can kill the pirates, you can do anything. The former Zephyr would not have such an idea. He has captured countless pirates in his life, and he has never killed a single one. It even has the title of Don't Kill Admiral. What can be exchanged? But it was his family who were mutilated, so that Zephyr resigned from the Marine Admiral position in dismay. Zephyr's thinking about pirates has changed dramatically since then. Evil pirates are not worthy of mercy. As long as it can kill them, any means is worth it. Luxury hotel, almost directly below where Zephyr is. A group of pirates headed by Farad also looked at the collapsed street houses in shock. Such terrifying destructive power. Come on, is it demon fruit power? At least it's the naval headquarters rear admiral level figure to lead the team. Pharaoh's complexion was a little blue. It is absolutely impossible for the West Blue Marine branch to have such a powerful marine. No matter who comes over and destroys the young master's plan, it will be damned. The order given to us above is to destroy this group of marines. Quickly move everything about this island. If it is not handled well, you are not ignorant of the methods of the young master. Farad's words made the faces of the officers of the Ruin Wolf pirates tense. Looking out the window again, Pharaoh continued. Except for the suspected naval headquarters rear admiral, there has been little movement elsewhere. With our ability, we should be able to solve them quickly. Farad is very confident. Once in the Grand Line, almost everyone present has a bounty of more than 10 million yuan. Such vibrations. As long as the naval headquarters is not a massive dispatch of troops. Amir headquarters, rear admiral, led the team, completely ignored them. Go, make a quick decision. With the decision, Farad took the lead and walked out. The eyes of the subordinates were also cold, and they followed closely behind. Asterisk. Chapter 21. It's boring, not challenging at all. Pushing all the way, Wei Er was still a little excited at the beginning. But no one could stop his sword, it was really boring. It swept all the way like this, like entering no one's land. Across several streets in a row, a luxury hotel is already in sight. At this moment, a strong man with an iron tower blocked his way. "You are the head of the Ruin Wolf Pirates, Farad." Wei Er smiled, not showing any emotion in the face of the fierce Farad. Even if the other party is a big pirate with 59 million Baileys on his back. "You, demon fruit power." Farad was a little suspicious. It's really that Wei Er is too young, but has extremely terrifying strength. Unless it devours devil fruit and maintains the ability of a child. How could a normal 7 or 8-year-old pirate have such terrifying strength? Ah! Not too lazy to respond to Farad at all, Wei Er directly waved his hand and shot out with a slash. Farad didn't expect Wei Er to do it when he said he would do it, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly swung the long knife around his waist, trying his best to barely resist Wei Er's slash. "Famous sword? Good luck." Wei Er raised his eyebrows and laughed softly. "Oneself, it is indeed the fate of the European emperor. Kid, I don't care if you are demon fruit power. Here is my place. Since you dare to do it, stay here." Pharaoh roared angrily and approached Wei Er at a very fast speed. At the same time, holding a famous sword, burst out a swordsman-level slash. It's surprising that he's still a swordsman. Wei Er is interested. Stepping to shave, easily dodging Farad's slash. At the same time, a sword was swung out. The vertical and horizontal sword energy, at this moment Farad can no longer resist. With a howl, he flew out and fell to the ground. There were bloody scars all over his body. However, it is not life-threatening in a short period of time. "Tell me who is behind the scenes. Say it, and I might be able to give you a treat." Wei Er stepped forward and pointed the icy long sword at Farad Road. "I cannot understand what you say." Farad's pupils shook in horror, and he said, "This island is only Lao Zi's private property." Puff! Without hesitation, a sword light flashed. Both Farad's arms were cut off at the same time. "I have no patience. If you still don't want to talk, you can keep silent." With that said, Wei Er swung the long sword again. Obviously not kidding. Once it falls, it will definitely kill Farad mercilessly. "I say." "The fear of death takes the upper hand," Farad said in panic. "The people behind the scenes are the Donquixote family." Donquixote? Wei Er raised an eyebrow. The name is quite familiar. If I remember correctly, it should be Doflamingo's faction, right? One of the Shishibukai in the original, once the Celestial Dragons. Because he lost his identity as Celestial Dragons, his childhood was extremely miserable. So dark in his heart, he wants to completely subvert the world ruled by Celestial Dragons. At the same time, it is also the largest intermediary in the entire underground world. At the same time, it controls all kinds of shameful transactions such as slave trade and arms trade. Not to mention that West Blue has a station. Said that there are stations all over the world, Wei Er does not doubt it. As for pulling out the underground stronghold of the Donquixote family, would it offend Doflamingo? Wei Er didn't care at all. If you are offended, you are offended, and it doesn't matter. His goal is the whole world. Even a Doflamingo is afraid. In the future, how to face the 4 emperors, face the Marine Admiral. Say what kun into the world? Small action, it really is a stupid pirate. Thinking of this, Wei Er's expression moved slightly. Farad, who was under control, was obviously unwilling to just stand still. But when he was about to start, Wei Er noticed it directly. A sword fell. No surprises. The blood column burst out, and the head fell to the ground. The target of this trial is Farad, the leader of the Ruin Wolf pirates with a bounty of 59 million baileys. Fall on the spot. Wei Er didn't even look at Farad, and walked up to the famous knife inserted into the ground. Looking at Jianfeng, he couldn't recognize it at all. Forget it, let Zephyr chief instructor see it later. Putting away the famous knife, Wei Er continued towards other streets. He is strong enough, but other recruits are different. I am afraid that the battles everywhere have only just broken out. Asterisk. Chapter 22. I didn't expect that today, I can still teach such outstanding disciples. The highest point of a luxury hotel. Zephyr overlooked the ground battlefield, his eyes following Wei Er almost all the time. The solution to Farad was almost an instant kill, and then the cotters of the Ruin Wolf pirates were defeated very quickly. Wherever he passed, there was bloodshed. Before that, Zephyr would probably feel a little cruel. But at this moment, the killing Wei Er showed, Zephyr was full of admiration. Hey? Can you finally stand it? Thinking of this, Zephyr's expression suddenly changed slightly. I saw a dark shadow flickering out of a corner of the hotel below. Just wanted to take action. Because of this sombra's strength, it is far from being matched by recruits from elite training camps. However, the direction in which the shadow was running made Zephyr stop moving. Oh, if it was him, it might bring a different surprise. At this moment, the island is full of fire and destruction. There are many pirates. However, the head of the Ruin Wolf pirates and a group of cotters were rejected. The rest of the rabble had no resistance at all. Is that all it is? Wei Er showed little interest. It's over before you warm up. I thought that actual combat training could bring me a different feeling. Result? What? It's too easy. Kirby. Bellamub. Numerous elite training camp recruits. Look, does this speak human words? They only need to fight for a long time in the face of a cotter-level existence. There's not even a way to win. As a result, Wei Er came. One person and one sword directly, not to mention how easy it is. Mr. Wei Er, did you kill Farad? Kirby stepped forward and asked. The movement caused by Wei Er was too great. The strongest person must be running towards him. If the information is correct. Wei Er nodded, non-committal. Anyone else? Before Kirby could speak, Wei Er suddenly raised an eyebrow. Not far away, a dark shadow sprang from the corner of the street. When the moonlight falls, it is still on the shadow. Wei Er's mouth curled into a weird smile. Donquixote family cotter, Dellinger. Dellinger. The cotter of the Donquixote family, a fighting fish and a half-fish man. Leg strength is extremely powerful. Kicks the target's head at a pistol-like speed. This causes heavy damage. Even among Don Quixote's cotters, his strength is not particularly strong. However, it is at least comparable to the strength of Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. The Donquixote family ruled by Doflamingo. Although the power is not as good as the four emperors. But even if it is included as one of the Shishibukai, it is still a very troublesome force for the world government. And just when Wei Er and others saw Dellinger also saw Wei Er with Kirby, Bellamub, and others. How many brats? Farad that trash! Even if the matter of the young master is broken, can't even a few children be able to solve it? He laughed coldly. Derringer looked at Wei Er and the others, full of mockery. If I'm not mistaken, you are wearing the clothes of the trainee marine. To be able to come to execute and destroy the pirate group with 59 million Bailey pirates. You. Probably the so-called, Naval Headquarters Elite Training Camp recruit, right? Without waiting for Wei Er and others to speak, Dellinger directly released the cold killing intent. At the same time, look at the expressions of Wei Er and others. Full of pride. Mr. Wei Er. This person is probably not something we can deal with. Notice. Zephyr chief instructor now. Kirby panicked, fear on his face. He subconsciously hid behind Wei Er and said in a trembling voice. Boom. Wei Er hasn't responded yet, and Dellinger, who is on the opposite side, can't help but shoot. No matter the position or the situation. There is no room for nonsense. For Dellinger. These things of the young master are not visible. Anyone who sees it will die. Even if they are Marines. And at the moment when Dellinger burst into flames, Wei Er also moved. At a faster speed, he blasted towards Derringer. Marine 6 styles, shave. Almost instantly, Wei Er approached Dellinger. Suddenly, a long sword wrapped in a slashing slash crashed down. One shot flow, IHE slash. Wei Er was a little surprised that he was able to meet the Donquixote family cotters here. However, he had no fear. My heart is full of fighting spirit. What a fine alchemy stone. Just right, to test it, the growth over this period of time. Let's fight. No matter who the enemy is in front of you. The sword is in hand, just cut it. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Boom. Before the long sword in Wei Er's hand fell, the astonishing slash had already shot down. How is this possible? Is the intern of Naval Headquarters so terrifying? Too terrifying. For a split second, Dellinger almost thought he was facing Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Even, Admiral Naval Headquarters. Stinky brat, don't look down on people. Although Dellinger was shocked, his movements were not slow. A mere Naval Headquarters internship Marine. Do you really think that he, the cotter of Donquixote, can be dealt with by anyone? Clang. When the slash fell, the long sword in Wei Er's hand encountered an extremely hard obstacle. It was Dellinger who kicked at high speed and blocked armament haki at the same time. Boy, despise me, you will pay the price. Blocking this powerful blow, the corners of Dellinger's mouth filled with mockery. I will let you know what kind of existence you are facing. Wei Er said with a light smile, idiot. Isn't it the cotter of the Donquixote family? How amazing do you really think? Dellinger's pupils trembled in an instant. You know, you still dare to shoot at me. Boom. Wei Er responded to Dellinger's question with practical actions. Clang. Another positive regret. Dellinger barely blocked another slash, but his face was extremely blue at the moment. Just two face to face. Wei Er's slash has even caused a massive crack in his armament haki. Broken high heels. In a fit of rage, Derringer stretched out the fins of a betta fish behind his back. The originally extremely fast speed increased sharply again. Instantly appeared on Wei Er's side, and delivered an extremely sharp kick to the neck. Oops, that person seems to be the cotter of the Donquixote family, Dellinger. Go to the rescue. Donquixote family cotters, at least they are comparable to the rear admiral level of the headquarters. It's too late. Wei Er, how dare you provoke such an existence? Many Marines rushed over when they heard the huge movement. Into the eye, and saw Dellinger's deadly severed head heeled shoes on Wei Er. They have a heart to rescue. But it's too late. Wei Er, it's over. But when people are desperate, a picture that shocked them appeared. The kick, which was almost undetectable to the naked eye, was blocked by Wei Er with his long sword. Don't move like a mountain. Wei Er's voice seemed to be thin and he was nailed to the spot. The killing blow from Dellinger didn't even shake Wei Er in the slightest. How can it be? I blocked it so easily, and my body didn't even shake. Monster! A group of Marines were shocked. So easy to block the kick of Dellinger, which is comparable to the Marine Rear Admiral of the headquarters. Wei Er raised his head and looked at Dellinger, who was also shocked. Silently shook his head. The cotter of the Donquixote family is comparable to the presence of Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. This strength is too weak. Little devil, don't underestimate people. Dellinger growled angrily. The other foot, covering armament haki, kicked again. Wei Er's face was always indifferent, and he held the long sword in his hand with one hand. The jet-black armor of armament quickly spread and covered it. Forearm, whole long sword. In the face of Dellinger who came to fight. Wei Er, just cut down with a simple and rude sword. Puff. Blood shot, blood flew. What? Dellinger howled in pain and fell to the ground in disbelief. The body trembled uncontrollably. His feet were both cut off in an instant. The dark red blood stung his nerves. Even now, he still couldn't believe it. Impossible. Intern Marine, how could I break my armament haki with one sword? But Rao is that Dellinger can't believe it anymore, can't accept it anymore. The fact is right in front of you. Staring at Wei Er, Dellinger seemed to forget the pain in his body. There was only one thought in his heart at the moment. Wei Er must die. Once this talent grows up. For the young master, it is definitely an extremely huge threat. With this thought in mind, Dellinger's consciousness gradually began to blur. When the last bit of light faded, he passed out completely. Quiet. Absolute silence. Smash armament haki with one knife and kill Donquixote family cotters in one fell swoop. This is unbelievable. Is this the strength of Wei Er? Is this the monster who learned Conqueror's haki at the age of 8? Even Zephyr, who had been watching this scene, was extremely shocked. He knew Wei Er could win. But, never thought about it. Wei Er, he could win so easily. Others can't see it, but Zephyr can. Wei Er, even apart from the strength of Jianhao and armament haki. Other abilities are not used. In other words, Donquixote family cotter, Dellinger who is comparable to Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral's strength. Even, the full strength of Wei Er, who is less than 8 years old, has not been forced out. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji they are at this age. It seems that he has never shown such a terrifying strength, right? Wei Er's performance reminded Zephyr of the current 3 Admiral. The same disciple he taught. They are also the 3 most dazzling recruits among the recruits he brought. All the way from the training camp, all with extremely bright record. Step by step to Admiral's position. And this moment, Zephyr saw the same traces on Wei Er. Do not. In other words, the horror potential of the 3 Admiral beyond the active Naval Headquarters. Asterisk. Chapter 24. The second half of the Grand Line, New World. A ship full of aristocratic atmosphere is driving slowly over the sea. At this moment, in the core cabin, a man with Erlang's legs crossed, answered the phone with an indifferent expression. It doesn't matter if the West Blue branch is destroyed. Even Dellinger was arrested? The young man with the iconic evil smile on his face said it was Doflamingo, one of the Shishibukai. Yes, young master. On the other end of the phone bug, there was an extremely heavy voice. Understood. Doflamingo, who couldn't see the anger, hung up the phone. Suddenly, he laughed. Furfur, furfur furfur. Weird laughter, it sounds creepy. It is undisguised, revealing the gloom and evil. There's just one West Blue branch, and without it there's nothing. But damn Marine! I have nothing else but these family members. How dare you capture Dellinger? Are you ready to take my Doflamingo's wrath? The Endless Sea. Destroy the cruel wolf pirates and find out the warship where Wei Er and others are behind the scenes. Ride the wind and waves all the way back to Naval Headquarters. The atmosphere on the boat at the moment is very happy. This actual combat training is a perfect end. There were no casualties and the mission was rated as perfect. Of course, the biggest contributor to this, everyone knows who it is. The youngest, Wei Er, who is less than 8 years old. Disappointed from the beginning. At this moment, everyone saw Wei Er's eyes with a hint of fear. Even though Wei Er looks very cute and has a very sunny temperament, most of the time, it looks like a harmless human and animal. He can be ruthless and domineering on the island, are deeply engraved in their hearts, regardless of status, regardless of age. This is a recognition of Wei Er's strength. Yes, the awe of the strong. Wei Er. Just when Wei Er leaned on the side of the boat and stared at the sea in a daze, Zephyr's chief instructor walked over step by step. Looking at Zephyr with a smile, he said with admiration, "You surprised me with your actual combat performance this time. Thank you for the compliment, chief instructor." Wei Er still respects this black arm Zephyr who does not hesitate to teach himself. "What do you think about Marine and about justice?" Suddenly, Zephyr asked a slightly heavy question. In the past, he has always adhered to a certain bottom line. In exchange, it is irreparable damage to the family. He didn't want Wei Er to follow his old path. "Everything starts from my heart. I think justice is justice. What I think is evil is evil." Wei Er looked at Zephyr and said with a light smile. Hearing this, Zephyr was slightly stunned, and then smiled. This answer is somewhat ambiguous. But the answer he wanted was actually quite different. From meeting Wei Er for the first time, Wei Er shows the domineering style of only me. Will not succumb to others, succumb to the rules. Your own will is the rule. You kid, it's always so unexpected. After a long while, Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. This mentality is actually very rare among Marines. But looking at the whole world, there are many. But most people with this mentality are pirates. And after seeing the darkness of the world, they will all be swallowed up by darkness. Zephyr doesn't know if Wei Er's ideas are good or bad. Righteousness and evil are in his mind. In Zephyr's view, Wei Er, who is only 8 years old, is shrouded in incomprehensible mysteries. Which path will the future Wei Er take? Nobody will know. Just when Zephyr was thinking, Wei Er suddenly spoke with a serious face. "Mr. Zephyr, thank you for your teaching during this time." As soon as the words came out, Zephyr's brows were slightly raised. Immediately, my heart was relieved. I want to apply for the graduation assessment. Immediately afterwards, I heard Wei Er express his thoughts. As soon as these words came out, the recruits in the surrounding elite training camps were stunned. If I remember correctly, Wei Er has entered the elite training camp. It's less than a month after the full play, right? Elite camps can stay up to 3 years. As long as there is no application for graduation day, you can use various training resources of Naval headquarters for free, including high-energy rare meat, rare medicines. The most important is, every training session will be supervised by Chief Instructor Zephyr. Ensure the safety of the students as much as possible. Once you apply for graduation, these free benefits are all gone. Have you decided? Zephyr's expression was also very solemn at this moment. With Wei Er's strength, it is not a big problem to apply for graduation assessment. But after graduation, you need to face the crisis of death alone. Even Zephyr knew. Under the shelter, no real powerhouse can be born. But Wei Er is still young. He still has time to hone himself. I've decided. Wei Er nodded solemnly. Age has never been his concern. Staying in the elite training camp has not helped him much to improve his strength. He has long wanted to venture into the sea full of dangers and opportunities. Ride the sea, conquer the sea. Finally, conquer the whole world. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Wei Er, are you applying for the graduation assessment so soon? Naval Headquarters, the Marshal's office. Looking at Zephyr's application, Garp also had a strange look in his eyes. This grandson of yours is really a terrifying mess of talent. Take a look at the record of this training. Sweeping all the way, even the cotters of the Donquixote family are comparable to the Rear Admiral's Dellinger. They were all arrested almost in a flash. Sengoku looked at the application for the graduation assessment and the report on the actual combat training. I couldn't help but sighed again and again, I'm getting old. It seems that the old party of our age will soon become the real old age. As he spoke, Sengoku looked at Garp and asked thoughtfully. Garp, what degree do you think Wei Er's graduation assessment can achieve? After graduating from the elite training camp, the military rank will be awarded directly. The level of military rank is determined by the level of graduation assessment. With Wei Er's strength, there is absolutely no doubt about passing the graduation examination. However, what kind of rating can be obtained? Whether it is a lieutenant colonel or a colonel is unknown. As for higher ranks, actually no one thought about it. Because that is an exceptional promotion and does not meet the regulations. Unless, Wei Er behaves more enchantingly. But judging from the strength it has shown so far. After all, the training time was shorter. After all, the graduation assessment is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the easiest. Pure comprehensive fitness test. Such as strength, speed, physical strength, control of weapons and destructive power and so on. In the second stage, the difficulty is simply a qualitative leap. D. Follow the official marine formation and go out to sea to catch pirates. Certainly not an ordinary pirate. The qualified standard is to hunt down or kill at least one big pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million Bailey. Remember, it must be done by hand. Taking the guise of others, or stealing people's heads, are not counted. From here, we can see the cruelty of the graduation assessment of the elite training camp. Because even if it is to go to sea with the official marine formation, accompanying, there is the headquarters rear admiral, and even the headquarters vice admiral. But in case of danger, it is not said whether they have the ability to rescue. Even if you have the ability, you may not be willing to waste time rescuing an intern marine. The third stage assessment is relatively less dangerous. However, it is also the most difficult. Battle. In 10 duels, the opponents they face are not necessarily people. Possibly, it was the pirate prisoner held in Impel Down. Possibly, a vicious beast. Possibly, too, an officer at naval headquarters. Difficulty increases gradually. As long as you can win 6 wins, you qualify. You can choose to end the assessment, or you can choose to continue the challenge. The more games won, the higher the graduation rating. The rank obtained will also be higher. How far can Wei Er do it? Hearing Sengoku's question, Garp nibbled at the senbei and laughed. Who knows? That kid will always bring us different surprises. 2. Sengoku smiled, somewhat unconvincing. Soon, Wei Er will be applying for the elite training camp graduation assessment. Shaking the entire naval headquarters. Is the graduation assessment of the elite training camp difficult? Actually that's it. But this time the protagonist is different. Conqueror's haki awakened under the age of 8. Also, the hero of the marine, the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral. As for Wei Er, many marine executives are secretly paying attention. Among them, of course, also includes Marine 3 Admiral. Potential boy. A yellow, flirtatious Kizaru laughed out loud. It's a lot more powerful than we were back then. Aokiji also echoed, I don't know how much the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral can do. Only Akainu spoke coldly. Just an intern marine. In this world, only strength can implement justice. At this moment, Wei Er did not know his graduation assessment. It has attracted the attention of many marine bosses. Even the 5 elders of world government know the name Wei Er. As my kendo strength becomes stronger and stronger, ordinary standard long swords are no longer enough to carry my strength. Hu Che, who was holding the big sharp knife in his hand, Wei Er smiled. It's raining just in time. After the words fell, Wei Er suddenly flew up and violently. Holding Toru, armament haki quickly spread to cover. Above the air, a slash suddenly erupted. Not 1, but 8. In an instant, Wei Er swung a full 8 swordsman-level slashes. At the moment of falling, the slashes instantly merged into one place. An invisible giant sword light suddenly slashed on the hard ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth and stone crumbled. Shake the earth! A bottomless ravine revealed its hideousness after the dust and smoke dissipated. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Naval Headquarters, Fitness Test Plaza. As the youngest ever to apply to graduate from the elite training camp, the assessment test. At this moment, many people gathered in the square. There are recruits and veterans. There are even Colonel Naval Headquarters, Rear Admiral, and even Vice Admiral level figures. They all want to see Wei Er. Is it as in the legend? Terrible and monstrous. You said, what kind of evaluation can this child named Wei Er get in the first stage? Well, according to the description in the rumors, at least it's excellent. Isn't it a perfect grade? Someone asked in doubt. Don't think about it. Excellent, I am afraid it is already the upper limit of Wei Er. After all, he is only an 8-year-old child. Beth is right. You know, since the establishment of the elite training camp, only 3 people have received a perfect evaluation. Moreover, the age is not just 8 years old. You mean? That's right, the 3 active Admiral, Akainu Admiral, Kizaru Admiral, and Aokiji Admiral. Kabi, who arrived early, was immediately unhappy when he heard the words. Hey, what do you know? Mr. Wei Er's terrifyingness is not inferior to the existence of the 3 active Admiral. That is. Bellamab also echoed. Haha. The official Marines who heard the words sneered. No objection, just wait and see. That's 3 Admiral. Regardless of status, it is only based on strength. That is the existence standing at the top. But 8-year-old Wei Er can match the record set by Marine 3 Admiral in his 20s? Do not make jokes. Totally impossible. And when people are talking about it, a small figure appeared, depriving everyone present from their eyes. He is the protagonist of this assessment. Wei Er. With Wei Er's observation haki, it's easy to hear the voices of the crowd. For their doubts, Wei Er didn't care at all. The existence of hanging on the wall is unimaginable. You are Wei Er, the only freshman to be assessed this time. When Wei Er walked up to a piece of equipment, a marine officer with a skull far longer than a normal person asked. It's me. Wei Er nodded. I'm Stolo Berry, and I'm in charge of your test this time. General Marine introduced himself, while introducing the machine in front of Wei Er. After listening, Wei Er raised his eyebrows slightly. I thought that the machine in front of me was testing the comprehensive Dao strength value. Unexpectedly, it is just a pure strength test instrument. May I ask, what is the upper limit of this machine? It should be between the power of the Rear Admiral of the headquarters and the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Thought Wei Er was worried about the machine, Stolo Berry explained lightly. Take the test. This machine, designed by Vegapunk, won't go wrong. As for breaking the upper limit and blowing up the machine, Stolo Berry never thought about this question at all. If the information is correct, Wei Er, who is less than 8 years old, has only joined the elite training camp for only a month. If you have the strength, you can capture Dellinger, the cotter of the Donquixote family. Of course there is no doubt. But Derringer is nothing but Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. No matter how strong Wei Er is, his absolute strength is limited. Break the limit? Absolutely impossible. Can you start the quiz? Seeing that Wei Er didn't speak, Stolo Berry asked again. Can? Wei Er nodded, then came directly in front of the instrument. Spread your feet back and forth in a punching stance. Boom! In an instant, armament haki spreads and bursts with full force. The air vibrated faintly, followed by an extremely explosive sound. In the stunned eyes of everyone present, Wei Er punched the strength tester in front of him with a punch. I accidentally tried my best, is this result effective? Wei Er was a little helpless. Looking at the test instrument that was flickering with sparks and filled with a scorched smell, he asked aloud. This. The calm Stolo Berry looked a little stiff at the moment. Looking at Wei Er, and at the test equipment that was blown up, he couldn't make a sound for a long time. Including the surrounding Marine veterans, the headquarters colonel, and the headquarters rear admiral. Everyone's face was full of shocked gestures. You guys, are you really right? This guy in front of me is really only 8 years old. Really, just an intern Marine who has been in the camp for less than a month. It's so terrifying. The strength test machine is the work of Vegapunk. It was delivered 3 months ago, and many people have been tested. Therefore, the possibility of failure is not present. In other words, Wei Er's full strength punch has at least reached the level of Vice Admiral's power. Instructor. On the other side, looking at the sluggish Stolo Berry, Wei Er couldn't help shouting. The grades are valid. Stolo Berry hurriedly returned to his senses and hurriedly announced. Immediately, with Wei Er, he walked towards other test areas on the other side. These stones are all made of sea stone. Not only does it have a restraining effect on demon fruit power, but its hardness is also very high. If you want to pass, you only need to smash him within a minute. Stolo Berry introduced, and said. Because the test is for destructive power, weapons can be used. Don't worry, you won't have the same accident as before. As soon as his words fell, Wei Er shot. Weapons allowed? Not necessary. Another moment to cover armament haki. Step, and punch. Boom. Violent explosion, earth and stone splashing. It's not just the biggest sea stones that get smashed in an instant. Even the stone floor below was smashed into a huge pit. People around. Stolo Berry. Pass, pass. After returning to his senses for a long time, Stolo Berry stammered and announced. By now, Stolo Berry was a little numb. I'm a little numb to Wei Er's enchanting talent. It's exactly the same as in the rumors. Seeing is worse than hearing. At this moment, Stolo Berry was really convinced. I thought everyone's praise for Wei Er was to give Garp Vice Admiral face. Now it seems that he doesn't know at all. What a real genius! Asterisk. Chapter 27. In the first stage of the recruiting assessment, Wei Er rated it as perfect. More than 8 physical tests are over soon. Looking at the record form, Stolo Berry suppressed the shock in his heart. Announced. The people around were in an uproar. Perfect rating, how long has it been since it appeared? It's the first time I've been with Marine for so long. Nonsense. In history, only 3 people have reached the perfect evaluation of the first stage. Really, monster? Everyone shook their heads with a wry smile. After seeing the real genius, I realize my insignificance. Wei Er, who is less than 8 years old, has achieved what 3 admirals on active duty can do only in their 20s. Perfect review. The requirements are very strict. All physical fitness test items, once there is no breakthrough limit. Even if the test rating can only be perfect. And Wei Er? There is absolutely no suspense. All the way to the test, it can be called destructive. Completely push the limits and easily get a perfect rating. Such a monster. Is it possible to achieve a perfect evaluation in the second stage evaluation? Someone, subconsciously said. Too difficult. This time, no one thinks it must be impossible. However difficult, no one believes that Wei Er can do it. Because, the difficulty is completely different from the first stage. Second stage. That is to rely entirely on oneself to catch a pirate alive with a bounty of over 100 million bells. At the same time, after a successful arrest, they must also have sufficient operational capabilities. No rating is perfect once anyone steps in to help. Is it really possible for humans to do this kind of difficulty? You must know that the pirates who usually have a bounty of over 100 million Bailey are not alone. The former Marine 3 Admiral has been settled for a long time. At the age of more than 20 years old, it is worthy of a perfect rating. Wei Er, you will be notified in 3 days to choose the difficulty of the second stage. After announcing the results, Stolo Berry said. Wei Er nodded, turned around and left under everyone's attention. 3 days passed in a flash. Wei Er, there is something about your second stage assessment mission. Inside Stolo Berry's office. Regarding the target pirate group in the second stage, Stolo Berry gave a detailed introduction to Wei Er. Actually, it's been a little active recently because of the 4 emperors. Therefore, there are not many choices for the assessment targets of over 100 million pirates. I think, in fact, you don't have to worry. It is in line with the regulations to postpone the assessment for a few months before a target is selected. Stolo Berry upholds absolute justice and absolute fairness. In the past few days, he has been continuously screening over 100 million pirate targets in the intelligence. But so far, the weakest one has reached 189 million Bailey's bounty. You know, this is not the total bounty of a pirate group. It's the big pirate who has personally achieved a bounty of over 100 million. 189 million is actually no different from 200 million. It's not fair to use it as Wei Er's assessment target. It's okay, that's it. Wei Er shrugged, not caring. Fair and unfair. In the face of absolute strength, it doesn't really make much sense. Puff. As a result, looking at the reward order Wei Er selected. Stolo Berry. I couldn't help but spit out a sip of tea. Is it good luck or bad luck? The captain of the Yuli pirates, the bounty is as high as 262 million Bailey. Among the 12 bounties with an average bounty of 200 million Bailey. Not only the existence of the highest reward. It is also the most cruel and unscrupulous pirate. On the islands he plundered, there was no one alive at all. Everyone was killed by extremely cruel means. Why don't you think about it again? Stolo Berry couldn't hold back his voice. He panics. You know, Wei Er is not just a genius all over naval headquarters these days. At the same time, he is the grandson of marine hero, Garp Vice Admiral. If something happens, even if he is also a Vice Admiral, he can't eat Kabuto and go. My chosen goal will never change. Wei Er smiled and spoke lightly. Of course he also saw the bounty amount above, but so what? It's just a pirate with a bounty of less than 300 million. Encounter, kill with a sword. 1 sword is not enough, then 2 swords. No trouble. Since you've made up your mind, I won't advise you anymore. Stolo Berry wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and then warned. But don't be careless. Yuli, the captain of the Yuli pirates, is much stronger than the headquarters rear admiral. Not that Dellinger can compare. And he is cruel and bloodthirsty, and likes to kill and torture people for pleasure. If you can't beat it, don't be impulsive. Saving lives is the most important thing. Wei Er nodded, thank you for reminding me, I see. After the words fell, Wei Er left directly. Stolo Berry watched Wei Er leave and couldn't help shaking his head. As expected of the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral, he also likes to mess around. Is this a family tradition? Asterisk. Chapter 28. The sea is bright and sunny, and the sea is blue. Wei Er was lying on the deck chair, enjoying the warm sunshine. Well, Is this year's graduation assessment difficult? Let a child who is only 8 years old be responsible for destroying the captain of the Yuli pirates? A big pirate who takes 262 million baileys and takes pleasure in killing others? In the second half of the Grand Line, Vice Admiral, the base manager of the New World G5 branch base. Looking at Wei Er, and his tasks, he couldn't help shaking his head. Could it be that he offended some big man, so he was framed on purpose? At this moment, apart from this thought, the Vice Admiral base chief couldn't think of any possibility. After all, he was also once a trainee in the elite training camp. Zephyr, also his former chief instructor. When can we find out where the target is? It was at this time that Wei Er asked casually. Looking at Wei Er deeply, Vice Admiral said in a deep voice. Just half a day ago, the Yuli pirates looted a luxury merchant ship. On board, no one survived. At the current speed of travel, they should be found soon. When the words were over, Wei Er nodded, got it. Then, continue to close your eyes and enjoy the sun. Pat. At this time, the cigar in the hands of the Vice Admiral base chief fell to the ground. Then he continued to scroll down the information of Yuli pirates. He saw Wei Er's profile. The above is simple. Kill 59 million big pirates in 1 second, Farad. Single-handedly, arrest Donquixote family cotter, Dellinger. Only under 8 years old, the first stage assessment rating is a perfect rating. Monkey D. Wei Er. Especially the eye-catching name above makes Vice Admiral Base Commander even more shocked. Clan D? The grandson of Garp Vice Admiral? No wonder. At this moment, he understood. It turned out that Wei Er didn't offend any big man. Rather, a terrifying monster whose potential is comparable to that of the 3 active admirals. At this moment, whether Wei Er can deal with Yuli. There was no more doubt. Instead start thinking. 8-year-old Wei Er, can he really do that? Same feat as the 3 admiral. Stage 2, perfect rating. Bang bang. Suddenly, the big waves on the sea swept in, causing the rank to shake. The strong smell of gunpowder came, and a ship was shelling them in the distance. Looking around, it is clearly visible. Above the sail is a black skull. Pirates. Report, Yuli pirates are found ahead. At the same time, the intelligence personnel on the warship also quickly came to the report. Report. It has entered the shelling range. Do you want to shell it immediately? Bombard now. In addition to the Vice Admiral Base Chief, there are 5 Rear Admirals accompanying this tour. One of the people who heard the words, Rear Admiral, immediately issued an attack order. Boom boom boom. Immediately, the guns on the warship burst into angry flames. Countless huge shells smashed towards the pirate ship in the distance. Chi chi. That's when the shells are about to fall. On the Yuli pirate ship, various attacks began to erupt. There is sword energy and flames, which directly disintegrates the bombing crisis. Facing the approaching warship, the Yuli pirates didn't even plan to escape. Instead, it increased the horsepower and took the initiative to approach the marine warship. Unfortunate, I didn't expect to meet a pirate just after 1 vote. Captain Yuri, who had a cruciform scar on his face, shook his head. After the words fell, endless murderous intent erupted all over his body, Sen said coldly. However, it came to Lao Zi. Unlucky for these damn marines. Little ones, kill this group of pirates, Lao Zi will be rewarded. Yes, boss. The crew of the Yuli pirates roared in excitement. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, a fierce artillery battle broke out between the 2 sides. You come and go, and the sky is swept by cannonballs wrapped in flames. Wei Er came to the height of the warship, leaned on the railing, and looked at the Yuli pirates in the distance. A little further away, wait. Thinking so, Wei Er suddenly exclaimed. Oops! It turned out that it was two Marine colonels who, working together as Marine Rear Admiral, intercepted an entire platoon of shells. The result was a mistake. Most of the shells were dealt with. But there was still one that slipped through the net. Once it is smashed on the warship, it will still cause a lot of losses. Just when the Marines were panicking, they only felt that there was a flash of ultimate light in the sky. That light pierced through the void with unparalleled coercion. Laugh. With a muffled sound, the shells directly freeze into the void. Then it split into two, and an explosion occurred directly in the air. The warship shook for a while, but it didn't hurt in the slightest. After doing all this, Wei Er was very calm and continued to look at the Yuli pirates from afar. This guy, Marine, who saw this scene nearby, looked at Wei Er in horror. Monster! At first, they all thought that Wei Er was the child of some big man. Coming here is definitely a slap in the face. They don't like this kind of relationship. But even the base chief opened one eye and closed one eye, and they could only end it. But at this moment, they realized how naive their thoughts were. How outrageous! What kind of relationship is this, a proper kendo master? The weaker Marine veteran couldn't tell. But those Marines at the general level felt it. Wei Er, who didn't even draw the sword around his waist. The slash that broke out just now has definitely reached the level of a swordsman. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Almost. Looking at the warship, the distance between it and the pirate ship. Getting closer, an excited smile appeared on Wei Er's mouth. Stepping lightly, Wei Er flew out. He waved the saber at his waist and directly chopped the dozen or so shells swept up from the front. The incident happened suddenly just now, and many people didn't see Wei Er's shot. But now, most of the Marines on the warship were completely shocked. This. The remaining Marine Rear Admiral looked at Wei Er in astonishment. Stop the bombardment for now. This Yuri Pirates is my mission this time. Wei Er chuckled, looking down at Marine Rear Admiral. What a joke! If we stop the bombardment, we will be suppressed by the Yuri Pirates. Shocked by Wei Er's strength, Marine Rear Admiral said subconsciously. Then there's no way. Wei Er shook his head and didn't mind. After all, he's just an intern Marine now. No authority to order anyone on this warship. Wei Er doesn't matter, though. Rights have never been his passion. As long as you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want. Even let the 5 elders, let the whole world government bow. Nor is it impossible. Boom. Thinking like this, Wei Er stepped on the void and burst into the Yuli pirates. Wait, what do you want to do? Marine Rear Admiral raised his hand in astonishment, exclaiming as he tried to stop it. But Wei Er's speed is too fast. As soon as his voice started, Wei Er was already approaching the Yuli pirates. This time, the Marines on the entire warship were stunned. Marine 6 styles, moonwalk. Is this just a child less than 8 years old? What a joke! What shocked them even more? Wei Er, what does he want to do? Do you want to suppress the entire Yuli pirates with your own power? Too arrogant. Not to mention that the sky is full of artillery bombardment, and anyone who touches it can be seriously injured. The Yuri pirates. In addition to the Captain Yuli has a bounty of nearly 300 million Bailey. There are also tens of millions of big pirates among the remaining cotters. Just one person rushed over. Should Wei Er's newborn calf be too confident, or should he seek death? Just when everyone was shocked and their thoughts were flying, Wei Er has already pulled out the robe around his waist. 21 jobs of the big sharp knife, Tiger Toru. Boom boom boom. No matter how the cannonballs flew all over the sky, Wei Er could never be reached. In front of Wei Er with observation haki. If the cannonball can hit the mere area, then he is not worthy of the title of evildoer. Hey, I thought it was some master from Naval headquarters. In fact, it was a child. Marine now, is there no one? Ha ha ha. Yuli had seen Wei Er long ago, but couldn't see clearly before. Now that I can see it clearly, I can't help but burst into laughter. Come on, little one, come down. We will take good care of you. Ha ha ha. Yuli smiled wickedly, I like you hippie and tender kids the most. Facing the provocation of Yuli pirates, Wei Er smiled. With a gentle smile, why do you think I came here alone? Wei Er was wearing a trainee marine costume, and there was no justice cloak behind him. Just holding the famous sword hutch, stepping on the void. A mysterious power. Quickly center on Wei Er and spread quickly. Why? A pirate asked subconsciously. Boom. As soon as the words fell, several pirates suddenly rolled their eyes. Foaming at the mouth, he fell to the ground. One shot flow, annihilation. Then Wei Er swung a famous sword and suddenly broke out a swordsman-level slash. There are no reservations. A full 8 swordsman-level slashes quickly fell into one place. Oops. Ruined. Wei Er's sudden outburst of super swordsmanship shocked everyone in the Yuli pirates. In exclamation. Yuli stepped out in an attempt to resist. Boom. With a reward of 262 million Bailey, Yuli's strength is beyond doubt. But in a hurry, in the face of Wei Er's full shot, it's impossible to resist. Boom. Even the remaining members of the Yuli pirates team took action to resist the slashing. But still being stabbed by Wei Er, all the blood spurted out. The power of a knife is so terrifying. Laugh. Under the slashing bombardment, the entire pirate group was crumbling. Almost burst on the spot. Far away. This scene made the Marines on the warship almost go crazy. So strong. Too crazy. Defeat all members of the Yuli pirates with one knife, what kind of monster is this? Marine, the trainee Marine at Naval Headquarters, is this tough now? Many Marines were shocked. Stop the bombardment. At this time, the 5 Rear Admiral finally recovered. They shouted their orders. I didn't understand it before. Wei Er would ask them to stop the shelling. Now, completely understand. Shelling, not only did not help. Even, it will hinder Wei Er's battle. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Above the Yuri pirates. Wei Er kept moonwalk, looking indifferently at the crumbling pirate ship. As expected of the well-known pirate group in the New World, why haven't any of them died? Fine. If every pirate is as weak as Farad. That world is so boring. The voice just fell. The famous sword Hutoru in Wei Er's hand was immediately covered by the pitch-black armament haki. A sharper slash than before, erupted again. Boom. 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 Under the pressure of the slash, the surrounding waves were boiling. As if the sky is falling apart, the end is coming. Little devil, don't underestimate us. Seeing this, Yuri growled angrily. But his voice suddenly stopped. In the horrified eyes of the pirates. The invincible Captain Yuli in their eyes. The whole person was torn apart by Wei Er's explosive slash. Blood sprayed into the sky, and the scene was dead silent. Died. The scene was silent for a moment. The slash that killed Yuli continued to fall unstoppably. Boom. The next second, it slammed into the broken pirate ship. There was no time to even let out a cry. The pirates of the entire pirate ship, together with the ship, shattered directly on the spot. The sea turned into a purgatory. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Attracted countless beasts from the sea. In this regard, Wei Er has no sympathy at all. I don't know how much innocent blood this group of pirates have done. Killing them just like that would be considered cheap for them. Whoosh! Wei Er who did it all. Stepping lightly, he returned to the warship in a few flashes. Go clean up, lest there is no evidence to prove that I have completed the task. Back on the warship, everyone looked at them in horror and stiffened. Wei Er couldn't help but speak out. Ah! Yes! Hurry up! Hurry up and clean up the battlefield! Marine Rear Admiral on the warship quickly returned to his senses and gave orders in a hurry. Soon, the entire warship was busy. As for Wei Er, he had long since returned to his cabin. After changing out of the blood-stained clothes, his expression was obviously not very satisfied. The strength is still too weak. To deal with a pirate group that doesn't even have a bounty of 300 million Bailey, it was actually stained with blood. Sure enough, I still lack practical experience. Wei Er has a visceral zeal for fighting. But he considered himself a civilized man. A battle, covered in blood. He looks handsome and arrogant. However, it is not Wei Er's style. Civilized people should be clean and tidy at all times. Therefore, after some thought, Wei Er made a summary of the battle. That is, Wei Er, still too weak. Still need unremitting efforts to improve the strength. Marine G5 branch base. How's it going? The head of the G5 branch base smiled and asked another vice admiral at the base. When vice admiral of the G5 branch heard this, he smiled wryly and shook his head. Forget it, that pirate is too cunning. Before he got close, he ran away. Smoking a few cigarettes in a row relieved the depression. Correct. I heard that recently, there was a child from the family of a big man in the headquarters who came out to earn military exploits? Is that true? Suddenly, Vice Admiral of the G5 branch, who had finished smoking, asked curiously. There is indeed such a child, the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral. The head of the G5 branch nodded and then explained. However, people don't rely on background to get their military exploits. Do you know what grade he applied for the first stage of the elite training camp? Perfect rating. When Vice Admiral of the G4 branch heard the words, he was shocked and said, "Just kidding. I heard that the child is only 7 or 8 years old. Do you have a perfect evaluation?" As far as I know, so far, only the 3 active duty admiral in the headquarters has done it. I also thought it was wrong at first. But it's true, I have to admit it. The G5 branch base manager smiled helplessly. A 7 or 8-year-old child. The talent displayed is even more terrifying than the current 3 admiral. Who can believe it when they hear it for the first time? The problem is, this time, he came to our base to complete the goal of the second stage. Who is it? After a pause, the head of the G5 branch gave a wry smile again. Yuri pirates. What? Vice Admiral of the G5 branch exclaimed, how is it possible? In this department, is there anyone who dares to calculate the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral? Aren't you afraid of dying? No matter how strong Wei Er is, he is only 7 or 8 years old after all. Wanting to deal with the wicked, the captain's bounty reached 262 million Bailey's Yuri. Still considered impossible. After the words fell, Vice Admiral of the G5 branch asked quickly again. Have you made arrangements properly? If something happens, Garp Vice Admiral's wrath, we can't afford it. How dare I be negligent? The head of the G5 branch said quickly. I even sent 5 rear admirals, just to be on the safe side. Even if the extermination mission cannot be achieved, at least the life of Garp Vice Admiral's grandson can be guaranteed. I hope so. Amidst the smoke, Vice Admiral of the G4 branch frowned and said solemnly. And just when the two were worried, the phone worm on the desk suddenly rang. Hey, I'm the head of the G5 branch. War situation, is there something wrong? On the other side of the phone bug, a short sentence came. Pat. The head of the G5 branch, his eyes widened. Horrified, even the phone bug couldn't hold it, and fell directly to the ground. What happened? Vice Admiral of the G5 branch asked quickly. The Yuli pirates have been wiped out, and no one has survived. There is only one person who does it. The grandson of Garp Vice Admiral, Wei Er. Vice Admiral of G5 branch. The entire office was silent. For a long time, no one made a sound. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Office of Marshal Sengoku. Hey, Stolo Berry? Is there something wrong? Sengoku, who was working on a few documents, suddenly saw Stolo Berry, who came in a hurry. Marshal. Stolo Berry took 2 steps forward, looking at Sengoku for a while. In his hand, he was holding a document that was not very thick. Specifically, you should read the information yourself. It's flustered, it's not like your character at all. Sengoku raised his eyebrows, also interested. He took the information from Stolo Berry and checked it carefully. Then, the entire office fell into a dead silence. For a long time, Marshal Sengoku put down the document and looked at Stolo Berry with a complicated expression. Single-handedly, destroy the entire Yuli pirates. From start to finish, the battle only took a few minutes. After a pause, Sengoku's eyes flickered. The second stage, a perfect evaluation. Sengoku's seemingly calm tone actually had waves rolling in faintly. In his heart, raging waves have long been set off. To know. So far, the one who maintains the graduation audit record of the elite training camp is the active 3 admiral. And among them, Akainu did the best. It took less than half an hour on my own. Destroy the entire target pirate group. However, 6 people were injured and 2 were killed. The captain's bounty is only 146 million Bailey. In the beginning, it was amazing the record of the entire naval headquarters. Compared to Wei Er at the moment. It's simply unremarkable. Marshal Sengoku. What a terrible monster the Garp Vice Admiral brought us Marine. Stolo Berry took a deep breath and couldn't help speaking. Received information from the beginning until now. The shock in his heart still could not be calmed down. Sure enough, the evildoer can't speculate with common sense. Sengoku smiled, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. In the 3rd stage of the assessment, no matter what, I should take the time to see it. Naval Headquarters, Intelligence Unit. Here, apart from the world government, the intelligence is the most complete. At this moment, the crowded intelligence room seemed to be stagnant for a short time. This should be an error in the information. Wei Er? If it's him, it's probably true. What a terrible child, only under 8 years old. Most of the intelligence personnel were shocked by the special information they had just received in front of them. Destroy the Yuli pirates by himself. 0 casualties, perfect 2nd stage rating. The level of perfection in completing the task even broke the record once set by Akainu Admiral. A time. The entire naval headquarters is due to Wei Er's feat. Shocked. Mr. Garp's grandson is indeed a monster. The salted fish Kizaru, who is not too concerned about anything, has a surprised expression on his face at this moment. Alara, a perfect evaluation, as expected. Lazy Aokiji squinted slightly and said. Humph. Even the rebellious Akainu couldn't say anything contemptuous at this moment. Wei Er's strength proves everything. 2 months later, will the 2nd stage assessment be conducted? Wei Er returned home and received news from Stolo Berry. He bowed his head and began to think. At my current physical strength, relying on pure practice, it is difficult to improve. The further back the strength is, the more difficult it is to improve. With Wei Er's current physical strength, it is definitely comparable to Vice Admiral, the Marine branch. Even the General branch Vice Admiral couldn't compare to his physique. Because of this, I want to quickly improve my strength in a short period of time. It is obviously impossible to start in the physical direction. Then, we can only start with swordsmanship. Wei Er touched his chin and thought. His current swordsmanship is much stronger than when he was a first-time swordsman. But according to Zephyr, he gave him the essence of the swordsman of the past dynasties. The room for improvement is huge. Wei Er is a very decisive person, he does what he thinks. Chi chi. Chi chi chi. Go directly to the exclusive training ground of the elite training camp and start to warm up with ordinary slashing. D. Even just warming up. Under Wei Er's slash, the air in front of him seemed to be torn apart. From the very beginning, there were 8 faint sword lights. Gradually, it increased to 9. Soon, it increased to 10. And after reaching 10, no matter how hard Wei Er tried, he couldn't continue to increase to 11. It seems that the current threshold is the fusion of 10 slashes. Wei Er did not force it, and instantly entered the state of concentration on the breath of all things. Feel the pulse of all things, and merge again and again. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Wei Er covered the name Dao Hutiou with an armed color, blocking the blast. The power is not balanced enough, come again. Summarizing the reason for the failure just now, Wei Er continued to try. Boom! Not enough focus, come again. Boom! Too eager to succeed, come again. Boom! While you have power, you must also have enough speed, come again. Boom! After countless sweaty attempts, a terrifying and sharp slash suddenly formed in front of Wei Er. Even if it hasn't exploded yet. The ground in front of him has been devastated by the crisscrossing sword energy. Boom! Subconsciously, the knife fell, and 10 slashes merged into one place. Perfect fusion. Boom! A terrifying loud noise exploded, and the entire training ground trembled wildly. Wei Er's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly performed Marine 6 styles, shaving. In the blink of an eye, the whole person disappeared from the training ground. Asterisk. Chapter 32. My God, what the hell happened? What a terrifying knife mark, is the headquarter vice admiral with the strength of a swordsman practicing here. Many nearby marines were attracted by the loud noise. In front of it, the ground is paved with special ore. A deep, bottomless ravine was left behind. Even Zephyr, who came in a hurry and stood on the edge, also had a twinkle in his eyes. He is somewhat unbelievable. Progress is so fast. Even if it hasn't reached the great swordsman yet. But looking at the strength of Jian Hao, it is also extremely powerful. Is it really him? Zephyr couldn't believe it, but he couldn't help it. Throughout the training camp, swordsmen are not without. It can be said that who is likely to cause such destructive power? The goal is very obvious. Has the potential to surpass 3 Admiral Wei Er, known as the evil genius. Think so. Zephyr is looking forward to the 3rd stage of the assessment soon. 3 days later. Coming. As soon as Wei Er stepped into the assessment square, many people were excited. So many people. Looking around, even Wei Er was a little surprised. In addition to a large number of miscellaneous soldiers, there are many marines at the general level. Even more exaggerated. In the front seat of the audience, the core forces of naval headquarters gathered. Marshal Sengoku, Garp Vice Admiral, Zephyr Chief Instructor, Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral. After them, it is the Vice Admiral of the headquarters such as Stolo Berry, Ghost Spider, and Fire Mountain. The lineup is as luxurious as the summit war that will take place in the near future. Is this kid the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral? He looks pretty ordinary too. Ordinary? Are you kidding me? Grandson of Garp Vice Admiral, known as Monster Trainee Marine. It is said that even the chief instructor of Zephyr recognizes that he is a terrifying monster with the potential to surpass the 3 admirals in active duty. The crowd couldn't help but discuss. Among them, Marine, who had seen Wei Er's terrifying combat power firsthand, was outspoken. Immediately, the words caused 1,000 waves. Beyond the potential of the active Marine 3 Admiral, many Vice Admiral of the headquarters couldn't help but stare at the incomparably tall figure in front of them. Akainu Admiral, Aokiji Admiral, Kizaru Admiral. These 3 people represent the peak combat power of naval headquarters. There are quite a few Marine Vice Admiral, and even quite a few alternate Admiral. But even those alternate Admiral dare not say that they are sure to become Marine Admiral. Wei Er is actually claimed to have the potential to surpass the Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral? He is only a child under 8 years old. Is it possible? Just kidding. And just when people are talking about it. Facing the attention of many bigwigs in Naval Headquarters, Wei Er has no pressure at all. Step by step, his face was always indifferent and cold. Monkey D. Wei Er, 8 years old. The third stage graduation assessment has officially begun. Facing Wei Er's Stolo Berry Vice Admiral, take a deep breath. Eyes, with infinite anticipation announced. The voice just fell. Wei Er's first opponent appeared. A major naval headquarters. Wei Er didn't even use the famous sword Tiger Toru, and threw a punch directly. There is no accident, direct instant kill. The second battle, Lieutenant Colonel Naval Headquarters, kill. The third battle, Beasts and Giant Elephants, instant kill. 6 fights in a row. If you don't count the time your opponent comes on stage. Wei Er killed them all in 1 second, and it didn't even add up to a minute. The whole place was silent. Many Marine Vice Admiral who questioned Wei Er's strength put away their thoughts one after another. Even Akainu couldn't help but raise the brim of his hat. Wei Er, you have won 6 test wins. Have met the criteria for passing the graduation review, or can choose to continue fighting. How do you choose? Stolo Berry took a deep breath and stepped forward to ask. Wei Er raised his head and chuckled, go on. The opponents in the 6 battles are too weak. So far, he has not even used his famous sword. After looking forward to today for so long, how can you just leave the stage like this? He heard it. The opponent in the last match is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Random. Thinking of this, Wei Er glanced at the auditorium. Looking at his grandfather Garp, he smiled. Random. My grandfather is also Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. So, Wei Er, your opponent in Game 7 is Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Balud Bay. After the words fell, a tall man wearing a Marine Justice cloak stepped forward. Looking at Wei Er, Baludib's eyes were full of war. Wei Er is very strong and almost swept the first 6 games. But Baludib, don't think he will lose. Because, I am Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Start. Boom. Almost as soon as Stolo Berry announced the start of the battle, Baludib moved. He held 2 swords, both covering the extremely hard armament haki in an instant. It is Marine 6 styles, shave. Extremely fast speed, coupled with incomparably sharp slashing. Baludib, this is a quick fight. It's finally interesting. Facing the powerful Baludib, Wei Er's mouth rarely showed a smile. Looking at the twinkling swords, he moved. Clang. Still haven't used his waist name Deo Hutio. In an instant, armament haki covered both of his arms. Facing Baludib's lower blow, he was easily defeated. Boom. Baludib couldn't bear Wei Er's distance, and the two-handed sword let go. At the same time, the whole person flew backwards uncontrollably. Wei Er jumped up quickly, and the fist covering armament haki fell. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the dust rose. Baludib slammed into the ground hard, his eyelids rolled. Just fainted. Stolo Berry hurried forward to check. Fortunately, Wei Er apparently kept his hand. Come on, stay here for medical treatment. The doctor on the side hurried forward and dragged Baludib down for treatment. It's terrible, it's not a level of power. The Marines on the outside of the auditorium were shocked. That is the headquarters Rear Admiral. Even among them, many of them have been striving for the goal of their lives. Just killed by an 8-year-old child? It's just utterly destructive. No resistance at all. The 8th scene, impelled down the 5th floor pirate prisoner, Assassin. Looking at Wei Er, Stoloberry continued to announce with a twitching corner of his mouth. A prisoner who committed a felony half a day after the Grand Line. Captain of the assassin pirates, with a bounty of 288 million Baileys. The words fall. A rickety man wearing a black and white striped prison uniform with disheveled hair was brought to the ring. It wasn't until the handcuffs were released that Assassin looked at Stoloberry. As long as I kill this kid, can I really be spared all my crimes? As soon as he was escorted out, he looked around. The thought of wanting to take the opportunity to escape was completely gone. Therefore, he can only hope that Marine will keep his promise. Of course. Stoloberry nodded indifferently. Hey, I know you lied to me. Just a bunch of hypocrites who claim to be righteous. After all, after being imprisoned for so many years, his bones are loose. Laughing mockingly, Assassin looked at Wei Er. Internship Marine? Hey, kid, let this uncle play with you. Arrogantly showing his broken and pitch-black teeth, the resentment on his face was undisguised. If there is a chance to kill Wei Er, he will never show mercy. Whoosh! There was no need for Stoloberry to announce the start. When the murderous intent broke out on Assassin, he had already moved. At a faster speed than the Marine Rear Admiral, Baludib. Approaching Wei Er quickly. While running, his whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. Zoan, ancient species, Tyrannosaurus rex form. The originally tall body became even bigger in an instant. The originally hunched body was even more upright, and at the same time, both fists instantly covered the armed color and hardened. Boom! The fists blasted out, and the air was even squeezed to the limit. Terrible whines swept in all directions. Marine, who was less powerful, even fell to the ground. Interesting. This is Wei Er, facing demon fruit power for the first time. Not only is he not nervous, but the fighting spirit is even more intense. Clang! Assassin smashed his fists down, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty. But Wei Er just raised his left arm lightly, and his armed color was also hardened. The two collided strongly, and the eerie metallic screeching sound suddenly erupted. At the same time, waves of terror visible to the naked eye swept across. The expressions of many Marines changed, and they took the initiative to defend themselves. And Wei Er, who was standing in the middle of the storm, did not move like a mountain at all. Even the smile on the corner of his mouth has not changed from beginning to end. You brat! Assassin was shocked. Is the current Marine intern so terrible? An all-out punch. At that time, even Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral couldn't handle it. Demon fruit power, the power of the ancient Zoan species is indeed not weak. Looking at Assassin indifferently, Wei Er said coldly. Next, it's my turn. With a cold voice, Wei Er suddenly pulled out the famous sword from his waist. Originally, just relying on his own physique was enough to crush Assassin. But in the face of the pirates who showed their murderous intentions to themselves from the very beginning. Wei Er, don't plan to keep it. Hum. Under the knife, the air hummed and vibrated. With an unparalleled sharpness and momentum, an invisible blade slashed down. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Oops. Assassin's expression changed suddenly. The hands are crossed, and the armor is hardened. Want to fight hard? It's just that Wei Er's speed is too fast, and he has no chance to dodge at all. Can only resist. Click. The two contacted instantly, only to hear a metal cracking and brittle sound. Immediately afterwards, blood spurted out, and Asathray screamed. What? No hindrance at all. Even if he has armament color hardening, he can't stop Uche's blade. Escape. Severe pain irritated Asathray's nerves. At this moment, he had no other idea. Just want to escape. Escape from Wei Er, the monster trainee marine. Want to run? Hey! The moment he turned around, Wei Er sneered indifferently. Then there were the surprised expressions of the surrounding marines. As if the aurora flashed, the vertical and horizontal sword light slashed into the void. It suddenly fell on Asasli's body. Puff! Blood splattered, blood splattered. There was no time to let out the screams. Asasray suddenly fell to the ground without making a sound. Broken body, a lot of blood flowed out. The bright red blood pierced the nerves of the surrounding audience. What a terrifying strength! Whether it's strength, speed, or destructive power. All terrifyingly powerful. The average person only needs to have one or two of these abilities. Raising it to its peak is already very powerful. But what about Wei Er? Almighty! Even someone in the know knew. Until this moment, Wei Er has not shown his full abilities. Either observation haki, conqueror's haki. It hasn't shown up yet. Even the swordsman level strength. It seems that they are still vaguely preserved. Game 8, Wei Er wins. Stolo Berry suppressed his astonishment and announced loudly. The 9th game. Suddenly, it was time to announce the 9th opponent. Stolo Berry, stunned. I looked at the auditorium, and then I looked at the list I got. He swallowed hard and said solemnly. Scene 9, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider. When the words fell, the audience was in an uproar. Headquarters Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider. How is this possible? The evaluation of the past dynasties, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral must be the finale. It's the opponent in the 10th game. The crowd had to be shocked. Because, that's Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Second only to the rank of Admiral of Headquarters. Among the Marines, the absolute backbone. Most of the time, Marine Admiral needs to sit in the headquarters. Therefore, many tasks require the Vice Admiral of the headquarters to perform. Of course, between the Vice Admiral of the headquarters and the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, there is also a huge gap in strength. But even the weakest headquarters, Vice Admiral, is a battle-hardened existence. Whether it's Marine 6 styles, physique, or fighting skills, they are all absolutely terrifying powerhouses. Even among them, there are also quite a few Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral who have two-color haki. Although Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral is not the top powerhouse in this sea. But for a trainee Marine like Wei Er, absolutely, an incomparable existence. Even if it was 3 Admiral graduation assessments. Connecting the pass, but only got through the 9th pass. Because the 10th enemy they faced was Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Even the former 3 Admiral, an assessment opponent that could not be matched. Now, is it only Wei Er's opponent in the 9th game? Everyone looked at Wei Er with twitching corners of their mouths. Strong as Wei Er. The evildoer is like Wei Er. I'm afraid, it will fall at the 9th level. Because take a look at the entire Marine Vice Admiral. As Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider who once participated in Buster Call. Strength is definitely the best among them. Wei Er? I know you are the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral. Your strength is enough to be recognized by us. The Ghost Spider stepped forward with a wild laugh and said, but that's it. I will not give up. Are you ready? Ah. Not responding to the Ghost Spider, Wei Er just smiled indifferently. As a result, this cold attitude angered the irritable Ghost Spider. Dare to underestimate me? Kid, pay the price. The words fall. Under the announcement of Stolo Berry, the ghost spider took the lead. I saw him take a step forward and swept the sword in his left hand. The right hand holds the sword instantly. A fierce cross-sword energy swept towards Wei Er. Ah! Responding to the ghost spider, he still smiled indifferently. Wei Er threw a punch, directly covering the hardening of the armed color. The front collided with the cross-sword energy and shattered. The shattered sword energy sputtered on the surrounding stone slabs, cut the ground and split the criss-crossing sword marks. After defeating the ghost spider sword chi, Wei Er did not intend to passively counterattack. It's a body riot, Marine 6 styles, shave. The fist wrapped in terrifying power suddenly slammed into the chest of the ghost spider. The ghost spider's complexion changed slightly, and the two swords were crossed in front of his chest. Boom! Hearing a loud noise, the ghost spider turned pale. Resisting Wei Er's punch, he suddenly jumped up. Tempest kick. With tyrannical foot strength, he kicked out two sword chi. At the same time, the two swords swept across, and the sword energy erupted again. The criss-crossing sword energy covered Wei Er's entire body. Clang! Wei Er's eyes were indifferent, and his famous sword came out of its sheath. Asterisk. Chapter 35. One-shot flow, IHE/. A terrifying slash erupted, directly tearing the criss-crossing sword chi from the front. At the same time, the castration continued, and the ghost spider was smashed into the air. Boom! The ghost spider was smashed to the ground, its clothes shattered, and it was embarrassed. You succeeded in PG me off. Without being hit hard, the ghost spider jumped up. The look in Wei Er's eyes became more and more indifferent. Next, I'll let you know. What is the real power? After the words fell, the ghost spider burst out with an extremely strange breath. The hair scattered on the shoulders and back was floating and twisted in one place. In the end, it turned into 6 postures that looked like spider legs. At the same time, he took out 6 long swords from the broken clothes. 8 knife flow. The ghost spider. Not far away, Garp's expression changed slightly. Want to stop it? Zephyr's face was also not very good looking. Life is returned. Even the strongest of the Grandmaster Marine 6 styles may not be able to control the top physique. This is a terrifying means of freely controlling the body, hair, and even internal organs. Once used, the strength of Vice Admiral is definitely the top level. Don't be impulsive, look again. When the two exchanged, Sengoku spoke up. He looked at Wei Er and continued, "Don't you see, that kid Wei Er? Does your expression not change until now?" Zephyr and Garp immediately looked at the words. Really? Wei Er's expression didn't change at all. Even a little excited. That boy, you really look like this old boy. Really messed up. Suddenly, Crane Vice Admiral shook his head with a smile. When Garp heard this, he was slightly taken aback. Sengoku, on the other hand, laughed and shook his head. He understood the subtext of Crane Vice Admiral. Wei Er has the ability to easily defeat ghost spiders from the very beginning. From the beginning to the end, it is simply to force the ghost spider to do its best. Finally, isn't there anything to hide? Sure enough, Wei Er in the ring laughed. Laughed very happily. Looking at the ghost spider's eyes, it is full of strong fighting intent. What? Kid, what are you laughing at? The ghost spider was suspicious. He didn't see any fear in Wei Er. Even, only excited to the ultimate fighting intention. However, he is not afraid. Without him. Because he even used the trick of returning his life. Little devil, I admit that you are very strong. However, the me now is not the me I used to be. The ghost spider said grimly. The words fell, and the whole person cast Marine 6 styles, shave, suddenly burst out. 6 long swords, plus the original 2 long swords. A total of 8 long swords were swung at the moment. The crisscrossing sword chi formed a denser sword net than before. The momentum of the downward pressure has also improved not only by a single star and a half. At the same time, the ghost spider even leaped in the air. Kick your legs and perform a tempest kick. 2 more sword chi burst out. A total of 10 sword chi swept down from all directions. Completely block all of Wei Er's retreats. Gorgeous! Wei Er smiled lightly, and waving his hand was a slash. With a swordsman-level slash, it is not as easy to tear through 10 sword chi nets as it was just now. But it was still slightly hindered for a moment, and it directly shattered the sword chi web that the ghost spider erupted. How to use the hair to perform swordsmanship, how to achieve the strength of the 2 hands. Stepping through the broken sword net, Wei Er also cast Marine 6 styles, shave. The body that burst out came to the ghost spider's head in an instant. Boom! One shot flow, annihilation. The words fell, and a full 10 slashes blasted out. At the moment when they are about to hit the ghost spider, they gather together. Terrible pressure, so many Marine Vice Admiral around have changed color. This is impossible. The ghost spider's expression changed dramatically, and he frantically swung his long sword. The dense sword energy is vertical and horizontal, protecting himself in it. At the same time, the armed color hardening spread as far as possible. All the fatal parts are covered with armed color hardening in the blink of an eye. But totally futile. The terrifying vertical and horizontal sword light instantly annihilates the sword web that the ghost spider laboriously cut out. Clang! With a crisp metallic hum, all the long swords in the ghost spider's hands were released. At the same time, the 2 arms holding the long sword were in a strangely twisted state. Click click. Bones, muscles, making a tooth-crushing sound. If it weren't for Wei Er's hand. Even in the state of return of life, ghost spiders cannot escape death. Boom! Wei Er took another step forward under the unreconciled grim expression of the ghost spider. The fist that covered the color of armed hardening blasted out. In a sound of steel breaking, the remaining 6 long swords of the ghost spider all shattered. Then there was a miserable howl, and the whole person was embarrassed and deeply embedded on the ground of the ring. Hiss! In an instant, the whole square was filled with the sound of gasping for breath. Watch the fiasco of the Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Again, looked at Wei Er with a cold face. Vice Admiral. Lost. Even if you use the stunt of returning your life, are you still defeated? And, it's still such a fiasco. Everyone. Stunned. Incredible. Gollum. Many people swallowed their saliva subconsciously. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Is this the terrifying potential beyond the current 3 Admiral? I was suspicious before, but now, I'm completely convinced. 8-year-old, almost instantly defeated Vice Admiral. This. Facing everyone's gaze, Wei Er stood proudly. There was no proud expression on his face. Appears to defeat the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. It's absolutely right. Game 9, Wei Er wins. After a long while, Stoloberry's hoarse voice resounded throughout the audience. Do you want to continue the 10th challenge? After the announcement was over, Stoloberry asked hesitantly. Actually, this step is good enough. It's not necessary at all to continue. Some words, Stoloberry did not say. Because, 10th. But even the 3 active Admiral once, failed to pass the test. I'm going to continue. Shaking his head, Wei Er looked at Stoloberry firmly. Sengoku, Garp and others in the auditorium. All of them looked at Wei Er with deep eyes. They also don't know how Wei Er will choose. In the 10th game, there is a high probability of losing. Win? No one ever thought about this possibility. After all, that's an honor that even the 3 active admirals can't do. 10th game, continue. Soon. Under everyone's attention, Stoloberry announced with some difficulty. Your opponent is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Doberman. With the words of Stoloberry. In the audience, a bearded man with a lot of scars on his face walked down. Doberman. Also the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. But Doberman is not the kind of ghost spider who has just entered the headquarters of Vice Admiral. But the veteran Headquarters Vice Admiral. The latter part of the big event in the original. It is also one of the 2 main headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirates, Vice Admiral, in cooperation with Admiral Akainu. The strength is strong, stronger than the ghost spider that used life to return. Is it actually Doberman? In the audience, Kizaru couldn't help but say, Yo, little Wei I might have to stop here. Doberman is the best of all Vice Admirals. Even if he wins the ghost spider, there is a high probability that he will not be able to win. Even Aokiji shook his head. It was Zephyr, who was a little unconfident at the moment. Whether it's swordsmanship, haki, or even physique, Doberman is much stronger than Ghost Spider. Wei Er's battle is difficult. Doberman, also one of Zephyr's students. Thus, Zephyr was quite familiar with Doberman. Hearing this, Garp just took a bite of the senbei and laughed. What? No confidence in my grandson? Zephyr shook his head nonchalantly, but didn't say anything more. Truth be told. Indeed, some confidence was missing. Wei Er is strong. But too confident. I just fought against the ghost spider, and I don't want to rest at all. It is about to fight against Doberman directly. Too hasty. It's hard to win. But being able to win 9 battles is enough pride. In Zephyr's view. As long as Wei Er tried his best, it was enough. You, stop here. In the ring, facing Wei Er. There was no expression on Doberman's face, he just pressed one hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Be careful. The words fell, Doberman shot. One shot flow, IHE slash. Among the sword moves, the more basic moves. Any swordsman, most of them can be used by different people. The power is absolutely different. Clang. The speed of Doberman's moves is approaching ultimate. Just the moment the knife was drawn, a terrifying suppressing force permeated out. With the help of the sword drawn, a terrifying slash was suppressed. Clang. I saw a little light in the air, and then a piercing sword energy bloomed. Wrapped in unstoppable power, it seems to be destroying the void. Wherever you go, the air vibrates endlessly. Doberman's strength is definitely the strongest Wei Er has ever met. However, the stronger Doberman is, the more excited Wei Er is. One shot flow, IHE slash. The same move, at the same time a little cold light burst. The incomparably cold sword light suddenly burst out. Boom! The sword energy and the sword light collided. It was just the aftermath that escaped, and the arena under the 2 of them was ruined. Horrible! The sword energy and the sword light cancel each other out. The first confrontation was almost the same. Doberman's eyes flickered, and his eyes towards Wei Er became more solemn. If you give you some more days to grow, I will not be your opponent. However, you are in a hurry. Now, it's the end of your journey. Doberman couldn't help feeling sorry. Wei Er's strength, he is also amazed. But after all, it is not powerful enough to be heaven-defying. Unless he releases water. Otherwise, Wei Er can't win. However, the strong fight. Go all out, is to respect the strong. Even though Wei Er is only an 8-year-old trainee marine. One shot flow. Swinging his long sword, Doberman went all out. Perform Marine 6 styles, shave, move at high speed to Wei Er's side. The incomparably fierce sword energy exploded in an instant, trying to defeat Wei Er directly. Pity. When everyone saw this, they were all a little regretful. Wei Er has done enough. It can be seen from previous battles. Doberman, who is bursting with all his strength at this moment, is definitely not something Wei Er can resist at this moment. But it's what people think. Wei Er, when you lose. The shock happened suddenly. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Conqueror's Haki. A strange momentum spread out with Wei Er as the center. As if in a calm sea, a boulder was thrown into it. In an instant, stormy waves. This is impossible. Doberman's face was full of horror, but he still forced his way forward under the pressure. Conqueror's Haki is strong. But it is also based on the user's own ability, and the range and power will be affected. With Doberman's strength, it is no problem to influence a little action. But wanting to be stunned is absolutely impossible. Boom! With the lore sword, it fell successfully. But there was no surprise on Doberman's face. On the contrary, it is extremely shocking. Dodge. Locked by his imposing manner, Wei Er is absolutely unavoidable. Actually escaped. Observation Haki. It must be. Apart from observation Haki, Wei Er was absolutely unavoidable just now. It's me. And just when Doberman was shocked, Wei Er appeared. On top of your head. Doberman reacted instantly, but his body couldn't keep up with the nervous response. Under the horrified expressions of the crowd, Wei Er holds the famous sword Toru Toru, which is covered with a hardened armament color. A sword intent that destroys the sky and destroys the earth condenses. It has not yet erupted, and the air is faintly surging with thunder. This is impossible. In the audience, the headquarter vice admiral, who is also a swordsman, screamed in horror. The mystery of the sword. The threshold of the great swordsman. Yes. Not demon fruit power, but pure swordsmanship. Able to explode the elemental energy of nature, thunder. This is definitely the profound meaning of the sword that only a great swordsman can comprehend. No. It should have just touched that threshold. The sharp-eyed man cried out in shock. Still, it's scary enough. At only 8 years old, he has already touched the threshold of the profound meaning of the sword. Given time, it must be a surefire great swordsman. Terrible existence. Demon, worthy of the name of the monster. Many self-proclaimed geniuses are eclipsed at this moment. They didn't know until now. What is the real genius? It's time to end. One-shot flow, annihilation. There is no need to slash out 10 slashes in a row. It was just a single strike that far surpassed the fusion of 10 slashes. In Doberman's incomparably horrified expression, the cold sword light did not fall. It's just the aftermath, which has made him bloody fierce. Boom! A violent explosion resounded throughout the audience. Doberman fell to the ground, his eyes terrified. In front of him, there was a tall figure with a golden body. Zoan Renren fruit, Eudemon species Buddha form. Marshal. Everyone present stood up in shock. Garp Vice Admiral, Crane Vice Admiral, and even 3 Admiral. Looking at the center of the ring, he couldn't help but flicker. In the 10th game, Wei Er won. In the public eye, Sengoku in the form of the Great Buddha, restored to its original form. Taking a deep look at Wei Er, he announced loudly. I lost. After Sengoku finished speaking, Doberman came back to his senses and shook his head with a wry smile. Until now, he still couldn't believe it. Wei Er's talent is really terrifying to such an extent. Others may not know. But he knows. In the beginning, Wei Er was absolutely unable to break out the mystery of the sword just now. If he didn't perceive the error. It was during the battle with himself that Wei Er's swordsmanship improved rapidly. Finally, he touched the threshold of the profound meaning of the sword. Well, it was the ultimate sword move that only a great swordsman could comprehend. And the person who realized it was only 8-year-old Wei Er. 1. It's just an intern marine who is just graduating. It's really surprising. In the audience, even Aokiji, who has always been lazy, Kizaru, who is lazy about everything, Heart, cannot help but deeply shocked. As for Akainu, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Don't know why. On Wei Er, he saw the shadow of the dragon. Such a terrifying talent, if it also goes the way of the dragon. Thinking of this, Akainu couldn't help but snorted. There is such a day. No matter how evil you are, I will give you everything to suppress you. 10th game, Wei Er wins. The third stage test. Perfect review. Taking a deep breath, Stoloberry announced in a deep voice. Very good. As calm as Sengoku, he couldn't help but look at Garp. You old boy, you finally did a good thing. Give us naval headquarters and bring back a good seedling. Ha ha ha. Garp, who was holding the senbei, laughed happily when he heard this. The first stage, perfect evaluation. The second stage, perfect evaluation. In the third stage, achieve what the 3 active admiral have never done. Beat the headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman, the evaluation is also perfect. This is the only 3-stage perfect evaluation since Elite Camp was created. Mr. Wei Er, please wait a moment. Stoloberry, who announced the completion, said in a deep voice. Facing Wei Er at this moment, he can no longer have the same attitude as before. Because, Wei Er is about to be awarded a military rank. According to his guess, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral started, Vice Admiral is not impossible. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Stoloberry, tell me your opinion. Sengoku held Wei Er's score report and spoke out solemnly. This. Stoloberry also didn't know what to say. Wei Er's situation is too special. This is an unprecedented achievement since the establishment of the elite training camp. After hesitating for a moment, Stoloberry said seriously. I think Wei Er can beat Doberman Vice Admiral. The rank of Vice Admiral of the headquarters, he is enough to be promoted. When the words fell, the other Vice Admiral present were talking a lot. This doesn't seem right. Promotion of Rear Admiral from the headquarters should be okay, Vice Admiral is too much. After all, Wei Er is only 8 years old. He does have the strength to match the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, but does it need to be tempered? I think, in today's era when the 4 emperors are raging, Marine, make an unconventional decision. After the words fell, many people pondered. These years, except for the original 3 Admiral, no more amazing talents appeared. Not that there are no geniuses. Instead, there is no genius to make people look at them. And at this moment, Wei Er, obviously did it. Hearing this, Sengoku lowered his head and pondered. Exceptionally promoting Wei Er and boosting Marine's morale? It is not impossible. Wei Er has the strength to match Vice Admiral of the headquarters. The several actual combat trainings performed were all 0 casualties. His mind must never be regarded as an 8-year-old child. At this moment, Zephyr also stepped forward and said. Although not directly stated. But the meaning is already obvious. Wei Er, it's not just a match of strength. Even the mind is enough to match the rank of Vice Admiral of the headquarters. In this case, Zephyr's weight is heavy. Hearing the words, Sengoku, the balance in his heart is already tilted. I object. But just before Sengoku made up his mind, Akainu with a grim face stepped forward indifferently. I didn't have enough military merit, so I was directly promoted to Vice Admiral of the Ministry. This is against the rules. Stepping up to Sengoku, Akainu still didn't give in. Besides, don't forget. He, though, is the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral. But at the same time, it's also that man's child. As soon as the man was mentioned, everyone's expressions suddenly became a little strange. Monkey D. Dragon. Son of Garp Vice Admiral. At the same time, he is also Wei Er's father. He is the leader of the forces who want to overthrow the world government's 800-year notice. He was recognized by the world government as the most vicious criminal in the world. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression suddenly darkened. The headquarters vice admiral, who was present, even looked at Garp and Akainu. Involuntarily, they shrank their necks. Two big guys are fighting, it's better not to get involved. In that case. After thinking for a moment, Sengoku finally sighed. Then, grant the rank of Wei Er Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Akainu frowned when he heard the words, and quickly said, this unstable factor. Enough, Sakazuki. As soon as Akainu's voice started, Garp said with an angry face. It's not your turn to tell what kind of person my grandson is. Being reprimanded by Garp, Akainu even looked indifferent. But in the end, it didn't go on. Dragon, no matter how vicious it is. But Garp, the so-called marine hero, is absolutely undeniable. Haha. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a chuckle spread to everyone's ears. That was the voice from Wei Er. I saw him take 2 steps forward and pat Garp. Then, under everyone's attention, completely ignoring Akainu, he walked outside. Arrogant like Akainu, completely ignored, how can you not be angry? But no matter how angry you are. Looking at Garp, he finally swallowed a bad breath. As for Wei Er, don't take Akainu to heart at all. Either Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral. It is not meaningful. For him, it was only a matter of time before he wanted to become Marine Admiral. However, he is lazy. The pursuit of power, not the pursuit of power. Therefore, from the beginning, I planned to be the same as my grandfather Garp. Just be a Vice Admiral. But at this moment, Akainu changed his mind. Wait. Soon, I will take your place and take your place. Facing the bright sun, Wei Er made a decision with a chuckle. The rank of Rear Admiral was awarded to Wei Er's headquarters, and the matter was decided. Wei Er walked away, and Sengoku announced again in a deep voice. This is the final word. After the words fell, Sengoku also turned and left. Garp snorted, coldly cursing Akainu, and followed. Akainu frowned, looking at the direction Wei Er was leaving. He didn't know if it was his own delusion. Just now, from Wei Er's humming, he could hear a hint of provocation. Humph! Geniuses also need to grow up. However, Akainu did not take it seriously. Because, no matter how evil Wei Er behaves, at this moment, it will not be his opponent. Wei Er's strength will grow, and so will he. As one of the 3 admiral of the headquarters, the existence of the highest combat power. He has the confidence to fear nothing. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Came back. At Garp's house, Wei Er was resting comfortably. Watching Garp come back, say hello at will. But it's different from usual. Garp, who had always had a smile on his face, was now a little heavy. What's the matter, old man, is there something wrong? Wei Er took the initiative to ask out. This guy Sengoku wants you to perform a mission. Garp paused and said directly. Wei Er heard the words, and there was a faint guess in his heart. Sure enough, I heard Garp continue. The target of the mission is a group of pirates called the Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates? Wei Er's eyes narrowed slightly. Really? Deciding to become a marine, I expected such a day to come. I didn't expect it to come so fast. There are some things that I don't think Long will tell you. Actually, you have 2 older brothers on top of you. One is called Ace, currently one of the New World 4 emperors, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The other is the leader of the Straw Hat Pirates. Monkey D. Luffy. Before Wei could speak, Garp said to himself. Although Ace has no blood relationship with Garp, but from childhood to adulthood, it is no different from a grandson. Therefore, Wei is not surprised by Garp's introduction. I think you should understand what I want to tell you. When the words were over, Garp looked at Wei compared to the 2 uneasy grandchildren in front of Wei although the youngest. But, it is the most proud of him. And worry-free kids. So, old man, what do you mean? Let me go and arrest my brother with my own hands? Wei raised his eyebrows and asked with no expression. This may be a test for you. Hearing this, Garp sighed, you know your father's identity. Hearing this, Wei was stunned. Just like his guess. The talent shown by himself is very enchanting. While rejoicing, Naval Headquarters executives will naturally worry about the identity behind Wei. Once, Wei also became a pirate. Then, it is very likely to be the next dragon. Seeing that Wei didn't speak, Garp spoke again. With your strength, there is definitely no problem in completing this task. However, don't worry too much. If Luffy they are too weak, you can easily catch them. Then it is safer to stay in prison than at sea. You don't need to think about me. Taking a deep look at Garp, Wei was sure he wasn't joking. Nodding his head, he said, then I accept this task. Naval Headquarters Harbor, a medium warship moored. All the supplies needed for the trip are almost ready. A Lieutenant Colonel Marine and 4 Major Marines are accompanying at this moment. There were also some other lieutenants, all waiting in awe. Their task. It is to cooperate with the new Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Wei to carry out the task of capturing the Straw Hat Pirates. Are you all ready? Even if it has long been known that Wei is young. But when looking at a 7 or 8-year-old child, wearing a cloak of justice, he came. The numerous Marines on the deck were still startled. However, they quickly returned to their senses and responded solemnly. Everything is ready, Lord Rear Admiral, ready to go. Let's go. Wei nodded and ordered directly. After speaking, he turned around and entered the exclusive cabin. Until the figure of Wei disappeared. The Marines on the deck were still in shock. Wei's enchanting record is mostly spread among the top Marines. For a school-level officer like them, there is no way to get in touch with Wei at all. Well, Lord Rear Admiral looks like he's only 7 or 8 years old. God, he's definitely the youngest Rear Admiral I've ever seen. Go to Magic Valley Town and catch the Straw Hat Pirates with a bounty of 30 million. Lord Wei Rear Admiral, is it really okay? Several lieutenant colonels and majors looked at each other. But the Naval Headquarters order, they are not qualified to question. Finally, quickly suppress emotions and sail the ship away from Naval Headquarters. Go to Magic Valley Town. White clouds fluttered. The sun is shining. The scorching sun shone on the sea, shining golden light. The breeze was blowing, and the waves were rolling. Sailing at sea is quite boring. Before you know it, a few days have passed. This day, board Wei resting on the deck chair. Silently, a burst of rapid footsteps sounded. Wei Rear Admiral. An unknown merchant ship is found ahead, do I need to go forward to check? But it was a major from the warship who came to tell Wei Oh. Wei raised his eyebrows, got up and looked into the distance. Sure enough, there was a merchant ship. Originally, it was not uncommon to encounter merchant ships at sea. But the sailing action of the merchant ship in front of him is very strange. Take the initiative to avoid warships, this is nothing. But the inevitable magnitude is beyond imagination. I don't want to have any close contact with the warship. Change course and approach the merchant ship. Wei Er chuckled and ordered with great interest. Yes. Major Marine responded and immediately went to convey Wei Er's order. The warship turned quickly and quickly approached the merchant ship. That search for merchant ships, apparently also sensed the approach of warships. It actually changed the course again, and even accelerated the driving speed. Sure enough, is there a problem? When the three colonels saw this, their eyes kept flickering. No need for Wei Er's orders at all. The warship accelerated rapidly, approaching the merchant ship at a faster speed. Even the speed of merchant ships is very fast. However, it is definitely not out of the marine warships. Stop the boat ahead and be inspected. A colonel stood on the deck, speaking sternly. The merchant ship immediately walked out of a leading merchant and said with a smile on his face. Gentlemen, we are just doing a small business. Check, I don't think it's necessary. Fee for what? The more this happened, the more Colonel Marine felt that the other party had a ghost in his heart. The words fall, and there is no chance to refuse at all. With a bunch of soldiers with guns in their hands, they directly log into the opposing merchant ship. The leading businessman's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but he still smiled and stepped forward. From his arms, he took out a few stacks of coins and said in a low voice, "Several officers, make it easy." Seeing this, the expressions of the two colonels changed drastically. Be honest. Obediently accept the inspection, or you will be responsible for the consequences. When the words fell, the leading businessman's face sank, and he suddenly sneered. Since you insist on courting death, then I will fulfill you. Superior. Clang clang. Immediately, a large group of people armed with knives and guns rushed out of the merchant ship's cabin. All evil spirits. Where is this merchant ship? It's a pirate den. Asterisk. Chapter 40. So strong. The war broke out immediately. The leading merchant held a long knife and slashed down suddenly. Major Marine only felt his arm go numb and took several steps back to relieve himself. Even if another major next to him joined forces, they were suppressed by the leading businessman. Hey, I'll give you a way to live, I have to find death. Hearing the leading businessman waving a long knife again, he snorted coldly. He wanted to directly kill the two colonels Marine in front of him. But just as he was about to succeed, a dark shadow shot out. Before he could react, two fingers stuck out. With gentle force, the long knife in his hand shattered directly. Armed color, hardened. The leading businessman's complexion changed drastically in an instant, and he suddenly retreated. He didn't expect it. In a remote sea area like Gaia Island, you can actually meet a marine with such strength. Say, why are you here? Able to recognize armament haki, it is obvious that the businessman in front of him is not an ordinary person. The businessman who was strongly suppressed by Wei Er heard the words and did not respond. Taking a few steps back, he gritted his teeth and roared. Fire and kill them! Ah! Seeing this, Wei Er couldn't help shaking his head. What kind of strength do you have? Do you have no mentality at all? Taking a step forward, the famous sword hutch in his hand suddenly drew an arc. The leading businessman suddenly looked stiff and motionless. And the noisy voices around him were instantly silent. In the horrified expressions of countless marines, those ferocious pirates have a distinct bloodline on their bodies. Most shocking. Not just on these pirates. Even in the half cabin behind them, a thin line appeared. Only in front of Wei Er, the leading businessman. He was unscathed, but his face was full of fear at this moment. Force yourself to observe from the corner of your eye. A companion who was killed everywhere. Most of the merchant ship's cabins slipped and fell into the sea. Boom! A large number of waves came violently, and the entire deck was washed red. Wei Er hit the air with moonwalk for the first time. Therefore, the whole body is clean and tidy as always. The strength of Wei Er Rear Admiral. Open and close your mouth several times. The two major marines really don't know how to describe Wei Er's strength. Do not use an adjective. That is invincible. Yes, invincible. Easily kill dozens of pirates in one go. At the same time, most of the merchant ship's cabin was shattered without a sound. Even the headquarters rear admiral, they are not unfamiliar. It can be as terrifying as Wei Er. There really isn't one. As for the leading businessman in front of Wei Er, his face turned pale with fright. If you still don't want to say it, you can die. Wei Er didn't take a second look at what he did. When he asked again, the leading businessman hurriedly spoke in fear. Forgive me. I am a delivery man. Raising his eyebrows, Wei Er's blade got closer again. Feeling the coldness around his neck, the businessman hurriedly spoke again. Arms. We are delivering the arms for the Donquixote family. Donquixote family? Wei Er was not surprised when he heard this. If he remembered correctly. At this point in time, Doflamingo will even visit Magic Valley in person. It seems that there is some kind of deal with Blackbeard. Do you know who the target is? Wei Er spoke up again. Hearing this, the businessman shook his head again and again. I really don't know this. The command I get is: send this shipment to Saipan safely. Someone else will then come to receive the goods. Wei Er stared at the leading businessman for a few moments. After confirming that he was not lying, he waved his hand behind him. The two colonels immediately understood and stepped forward to shackle the businessman. Directly escorted back to the warship. Do you know where Saipan is? Wei Er turned his head and asked another Colonel Marine. Saipan is also a well-known commercial island in this area. Magic Valley Town is not too far from our destination this time. Colonel Marine responded quickly. Are you on your way? With a smile, Wei Er suddenly became interested. The West Blue stronghold that was destroyed last time was also on a commercial island. Could it be that this time, I encountered another Donquixote family underground stronghold? Very likely to be. In this case, Wei Er didn't mind, and took a trip to Saipan. The last time the Donquixote family West Blue stronghold was destroyed, a lot of loot was captured. There's even a devil fruit. But because the implementation is the actual training of recruits. Therefore, the spoils of war are confiscated. This time is different. He has become an official marine. You can choose to turn over most of the captured things in exchange for military merit. And if you want, you can leave a thing or two. This is allowed by the rules. With this in mind, Wei Er directly ordered Colonel Marine. Soon many Marines came into action. The warship quickly shifted course and headed towards Saipan. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Donquixote family property, spread all over the world and Grand Line. The well-deserved number 1 dark force in the underground. Even Doflamingo today is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Nor have these properties been confiscated or put down. But the world government is due to the influence of the Donquixote family. Even, because Doflamingo used to be celestial dragons. It is impossible to deal with it. This underground exchange can only be removed secretly. But Doflamingo hides deep. Even in the world government, many people have been bought off. Therefore, during this trip to Saipan, Wei Er did not notify the Marine branch in charge of this area. Who knows, has it been infiltrated by the Donquixote family? The possibility is still very high. What? You want to go alone? Wei Er Rear Admiral. Too dangerous. Don't mess around, it's suspected to be the Donquixote family underground exchange. Several Marine colonels got Wei Er's idea of going alone and hurriedly opposed it. Even though they had only seen Wei Er's strength not long ago. But the terror of Don Quixote is still deeply rooted. I have decided. Wei Er shook his head and said uncompromisingly. It was not on his whim to go alone, or want to mess around, but with a plan. With the strength of the Donquixote family, there will be some difficult characters. If you go alone, you are not afraid of any situation. If you go with a warship, wouldn't it be a hindrance to be countered by the other party? To be honest, it was Wei Er who thought that the warship marine was too weak, so only one person could use it. Then, be careful. Seeing that Wei Er made up his mind, several marine colonels looked at each other. After all, it can only be solemnly reminded. Soon, the warship was camouflaged. Quietly approached the waters near Saipan. Calculated when the distance was almost there. Wei Er took off the cloak of justice and stepped on moonwalk to leave. By night, on the island, there was no one more uninvited guest at all. It's hidden enough, maybe it's a big fish. After walking around the island, Wei Er touched his chin and said, unlike the previous islands, most of the people on this island are indeed ordinary people. Therefore, even after several sweeps by marine, not a single anomaly was found. If Wei Er hadn't used observation haki, he would have almost missed it. Is it here? Walking slowly on the central streets of Saipan, Wei Er thought. The words fell, and slowly walked in a certain direction to want. Underground, a spacious place. The share of the arms delivered this time has been roughly allocated. Next, is there anything more valuable? There are dozens of people sitting on a long table. Or wretched, or vicious, or with a cold smile. Hearing someone asked, the head of the unruly young man smiled. The news is really good. That's right. The most valuable things this time are not those arms. Rather, a famous knife. Famous sword. When everyone heard the words, they couldn't help but pay attention. The unruly young man was stared at by everyone, and he smiled evilly. I clapped my hands, and suddenly a waitress walked out of the dark corner. Laugh. Next moment, I saw a well-known blue sword appearing in front of everyone. Even just watching, everyone seemed to feel that a sharp sword intent stabbed their eyes. This is... The moment the famous sword appeared, someone suddenly stood up in shock. Hey, it seems that there is still some knowledge. The rebellious young man smiled again. That's right. This is the only one of the 12 supreme swords in the world. Thunder. The low price is 100 million Bailey, and each increase shall not be less than 5 million Bailey. Immediately afterwards, the rebellious youth directly announced the auction rules. When the words fell, everyone eagerly wanted to bid. Ah! But a light laughter sounded all over the hall. Who? Everyone suddenly alarmed, and their expressions changed. From the darkness, a figure slowly appeared. Ignoring everyone's eyes, he walked towards the famous sword Thunder step by step. Damn, when we don't exist. Shoot! The rebellious youth was furious. No matter who Wei Er is, he directly ordered the shooting. Pat! But as soon as his subordinate took out the pistol, his eyes turned white and he fell to the ground. This Conqueror's haki. How is it possible? Why does such a character appear here? The people present are the masters of one party's underground forces. Compared with ordinary people, his eyesight is still very keen. And just as they exclaimed, Wei Er ignored everything. Already got the famous sword Thunder. Started, it seemed to feel a thrill. The feeling of incomparable fit made Wei Er unable to help but wave it gently. Little devil, I don't care who you are. Our Donquixote family stuff is not something you can touch at will. The threatening words of the rebellious youth just came out. Wei Er's random slash also fell. Puff. There was a crisp sound, without too much movement. But everyone who was not stunned by Conqueror's haki could not help but be shocked. A seemingly random knife fell. The entire room was almost neatly cut open. Thunder flashed, almost blinding their eyes. If it weren't for 10 large pillars supporting it, the entire room would collapse in an instant. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Not to be touched at will. Satisfied with carrying Lei Ting behind his back, Wei Er looked at everyone leisurely. Doflamingo is here, and I don't have the right to say that to me. Who do you think you are? Also match? With a chuckle, Wei Er took out a white hat from his arms and put it on. The moment I saw the white hat, everyone present is going crazy. A hole. What the hell does the Donquixote family want to do? Secret deal, why is Marine here? The unruly young man also stared round his eyes, completely incomprehensible. I haven't received any news at all. But he reacted quickly. Wei Er was not wearing marine clothes. Most likely, it came alone. Besides, until now, no sound came from outside. He became more and more determined. The base should be exposed. However, the large-scale marine has yet to arrive. As long as you kill the marine in front of you, quickly transfer the supplies. It can still be saved. What are you waiting for? Kill him. If you wait until a large number of marines arrive, none of you want to run. The rebellious youth made a quick decision and roared. Those who finally stood up forcibly all looked at Wei Er. Murder is revealed. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the rebellious youth shot directly. Wei Er turned slightly to the side, dodging easily. However, the rebellious young man smiled. You got fooled. When the words fell, the door was suddenly knocked open. A large group of people with muskets and various weapons rushed forward with grim looks. Seeing this, Wei Er also smiled. It's you who is fooled. He was too lazy to find these ants to kill one by one. It can be attracted and solved at one time. Of course it's the best. Little devil, you will pay the price for your arrogance. The rebellious young man growled fiercely. However, Wei Er suddenly turned sideways, holding a knife in one hand. The famous sword Thunder, brazenly unsheathed, gently swept, and the slash of flashing thunder shot out. Hum! The void trembled, and thunder spread. The piercing sword light exploded, shattering the entire dark underground dark room. Reflected like the daytime. Laugh! With a crisp sound, the sword light suddenly disappeared. Come fast, go fast! In the blink of an eye, it directly penetrated the entire dark room ceiling. Central Saipan. Here, there is a large hotel. Ordinary people pass by, all full of envy. Such high-end places are not something they can afford. But at this moment, laugh! An extremely sudden loud noise. The ground shook, followed by a flashing arc of light shot into the air. In the eyes of everyone in astonishment, the ground in front of the entire luxury hotel was cracked by a huge gap. Click! The crack just appeared, and everyone had no time to react. With the crack as the center, a cobweb-like crack suddenly spread across the street. Boom! The dust rose and the earth shook. In the area spread by the crack, the soil and rock crumbled. Collapsed. The power of a knife is so terrifying. What? The stunned passerby, stunned for a while, suddenly screamed. Through the crack, they saw a scene like purgatory. There is blood everywhere, and there are broken corpses lying everywhere. The entire bustling street was instantly chaotic. And the initiator of all this, Wei Er. I am bathing in the moonlight, holding the famous sword Thunder, and I am in an unprecedentedly comfortable mood. Under the moonlight, the thunder arc kept jumping. Brilliant! On the side of Wei Er, the lord of the underground forces, who was lucky enough to escape his death, had a horrified expression on his face. How is this possible? All the people or objects near the Wei Er eruption of the sword light were all annihilated. As if this world never existed. Is this the power of the supreme sword? Is this marine in front of me really human? No. How can people have such power? This is a monster. Even the people present are well-informed people. But the strength Wei Er showed was beyond their understanding. Terrible power that is completely incomprehensible. Only monsters can carry out the description of Wei Er's strength in their hearts. That's when people were shocked. The pirates under Donquixote, who were hiding in the dark on the island, came to hear the news one after another. On the ground, and even underground, a large number of pirates swarmed, densely packed. All directions were blocked by them. Everyone was horrified by the scene in front of them, and then they all looked at Wei Er hideously. At the same time, the dark muskets were aimed at Wei Er. In the face of countless muskets and swords. At this moment, the corner of Wei Er's mouth still had a faint smile. These people are too weak. Weak, Wei Er is not even in the mood to swing a knife. A strange momentum suddenly rippled with Wei Er as the center. Wei Er from Conqueror's haki is not used deliberately. At this moment, it seems to have a different feeling. At this moment, Wei Er seems to feel that everything in the world is under his control. The vast sky, the thick earth. Even the enemy in front of you. It seems that destroying them is just between one's own thoughts. Wei Er closed his eyes. At the same time, ripple, the originally weak momentum. Suddenly, there was a surge. It exploded in the blink of an eye, sweeping in all directions. The moment Wei Er opened his eyes, it seems that everything in the world has surrendered to this momentum. Silently, the densely packed pirates had a grim look on their faces. The figure that was just about to move, did not move. The movements of the remaining masters of the underground forces in the hall have also been frozen. On both sides of the central street of the hotel, there are ordinary people fleeing. The screaming stopped abruptly, and the running motion froze in place. Pfft! It seemed like a breeze was blowing. Pfft! 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 One person fell to the ground, instantly detonating a chain reaction. 1, 2, 3. Like a moment. It was as if it had been a long time. All the people of the whole island, centered around Wei Er's body, large pieces fell. Wei Er stood quietly in the center, silently feeling the power. On his face, he was calm from beginning to end. Conqueror's haki. Advanced. Originally, it could only stun some trash fish, and the range was only tens of meters. But now, not only the power is enhanced, but the scope can spread to an entire island. Without having to explain it. The previous Conqueror's haki, only a small area of stun skills. And the advanced Conqueror's haki. It is a large area stun and a small amount of additional damage. Good. For a moment, feel the surging power of the body. Wei Er smiled and nodded. This time the harvest is not bad. Even if it doesn't count the materials that are about to be seized. It's just the Conqueror's haki advancement, and the thunder of the 12 workers, the supreme sword in his hand. It has already made Wei Er very satisfied. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Saipan is not far away. A warship lurking in secret under Wei Er's orders. On the deck, several marine colonels and lieutenant colonels were like ants on a hot pot. After a long while, one of the colonels gritted his teeth. Can't wait any longer. If something happens to Wei Er Rear Admiral, it is not something we can afford. Hearing the words, the others hesitated for a while. In this way, it is against Wei Er's order. At the thought of it, Wei Er went deep into the enemy camp. Facing such a behemoth as the Donquixote family. For the sake of Wei Er's life. The marine colonels couldn't help but nodded. It's not too late, act now. The words fell, and the layers of orders were issued. The warship moved quickly and galloped away towards Saipan. The warship was not too far from Saipan because of concerns about Wei Er. In just a moment, the coast was already in sight. Along the way, there are special intelligence personnel to observe the situation. Even because of nervousness for Wei Er's life. One of the colonels used the telescope with great concentration. The situation on the observer island. What happened? Not a single figure was seen, not even the slightest movement. As the warship got closer, several marine colonels had a bad feeling in their hearts. Did Wei Er Rear Admiral? Quick! Speed up! Speed up! Thinking of this, the mood of several marine colonels became more and more urgent. Under repeated roars, the warship's power was fully operational, and it approached Saipan faster. Finally, the warship reached the coast. Several marine colonels quickly got off the warship and ran towards the center of the island. But as soon as they set foot on the street, the sight of the scene made their scalp tingle. So what happened? In front of them was a large crowd of people foaming at the mouth. No bloodline, no battle marks. Even, until now, they didn't hear the slightest sound either. Step by step, continue to probe forward. Still the same. People who fell to the ground everywhere, foaming at the mouth. Wei Er Rear Admiral, where is he? Their hearts became heavier. But it can only bite the bullet and continue to move towards the central area. The further they went, the more creepy they were. Dozens or hundreds of people have the same situation. Along the way, thousands of people are in the same state. Who? That's when a few marine colonels were leading people deeper and deeper. A figure suddenly appeared on the street ahead. Clang! Scared them, they hurriedly drew out their swords. The cold sweat on his forehead was rushing down. It's a coincidence that you came here. Soon, a voice came from the opposite side. Then the figure took 2 steps forward. By the moonlight, several marine colonels suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Wei Er Rear Admiral. Wei Er smiled and waved his hand. Without explaining too much, I ordered directly. Things have been settled. The underground base is in the basement of the central hotel. Go get the supplies. Having said that, Wei Er walked forward, not forgetting to remind. Most of the people on this island are ordinary people. Do a good check. Don't let a pirate go, and don't catch an ordinary person by mistake. Yes. Several marine colonels responded and moved quickly. The colonel at the head looked at Wei Er in disbelief. He hesitated for a long time, but was unable to ask. In fact, the doubts in his heart have been proved enough. There was not a single person standing on the whole island. Except Wei Er Rear Admiral. So, who did everything in front of you? The answer is already obvious. Watching Wei Er leave, several marine colonels looked at each other and gasped. What a terrifying power! People on the entire island were instantly unconscious. Is this the strength of Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral? The Marines present began to doubt life. Naval Headquarters, Akainu Office. Bullshit. Holding a piece of information in his hand, Akainu was a little angry. If you discover Donquixote's underground stronghold, it's fine if you don't report it. Going to encircle and suppress it by yourself? Sure enough, the chaos is a family tradition. Do you really think that Donquixote is the same as ordinary forces? With a burst of anger, Akainu immediately summoned his trusted colonel. Let the ghost spider go out. Go to Gaia Island and destroy the Donquixote family underground stronghold. Yes. The confident colonel responded, and immediately went to convey the Akainu order. But he hasn't gone out yet. Another horrified colonel stumbled in. Akainu Admiral. Why are you so nervous? Something, say. Akainu was quite dissatisfied with the ugliness of the coming colonel. Just now, an intelligence officer located in the waters near Gaia Island sent a special intelligence. Wei Er Rear Admiral broke into the underground stronghold of the Donquixote family by himself. Completely wipe out the enemy and capture 3 underground leaders. Our casualties? 0. Hearing this, Akainu couldn't help but flicker. What did you say? The colonel who came to report the letter obviously hasn't recovered from the shock. Without seeing Akainu's slightly ugly face, he continued. Wei-er Rear Admiral broke through the stronghold and seized a large amount of supplies. I hope to inform the nearby warships and quickly go to transport the seized materials. He finished this piece of information with a trembling voice. Because it's so surprising. Simply incredible. Asterisk. Chapter 44. Half a day. Saipan, the Donquixote family, the underground stronghold was wiped out by Marine. This piece of news swept over half of the underground forces like a whirlwind. If it were normal, it would be just a base. Destroyed is annihilated. Nothing but loss of property. But this time is different. Because of a common goal, many leaders of underground forces were dispatched. After half a year of secret planning, no one thought that Marine would suddenly find out. And, don't give them reaction time at all. Dead, caught. Damn, what the hell is Dover doing? So how could the secret trade fair be discovered by Marine? The leader of a certain underground force roared in anger. Is it really just an accident? In the waters around Gaia Island, I have never heard of Marines with such strength. Is it a conspiracy of Dover? Some things cannot be thought about. But the fall of the leaders of the multi-party forces this time, the problem is not simple. Most of the underground forces have all acted. East Blue, some sea. A large luxury merchant ship is docking on an uninhabited island to rest. Dover, something happened over on Saipan. The top cotter of the Donquixote family, who was sticky and looked wretched and disgusting. Toripole said with a sullen face, holding a phone bug in his hand. The stronghold was pulled out this time, and the loss is a bit big. One of the most powerful knives we had worked so hard to get was snatched away. In addition, a large number of hoarded materials have been seized. The worst thing ever. Because of this transaction, many leaders of the underground forces were arrested. Now, most of the dark world is shaking. Many power leaders have expressed. If we can't handle it properly, in the future, they will refuse to do business with us. Shaking his sticky snot, Toripole's words were full of anger. What the hell are you doing lately? Doflamingo, across from the phone bug, was ashen. Not long ago, West Blue had an underground stronghold pulled up. Even Raoji was captured. How long has it been since then? Even Saipan has an accident. When Toripole heard the words, he didn't know how to explain it. After thinking for a while, Sen said coldly, Dover, Marine's behavior has gone too far recently. It's not easy to get past our Donquixote family. Why is the Donquixote family so powerful that the entire New World is famous? It is because it is safe enough and there are enough benefits. Ordinary Marine didn't even dare to provoke the Donquixote family. But now, the underground stronghold followed 3 incidents. The face of the Donquixote family was severely trampled on. This is Toripole, which cannot be allowed. At the same time, things that Doflamingo can't allow either. Fur. Recently, Marine, it's really too much. I have some things at hand at the moment, and I can't go through it for the time being. After a moment of thought, Doflamingo said. The Capone family, Diamante should have been in contact. I will inform him to deal with Saipan first. The waters near Gaia Island, about a day's sea voyage from Saipan. Thunder flashed in the sky, and it seemed that a torrential rain was coming. And above the churning waves, there is a merchant ship riding the wind and waves. Marine? I'll make them pay for it. One of the top cotters of the Donquixote family, Diamante. Hanging up the phone bug, looking at the choppy sea with cold eyes and making a cold voice. Come here, immediately mobilize the family intelligence personnel. I'll see if there's time to intercept Marine and grab the supplies. If it's too late, you can snipe halfway. If there is no way. Diamante's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, said. Then at the price of Gaia Marine Base, I will restore the majesty of my Donquixote family. Yes. The pirates of the Donquixote family responded one after another. Go quickly to make arrangements. With Doflamingo's temper, it shouldn't be so calm. Saipan. Wei Er deliberately delayed the time, originally wanted to fish for law enforcement. Result. 2 days have passed, and the Donquixote family has not responded at all. Forget it. There can be no further delay. After thinking about it, Wei Er didn't plan to wait any longer. Counting the time, the Straw Hat Pirates should be about to leave Magic Valley Town and head to Sky Island. It's just that he just got up and ordered to go to Magic Valley Town. A Colonel Marine suddenly hurried into his cabin. Wei Er Rear Admiral, something bad happened. Calm down. Wei Er raised his eyebrows, guessing what happened. Really? After listening to Colonel Marine gasping for breath, he continued. It's the Donquixote family. Not surprisingly, Wei Er headed outside first. Let's go and have a look. All the way to the deck, look around. There was a large merchant ship, riding the wind and waves. Knowing that they were marine warships, they galloped with such murderous intent. Identity is self-evident. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Wei Er Rear Admiral. The Donquixote family is an officially recognized force. We have no evidence, once a conflict breaks out with them. There is no benefit. Seeing the merchant ship coming from the opposite side, Colonel Marine raised a worried voice. The main thing is that he didn't say it. That is, Wei Er is strong though. But how could one person be the opponent of a huge force? Not to mention the young master of Don Quixote, Doflamingo. The terror of strength is also appalling. Before he became Shishibukai, Lian He Vice Admiral Chief of Staff personally pursued him. Haven't been able to successfully deal with Doflamingo yet. How could their small arms and calves be able to beat the thick thighs of the Donquixote family? Wei Er did not respond to Colonel Marine's concerns. Leaning on the rail of the boat, there was a small smile on the corner of his mouth. I thought it would be Dover himself. In the end, was it just Diamante, one of the 3 major cotters? The composition of the Donquixote family is interesting. Divided into 4 armies of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds. Rao Ji, who was once captured by Wei Er in seconds, was affiliated with the Cube Army. And Diamante, as one of the top 3 cotters. The commander is the Square Army. Now come to deal with Wei Er. Perhaps, there is also some sense of revenge for the subordinates? Wei Er Rear Admiral. Colonel Marine, on the side, wanted to say something else. It was interrupted by Wei Er waving his hand. Order the helmsman to approach at full speed. The rest of the army is on standby. No attack is allowed without my order. The next thing, just leave it to me quietly. Even if Wei Er doesn't speak loudly, it can be heard that many Marines are shocked, yes. As soon as everyone's voice fell, Wei Er flew out. The distance is enough. Marine 6 styles, shave. Marine 6 styles, moonwalk. Action on the sea at high speed. At great speed, approach the Donquixote family merchant ship. Meanwhile, on the Donquixote family merchant ship. Watching the marine warship speeding up, Diamante smiled. You're not too timid, you dare to come alone. Moonwalk? It seems that it is the naval headquarters who came. Saying that, Diamante strode forward. Walking to the edge of the deck fence, he stared grimly at Wei Er who flashed over. Does this mean that you want to exterminate all of us by one person? Hee, so much fun. Diamante smiled and suddenly pulled out a strip of cloth. With a flick, Paramecia's flying fruit ability activates. A sharp long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. As the Donquixote family, one of the top cotters, Diamante, can be described as a fierce name. At this moment, Wei came alone, which deeply stimulated Diamante's self-esteem. Ridiculous idea. Looking at Wei who was getting closer, Diamante's eyes were full of murderous intent. Marine is just a bunch of trash. Just a moment, you guys have a good look. I'll tell this bunch of stupid Marines. The majesty of the Donquixote family cannot be offended by anyone. Diamante's voice was low and fierce. Kill, kill, kill. Behind him, a group of cube army worship looked at Diamante's tall figure. They roared. Close. The distance between Wei and the Donquixote family merchant ship. From 2,000 meters to 1,000 meters. 800 meters. Soon. When Wei got close to only 100 meters. Not only the members of the cube army were stunned. Even the fierce Diamante couldn't bear to be a little stunned at the moment. What's the situation? A child? A child who looks only 7 or 8 years old. What are you doing? Marine, this is a confession, do you want to please our Donquixote family? Someone whispered. Otherwise, how could a child who is only 7 or 8 years old come to face it alone? To know. But the Donquixote family. Weird. For a while. The atmosphere of Donquixote family is very strange. Little devil. I don't know what you Marines want to do. Or, to please our Donquixote family. But I tell you, it's too late. Just as Wei was about to jump on the merchant ship, Diamante spoke. The price of offending our Donquixote family can't be ended just by admitting counsel at this time. After that, Wei smiled. Admit cowardice? Is the Donquixote family strong? Joke. In an instant. Wei who was still in the air, held the famous sword Thunder on his waist. A terrifying breath. Centered on Wei it spread rapidly. In an instant. The entire Donquixote family merchant ship was shrouded in terror. Including Diamante. More than 400 members of the cube army were all affected by this momentum. Conqueror's haki, break out. Just momentarily. The members of the cube army who were originally fierce and evil all rolled their eyes. Pft. Pft. One after another, the members of the cube army fell to the ground in large numbers. Unconscious. Not 1 or 2. But more than 80% of the members of the cube army were stunned. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Damn it, Conqueror's haki. Diamante watched all this and growled angrily. Little devil, do you really think you can ignore me if you have Conqueror's haki? Ignore? Yes. Even after hearing Diamante's words, Wei chose to ignore it. One move Conqueror's haki, to solve more than 80% of the members of the cube army. And at the same time, he held the hand of the famous knife Thunderbolt and moved. Thunder, Kylan. Boom. The supremely sharp sword, the thunder unsheathed. The thunder flashed in the air, and the momentum was fierce and terrifying. It fell with Wei's slash. Wrapped in endless thunder, the profound meaning of the sword that faintly touched the threshold of the great swordsman broke out. Double sword flow, moon slash. Diamante's eyes were splitting, and he swung his swords at the same time. 2 half-moon sword lights erupted and met Wei's thunder unicorn. Boom! The two collided, making an earth-shattering loud noise. The entire Donquixote family merchant ship was shaking frantically. In the turbulent waves caused by the two, it was shaky. How is this possible? With an all-out attack, Diamante was confident enough to kill Wei in seconds. But the fact is, his flying slash was defeated by the front. Roar! Not just that. That thunderbolt sword glow seemed to be transformed into a real thunder unicorn with the mid-air. The arc flashed, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Next moment, Diamante was unavoidable, and was hit by the thunder unicorn in the front. Chi chi chi. The sour sound is accompanied by the burnt smell of barbecued meat. Damn, how could this be? Apart from Diamante, he was barely able to move. Several of the cotters of the cube army beside him vomited blood and fell to the ground. There are scars all over his body, and countless jumping arcs inflict lasting damage to them, even if already dead. But his body was still twitching stiffly. Not enough. Kid, this should be your strongest move? It's impossible to beat me Diamante just like that. Clang clang. With armament haki forcibly resisting the thunder, the blade was blocked by special metal clothes. Diamante looked embarrassed, unable to resist. But it is true that it has not completely fallen. Ah! Wei heard the words and smiled. One knife isn't enough? That. Just one more knife. In Diamante's terrified eyes, Wei slashed again. A blade of light that seemed to sever the air, wrapped in thunder and fell. A knife flow, thunder morning. What? The crisscrossing thunderbolts of the cross were suppressed in all directions. It quickly magnified in Diamante's terrified eyes. Almost instantly, Diamante's armed collar was hardened and torn apart, and the clothes made of hard metal were all smashed into slag. Puff! A series of tooth-crushing muffled noises. Diamante's body was shattered and blood stained the entire deck. Flesh and blood flew, and completely fell into a pool of blood. Hey! Immediately following a sigh, Wei shook his head. Still, it's too weak. After the words fell, he returned to the warship with moonwalk without looking back. Clean up the mess and head to Magic Valley Town. The famous sword thunders into the sheath. Under the shocked gaze of the Marines, Wei walked back to the cabin. A long time. Marine, whose entire warship was petrified, barely recovered from the shock. Wei really broke through their perception of genius again and again. Headquarters Rear Admiral less than 8 years old. Destroy Saipan Island, Donquixote family underground stronghold by himself. Now, with 2 swords, the top cotter of the Donquixote family was destroyed. Diamante led an entire merchant ship's cube army. The strength is strong, so terrifying. Perhaps, Wei Rear Admiral won't be long. Will he be transferred back to Naval Headquarters to be Vice Admiral? You said. How long will it take for Wei Rear Admiral, who is only 8 years old, to reach that position? When the Marines heard this, they didn't dare to think about it. Representing the pinnacle of Marines' power, Marine 3 Admiral? They do not know. Don't even think about it. But if that person is Wei good boy, well done. It really looks like the old man when he was young. Naval Headquarters, the Marshal's office. Garp nibbled on the senbei and laughed happily. Sengoku had a headache and rubbed his temples, helplessly. Aren't you worried at all? Originally, I just wanted Wei to go to Gaia to gain experience. But he's good, just as messed up as you are. Offending the Donquixote family, Doflamingo will never give up. When Garp heard this, he disagreed. What about Doflamingo? Dare to do it, the old man will kill him. But he, after all, has that identity. Sengoku shook his head. Garp didn't speak, but his eyes flashed coldly. He knew what the layer of identity Sengoku was talking about. Celestial dragons. It can be said that the whole world is under the rule of celestial dragons. Even Marine and Admiral are lackeys doing things for them. But so what? Others are afraid, Garp is not afraid. Anyone who dares to hurt my grandson will pay the price. Asterisk. Chapter 47. Saipan's stronghold was removed, and most of the underground dark forces shook. Every faction is paying attention to the Donquixote family. Want to see Doflamingo, how would he respond? The result was unexpected. Has the top cadre, Diamante, the leader of the Cube Army, been suppressed? This result was unexpected for everyone. Therefore, the name Wei Er suddenly became the center of attention. The underground dark forces are running wildly. All the information about Wei Er gradually surfaced. Even if, from the very beginning, Sengoku kept information on Wei Er classified. But in the world, there is no wall that is completely impermeable. Monkey D. Wei Er. New Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Marine Hero, grandson of Garp Vice Admiral. Graduated from the elite training camp with extremely dazzling results, including the defeat of Don Quixote's cadre Rauji without casualties, as well as breaking the Marines' 3 admiral records and achieving all perfect evaluations in the graduation assessment. Wait, it's all been dug up. This time, it's not just the underground dark forces that shake. The name Wei Er even entered the ears of the 4 emperors. After all of this is based on the fact that Wei Er is only less than 8 years old. Marine Admiral? Guess it's just a matter of time. Therefore, after knowing this, Doflamingo, what would they do? Swallow this breath? Or, pursue it to the end? Almost the entire sea is in focus. The turmoil that just subsided is about to stir up again. An uninhabited sea. A huge luxury merchant ship sails. Wherever he goes, anyone who can see the flag above. They were unable to avoid it. Because that represents the Donquixote family. And this moment, on the deck, there is a deck chair. A man with an evil smile on the corners of his mouth shook the red wine glass in his hand. Oh? Was even Diamante defeated by that kid? When speaking, Doflamingo was not moody. But the surrounding atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Others do not know. But anyone familiar with Doflamingo knows it. This is the prelude to his impending eruption of rage. Click. It seemed that he didn't even feel it. The red wine glass in Doflamingo's hand was deeply crushed. The bright red wine flowed on the deck. Strange and rumored under the sunlight. Dover. Toripole, who has always been calm, stood beside him. At this moment, the same complexion is extremely pale. Because Donquixote family's face was provoked. Again and again, again and again. Garp's grandson. Doflamingo stood up without looking at Toripole. Looking at the calm sea, an evil fire of ultimate is brewing in my heart. Even if the D family, what about Garp's grandson? Doflamingo, holding Wei Er's profile in his hand. In my heart, there is no fear at all. Because he is the highest noble in the world. Celestial dragons. Even if it is deprived of this identity. But he never thought so. Anyone in front of him is a low-level existence. Furfur. Suddenly, Doflamingo laughed wickedly. Go on the order, target Gaia Island Magic Valley Town. Most of the underground world shook, Wei Er didn't know it. Even if you know, you don't care at all. Him at the moment. I was on a warship and quickly approached an island. Wei Er Rear Admiral, ahead, is Magic Valley Town. Wei Er nodded when he heard the words, yet. You are temporarily replenishing. Don't make too much noise without my order. Yes. Several marine colonels responded quickly. The words fall. Seeing that the distance was about the same, Wei Er directly used moonwalk to leave. Ta-da-da. In a few flashes, Wei Er landed firmly in Magic Valley Town. There are not many pirates coming and going here. The eyes were too conspicuous. Wei Er took off the justice cloak at the beginning. Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, my brother. Looking ahead, Wei Er chuckled lightly. With a vague expectation, he walked towards the seaside somewhere in Magic Valley town. Wahaha! Today's wine is very good. Walking on the street, Wei Er has a very clear goal. Just then, a tall man walked by. He was wretched in appearance, with a headscarf and long curly hair. Raising eyebrows slightly, the two walked sideways. At the same time, they turned back, their eyes collided. You! Shaking his head, Wei Er was about to step forward. The tall man, his complexion changed slightly, he directly mixed into the crowd and fled. As expected of King Go, he ran decisively enough. Seeing this, Wei Er smiled and didn't care. Neither chase. Blackbeard. At present, he has not yet obtained the double fruit ability. Against him? If you are not interested, you may not be able to catch it. Being able to stay with the Whitebeard pirates for 20 years, perfectly concealing his purpose. Until the end, no one was found. This kind of person is really hard to catch. And Wei Er has not forgotten the purpose of his trip. Look ahead. Looking for a direction, Wei Er gradually disappeared from the crowd. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Pat. 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 Magic Valley Town, somewhere on the coast. The sound of a wooden awl hitting a nail kept ringing. Board. Give. Nail. Give. It hurts. Give. A curly-haired man with a long nose mumbled unhappily. I can't stand it. I've said it several times, I'm not a carpenter who repairs ships. Chopper, who looks like an elk, is innocent. But Usopp, your hands are very dexterous. Haha, that's right. Usopp burst out laughing, that's what makes me amazing. Anything will do. I said, why not just buy a new boat? At this time, a blond man in black clothes said nothing. A hole. Just as Usopp was about to roar angrily, the blond man suddenly stood up. That is. With a solemn expression, he looked into the distance. On the wide boardwalk, a stranger who looked like a child walked slowly. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he was carrying a weapon that did not fit his body proportions. Who are you? Leaping off the boat, Sanji frowned at Wei Er. Chopper screamed and hid behind Usopp. I saw familiar and unfamiliar faces that I had seen on TV. Wei Er smiled. Sanji didn't respond, and put on a white hat teasingly. In an instant, Sanji's face changed. Marine. What? Marine. Usopp paled in shock. He didn't think of anything. Marine, for finding them so quickly. Ruined. Ruined. Usopp's face suddenly turned pale. Zoro. Luffy. Come back soon. Usopp fully understands his situation. Once captured by Marine in front of him, he would be dead. Sniper Usopp of the Straw Hat Pirates. Chef Sanji, Pet Chopper. Shouldn't I have found the wrong person? Wearing a marine hat, Wei Er stepped forward with a smile. Usopp panics even more. Even their identities are so clear. No doubt. The marine in front of him must have come to arrest his own group of people. Run away. Seeing Wei Er getting closer, Usopp screamed and was about to run away. Chopper looked terrified, but didn't take a step back. Escape? Impossible. I promised Luffy and Nami that they must protect the Mary. Repeating the words over and over, Chopper cemented his beliefs. Before Wei Er could make a move, it rushed forward. Strengthen your wrist. Chopper's fruit ability exploded directly, and the muscles in his arms bulged frantically. The small body suddenly became extremely burly. Boom! The next moment, he has come to Wei Er. The swollen power bonus slammed into Wei Er with a bang. Result. Wei Er didn't dodge at all, and even punched out the same way. There is no hardening of the armed color, and the body is forcibly suppressed. Boom! A muffled sound. Chopper's body was out of control and flew out backwards. Chopper, are you all right? Usopp stepped forward in a panic and asked. Fine. The heavy-faced Chopper shook his head. This marine is so strong. Even if I eat the blue wave ball, activate all the abilities of devil fruit. At the same time, his body reflexes are quickened, but I can't even see the speed of his punches. How come? Usopp is desperate. Although Chopper is not the strongest, he is not weak either. But even if the devil fruit ability broke out, is there no ability to fight back? First meet. At this moment, Sanji also moved. Staring at his feet, he took the initiative to attack. The deck stepped on underfoot could not withstand the terrifying force of the foot. It shattered directly, and the cracks that were densely covered with spider webs spread out in an instant. Leaping in the air, he came to Wei Er's side at a very fast speed. The long legs kicked, targeting Wei Er's neck. Sure enough, you are still too weak at this time. Seeing this, Wei Er couldn't help shaking his head. Too slow. Power is too weak. Full of flaws. Boom. Marine 6 styles, shaved start. Easily dodging Sanji's feet while Wei Er punches. Boom. Only heard a loud muffled sound. Wei Er punched Sanji's chest hard. Biting pain, along with a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Sanji fell to the ground in an instant, completely losing his fighting power. How is this possible? Usopp didn't believe it at all. Sanji was killed in seconds? Was given a second by a child who seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old. Moreover, what happened to that terrifying speed? Do you move instantly? How come? Why? Why did Marine dispatch such a strong man to arrest them this time? Totally unmatched. No hope of victory in sight. Usopp, go. Tell Luffy, Zoro, and Nami not to come back. At this point, Chopper had already made a decision. The strength Wei Er showed was far beyond their imagination. This time to escape, I am afraid it is impossible. No matter what, I will keep my promise. I will definitely protect the Mary. Think so. Chopper reached out and took out 2 blue wave balls. Once eaten, the strength will skyrocket. Disadvantages are also obvious. That is the loss of consciousness, the inability to control oneself. Run away and destroy everything in front of you. Until death from exhaustion. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Chopper. Sanji. Usopp. But at this time, just as Chopper was about to swallow the blue wave, Wei Er was about to stop it. An angry roar quickly approached from a distance. Wei Er looked back and smiled. Everyone, are you all there? Luffy. Zoro. Nami. At this moment, Chopper's expression changed drastically with his determination to die. He shouted frantically, "Run, run! How could I possibly do something about leaving my companions behind?" When Luffy heard the words, he ignored it at all. Even running faster. Damn it! Marine? No one can hurt my companion. I do not care who you are. Your actions are unforgivable. Luffy growled angrily as he ran. And next is Zoro. Even if it's not slow, it's not as naive as Luffy. Because, he saw the famous sword that Wei Er was carrying. Also, Marine's hat on your head. Jianhao? Such a young swordsman? He couldn't understand. But the swordsman's sixth sense told him. The child in front of him is very dangerous. Even dangerous. Far more than, they have gone to all the enemies they have faced now. Damn it, is that Marine? How did you find us so quickly? Nami, who was at the end, looked equally solemn. For a moment, he thought a lot. Besides Wei Er, are there any other Marines ambushing around? If you want to escape. How to do it? The atmosphere was extremely tense. It seems like a shocking war is about to break out. Luffy, don't be impulsive. When he came to Sanji, Luffy was almost blinded by anger. Nami quickly reminded aloud. But Luffy's character has always been impulsive. Especially with partners. Seeing his partner hurt by someone. As for Nami, Luffy doesn't really hear it. Damn it. Unforgivable. How dare you hurt my companion, I must beat you to the ground. Turning back and looking at Wei Er, Luffy glared. Clenching his fists, he could explode his devil fruit ability at any time. Then let's fight. Zoro took a look at the situation. But since, the captain couldn't help but want to do it. How can you not keep up with yourself? Clang. The three knives were unsheathed in an instant. One bite in the mouth, and one on each side. Murder, slowly diffuse out. Even at this point, Zoro couldn't help but tease Sanji. Seiki Kappa, I already told you that you can't do it. It's been so long, it's actually so embarrassing. Damn it, what green algae did you say? Do you know how strong the opponent is? Say such a thing, you have the ability to go up. Don't be more embarrassed than me. Sanji endured the pain and reluctantly stood up and kept retorting. While speaking, his eyes never left Wei Er. So confident. From start to finish. Even if Luffy and Zoro come back. Wei Er's expression did not change at all. Always with a smile on the corner of his mouth, confident and calm. It's easy to ignore Wei Er, but the fact that he is only an 8-year-old. Can we really win? At this moment, Sanji's heart couldn't help shaking. Rubber. And just as Sanji was calculating whether to choose a sneak attack. As a result, Luffy went straight to the point. Damn it, green algae head, hurry up and follow. Luffy alone can't beat that marine. You don't need to tell me, I know. Zoro's eyes were cold. As soon as Sanji's voice came up, he rushed out after Luffy. Rubber rubber. Machine gun. Luffy growled, bursting with rubber fruit abilities. The body elongated, and countless fists fell overwhelmingly. Block Wei Er in all directions, leaving no way out. Weak, still too weak. Not enough power, too slow. Wei Er dodges easily. While dodging, he shook his head in evaluation. Among the horrified expressions of everyone in the straw hat, Wei Er was always able to see the needle in the face of the overwhelming fists. Easy to dodge, not even a fist can reach. Damn it! Luffy's just a nerd, not stupid. There was a flurry of rubber machine guns that Wei Erai Kakuzu couldn't touch. He also stopped doing useless work, and quickly jumped away for a distance. He still stared at Wei Er angrily. So strong. Compared with the enemies he had encountered in the past, it was an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even with a faint smile on his face. Even if it looks like a 7 or 8-year-old child. But even Luffy had a faint flash of thought. Unbeatable. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Rubber. But Wei Er hurt his comrades. Even if he was invincible, Luffy still didn't want to back down. With a roar, his body flashed again. Approaching Wei Er's side at a speed that almost turned into an afterimage. Rubber rubber. Rubber bullets. During the run, Luffy's arms continued to extend backwards. When approaching Wei Er less than 1 meter. Boom boom boom. The rubber arm was pulled back. With a fist that is so powerful that it almost smashes through the air. Sudden attack on Wei Er's face. Pity. Wei Er performs Marine 6 styles, shave. With high-speed movement, Luffy's attack can easily be missed. Can't keep up with his speed. Luffy gritted his teeth. Just 7 or 8-year-olds. How could it be so strong? This. The two fought fiercely for a while. Usopp et al. Came with some expectations. After all, Luffy was a powerful enemy in the past. Can face Wei Er. What do they see? Teasing? Play? In the face of Luffy's strong attack, there is no sign of taking the initiative. Between dodging, that calmness. Even if they are all pressed, I'm afraid they can't match, right? This moment. The hearts of all the members of the Straw Hats sank deeply. This time, is it finally impossible to escape Marine's pursuit? This man must be a swordsman. Even, it is very likely to be a strong swordsman. But until now, he hasn't even drawn the weapon behind him. Zoro, who was biting his weapon, also felt heavier at this moment. Is there still no way? Including the seriously injured Sanji. Under Chopper's treatment, he could barely move his body. It's just that the rib is broken, so I'm afraid he won't be able to exert much strength. But now, the Straw Hats have come to the time of life and death, he can't just watch. Pat. With the cigarette in his hand thrown to the ground, Sanji looked at Wei Er. The iconic brow furrowed deeply. Meanwhile Luffy. He squatted in front of Wei Er, clasped his knees with both hands, and made a very weird movement. Are you going to explode with all your strength? Seeing this, Wei Er chuckled softly. Can you beat me? Luffy looked solemn. If you don't defeat you, you can't protect anyone. Even if I die, I will never let you steal me how a companion. After the words fell, Luffy suddenly forced his hands. Gradually, the skin on his body changed color. Steaming heat swept through. Rubber. After finishing the second gear, Luffy's blood boiled. Body strength soars. Rubber JTE bullets. Still the same way as before. The arm looked back, and instantly rebounded. The speed of bursting bullets. Do not. Luffy at the moment. The speed of the fist that can be exploded is faster than that of ordinary bullets. Rumble. With a cracking sound, the fist slammed towards Wei Er. The fist hasn't dropped yet. The terrifying wind of punches had already ruffled Wei Er's hair. But, it's just that. With a chuckle, Wei Er still didn't move. Raising his hand, his arm was instantly covered with lacquered black metal. Armed color, hardened. Boom. With a muffled sound, Wei Er's hand caught Luffy's fist. Too weak. If you are like this, let someone else arrest you. Might as well let me take you in. Luffy didn't understand Wei Er's words. At this moment, he was even more shocked by Wei Er's strength. How come? He couldn't believe it at all. The second gear is already the ultimate where he can fully exert his current strength. Even because it can't be controlled arbitrarily. Forcibly use, there will be a risk of loss of life. It is not an emergency and will never be used. But even if he uses the second block, the powerful rubber jet bullet was easily blocked. The fist style was suppressed, and Wei Er was not even able to move half a step. Even more terrifying. Wei Er's feet were nothing but ordinary wooden boards. Under normal circumstances, taking such a powerful fist will definitely cause some damage to the surrounding area. But around Wei Er, there was no damage at all. It's my turn. Ignoring Luffy's shock, Wei Er clenched Luffy's fist slightly to the side of his arm. Obviously thinner than Luffy's body, the burst of power is even more terrifying than the second block. Boom! Luffy was suddenly thrown into the air, subconsciously wanting to explode the rubber whip. As a result, Wei Er is faster. A punch hit him in the ribs. Instantly Luffy's eyes popped. Under the tremendous force, there is no ability to fight back at all. Luffy! Seeing this, everyone in the Straw Hats shouted in horror. Sanji and Zoro wanted to rescue the first time. But it's too late. Boom! Under Wei Er's vigorous swing, Luffy was smashed into the ground plank. Debris exploded, dust and smoke spread. Even the surrounding waves were violently tumbling. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Second kill. Luffy was killed in seconds. Nami's pink lips parted slightly, speechless in horror. All eyes were round, and there was silence. Under the roar of the boiling waves around him, Usopp's fear reached its peak. Luffy in second gear is powerless to resist. Very scary. What a horrible marine. Damn its green algae head, I already said it. Sanji clenched his fists. Luffy alone is no match for him. Only by playing against each other can we know how powerful Wei Er is. That is a sense of absolute oppression that is absolutely unmatched. Just like this, do you still want to spread the word about the Grand Line? At this moment, Wei Er looked at the Straw Hats and smiled lightly. Too weak. Rather than let you be beaten to death by others, I might as well send you to Impel Down prison ahead of time. Shaking his head, Wei Er's smile was a little strange. Just like that, can you defeat Shishibukai? Rampage all the way, can also hit the four emperors all the way? If it weren't for the protagonist's halo. Forget Enel. I'm afraid it's Sir Crocodile, one of the Shishibukai. They can wipe out the Straw Hats and want to break into the sea. Damn it, don't underestimate us. At this point, the coward Usopp mustered up his courage. He narrowed his eyes slightly, holding a slingshot in his hand. He stared nervously at Wei Er, wanting to explode with a killing blow. Zoro, I'm with you too. Chopper dragged his severely injured body step by step to the trial of Zoro and Sanji. Staring at Wei Er's expression, he gritted his teeth with extreme vigilance. The situation is clear now. One-on-one, Captain Luffy was suppressed by spikes. Only by working together can they defeat this powerful enemy in front of them. Chopper, don't force yourself. Staring at Wei Er, Zoro couldn't help but whisper. I can. Chopper shook his head firmly, without taking a step back. Don't be careless. Sanji opened his mouth with a heavy expression. Until now, he hasn't used all his strength. What? Nami and Usopp in the back couldn't help but scream. Until now, haven't you tried your best? Then they. Real. Also, any hope of defeating Wei Er? Se Kappa is right. Zoro also rarely agrees with Sanji's statement. In front of Marine, I'm afraid he is still a swordsman. Even, a swordsman. From beginning to end, he never drew his own weapon. The words fell, and the people in the Straw Hats became heavier and heavier. But at the same time, his eyes became firmer. The more the crisis, the more we must work together. If you lose, it doesn't matter. As long as you do your best, it's worth it. Go. First meet. With a loud shout, Sanji ejected forcefully. With a piercing sound, he attacked Wei Er's neck. Mito Stream. Zoro followed suit. Under the sunlight, the three weapons shone with a cold light. Blink dance animation Tianji on net, covering down towards Wei Er. Strengthen your wrist. Chopper also growled. Muscles swelled, and he punched hard. 30 rounds of flowers bloom. At the same time, Robin, who didn't know where he was hiding, also shot. On Wei Er's body, a large number of slender arms suddenly appeared. With a huge power, he wants to control his actions. In the face of absolute strength, Wei Er looked at the erupting Straw Hats and smiled. There are too many people, it's useless. Many useful words. What do you need a genius for? The voice just fell. Zoro's three-knife offensive has fallen. Boom boom boom. With the momentum of smashing everything, the sharp blade attacked and fell to every part of the human body. Hearing the piercing sound, Wei Er's smile grew brighter. Famous sword. Blocking the flow of three swords in all directions would not attract Wei Er's attention at all. On the contrary, it was a famous knife carried by Zoro, which made Wei Er a little interested. 21 works of big and fast swords, famous swords, and AE characters. The remaining 2 are also good knives. A good knife. A sword between a good and fast knife and a big fast knife, a demon knife. This is the protagonist's halo. So weak, he has so many good knives. Wei Er couldn't help shaking his head. Zoro was angry when he saw this. Damn it! Faced with the siege of us all, how dare you be distracted? Zoro feels that his pride is being insulted. The speed at which the knife fell from the hand became more and more rapid. At the same time, one to the left and one to the right, the same burst of air-breaking sounds. Sanji's kick and Chopper's fist. Three-sided encirclement, lore situation. Boom! Just when Zoro and others thought the attack was about to succeed, a strong tremor erupted. Marine 6 styles, shave. The ground planks shattered. In a situation where Zoro, Sanji, Chopper and others are staring at each other. Wei Er is gone. How can it be? Do you move instantly? When Zoro was distracted, Sanji growled suddenly. Green algae head, watch out for your back. With a horrified face, Zoro turned around and slashed 3 swords without hesitation. Clang clang. But I saw Wei Er, I don't know when it will appear. The famous sword on his waist was actually unsheathed. This is a famous sword. Feel the sharpness of the famous knife. Even if he didn't do it, it hurt his eyes. Zoro was shocked inside. Are you finally going to do it? While feeling extremely nervous, Zoro was a little excited. Swordsman? Let me see how superb your swordsmanship is. Holding the 2 knives excitedly, Zoro stared at Wei Er. His eyes showed unprecedented excitement. Asterisk. Chapter 52. One-shot flow, IHE/. Wei Er moved. In Zoro's extremely expectant eyes, a knife ultimate cold light suddenly appeared, with a terrifying and fierce breaking through the air. Vaguely, Zoro seemed to see lightning flashes. Before he could react, the flying slashes encasing the arc continued to expand in his pupils. Damn, green algae tou, what are you doing in a daze? Just as it was a close call, Sanji burst into shouts. Upper thigh meat. Tail meat. At the same time, the kicks continued to explode, trying to attract Wei Er's attention. Deng deng pedal. Chopper also sprinted forward, fists clenched. Want to cooperate with Zoro to block Wei Er's sword. Mito stream. Because of Wei Er's terrifying sword flash, Zoro quickly recovered from being lost for a while. With a loud drink, he entered an unprecedented state of concentration. In the face of high pressure, the breath of all things is activated. Boom! At the same time, a violent explosion reverberated. A stream of blood stained the sky red, and Chopper screamed and fell to the back. The weakened sword on, castrated unabated, headed towards Zoro. Clang! Hand in hand, Zoro clenched his teeth and broke out a 3-knife flow to resist Wei Er's slash. Even without a face-to-face encounter. Just a slash. But Zoro felt an unprecedented pressure. Clang! Just for a moment, Zoro couldn't bear the slashing force. The moment the tiger's mouth cracked, the weapon in his hand could not be grasped at all. Throw it directly into the air and insert it directly into the ground on one side. As a swordsman, there is no determination to move forward. How can you become a great swordsman like this? Looking at Zoro, Wei Er chuckled softly. Damn it! When Zoro heard the words, the veins on his forehead burst. I really want to refute, but I have nothing to say. Wei Er is too strong. It's not that he is not determined enough, it's the absolute crushing of strength. But he did lose his mind at that moment. As a swordsman, this is absolutely not allowed by Zoro. Belly. While Wei Er was talking, Sanji attacked again. Boom. Without even looking at it, Wei Er directly punched Sanji. Cough cough. Unable to bear the heavy damage, Sanji fell to the ground, coughing up blood constantly. Don't hurt my companion. Seeing this, Chopper's eyes were split. Strengthen leg strength beast shape. Chopper transforms into a reindeer form and unleashes the wild power of animals. At absolute speed, he rammed towards Wei Er again. Don't underestimate us. Zoro also took the opportunity to retrieve the weapon, his red eyes roaring. Failure is not terrible for him. But what bothered him the most was, he has cultivated painstakingly for many years, and is faintly proud of the swordsmanship. It was actually crushed. Was crushed by a child who was only 7 or 8 years old. The dignity of being a swordsman. This, Zoro will never allow. 2 swords. Zoro drank 72 treble wines. Incomparably fierce crossed sword energy, wrapped around the blade. With unprecedented anger, Zoro erupted. The body flashes like a ferocious beast that has lost its mind. With unparalleled momentum, he arrived in front of Wei Er in an instant. The sword is in full swing. The ground standing under your feet is full of staggered cut marks. It hasn't fallen yet. Wei Er on the front has already felt the incomparably cold killing sword energy. The attack power is good. However, Wei Er remained indifferent. There are even leisure mood evaluations. But the real swordsmanship is definitely not like you. Weak, so weak. When the words fall, Wei Er, who holds the famous sword thunder and has a gentle temperament. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying and fierce aura erupted. That is one kind, which belongs to the swordsman alone. Before the attack broke out, it completely crushed the terrible momentum of Zoro's 2 swords. Compared with Wei Er's momentum, Zoro, like a crawling child, faced an adult who had already grown up. The difference in strength is such a huge disparity. Have you felt it? This is the true meaning of swordsmanship. Looking at the shaking Zoro, Wei Er laughed out loud. The sharp edge gradually suppressed. The surging sword light almost destroyed Zoro's last self-confidence. Is this the true meaning of swordsmanship? Zoro was completely shocked. 5 body prostrate admiration. At that moment, he seemed to see the most wonderful scene. Ultimate light, wrapped in unparalleled power. Just facing it, it is impossible to bring up any thoughts of fighting. Unlike the Hawkeye who hides his strength and faces Zoro. The real swordsman, bursting out with all his strength, is wrapped in this unprecedented sense of oppression. Cut. As Wei Er gently danced the famous sword thunder, the slash that flashed with ultimate's brilliant light fell. Zoro gritted his teeth and let out a strong breath. Even if his body was cut by Yue, the blood was dripping. He, still shot. Wei Er is right. A truly powerful swordsman is to keep moving forward. Even in the face of an invincible enemy. Absolutely, you can't dare to raise the weapon in your hand to fight back. Zoro, who is absolutely focused, pushes hard. With absolute faith. With the last pride of a swordsman. Click. The 2 offensives collided. Terrible wind pressure formed, sweeping the turbulent waves. Crush. Rolling without suspense. Zoro's body dived deep into the ground plank, and the sword move was disintegrated in an instant. When he closed his eyes and waited for death, Wei Er stopped. Open your eyes, look up. Wei Er was condescending. Asterisk. Chapter 53. Understood, what is real swordsmanship? Wei Er chuckled lightly. What is real swordsmanship? Zoro was stunned and nodded subconsciously. The ultimate introduction is a knife without any distractions. Forge ahead bravely, every offensive, deeply implements the swordsman's belief in forging ahead. Everything can be cut. This is real swordsmanship. Zoro's heart was shaking. Even if he was taught a lesson by a 7 or 8-year-old child. With his absolutely proud swordsmanship, he completely crushed it. But what about this? The strong, never look at age. Boom. Meanwhile, Wei Er laughed again. Now that you understand, then lie down obediently. With a very gentle smile, Wei Er kicked out. Zoro's eyes suddenly burst, blood sprayed into the sky. Then, he collapsed beside Sanji, coughing up blood. I said it long ago, green algae tou, look, you are more embarrassed than me. Even at this time, Sanji didn't forget to tease. But Zoro rarely responded. He fell to the ground, staring up at the sky. Is it the true meaning of swordsmanship? Usopp, Nami, Zoro, was a face-to-face also killed in seconds. 3 major forces on board. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. All are a face-to-face obliteration. Usopp, who has been waiting for an opportunity to act, can't find an opportunity at all. The battle is over. Desperate. Unprecedented desperation. Usopp is going crazy. Nami was going crazy too. Their brains are running fast. Is there any hope for them to resolve this absolutely critical situation? Difficult. If facing Wei Er, it's impossible. 30 rounds of flowers bloom. When the two were desperate, Robin shot again. Boom. Suddenly, Usopp's eyes flickered with hope. Good chance. Whether it can be turned over is up to this time. Never kill gunpowder star dance. A large number of gunpowder stars exploded and suddenly enveloped Wei Er. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions erupted in an instant, completely shrouding Wei Er in the dust of the explosion. Did you make it? There was hope on Nami's face. Chopper, Usopp, Sanji, all stared at the explosion dust. For a long while, there was no movement. Everyone was slightly overjoyed. Really, it worked? Don't think that your sneak attack was successful, right? Just at this time, like a devil's whispering voice, it resounded in everyone's ears. But when the dust and smoke dissipated, there was no sign of Wei Er at all. When everyone followed the voice and looked. But it was the edge of the merry, Wei Er hugged Robin and looked at everyone with a smile on his face. Damn it, let go of Robin. Sanji drank immediately. At the same time, his eyes flashed with incomparable envy. Damn it. So envious. I want to be as close to Robin too. Stay still. If there are other actions, I do not guarantee that anything excessive will be done. Wei Er looked at Robin with a chuckle, and spoke out in denial. Even without special control. Hearing this, Robin nodded stiffly. Even if Wei Er looks like he is only 7 or 8 years old. But, it was a fierce man who killed their 3 major forces in succession. Who would dare to treat Wei Er as a child again? The only one who suffers is yourself. Boom. Immediately after, Wei Er disappeared under the shocked expressions of everyone in the straw hats. When it reappeared, it was accompanied by a loud noise. But Usopp was smashed to the ground with tears streaming down his nose. So far, except for Nami, the pirates were wiped out. It's over. It's over. Nami's last bit of hope collapsed. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Usopp. All of them were just a face-to-face, and they were instantly killed. Totally taught to be human. No resistance at all. With the only one left, what can she do? Is it beautiful? Do not make jokes. Wei Er, just a 7 or 8-year-old child. The Straw Hat Navigator, Nami. You're the only one left, do you want to resist? Squinting slightly, Wei Er walked towards Nami step by step. Nami backed away in horror, tripping over something. He raised his head and looked at Wei Er who was looking down at him. Infinite fear in my heart. Trembling all over, wondering what Wei Er will do to himself? You, what do you want to do? Seeing Wei Er getting closer to him, Nami gritted his teeth, screaming in horror. Ah! He chuckled, revealing a few big white fangs. At this moment, Wei Er smiled a little happily. Don't be so afraid. I didn't say, you must be arrested and put in impel down prison. Nami shook his head in a panic, don't try to lie to me. You are marine and we are pirates. It's not to arrest us and go to jail, why are you looking for us? When the words fell, Wei Er looked at Luffy who stood up from the ruins. I saw Luffy shaking his head frantically, trying to wake himself up a bit. Wei Er's move just now made his head still groggy. Fighting is impossible. Well, of course it's for your captain, Monkey D. Luffy. After all, it was a special request from my grandfather Garp. I can't refuse to come. Asterisk. Chapter 54. What? When Wei Er finished speaking, everyone in the Straw Hats had their jaws dropped to the ground. Well, you're probably right. My name is Monkey D. Wei Er. Nodding his head, he greeted everyone in the Straw Hats. Wei Er spread his hands. Silence. Deathly silence. It was even more shocking than they were madly abused by a 7 or 8-year-old pirate and had no ability to resist. You. Sanji was stunned in disbelief. Monkey D. Wei Er, do you have anything to do with Captain Luffy? Nami also subconsciously asked in shock. Road. Luffy. Zoro also quickly recovered. Look at Luffy, look at Wei Er again. Then, shaking his head wildly. Impossible. How can it be? You must be thinking wrong. The swordsman in front of him, who was less than 8 years old. How could it have anything to do with his idiot Captain Luffy? Must be a hallucination. Hey? Is your name Monkey too? Luffy in the distance was also stunned. There is no previous anger at all, but rather stupid and somewhat ignorant of the situation. Don't say you don't believe it. Wei Er guessed what Zoro etl. Spreading his hands, he said directly. Actually, I only found out not long ago. My father is a dragon. And marine hero, Garp Vice Admiral. It's my grandpa. Saying that, Wei Er looked at Luffy. So. Your nerve-wracking Captain Luffy is indeed my brother. A father, a mother, or not, I don't know. Boom. Hear Wei Er's affirmative answer. The Straw Hats were completely stunned. Real. It is true. This terrible enemy in front of me. Actually, it's Luffy's younger brother? But you're marine. Nami's brain is the fastest. What about marine? What about pirates? Justice and evil are never defined by these. How I want to do it depends on how I think about it. Wei Er shook his head and didn't mind speaking his mind. In fact, when Garp entrusted this task to himself, Wei Er had some guesses. It was because of his own definition of good and evil that he allowed himself to capture the pirates with his own hands. At least. Unlike those vicious pirates. The Luffy Straw Hats are not the most vicious people. According to the rules of world government, the rules of naval headquarters. The Straw Hat pirates are sinners and should be arrested. But at least, Wei Er has not seen the possibility of harming the world from the Straw Hat and others. They pursue one piece, and they are not keen on power. Rather, the dream in each of them. So, you won't send us to prison. Nami's eyes lit up, and there was a sense of survival. Well. Wei Er shook his head, follow the old man's instructions. If you are too weak, you might as well be sent directly to impel down prison. Instead of letting you be annihilated by others, this is also a kind of protection. What? The expressions of Usopp and the others suddenly collapsed. Thought it was a dead end. I didn't expect that I would still be arrested. And just when everyone in the Straw Hats was desperate, Wei Er turned the corner. But your strength is weak. But the belief is still firm. This time, I won't arrest you for the time being. Really? Nami was pleasantly surprised. If you are willing to let us go, then thank you so much, Brother Wei Er. The sense of crisis disappeared, and Nami's nature was immediately exposed. They are all their own people, and they are still powerful horror characters. The condom is close, isn't this what it should be? Don't do this with me. Wei Er laughed and ignored Nami at all. It was Sanji, who took a long breath at this moment. I want to ask, how old are you? Wei Er raised his eyebrows. Isn't that important? Important? Sanji, Zoro, in unison. If they are similar in age, there are even 12 or 13 years old. It is not unacceptable that they all failed miserably. It's about a month away, it's about 8 years old. Anyway, there is nothing to hide, Wei Er answered directly. Boom. The words fell, and everyone in the straw hats stayed where they were. What? Am I right? A swordsman who is less than 8 years old. Zoro's worldview collapsed in an instant. After decades of practice, is swordsmanship not as good as a child less than 8 years old? Instant heartache. It's hard to breathe. Sanji muttered to himself too. Is this really the captain's brother? Brother? But why? I feel that Luffy was beaten by his brother at all 365 degrees. Whether it is Wei Er's strength, or the manifested mind. Even if he is only 7 or 8 years old, he is stronger and more mature than Luffy. Ha ha ha, so you are my brother. At this time, Luffy stepped forward. Facing Wei Er, he smiled like a fool. Next time we meet, I'll beat you to the ground. Even if you are my brother. Because of me, I want to be the man of the pirates. All straw hats? Luffy! Nami shouted. Sanji held his forehead. The captain of his own family really has no idea at all. Before the age of 8, all of them were tortured with blood. It can be described as a complete crushing. Such a terrifying monster. Do you still want to beat? Stop kidding, okay? Zoro's eyes suddenly dimmed. Hey! The goal of the world's largest swordsman, is there still a day to achieve it? Because, Wei Er is also a swordsman. It is a swordsman who is less than 8 years old. To become a great swordsman in the future, I am afraid it is a certainty. Even defeated Hawkeye and became the world's largest swordsman. Zoro felt that it shouldn't take too long. Thinking of this, Zoro's mentality collapsed. The original Kuina was a swordsman genius. And he, by virtue of his unremitting efforts. I have always believed that sweat is necessary to become a strong person. Talent or something, it's just support. Zoro didn't understand that until he met Wei Er. A true genius is an existence that is simply incomprehensible. Asterisk. Chapter 55. Let's go, really let us go. When everyone in the Straw Hats doubted life, Wei Er left. Keeping their promises and not arresting them. The people who were suddenly like a dream breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at his own captain Luffy. Suddenly he sighed. Obviously it is a bloodline, why is the gap so big? And just when they thought so, Wei Er has almost arrived at the place where the warship is docked. The task given by the old man Garp has been completed. Wei Er also plans to return to naval headquarters to digest the harvest this time. And today's property panel is advancing by leaps and bounds. Host, Wei Er. Power, 201. Speed, 198. Physical strength, 198. Ability, Intermediate Swordsmanship LV9, Conqueror's Haki LV3, Observation Haki LV1, Armament Haki LV1. Weapon, 12 Works of Supreme Great Knife, Thunder, 21 Great Knives Works, Chongzheng Mihuche. Attribute point, 0. Start with 100. Every bit of added attribute is not as simple as +1. According to Wei Er's assessment of his current strength, with a Dao value of more than 4,000, he is known as the powerhouse Lu Chi, who is rarely seen in 800 years by Nice Lobby CP9. Probably not his opponent now. If you have to divide the strength. At the moment, Wei Er should not be able to quasi-admiral level strength. But Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, no one should be Wei Er's opponent. Of course. However, it still needs to go through actual battles. Hey, kid, can't you watch the road? Get the hell out of here. But just when Wei Er was thinking. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant hoarse voice sounded. Wei Er raised his eyebrows and looked back, but a young man with blonde hair looked at him. From the left eye, there is a long scar. Look at what? Do you know who this uncle is? Uncle Ben, it's Bellamy the hyena. If you don't want to die, get out of the way for this uncle. Seeing that Wei Er didn't give way, even stared at himself. Bellamy was furious. With a roar, the surrounding people also began to boo. Hey, Bellamy, this kid seems to be ignoring you. Ha ha ha. Has the big pirate carrying 55 million Baileys been ignored by the kid? Bellamy, kill this kid. Ha ha ha. In the midst of the roar of the crowd, Bellamy took the lead. Damn it, just a little brat. Dare to ignore me. Boom. Spring picks people. Shot, Bellamy is to explode with all his strength. Turn your calf into a spring and suddenly lower it. Immediately after the explosion, it began to jump back and forth in the surrounding buildings. Over time, Bellamy's speed has exceeded the limit speed that the dynamic strength of the human body can catch up with. Bellamy's gone. Ha ha ha. This kid is dead. Just for a moment, Bellamy was in the eyes of ordinary people. It's like disappearing. Just as everyone's voice fell, the stored kinetic energy reached its limit. Bellamy was about to smash the void and rammed at an extremely terrifying speed. Fancy. Wei Er, who has been silent all the time, has a small smile on the corner of his mouth. He clenched his fists slightly, and the armed color hardened and spread upward. Click and click. The crisp sound of bones colliding. Bellamy's offensive is about to come. It's over, kid. Roaring angrily, Bellamy's face was full of confident evil smiles. Boom. The next moment, a loud bang suddenly exploded. The situation was completely different from what everyone around him expected. Bellamy's body was out of control and fell to the ground. The board shattered and blood spattered. Quiet. Deathly silence. The people around were horrified. Looking at Wei Er in the middle of the field, he was speechless at all. Bellamy, stop joking. Stand up, you are a big pirate with a bounty of 55 million Bailey. The silver-haired midpoint man stuttered in disbelief. He is. Marine, he's the Marine. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed. It was an old man with a red nose, sweating coldly, looking at Wei Er in horror. Marine. The Marine Rear Admiral who challenged the authority of the Donquixote family one after another and removed 2 underground strongholds. Wei Er. Boom. Hearing the words Wei Er, the surrounding pirates went crazy. What? Without hesitation, she screamed and ran away frantically. Wei Er? Dare to challenge the Donquixote family, the terrible Marine Rear Admiral who suppressed Rao-ji and Diamante one after another? In the past, maybe no one believed it. But at this moment, Wei Er's strength is only the tip of the iceberg. As powerful as Bellamy, he was instantly killed in a single face-to-face. Wei Er Rear Admiral. At the same time, because the fighting place is not far from the warships on the coast. Hearing the huge movement, several worried Colonel Marines hurriedly came with people. Sure enough, seeing Wei Er, he stepped forward and shouted respectfully. It's just right, let's catch these pirates. Wei Er nodded and ordered immediately. Mosquito legs are also meat. Although Bellamy is trash, he is still a pirate with 55 million Baileys. Just change some military skills, don't be in vain. Yes. Several Marine colonels hurriedly responded and hurriedly led people to clean up the mess. Soon all the pirates including Bellamy and the silver-haired man were arrested. Wei Er walked ahead. The escort troops followed. Soon, everyone returned to the warship and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. Just a few Marine colonels, conveying Wei Er's order. When the warship is returned and headed to the headquarters, a tall black shadow quickly approached their army. Across the turbulent sea, the sky is flying. Tick-tock. Soon, the figure was very close to the warship. Colonel Marine, who wanted to sound the warning for the first time, couldn't make a sound at all. Cold sweat poured out, stiff on the spot. Almost all warships Marine, feel the scalp tingling. The back was cold, and a cold air quickly rose from the tailbone to the sky. In an instant, his mind went blank. Signature pink feather coat and cropped pants. Pointed toe shoes, blonde hair, and signature sunglasses. It's him. Asterisk. Chapter 56. Fur. Not too brave. After arresting my subordinate Diamante, why didn't you return to naval headquarters as soon as possible? Among all Marine, the stiff look. Doflamingo, who was in a hurry with an evil and cold smile, landed on the warship. Looking at the crowd, the smile became more evil and wanton. Even Doflamingo didn't do anything. But Don Quixote's reputation was enough to shock Colonel Marine in front of him. Almost at the same time, they took a few steps back, and they didn't even have the courage to fight. Because Doflamingo, except for the 7 warlords of the sea, and the leader of Don Quixote, also bears an identity. Even if only once. But the world's #1 noble, the identity of celestial dragons. It also made the Marines in front of them not dare to act rashly. Gollum. After a long while, a Colonel Marine forced a burst of courage. Doflamingo. We were ordered to arrest Diamante this time. Even if you are strong, do you want to disobey the orders of the world government? After that, Doflamingo laughed again. Fur. You're right. So, kill you all together. World government, how would you know that I did it? Evil smiles, amazing words. The expressions of the Marines on the warship changed greatly. A sense of despair spread quickly. Fur. All right, tell me where Diamante is. Perhaps, I can consider letting you die a happy death. When the words fell, Doflamingo twitched his fingers lightly. The originally extremely stagnant anger was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying murderous intent. Wrapped in this evil spirit, an invisible thread appeared. With Doflamingo hooked, the cut is tucked in laterally. Once hit, the Marine of the entire warship is probably going to be bloodbathed. Tatata. Doflamingo had murderous intent, 2 steps ahead. Seeing that Marine didn't answer him, he was about to kill with a finger. And when he stepped in the cabin, someone also walked out. Clang! The terrifying thread that seemed to cut even the heavens and the earth was completely blocked. No matter how hard Doflamingo pushes, always, the collapse could not be completed. Click! Even in the next instant, Wei Er exerted a little force, and the thread broke directly. In Doflamingo, in the gloomy complexion, Wei Er stood in front of many Marines and chuckled. Doflamingo? Who gave you the courage to take action against my subordinates? The voice was calm, sweeping slightly. The stagnant atmosphere suddenly loosened. Including the cold murderous intent, all vanished in an instant. Monkey D. Wei Er. Murderer stared at Wei Er, and suddenly, Doflamingo laughed evilly. Fur. The freshman of the elite training camp successfully passed the graduation assessment in just 2 months. 3-stage perfect evaluation. Called a monster trainee marine who has the potential to surpass the 3 admirals in active duty. Do not. Now, it is the headquarters Rear Admiral. Am I right? Wei Er Rear Admiral? With a playful look full of evil, the surrounding marine looked horrified. But you are not small. I captured my subordinate Diamante and dared to stay here. Don't you know that they are my precious existence like family? With a wave of his hand, Wei Er repelled the terrifying marine crowd. Looking at Doflamingo, he said indifferently. Know what? I don't know, so what? Who do you think you are? What is your family? Fur. Doflamingo seems to have a smile on the corner of his mouth, but his inner anger is already overwhelming. I was underestimated by a 7 or 8-year-old child. That being the case, the majesty of my Donquixote family, lost from you. I will take it back from you. The moment the words fell, Doflamingo took the lead. One foot stomped on the ground hard, and the armed color hardened to cover the calf instantly. Boom! It's just a simple hardening of the armed color, and it doesn't use the fruit ability at all. The murderous intent that can be contained seems to be kicking the air. In the face of a powerful attack, Doflamingo took the lead. Wei Er, fighting spirit in his heart. Hope, don't let me down. Deliberately waited for many days in Saipan, but did not wait. Unexpectedly, Doflamingo actually found Magic Valley Town. The fighting spirit that had been accumulated for many days was not released in the Straw Hats. Originally, I was thinking of going back to the headquarters to find the old man or the chief Zephyr instructor to practice. Now, Whetstone, Doflamingo. Instead, it was delivered to the door. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying momentum rippled out. Wei Er also attacked with a physique, and his calf was covered with armed color hardening. Use the same move to collide with Doflamingo head-on. Accompanied by a loud noise, terrible wind pressure. The two are instantly separated. At the same time, his eyes narrowed, a strange and majestic momentum. It quickly swept across all directions. Conqueror's Haki, Full Blast. Asterisk. Chapter 57. How can it be? Seeing this, Doflamingo looked slightly surprised. Originally wanted to explode Conqueror's Haki. Quickly stun the marines and give Wei Er a slap in the face. Did not expect. Wei Er isn't just armament Haki's equal. It even has Conqueror's Haki. This simply subverts Doflamingo's perception. Are you really only 8 years old? At this moment, Doflamingo is somewhat suspicious of life. 8-year-old owner of Conqueror's Haki? Conqueror's Haki. It is said that among millions of people, only one person can appear as a king. As noble celestial dragons, he doesn't have to. A mere 8-year-old child actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. And, what's going on? Vaguely, Doflamingo felt that his Conqueror's Haki had been suppressed. What a joke! Is this what you rely on? Looking at the shocked Doflamingo, Wei Er chuckled lightly. Crackling! The momentum became more and more vigorous, and the two Conquerors' Haki slammed each other. Terrible vibrations, wrapped in extremely cold wind pressure. The whole sky, the sea, all change color. A cabin of a warship. Diamante, who is full of scars and apathetic. Suddenly he smiled evilly. Oh, I said it long ago, you won't be arrogant for long. The Lord is here. This farce should end. In the evil smile, Diamante's eyes were full of destructive madness. The thrill of revenge. Think of the cruelty of the young master to the enemy. Diamante seemed to have figured it out. How will the defeated Wei Er be killed? In despair, painful demise. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Boom boom boom. The two conquerors' Haki collided, and the world changed color. There was a constant thunderous noise that penetrated everyone's eardrums. Pain relief. In Doflamingo, in disbelief. His conqueror's haki, squeezed at an absolute disadvantage. If there is only a slight gap, in fact, there is no way to tell the difference between haki and haki. But obviously, the situation at the moment. Wei Er's conqueror's haki is stronger than Doflamingo's conqueror's haki. Moreover, it is not just a star and a half. Impossible. Under Doflamingo's growl, his conqueror's haki was completely suppressed. An invisible wave of air suddenly swept away towards him. As for Wei Er on the opposite side, the clouds were light and windy, as if nothing had happened. You can't just be an 8-year-old. Could it be someone with the ability to devour devil fruit? Doflamingo pulls back. Looking at Wei Er at this moment, there is no more contempt from before. Too strong. For a split second, he seemed to be facing red-haired Shanks. What a joke! If Wei Er is really only 8 years old. At this moment, it actually made him feel like he was facing the 4 emperors Shanks. This is simply outrageous. To know. On this sea, there are many people with the qualifications of kings. But there is only one person who can really become a king. You say, Wei Er Rear Admiral can win. At this moment, I feel the shock of terror. A group of Marines retreated further and further away. But he still looks back from time to time, worrying about Wei Er's safety. The other party is Doflamingo after all, so let's hurry up and inform the headquarters. Don't worry, I've already informed you. Crane Vice Admiral is not far from here and will be able to arrive soon. Then, we can only pray that Wei Er Rear Admiral can last until that time. These Marine Majors also have self-knowledge. Retreat all the way to the extreme distance, almost being suppressed by the momentum of the collision of 2 conquerors' haki. Wanting to participate in the battle of this kind of powerhouse is just a hindrance to Wei Er. And the coast at this time. The clouds were overcast, and the waves were turbulent. An unprecedented depressing aura slowly covered all directions. At this time, somewhere near the sea area of Magic Valley Town, 2 large warships are riding the wind and waves. Proceed quickly. Garp leaned anxiously against the rail, staring blankly into the distance. Crane Vice Admiral stepped forward and said softly. What, worried about Wei Er? He didn't speak, but Garp's expression betrayed him. Do not worry. Our sailing speed is already fast, and I believe we will arrive before Doflamingo. After the words fell, there was a sudden noise from the deck. Chief of the General Staff Crane, something happened. Emergency information came from Magic Valley Town, they encountered Shishibukai Doflamingo. Right now, Wei Er Rear Admiral is facing off against Doflamingo. So fast. Crane Vice Admiral frowned slightly. Before he could speak, Garp said anxiously. Speed up, don't rush to Magic Valley Town as fast as you can. Yes. Crane Vice Admiral did not hold back. Colonel Marine, who came to report, quickly turned around and conveyed Garp's order. The speed of the already extremely fast warship is once again guaranteed. It's almost overloaded, and it doesn't care about the loss at all. Asterisk. Chapter 58. Furfur. I have to say, you are beyond my imagination. But, that's it. On the coast of Magic Valley Town, Doflamingo looked at Wei Er with a wicked smile. All over the body, awe-inspiring murderous intent was revealed. His purpose here is simple. Kill Wei Er and restore the lost prestige of the Donquixote family. At the same time, rescue the captured Diamante. Therefore, even Wei Er owns Conqueror's haki, and even beats Doflamingo. So what? Doflamingo's real support is not Conqueror's haki. 5 color strings. With an angry shout, Doflamingo's killing intent skyrocketed. The air suddenly hummed and vibrated. A sharp edge suddenly shrouded Wei Er. Falling with Doflamingo's hand. It was a thread connecting 5 fingers, enough to tear steel. Haha. Seeing this, Wei Er's expression remained indifferent. Even he couldn't see the thread. But in the eyes of those with observation haki, these threads are invisible. Laugh. The famous sword tiger came out of its sheath and swept out. One shot flow, IHE cut. Boom. Under the knife, the arc flickered. With an incomparably violent power, the reflected Wei Er's face is incomparably cold. Is it just that? Seeing this, Doflamingo looked confident. Before he came, he had already investigated Wei Er's intelligence. Suspected of the mystery of the sword, it can be in a state other than demon fruit power. Unleash an arcing attack. Doflamingo, who was prepared, had an evil smile on his face. Undaunted, the 5 color strings continued to slam down. The arc was easily destroyed by the silk thread, and the expression on Doflamingo's face became more and more raging. Clang! At the same time, the 5 sights collided with the famous sword Hutu in Wei Er's hand. In an instant, fierce sparks erupted. The silk thread released by string fruit has properties beyond steel India. If the silk thread stalks armament haki, it can even injure those with Logia abilities. At the same time, it has super toughness and super hardness. Unless it is against the 4 emperors, Marine 3 Admiral, that kind of person. If not, Doflamingo never fails to break out 5 color strings against any enemy. Click! But in the next instant, there were several crisp sounds. The silk thread shattered directly, and Doflamingo was slightly stunned. Impossible! Conqueror's haki is not as good as Wei Er. Could it be that even Devil Fruit's ability has to be suppressed? Super Strike Whip! In anger, Doflamingo's palm quickly stretched back. At the same time, dozens of nearly transparent silk threads were sprayed from the palm. In an instant, the threads were brought together. Forms thick strands like hair. Pull from the back to the front. It suddenly pierced towards Wei Er's abdomen. Shave! In the face of such a powerful offensive that can even instantly cut high-rise buildings into 2 halves. Wei Er can fight hard, but it's not necessary. Marine 6 styles, shaved bursts, moving to one side at high speed. While dodging the super strike whip, Wei Er broke out a slash with the famous sword Tiger Toru. One shot flow, annihilation. Boom! In an instant, 10 slashes were slashed, converging to form a dazzling blue sword. Cut through the void, and even the sea is divided in an instant. With a terrifying power that changed the color of the world, it swept towards Doflamingo. Spider's web wall. Doflamingo's complexion changed slightly, and his arms suddenly waved to the side and behind. When the azure blue giant sword energy fell, it quickly sent hundreds of thousands of silk threads. Formed a huge spider's web wall, standing in front of him. At the same time, I felt the unprecedented sense of crisis that enveloped my heart. The threads combined into spider's web wall quickly spread armament haki. Clang! The sword energy fell, and a close contact with spider's web wall broke out. Accompanied by extremely terrifying wind pressure, it was an extremely harsh metallic symphony. Boom boom boom! The sword chi did not dissipate directly. Wrapped in an indomitable power, the sword energy cuts spider's web wall vertically and horizontally. Squeeze the spider's web wall vigorously, and keep pressing down to make the spider's web wall unstoppable. What a terrible sword energy! This kid! In Doflamingo's heart, he was secretly awe-inspiring. Rao used armament haki to strengthen the hardness, and almost broke spider's web wall. Is this really just something that an 8-year-old child can do? Marine, what kind of monster did you get? It's useless. Thinking so in my heart, Doflamingo kept smiling evilly on his mouth. The silk thread of string fruit has a hardness that surpasses that of steel. An unimaginable tenacity. Plus armament haki overlay hardened. Even if it seemed, it was almost shattered by sword energy. But almost, after all, it still could not be cut off. Dropping ruffian string. With a confident smile on his face that everything is under control, Doflamingo raised his arms up and swung down hard. While swinging, 5 fingers, almost transparent silk threads spread suddenly. Form 5 forked silk threads similar to a leaf rake. From top to bottom, with a chilling murderous intent. I want to kill Wei Er from start to finish. It hasn't even fallen yet. It's just the remnants of it. Most of the coast behind Wei Er was deeply plowed with 5 ravines. Raging waves, accompanied by Doflamingo's signature evil smile. Fur, that's it. The words fall. The terrifying dropping ruffian string instantly enveloped Wei Er. Asterisk. Chapter 59. Is this the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea? Doflamingo, what kind of monster is that? I felt the murderous intent that was almost affected and spread rapidly. A group of marines who retreated from the warship retreated again and again in horror. Why, support hasn't come yet. Wei Er Rear Admiral, can you really resist such a monster? Really, can you hold out until support arrives? Many marines looked anxious. For a time, my mind was confused. Clang! In the face of the terrifying dropping ruffian string Wei Er, he just raised his famous sword and swept away. A few slashes erupted easily and shot straight towards dropping ruffian string. It seemed to cut everything, and even the air would be divided into 2 terrifying threads. In the face of Wei Er's explosive slash, he was unable to advance half a step. Even the moment Wei Er was enveloped, all shattered and disappeared into the void. Boom boom. After some ability testing, the two have no other reservations. Armament haki covered up and broke out in a fierce melee battle in the void. With the string fruit ability, Doflamingo can perfectly defend against Wei Er's slash. Although a little difficult. But in the end, it stopped. Whether it is the thunder arc of the profundity of the sword, or the annihilation of a sword flow that can be 10 in 1. Neither can break through the spider's web wall defense and damage Doflamingo. In the face of Doflamingo's shrouded silk threads, Wei Er also handled it with ease. To cover Armament Haki's famous sword, it is matched with Observation Haki. The ubiquitous sharp threads seem to have encountered an absolute nemesis. Wei Er could not be touched at all. Not to mention hurt. Fur. It seems that this battle cannot be decided. Doflamingo said while controlling the silk thread attack. With such strength, I really can't beat you in a short time. But I want to take Diamante, can you stop me? The main purpose of coming to Wei Er was to regain the prestige of the Donquixote family. But the more they fought, the more frightened Doflamingo became. No flaws. Yes, no flaws. Rao is as proud as Doflamingo, but he can't do anything about Wei Er. It's impossible to beat. So now, the only thing he can do. Just because Wei Er is not alone, he still needs to guard the weakness of the group of marines. Taking Diamante away quickly can be regarded as saving some face. Think so? Doflamingo suddenly burst into countless threads and looked into the distance. Sky's path. The clouds were implicated with silk threads, and they wanted to blast away at the group of marines. Heavenly Yaksha, is that all? Wei Er laughed, but his hands were not slow. Moonwalk launches, intercepting Doflamingo. Hu Che fell, and the slashing attack erupted. One-shot flow, annihilation. Doflamingo's color changed slightly, but things were still manageable. Clang! With silk thread, forcibly suppresses the slash. At the same time, he turned sideways around Wei Er and continued to fly towards the target. But at this time, Doflamingo's body just swayed, a little stiff. Looking sideways at Wei Er, he frowned slightly. In my heart, there was a faint ominous premonition. Under Doflamingo's observation haki, Wei Er put away his name. The supreme knife, thunder starts. In an instant, the sharp blade was filled with extremely strange power. Thunder, Kailan. Drinking low without any emotion, Wei Er held the famous knife Thunder. A terrifying thunder arc erupted and fell heavily. The endless vertical and horizontal sword energy turned into thunder. In Doflamingo, in the face of great change. Suddenly suppressed. Whoosh. The first time to choose dodge, while Doflamingo burst silk thread staggered. Form spider's web wall to block in front of you, trying to resist the thunder. These threads are already hard and tough enough. After covering armament haki, even Wei Er's one-shot annihilation is difficult to break through the defense of spider's web wall. This also became Doflamingo's reliance. As long as the defense is not broken, he can remain invincible. But at this moment, completely ineffective. That thunder in the sky is still the essence of sword energy. Beyond the sharpness of spider's web wall defense, it cuts and shatters countless threads in an instant. Break through spider's web wall without hindrance. In Doflamingo's shocked expression, he quickly enveloped him in all directions. Damn! Just as the thunder were about to touch, Doflamingo let out a low growl. Dodged quickly, but was still hit by a little thunder. Stab it! Flesh and blood swirled, and the sky was instantly red with blood. Actually injured. Doflamingo was furious and stared at Wei Er. Bullet string. Dropping ruffian string. Spider's web wall. While dodging continuously, the string fruit ability erupts. A large number of silk threads spread, resisting the continuous closing of the thunder. Boom! Countless loud noises echoed, and the eardrums of those who were shocked by the harsh metal symphony were aching. As expected of Doflamingo. With the power of fruit, it explodes the thunder of the sky. Although the ultimate dodge defense, Doflamingo is a little embarrassed at the moment. Blood was dripping all over his body, and his pink feather coat was charred black. But after all, it's just some skin trauma. Except for Doflamingo, who felt his dignity trampled. The Thunder Kailan was indeed unable to inflict fatal injuries on him. Little devil, you succeeded in angering me. Facing Wei Er, who made himself so embarrassed, Doflamingo was furious like never before. His forehead was full of blue veins, and his expression was extremely ferocious. Leg shave string. Doflamingo, full of anger, burst into shape. From the toes, create 8 silk threads, and explode an offensive similar to 5 color strings. The penetrating leg shave string, even armament haki can't completely resist. Asterisk. Chapter 60. Thunder Kirin. Looking at the angry Doflamingo indifferently, Wei Er once again waved the famous sword and thunder. In Doflamingo's view, it should be extremely exhausting. The thunder of the sky, which is impossible to use easily, is once again filled with the void. Damn it! Devil fruit ability? How could a child less than 8 years old be so powerful? Doflamingo kept dodging under the shroud of thunder. The leg shave string attack that erupted was just enough to shatter a little thunder. Even the thunder spread down instantly, and the legs were scratched with blood. Even if he defends with silk thread, supplemented by armament haki. But in the face of the terrifying and penetrating thunder, can't stop it at all. As long as it is scratched, it must be dripping with blood. Call. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, he was actually suppressed. Doflamingo took a deep breath. One turned over and suddenly stepped on the sea surface. Looking at Wei Er, the expression became more and more gloomy. Fur. As expected, it is a terrifying monster that surpasses the potential of the 3 active admirals. Looking at Wei Er, Doflamingo's face turned evil again. Originally, I wanted to keep hiding it. But now, it seems there is no way. Forcing me to this point, you are already proud enough. Next, it's time to end it all. The words fell instantly. A spooky force centered on Doflamingo. Spread rapidly in all directions. Silently. Everything around is visible to the naked eye and turned into white lines. Then Doflamingo made a ferocious force and suddenly attacked Wei Er. The silk thread that surged like a wave was suddenly under the control of Doflamingo. Wrapped in a fierce penetrating offensive, a raging wave attack like an ocean wave swept from the ground and surrounded Wei Er in all directions. Cover it in the middle of the silk thread, and quickly stagger it to form a huge white thread like a twist. Wild waves and white lines. Under Doflamingo's fury, the white lines of the huge waves accelerated and closed, trying to strangle Wei Er on the spot. The terrifying shaking even made Marine on the other side of the coast see it clearly. Even the thunder in the sky was instantly dissipated by the huge wave of white lines. Awakened Devil Fruit ability. Wei Er didn't know when, dodge avoided the huge white line of waves that closed. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo was not surprised and laughed. Looks like you know a lot. Fur. But even no. Is there any way for you next? Licking the bloodline at the corners of his mouth, Doflamingo flashes his signature wicked smile. The blood on his face made him more and more evil. As he spoke, he approached Wei Er step by step. Wherever everything is turned into white threads. Awakened string fruit ability. The ability to go beyond the original ability and develop to a higher level. Even this sea has a lot of demon fruit power. There are only a handful of those who can be awakened. Paramecia Devil Fruit once awakened. The ability is no longer limited to itself, but is able to change the environment. Just like Doflamingo at the moment. Anything around him, including buildings, could be included if he wanted to. All turned into a controllable sight. Boom boom boom. Burst the awakening ability of string fruit. It was as if everything around him had become Doflamingo's weapon. The silk thread like a big wave, constantly swept and beat Wei Er. Keep shaving and dodging in Marine 6 styles. But everything around was annihilated and shattered. It was as if the end had come. What happened? With such a violent vibration, what's with the dragon-like waves? Is this about to die? Just watching from a distance, the faces of the Marines were full of horror and fear. The power of the Devil Fruit awakened is completely beyond their comprehension. Doflamingo, more powerful than imagined. Wei Er Rear Admiral, facing such a terrifying force. It should be almost unbearable, right? Damn, call the phone bug and ask when the support will arrive. Come on. Colonel. I don't know what happened, the communication can't be sent out. Damn it. All Marines changed color upon hearing this. Even if you can't see the specifics. But this devastating offensive surpassed their perception of the strength of the Vice Admiral headquarters. But 8-year-old Wei Er Rear Admiral. It has been beyond their expectations to be able to support it until now. But in the face of this terrifying attack. Really, can you hold on? Everyone. I have absolutely no confidence in my heart. Evil is incomparable. The terrifying Wei Er Rear Admiral who claims to surpass the potential of the 3 active admirals. Are we going to stop here? Gollum. Accompanied by nervous swallowing saliva. Nobody knows. How will this battle end? Asterisk. Chapter 61. Ua Era White Wave. With a light drink from Doflamingo. The entire ground has become a sea of turbulent waves made of silk threads. Galloping, roaring. The fierce murderous intent that enveloped Ultimate spread directly to Wei Er's feet. To stalk him and bind him in place. Seeing this, Wei Er did not panic at all. Seeing the white waves spread, use moonwalk to easily stand in the void. At the same time, the famous sword thunder fell, and the thunder Kylan broke out. Thunder flashed in endless arcs, facing Doflamingo, who was pedaling on the white waves. It's useless. Seeing this, Doflamingo smiled evilly, shield white line. Different from the previous tough defense. Facing the same fierce thunder, Doflamingo was full of confidence at the moment. In the wave of hands, a white ocean composed of silk threads. Immediately, several huge lines rose up, easily resisting the thunder that fell all over the world. Clang clang! With a piercing metal symphony, all the thunder pylons shattered and annihilated. Fur, it's useless, give up. At this moment, I am absolutely invincible. Smashing the thunder unicorn with ease, Doflamingo looked at Wei Er with an evil look. Laughing wildly. In the face of the absolute suppression of hierarchical power. No matter how many moves you have, it's meaningless. Big waves and white lines. Then there was an angry shout. The white ocean suddenly formed huge waves. As if it was about to overturn the world, it slammed into Wei Er. Whoosh! Facing the overwhelming waves of silk threads, Wei Er kept shaving to dodge. Occasionally, one or two fish that slip through the net are also broken by Wei Er with a slash. Absolute defense, absolute attack. At this moment, you are indeed more than a little bit stronger than before. Successfully dodging the waves, Wei Er stepped into the void to look at Doflamingo. Now that you know. Well, stop here. Being able to force me to release my awakening ability is already worthy of the name of the evildoer. Fur. With an evil laughter from the coldest to ultimate, Doflamingo has no reservations. Stepping on the giant waves of silk thread, it seems to be above all living beings. In a few words, the huge waves roared wildly. Look at Wei Er as if looking at a dead person. Ah! Wei Er, who saw this, smiled. Looking into the distance, he made a faint sound. Come yet? It seems that the game is over. Doflamingo was confident and pressed hard. Hearing this, his face changed slightly. But when he thinks that he has awakened the devil fruit ability, an unprecedented confidence filled his body. For Wei Er's remarks, he just regarded it as the dying struggle of the loser. Thunder. At the same time, Wei Er held the famous sword Thunder lightly. A strange power different from Conqueror's haki quickly spread. Quiet. Deathly silence. Absolute silence. Even the surging white Wang Yang seemed to be suppressed and calmed down in an instant. Immediately after, a force that made Doflamingo's heart palpitate, came from Wei Er. Bloom slowly. Weak at the beginning, but quickly and powerfully surging. A fear that seemed to come from the depths of his heart enveloped Doflamingo in an instant. Thunder, destroy the world. A light drink. The sky, the earth, suddenly run away endless purple thunder. The flickering arc is wrapped in an absolutely irresistible power. Even just watching. A psychic fear nearly made Doflamingo lose the courage to fight. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The profound meaning of the sword, an 8-year-old swordsman. Doflamingo growled in disbelief, not believing what was happening at all. What a joke! Only 8 years old, fully comprehended the profound meaning of the sword? Die! In disbelief, Doflamingo growled. The hands are linked together to control dozens of line posts soaring into the sky. I want to suppress the power shrouded in thunder and kill it on the spot. However, Wei Er, who was wrapped in thunder, did not choose to avoid at this moment. Looking down at Doflamingo condescendingly. Just watching, a terrifying white line pierced through. That can easily smash the offensive of high-rise buildings. In Doflamingo's view, it is inevitable. But the next scene shocked his mind. Impossible. I saw the terrifying line column, and it collapsed instantly when it touched the thunder. Unable to reach Wei Er at all, he was abruptly stopped halfway. Boom boom boom. The endless thunder spreads down along the broken silk thread. It was supposed to be tough enough to easily shatter armament haki's threads. Fall apart. It's as easy as cutting tofu with a knife. Shield white line. In shock, Doflamingo reacted extremely quickly. He quickly launched his defense, and at the same time pulled away and retreated. The proud awakening ability of string fruit is suppressed. Once covered in these thunders, Doflamingo understands. When the time comes, you won't be able to survive at all. Even the four emperors Kaido, who claims to be immortal. Faced with this terror attack, Doflamingo doubted whether he could survive. The white Wang Yang quickly gathered endless white silk threads. Like rolling waves, it will be in the middle of Doflamingo and endless thunder. But the endless thunder is simply unstoppable. Even, there is still a metallic glow covering armament haki. In front of such a bitter and endless thunder, every attack is comparable to a swordsman's right slash. Under the overlap, even Doflamingo added armament haki on top of the waves. Awakened string fruit ability, full blast. But still unable to stop the endless thunder. Just escaping a little, has already made his skin open. The terrified Doflamingo continued to retreat. But he retreated quickly. Endless thunder, breaking through the shield's white line defense faster. Boom boom boom. A time. The white silk threads danced wildly in the sky, and Doflamingo's expression was extremely ferocious. But let him struggle. In the face of the endless thunder, they all retreated inch by inch. Desperate. *. Chapter 62. Good, it's scary. Is that the real strength of Wei Er Rear Admiral? Even Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was suppressed. Looking at the white silk threads in the sky, he constantly confronted the endless thunder. The Marines, far from the center of the battle, were speechless for a long time. Damn! Damn it! How so? At this moment, the battle center, constantly being chased and blocked by endless thunder, Doflamingo couldn't laugh anymore. The calm and evil smile has long been replaced by anger and panic. I am the only king in this sea. This is impossible. He wanted to deny it. Deny Wei Er's power. Denies being suppressed by an 8-year-old. But the facts are in front of you. Even if he had awakened the ability of string fruit, he would still not be able to withstand the thunder. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness made Doflamingo even more angry. Damn it, kid! Monkey D Wei Er, I will make you pay. Staring at Wei Er, Doflamingo growled angrily. After a tragic childhood, he established the Donquixote family with Toripole and others. He had never encountered such a miserable situation today. The most important is, it was only an 8-year-old child who caused all this. This made Doflamingo's pride completely shattered. It was as if his self-esteem had been trampled under his feet, making him almost lose his mind in anger. 16 holy bullets. Under the roar of anger, from the ground around Doflamingo, 16 white lines of stalking high-density armed waves suddenly appeared. God kills. Wrapped in a terrifyingly penetrating white line of giant waves, with the ultimate speed. In the direction Wei Er was standing, he suddenly bombarded it. Have you seen Tu Kaiang dagger? Seeing this, Wei Er raised his eyebrows slightly. 16 rounds of holy murderous bullets, God's execution, is already Doflamingo's final trump card. Once this can't hurt yourself. That means Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, completely lost. Quietly watching the giant waves and white lines swept in from all directions with ultimate destructive power. Wei Er drives armament haki, covering the thunder. Suddenly waved and fell. The world-destroying thunder that filled the sky instantly condensed 10 six-paths thunder pythons. In the same domineering and violent attitude, he moved towards the 16 holy bullets to suppress. Boom! The roar of the sky swept through, and the airwave seemed to overturn the world. Just a face-to-face contact. Between heaven and earth, it seems to have fallen into a short-term absolute silence. Immediately afterwards, there was a piercing eardrum, a shrill metallic symphony. Countless thunders exploded, and countless white lines shattered. The monstrous waves turned into water droplets and rose into the sky, Under the collision of two terrifying forces, they evaporated in annihilated nothingness. Whoa! When the dust and smoke dissipated, the waves gradually returned to calm. The Marines, who were almost foaming at the mouth, looked into the distance with all their might. It's over. Everyone looked at each other. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement at all. Come and see. At that time, Colonel Marine gritted his teeth. Everyone was horrified, but they were also worried about Wei Er's life. With courage, he clenched the fire gun in his hand. Quickly moved towards the center of the battle. At this moment, they brought the determination to die. Once Wei Er is defeated, even killed. That is their subordinates. Even if he knew he was going to die, he had to fight Doflamingo to the death. Give your life at all costs. With panic, the crowd sprinted quickly and kept scanning at the same time. Soon, when everyone came to the coast, they fell into a sluggishness. Pat! There were even quite a few Marines, whose weapons were unsteady in their hands. Falling on the devastated land, immersed in the pitted sea pool. Because in front of them, an impressive figure stood upright. Even if he looks small, he looks like a child. But in their hearts, it is so stalwart. Especially when the sun shines. At this moment, Wei Er is like a living god. As for Doflamingo? At this moment, a dead dog is lying on the ground. Surrendered at Wei Er's feet, covered in blood. The breath is weak. However, there are still vital signs. See the shocking scene before you. Some Marine tried to speak, but nothing came out. Looking at Wei Er's eyes, full of awe, reverence, and frenzy. Fur. Am I going to die? Lying on the ground with a pale face, Doflamingo looked a little lax. Blood flowed out, blurring his eyes. However, he was still able to see it hard. A small figure was walking towards him step by step, holding the thunder sword that powerfully defeated him. Seem to kill myself here. Suddenly, Wei Er's footsteps stopped abruptly in front of Doflamingo. The temperature of the air dropped suddenly. From a dozen degrees above zero, it quickly reached below zero. A puddle where seawater gathers and freezes quickly. An unprecedented icy aura quickly spread between Wei Er and Doflamingo. Asterisk. Chapter 63. Brother Wei Er, give me some face. A tall and thin man with curly hair walked on the ice. Looking at Wei Er, he spoke kindly and softly. He is. Around Marine, his eyes suddenly widened. Illusion. Colonel Marine rubbed his eyes, a little horrified. Not a hallucination. It is true. The one from Naval Headquarters, actually came. Cough cough. Doflamingo couldn't move his body, but he also felt the biting chill. He closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Unexpectedly, that person would actually stand in front of him. Kuzan. At the same time, Wei Er also watched the tall and thin man speak out. Marine 3 Admiral, Aokiji Admiral. Hey, what's up? Doflamingo, a villain, do you want to stand up for him? Even in the face of Marine San Admiral, who was terrified by everyone, Wei Er's face was always calm. With a chuckle, he took 2 steps forward. The whole body exudes a cold sword intent, shattering the ice that spread to his feet. Brother Wei Er has misunderstood. I don't know how to say it either. However, Doflamingo, can't kill right now. Aokiji looked at Wei Er and took the initiative to explain. It's not my will. I hope Wei Er, brother, can give me a face. Facing Aokiji's sincerity, Wei Er probably had some guesses. But give face? Just because you're one of the Marine 3 admirals on active duty? It takes a face to speak. Am I being embarrassed? Tapping. step by step forward, constantly breaking the ice. Wei Er looked at Aokiji and suddenly smiled. What if I say no? When the words fell, Wei Er brazenly waved his famous sword and thunder. The blade that stalks the purple thunder exudes a dazzling light. In the eyes of everyone in disbelief, Wei Er performs Marine 6 styles, shave in front of Aokiji. Move in front of Doflamingo at high speed. An unparalleled domineering slashed down with an extremely terrifying edge. Laugh. Ultimate Thunder Blade, cut through the void. The flash of Ultimate's light, with a thrilling and terrifying killing intent. Just then Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. Now, when you can live. It was difficult to look up, and the familiar purple thunder came into view. Wrapped in a terrifying killing intent, the cold edge made the world change color in an instant. Even if Yu Wei fell, he would pierce his body. More and more broken. Bloody. You. Doflamingo's throat wriggled, and he wanted to growl in astonishment. But he was so hurt that he couldn't make a sound. But at this moment, he couldn't be more horrified in his heart. Dignified Marine 3 Admiral wants to bail him out, how dare Wei Er continue to do it? Are you not a Marine? Even Marine Rear Admiral is not a hierarchy. This is disobedience. The following is a crime. Even the surrounding Marines were horrified at the moment. Brother Wei Er, do you have to do this? Aokiji shook his head lazily, a little helpless. For Doflamingo, he doesn't want to shoot either. But... hey! With a helpless sigh in his heart, Aokiji took a step forward. An ultimate ice cold spread again. Click click. With unparalleled speed, swept through the void. While freezing the air. A huge and thick wall of ice blocked the thunderbolt. Boom. A terrifying roar. Sharp and piercing. The eardrum seemed to be shattered. The ice wall is in contact with the thunder blade light, and there is no imaginary disappearance. Just for a moment. Ice chips splash. The fierce and domineering power continues to roll over the ice wall. Click click. With a crisp sound. The thick and huge ice wall quickly cracked. Cobweb-like cracks quickly spread to the entire ice wall. Boom. Next moment. Terrible wind pressure swept through, with countless broken ice. Splashes on Doflamingo's body. Puff. Puff. Intensive muffled sound, with blood flying. It didn't kill Doflamingo directly, but it also increased his pain countless times. This. Simply not human. Monster. There are many Marines around, looking at Wei Er more and more frantically. Face off against the strongest combat power standing at the apex of naval headquarters. Aokiji Admiral, one of the 3 admirals in naval headquarters, personally intercepted. But it seems. No, completely suppress Wei Er Rear Admiral. Great horror. Is this really just a child less than 8 years old? This guy. At this moment, Doflamingo was terrified inside. What kind of monster has he provoked? Do you have no physical strength to fight a battle with yourself? Even if it's just a random blow from Admiral. No, it's your defense that an 8-year-old can shatter, right? This is a true genius? Doflamingo's lips trembled, a little suspicious of life. A terrifying monster beyond the active 3 Admiral. At first, he didn't believe it. But at this moment, Doflamingo believed. Believe it. At just 8 years old, he had the courage to bump into Admiral head-on. Strength is also extremely tyrannical. Even at this moment, it is not Aokiji's opponent. But I'm afraid it won't be long. It is not impossible to defeat Aokiji. Admiral under 10, or even 8. Is it possible? If it is Wei Er. Not impossible. Brother Wei Er, you. The ice wall was broken, and Aokiji was also very shocked. I didn't expect so many days to pass. Your strength has increased a lot. The mystery of the sword. The 8-year-old Daejeon how? Stronger than Aokiji of 3 Admiral. At this moment, for the first time, I felt that my talent was being crushed. And the talent crushing him is only an 8-year-old child. Asterisk. Chapter 64. Fight. Shattering the Aokiji ice wall, Wei Er is not proud. Because he saw the difference. At this moment, he really won't be Aokiji's opponent. But so what? Fighting furiously in his heart, Wei Er looked at Aokiji. I would love to know. How strong are the 3 admirals standing at the top of Marine? And the gap between me and you? How big is it? The words fell, and the monstrous fighting intent swept across. Holding the power of the famous sword thunder, the momentum continues to rise. It swept through layers and spread to all directions. What an amazing fighting spirit! I think I understand a little bit now. Facing Wei Er's outburst of fighting spirit, Aokiji was a little surprised. But he quickly came back to his senses. Yes. Only this kind of indomitable, never flinched in the face of Admiral. Knowing that the strength is not as good, he still adheres to the fearless and monstrous fighting spirit. Is it possible to create such a terrifying powerhouse? 8 years old? At the moment when Wei Er broke out into war, Aokiji never treated him like an 8-year-old again. The lazy expression is restrained, which is Aokiji's respect for the strong. Respect to Wei Er. He has reason to believe. Even at this moment, Wei Er is not his opponent. Can Wei Er's terrifying growth rate? How long can you stop him? Aokiji shook his head inwardly. He does not know. No one knows either. Since little brother Wei Er has the will. Then, let's fight. He spoke softly, and a chill spread out from Aokiji's mouth. While the words fell, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped again. Just being affected, I felt trembling and shivering all over. As for Doflamingo lying like a dead dog. In the face of this chill, I just feel the pain in my heart. But it seems that Aokiji is also on purpose. As long as it doesn't hurt his life, I don't mind giving Wei Er face. Let Doflamingo suffer more. The cold air that diffused out of his mouth quickly formed an ice blade. Aokiji reached out and grabbed it, and the blade was aimed at Wei Er. The war between the two sides is imminent. Shave. Wei Er's eyes narrowed and he attacked first. Move at high speed and disappear in place. The next moment, he appeared in front of Aokiji. The blade of flashing thunder suddenly fell. At the same time, a violent slash shot out. So fast. Aokiji raised his eyebrows and was amazed at Wei Er's speed. But the movements in his hands are even faster than Wei Er. Raise the ice blade to face the violent slash. Boom. A muffled sound directly defeated the slash. But the ice blade is also cracked, and there are ice slag splashing. But this is originally Aokiji's fruit ability to create. At the moment of the fragmentation, a cold air permeated out. In the blink of an eye, it was back to normal. And at the same time the skates are recovering. Wei Er's famous sword thunder also suddenly fell. Aokiji raised his brows slightly and attacked with a skate. The two immediately contacted, and violent waves erupted. Aokiji didn't move, but Wei Er felt a huge force. Had to choose to burst back together. Boom! Falling to the ground under his feet shattered inch by inch. The cracks that made up like a spider web quickly spread out. After taking more than 10 steps backwards, Wei Er was able to finish the unloading. So strong. Is this Marine's top power, the true power of the 3 Admiral Aokiji? Sure enough, there is still a big gap. When Wei Er was surprised, Aokiji's expression didn't change. But inside, he was equally shocked. Monster! When he was clearly at naval headquarters, he faced off against Doberman. Strength has not yet reached this level. But what happened just now? Of course Wei Er is not yet his opponent. But a collision shows the strength. Incredibly amazing. At least. Looking at naval headquarters, except for this special Vice Admiral Garp. The other headquarters Vice Admiral, I am afraid that will not be Wei Er's opponent. What a terrible rate of progress. Come again. The opposite Wei Er shook his sour palms. Grasp the famous sword thunder again and launch Marine 6 styles, shave high-speed movement. Even if he knew. Just now, Aokiji must have kept his hand. But, a chance against Admiral. Not much. Boom. The footsteps stepped on the ground hard, and the moment the shaving started, the earth and stone crumbled. In the eyes of the public, Wei Er disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it appeared to the left of Aokiji. The famous sword thunder flashed an arc and cut out horizontally. 3 consecutive slashes were slashed out and merged in one place. Boom! Aokiji raised his ice blade again. With a loud bang, the thunder sword light was successfully stopped. Boom boom boom! Then, in the stunned expressions of everyone, Wei Er and Aokiji kept colliding, bursting with waves of terror. Is this fake? Doflamingo, lying on the ground, couldn't believe it. Even Admiral can collide, and even close to close combat in a short period of time? 7 or 8-year-old children, are their strengths so exaggerated now? I absolutely lost my head. Doflamingo hurriedly shook his head, forcibly comforting himself. Of course they know. Aokiji, at this moment, did not have real strength. But even so, saw a child under 8 with a Marine Admiral. Fierce battles erupted from time to time. The colliding air waves alone are enough to subvert everyone's perception. Asterisk. Chapter 65. Is it really the strength of a great swordsman? Wei Er, your potential is a powerful exaggeration. Another strong collision, Wei Er flew out. Aokiji shook his slightly sore palm and restored the broken ice blade again. But the look on Wei Er's face was already extremely complicated. He is Marine Admiral. There are not a few master swordsmen who have seen and even faced off against each other. Including Eagle Eye, Red Hair, and even Kizura's swordsmanship are extremely climax. But even these masters. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I am afraid it will not be too much stronger than Wei Er. And who are they? 7 warlords of the sea. 1 of Marine 3 Admiral. Red-haired Shanks are 4 emperors. But what about Wei Er? A young Marine Rear Admiral under 8 years old. Not long ago, even just one. A trainee Marine who has just entered the elite training camp and does not even have a rank. How long has it been? The rapid progress in strength is simply unbelievable. Ding dong. Detect the surrounding platinum level attributes, whether to pick it up. Ding dong. Congratulations host, you have successfully picked up the platinum level attribute, the frozen attribute, do you integrate it? And when Aokiji shook Wei Er's progress. Wei Er was such a delight. Pick up. Assimilate into. Pick up again. Reintegrate. In a short period of time, more than 10 points of frozen attribute were picked up. Even strength, speed, and physical attributes have increased to varying degrees. Admiral is indeed Admiral, he is indeed a super fat sheep. With the balance of all-round abilities, the freezing ability brought by Devil Fruit is even more outstanding. Wei Er is more refreshing than ever. Come again, ha ha ha. Feel the body become stronger again. Even the blade that stalked thunder was faintly surrounded by a wisp of ice. Wei Er smiled. Facing Aokiji's fighting spirit, it became more and more vigorous. And this obvious change also made Aokiji change his face. This is. Read it right. The one wrapped around the blade and hidden under the thunder. Is it your own frozen property? What a monster! Simulate frozen properties by playing against yourself. Have you integrated into the mystery of the sword? Simply unimaginable. Boom. The next moment. Excited Wei Er, the offensive is here again. A powerful blow was easily disintegrated by Aokiji. But those sulating and frozen attributes. Taking advantage of the ice blade, it spread to Aokiji's hand. This time, it confirmed Aokiji's idea. Real. It is true. The monster in front of him, who is less than 8 years old, has successfully simulated his devil fruit ability. The profound meaning of the sword actually has 2 attributes at the same time? Hey, don't be stunned. Just as Aokiji was shocked, Wei Er's voice suddenly rose. Boom. Thunder slashes kept erupting. In all directions, a chilling aura instantly enveloped Aokiji. Call. Aokiji raised his brows, and the more and more turbulent cold air shook out. Freezing time. Except for ice skates. Facing Wei Er's progress, Aokiji finally used his second devil fruit ability. Exudes an absolutely icy cold air that quickly spreads towards Wei Er. Slowing down his speed, even thunder was frozen slowly. The violent offensive collapsed in an instant. Click. And don't know when. The sound of ice shattering made Wei Er feel a little stunned for a moment. Returning to God again, his complexion changed slightly. Admiral Aokiji has come to his side. Brother Wei Er. It looks like I'm going to win this fight. A lazy voice sounded. An absolute bone-chilling cold swept through. Under the circumstance that he has no reservations and exerts his full strength. The outcome of this battle is obviously not in suspense. Wanna lose. Feeling Aokiji's seriousness, Wei Er's expression darkened. However, his heart was not lost. Even if you are making rapid progress, it's still too early to beat Admiral. Lose? Isn't it a matter of course? After all, he was only less than 8 years old. In the face of the strong headquarters Admiral, the gap was like a gulf. Aokiji can be used without using the fruit ability. It's been a long time since my physique was slightly down. Very good already. Admiral? As long as he is given enough time, Admiral can't stop it. Even beyond Admiral, above Admiral. It's just a matter of time. It's over. Admiral Aokiji, seriously watching Wei Er speak out. After the words fell, the ultimate chill swept in all directions. Layers of solid ice condensed and continued to spread towards Wei Er. At the same time, the cold air swept through, slowing Wei Er's evasion speed. Under unavoidable circumstances, Wei Er, instantly enveloped in endless cold air. Once touched, it will immediately lose the ability to move. At the same time, on the sea surface far away. Hurry up, hurry up. Garp looked at the faint outline of the coast of Magic Valley Town, and his heart became more and more anxious. With binoculars in hand, the eyes are full of devastated eyes. Seeing this scene, Garp couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. After all, is it still a step too late? What is that? Suddenly, move the telescope slightly. Into the eyes, it seems to be a familiar figure. At this moment, it was faintly enveloped by endless cold air. His complexion changed drastically, and Garp's eyes instantly turned red. When there is still a certain distance, use moonwalk directly. A few flashes, the coast is already close at hand. Asterisk. Chapter 66. What happened? Is this feeling of being enveloped by the ultimate crisis an illusion? Just in Aokiji, the fruit power is about to explode. When completely defeating Wei Er, I just felt my scalp tingling, and an ominous premonition filled my heart. Subconsciously look back. A pair of iron fists quickly enlarged in his pupils. At the first moment, Aokiji wanted to build an ice wall to block it. At the same time, the body is elementalized to avoid the pair of iron fists that envelop the ultimate crisis. What shocked Aokiji was that, just as he was about to make a move, the pair of iron fists had already fallen. The speed is too fast, and there is no chance for him to become elemental at all. There is no time to defend, and there is no escape. In the face of a simple and rude pair of iron fists, Aokiji is inevitable. How can it be? I am Admiral, one of the pinnacles of naval headquarters. In a remote place like Magic Valley Town, how could someone make me feel so powerless? When Aokiji was terrified, that unpretentious, unavoidable fist, wrapped in a cold, piercing fist wind, hit him hard in the face. For a moment, Aokiji even felt that his face was not his own. A sharp pain pierced his nerves deeply. The skin was like a wave, oscillating constantly under tremendous force. Just a moment. Aokiji couldn't bear the enormous force, and his body flew upside down and smashed into the ruins behind. Boom! A huge roar sounded, accompanied by dust in the sky. Aokiji, one of the three dignified admirals, was annihilated by a pile of dilapidated buildings. At the same time, centering on the place where Aokiji was submerged, it continuously oscillates and transmits amazing power. The ground is constantly cracked, and the cracks are densely covered with spider webs, even spread dozens of meters, until they were stunned and almost fainted by the feet of the Marines. That's how it stopped spreading. This. How can it be? Doflamingo was barely able to look up at this moment. Feeling the amazing chill around him, he looked at the direction Aokiji was blasted away from. He felt like he was dreaming. Fear. Incredible. Just kidding. Marine 3 Admiral. Dignified Marine 3 Admiral, blasted away without the ability to resist? Gollum. Swallowing saliva subconsciously in shock, Doflamingo's head suddenly seemed to be bombarded with a heavy hammer. A Madara white figure with two temples stomped on his head. At the same time, looking at the figure that was smashed into the ruins. Aokiji. Who gave you the courage to attack the grandson of the old man? The words fell, and the ruins roared. Aokiji, who was slightly embarrassed, soared into the sky. The cold air spreads into ice and wants to fight back. You can hear a very familiar voice vibrating in your ears. Seeing the person speaking in front of him again, Aokiji was stunned. Garp Vice Admiral. His expression was astonished. At the same time, there is some relief. At the same time, there is some helplessness. Even by Garp, punched into the ruins. In fact, there was no serious injury. But how many years? Since becoming an admiral, I haven't been so embarrassed. Look at Garp, then look at Wei Er. Depressed and aggrieved. Your grandson wants to fight, I just practice with him. Be merciful everywhere, and help strengthen your strength along the way. There is no credit, there is hard work. That's it, give me a punch? Why are you looking at the old man like that? Aokiji kid, do you still want to taste the iron fist that the old man loves? Seeing that Aokiji was a little unconvinced, Garp combed his brows and said coldly. Touching his aching face, Aokiji didn't speak at all. Then identity, what about 3 Admiral? Garp Vice Admiral was unwilling. Otherwise, it would have been Admiral many years ago. Then strength? Do you think, the Iron Fist of Love, is a joke? Dignified Headquarters Admiral. If you are beaten, if you can beat it, you have to find a way back. But the problem is, the person who beat himself up was Garp Vice Admiral? Can you beat it? Aokiji was deeply suspicious. Thinking of this, I couldn't help shaking my head, only to suffer a dumb loss. Speaking of which, it's actually your fault, Aokiji Admiral. And at this moment, Wei Er suddenly spoke up. Although Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he provokes me first. Since you can't beat me, I will kill you, isn't it a matter of course? Aokiji couldn't help but refute. Brother Wei I'm good for you. You may not know. Doflamingo, in addition to the identity of Shishibukai. That identity, if provoked, somewhat troublesome. What is that identity? Of course Wei knew. Celestial dragons. Even the former celestial dragons. Once killed, it is indeed quite troublesome. Humph. Wei didn't say ha, Garp snorted suddenly. You mean the celestial dragons, idiots? With the old man here, you let them try it on my grandson? Luffy, Ace, and the others don't matter. After all, he is a pirate, and he cannot blatantly protect him. But what about Wei Dignified Marine. What you do is also justice. In any case, Garp has reasons for blatant maintenance. Celestial dragons? So what? Garp Vice Admiral, it's not that he hasn't beaten. Facing Garp's overbearing words, Aokiji was speechless. Even in front of them. Calling celestial dragons a fool, no one dared to refute it. Because he has the confidence. And being protected by Garp, Wei smiled happily. Strengthen yourself. Independence is independence. However, the feeling of being supported like this. Really good. Asterisk. Chapter 67. Doflamingo. Are they all killed? 93. Dignified Heavenly Yaksha, one of Shishibukai. The news of Doflamingo's attack on the town of Masha and the result being a disastrous defeat to Marine Rear Admiral Wei Like a storm, it swept in all directions. 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, and even the second half of New World. A turbulent wave shook endlessly. The world shakes. Somewhere off Gaia Island. Luffy, your brother is so powerful. 22. Nami couldn't help being horrified. Isn't even the 7 warlords of the sea his opponent? Zoro and Sanji suddenly felt that they were not wronged. Relying on the rail, Robin was silently contemplating. At this moment, his eyes flashed a strange color. She understands Doflamingo's power better than anyone else. Even the awakening of the fruit's ability has been defeated? So, with this strength, how far is Wei from Marine Admiral? Scary guy. Taking a deep breath, Robin calmed himself down. Remembering what happened that day, what he said to the Straw Hat crowd. Completely obey your own heart and act, and will not be imprisoned by the rules of the world government. And has such terrifying potential and strength. Future. The storm that Wei can set off is probably far more than that. Thinking of the future, Wei may make waves. Robin, deeply lost in thought. New World, a large island where it snows. Boss, news, big news. The dignified red-haired soaps of the 4 emperors are sitting on the ground without any image and drinking. Also at this time, one of the pirates under his command hurried over. 870. What big news? Shanks raised his eyebrows in disapproval. However, he still took the newspaper handed over by his subordinates. Just glanced at it, and his eyes flashed with unprecedented sharpness. Just around the moment, his whole person's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not like a lazy bum at all. Rather, it really matches. Kun is the king of the sea, the spleen takes everything away. But this momentum is fleeting. Except for cotters such as Ben Berman. The remaining pirates did not feel anything. The sea, is it going to make waves again? Putting down the newspaper, Shanks looked into the distance. Eyes, twinkling strange light. Mengchi Dwei Luffy's younger brother. Hey! 99. On one side, the deputy captain, Bayman, came over with a cigarette in his hand. Scanning the newspaper, he suddenly smiled. Luffy, that kid, shouting every day that he is the man who wants to become the Pirate King. But his brother is Marine. Even Doflamingo was defeated. It's really fun. Ha ha ha. Hearing Luffy's name, Shanks laughed out loud. Yes. No one knows how far this kid Luffy can go. But it's even harder to say. New World, another sea area. A large-scale pirate who rides the wind and waves is extremely lively at the moment. A ferocious pirate, drinking wine, held a banquet. Life is very comfortable. The weather was calm, and there was no marine to catch them. Even if there are occasionally passing warships. As soon as I saw the flag above, I didn't know how many blocks I ran. Even the 5 elders of the world government are reluctant to provoke them easily. Because they are one of the 4 emperors. Whitebeard pirates. Wow! Just as everyone was feasting, drinking and eating meat, a news bird flew across the sky. A newspaper fell from the sky and was caught by Marco. Just wanted to throw it into the sea. But when he glanced at the corner of his eye, he was suddenly shocked. Marine Rear Admiral? 8-year-old, beat Doflamingo. Are you kidding me? Marco's expression suddenly changed. Hey, Jaws, come on. He waved quickly, and the 3rd Division who was drinking beside him immediately got up against Jaws. Looking at Marco's shocked expression, he was also a little surprised. He stepped forward to take the newspaper and glanced at it. How can it be? Jaws exclaimed, and couldn't help but look at a huge figure sitting and said loudly. Dad! Doflamingo, defeated and captured by Marine. Goo goo goo. Whitebeard was drinking heavily from a jug of wine. Hearing Jaws' shocked words, he put down his drink money. He raised his brows slightly and grinned. Killera. The 3 newly appointed Admiral brats are still pretty good. It's no surprise that they captured Doflamingo themselves. When the words fell, Marco shook his head like a rattle. No, Dad. Defeat the man who captured Doflamingo, not Marine 3 Admiral. When the words fell, Whitebeard raised his eyebrows and looked at Marco with great interest. It was Marine's new Marine Rear Admiral who defeated Doflamingo. Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Is that so? Was it Garp's grandson? Whitebeard was not surprised, but suddenly his expression changed slightly. What did you say? Garp's grandson, not nephew, or son or something. Seeing Dad was also startled, Marco smiled wryly and shook his head. If it were Garp's son or nephew, I wouldn't be surprised. It was Garp's grandson who defeated Doflamingo. It is said that the age is not even 8 years old. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the entire Whitebeard pirate was shocked. What? Just kidding? Marine Rear Admiral less than 8 years old, beat, Dab, to capture Doflamingo. To know. Although Doflamingo is arrogant, he still has strength. Even if it is not as good as the 4 emperors, it is definitely a top-level force at the next level. Such a character was actually defeated and arrested by an 8-year-old kid? You guys, see for yourself. Looking at the shocked crowd, Marco handed out the newspaper. After a pass, the whole ship was silent. Real. World government personally confirmed the news. Incredible. An 8-year-old Marine Rear Admiral? In the future, I am afraid there will be an existence that even they have a headache. Killera. It was at this moment that Whitebeard laughed and broke the silence. Defeat Doflamingo and Marine has a nice little kid. But want to dominate this era, not so fast. 9. The words fall. With an extremely domineering momentum, he rose into the sky. It swayed quickly, calming the minds of the white-bearded pirates. Yet, it's still early. Marco smiled. Diamond Joe's also laughed out loud. Then, the laughter was contagious, and the continuous laughter resounded through the white-beard pirate. Defeat Doflamingo at the age of 8, really strong. But what about that? They are white-beard pirates. The existence that looms as the leader of the 4 emperors. Doflamingo isn't weak, but that's it. On this sea, there are many people who can compare with him. But the four emperors, just them. The four emperors, even the existence above the Marine 3 Admiral. Beating Doflamingo at the age of 8 was amazing. But not even Admiral. The current way at most, has attracted the attention of these four emperors. As for how important it is? Not to mention. Talent and potential can only be realized on that day. Following deserves their attention. There are a lot of people who died halfway. Even in Whitebeard's view. Even Marine San Admiral, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and others. Just a little devil. Not to mention, just way from Marine Rear Admiral. Whether it's Pancakes or Whitebeard. Even Ant, Kaido. The attitude of the four emperors towards way was only concerned for a moment. Then. There's no after that. This is the self-confidence of a king who is facing the sea and king. But the four emperors can be treated calmly. For other strengths, this is not the case. Doflamingo, far inferior to the four emperors. The breadth of the trade on the dark side, the influence of the whole sea. All are huge. Wei-Er's reputation resounded throughout the sea. That's stomping on the face of the Donquixote family and taking Doflamingo as a stepping stone. Come strong and enter the eyes of the top forces. Haven't entered the Grand Line yet. The words Wei-Er have made the entire Grand Line shake. As the center of attention. I don't know when someone named Wei-Er. Thor Wei-Er. Manipulate the thunder, bathe in the thunder, like a godlike existence. At first it was only circulated among the Marines who had seen it all. But soon, everyone on the sea knew the name. Among the Marines. Even the headquarters of Vice Admiral, in fact, can have such a code name, which is a symbol of strength. Either the official definition, or recognized by countless people on the sea. Tekken Garp, the resourceful General Sengoku, Black Arm Zephyr. Anyone with a recognized name is a famous person. It is an existence that countless pirates fear. Even in the eyes of many people. Compared to Garp, Sengoku and others. But 8-year-old Wei-Er is much weaker in every way. But don't forget. Wei-Er, who defeated Doflamingo, is only 8 years old now. Even because of this incident. Many people know it. Wei-Er joined Marine in a few months. That is, a few months ago, Wei-Er was just a trainee Marine. How long has this been going on? With a 3-stage graduation assessment with perfect evaluation, he will be employed as Marine Rear Admiral. Known as a terrifying monster with potential beyond the 3 Admiral. This kind of person. As long as it's not halfway off. In the future sea, he will definitely be able to surpass countless people. Chapter 68. Hey, how long are you going to follow me? Demon Kill Town. Taking the high-level record exchanged by the Special Police for military merit, I finally made the machine full of magnetism. Result. Just about to go to Sky Island. The figure in the dark is always so looming. To hide, not to hide, hide better? Wei-Er was helpless. You, found me. Robin took the hook from the shadows, blushing, but it was only fleeting. At this moment, shouldn't you follow the Straw Hat Pirates? What are you doing with me? Touching his forehead, Wei-Er said indifferently. Sky Island, is real, right? Robin asked, seeing that Wei-Er did not speak, and then continued. I have no ill intentions. IEEE. Before he could speak, Wei-Er waved his hand directly. I know, Sky Island has something you care about. A historical text stone tablet, right? Pa. Saying that, Wei-Er threw the magnetic high-level recording pointer in his hand. If you want to follow me, you are responsible for guiding the way and controlling the ship. When the words fell, Wei-Er went directly to the ship reserved by the warship. Robin was stunned, then overjoyed. She was just gathering intelligence when she accidentally learned that Wei Er wanted to go to Sky Island. As for whether there is really a historical text, she is just skeptical. Now, Wei Er is so certain? Think so. Robin quickly followed, and steered the boat out of the harbor. As for Wei Er? Ignoring Robin at all, he just lay down on the couch by himself. Facing the slightly drunken sun, I don't know how comfortable it is. Mr. Wei Er. We seem to have arrived. The guide of the permanent pointer is near here. Is it coming so soon? Wei Er opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with blue waves. So calm? Where did the updraft go? Wei Er was surprised. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. The sea was always calm, and there was no sign of updrafts at all. Could it be that Sky Island is really just made up? Robin narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Wei Er didn't answer either. If it's fake, he will run the SWAT. Just as Robin finished his words, a rising water jet suddenly appeared on the sea not far away. There are several meters of sputtering, but it is obviously not enough. Thunder, Kirin. After thinking about it, Wei Er's actions were simple and rude. The endless thunder erupted directly and turned into a thunder beast. It slammed into the sea suddenly, causing terrifying waves. Just a slight spread, a large number of fish were paralyzed. With white eyes, floating on the sea. Boom! At the same time, the thunder unicorn fell, wrapped in turbulent waves. Terrible shaking, and then the heat wave from the pavement suddenly broke through the sea. Dormant submarine volcano. Feeling the heat wave swept across, Wei Er frowned slightly. In the midst of a stormy sea, Robin quickly steered the boat forward. Boom! Subsequently, a sky-shattering updraft erupted, pushing the ship to leap into the sky in an instant. Just blink. Looking down, the island and the sea have become extremely small. 1000 asterisk. 2000 meters. Clouds flashed around constantly, and the height climbed rapidly. 4000 asterisk. 5000 meters. It seemed like a blink of an eye, and it seemed like a long time had passed. When they came to an altitude of about 7000 meters. Above the head, there are boundless thick clouds. It's just like a white continent floating in the sky. Hold your breath, take a deep breath. Just when the ship was about to collide with the white continent formed by the cumulus clouds. Wei Er rhyme reminded. Robin complied. Next moment. PK. The updraft propelled the boat, directly breaking through the clouds. Immediately, the cumulus emperor clouds, like sea water, rushed towards me. Except for the extremely low visibility, it is no different from the experience brought by the sea. Robin looked at the scene in front of him. Big eyes, round and round. What did she see? In the clouds, there are actually living things. Fish, Poseidon, everything. However, the belly of these fish is different from the fish in the sea. Like a balloon, it bulges high. Boom! The upwelling current is constantly rising. Just hear a buzzing sound, like breaking through the sea. The ship leaped and landed firmly on the large cumulus emperor cloud. Looking around, there are boundless white clouds. Occasionally, fish can be seen leaping. The view is beautiful. Here, is it Sky Island? 39. Robin marveled at the hook. Sky Island hasn't arrived yet, it's just the White Sea. Wei Er shook his head. The White Sea is composed of countless cumulus clouds, analogous to the ocean on the ground. Whether it is depth or thickness, there is no big difference. Among them, there are also various marine organisms. Even the Poseidon class is not uncommon. The updraft is gone. Surprised for a moment, Robin hummed softly. Wei Er did not speak. Just point in a certain direction and let Robin continue to steer the boat. Robin nodded obediently. Soon, a large building rhyme was now in front of the two of them. Are there any artificial buildings here? As the ship slowly moved forward, a huge white arch was visible. On it, there are several English letters. The Gate of Heaven. Is this the road to Sky Island? With doubts. A very old man with small white wings on his back is holding a camera. Aiming at Wei Er and Robin, I took a photo. Wei Er raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, it seems to be a tip-off. But he didn't bother to pay attention, just looked at Robin. Go directly and ignore her. Despite some doubts in his heart, Robin didn't ask anything. Follow Wei Er's orders and continue to steer the boat ahead. The old man did not make a sound until he passed by the old man. At the same time a red prawn, huge pincer hooks now flank the vessel. This is... Robin was startled and was about to shoot. The prawns had clipped the sides of the boat, following a road of rising clouds. Rapidly rising. Seeing that Wei Er was extremely calm, Robin didn't say much. His eyes flickered and he looked ahead with a faint expectation in his heart. Ahead, is Sky Island? While watching the two leave, the old man began to tip off. Watchman of Heaven's Gate, Amazon. To the Almighty God and all the priests. The kingdom of God will be invaded by two illegal immigrants. Please give them God's sanction. This, what happened? Above the White Sea. An old man is fishing with a fishing rod. Suddenly, the sea in front of him seemed to be boiling. A terrifying surge of Uzumaki appeared, sending his ship teetering. In the final analysis, Bai Bai is still quite different from the sea area on the ground. It will not be like Qinghai, there will be sudden visions such as unstable storms. Therefore, the scene in front of him, the old man has never seen in his whole life. Boom! That's when his scalp was numb. A giant red shrimp bowed. Right above it, a boat leaped. Ferry? A ship rushing out of the bottom of the sea? The old man's face was sluggish and his eyes were lost. Also at this time, above the boat, a voice sounded. Sky Island, here we are. Plus. Chapter 69. Is this, the Sky Island? Looking at the beautiful buildings in front of him, Robin couldn't help but flicker. Even though I have seen, incredible, the White Sea with a large number of fish and Poseidon species. She already believed in the existence of Sky Island. Can really come to Sky Island? Rao is prepared in his heart, and he has not suppressed the shock in his heart. Not a fiction. Sky Island, it really exists. Just above the endless clouds, there are incredible islands. Step by step, walk on the lovely streets of Angel Island. Looking around, there are residents with white wings growing. Robin couldn't keep calm. Since Sky Island is real. So, the rumored historical text? Boom! As Robin pondered, an unprecedented sense of crisis swept through her body. But she wanted to dodge, but her body couldn't move at all. Just the next moment, above the sky, a huge thunder column suddenly fell. When it was difficult to say 467, Wei Er took Luo Cao to retreat and retreat. The two had just left. In situ, the earth and rocks crumbled. Under the bombardment of the huge thunder column, everything was shattered and annihilated. Only in the place where the two of them had just fought, leaving a deep, bottomless pit. Reaction so fast. Wei Er raised his eyebrows slightly and looked somewhere in the void. The original once said. Enel's observation haki, linked to his thunder fruit ability. Therefore, able to reach people in the holy land of Apayadu. But it can monitor the entire Sky Island. I didn't believe it before. Now it seems that it really lives up to its name. God's punishment. It's a God's punishment, run. This scene shocked the surrounding Angel Island residents. They screamed in horror and ran around the room. Since 6 years ago, the former Sky Island ruler, Gunfer, was defeated. Years of majestic notice. So much so that they have an instinctive fear of Enel. In the blink of an eye. In the originally bustling street, only Wei and Robin were left in an instant. And Enel, who was in Apaidu, the island of God in the depths, was also a little surprised at this moment. He didn't expect it. There are mortals who can escape the judgment of his gods. Fun. After the shock, a playful look appeared on Enel's face. Perform the destruction of Sky Island, then take the Arc Mantra before heading to the Land of Dreams. Just so boring. There are such two intruders, which can be used to spend some boring time. Come on. Think so. Enel gave an order, and the 4 priests under his command moved in unison. The target is Angel Island, a lovely street. Wei and Robin. Let's go. Wei looked at the devastated street and waved at Robin. Now that Enel has discovered them, he will definitely take action next. There is no need to implicate these innocent Angel Island residents. With Robin, Wei quickly headed towards the deserted beach. Buzz. As soon as the two of them arrived at the beach, a melodious sound of piano reverberated. Wei looked around, but it was a thin voice. Standing alone by the seaside quietly talking about the harp. Feeling Wei's gaze clearly, the slender figure turned back. When he saw the appearance of Wei and Robin, he was obviously slightly taken aback. Immediately, he quickly stopped playing the piano and came to Wei. You guys are from Qinghai, right? I'm Conies. Looking cautiously at Wei, Conies asked about the hook. Examining Conies, Wei smiled. There is no malice. Although in the original, Conies tricks the Straw Hat into Enel's trap step by step. But at the end of the day, Conies is a kind person. Because of difficulties, this must not deceive the Straw Hat. In the end, he couldn't bear to reveal the truth. As a result, he was almost killed on the spot by Enel's thunder. We are indeed from Qinghai. Wei nodded with a smile, but Conies' expression became more and more flustered. Get out of here. It's not safe here. Not safe. Wei raised his eyebrows. You mean, Enel, 33. He was able to monitor the entire Sky Island. If you don't leave, you will be in danger. Conies nodded, growing more anxious. Wei didn't care at all. What if you have the Thunder Fruit? When I came to Sky Island, I came to the Thunder Fruit. He wanted to see it. Whether it is the Thunder Fruit is powerful, or is his Thunder Profound Truth more powerful? You. Conies wanted to say something else. Wei however, stepped on the hook with one step and stood in front of her. It seems that we just want to go, but we can't. The voice fell, and suddenly 4 figures came with a gust of wind. 4 God-tier officials. Conies exclaimed. Wei's expression was always indifferent. I am underestimated. They didn't come in person, but dispatched 4 God-tier officials who were diligent. Sky Island Livestock Statue, Om. Heavenly Knight, Shura. Maurice Dahu, Sadali. And the captain of the Air Guard, Gaydaz. Even against ordinary people. Against him Wei. It's totally a gift, okay? Criminals from Qinghai. Your invasion has successfully offended our god. Obediently grab it. Leng Zhou looked at Wei and the 3 of them, and Azura, the Knight of the Sky, revealed his murderous intent. God? However, he is the one who devoured the Thunder Fruit, and unto calls himself a god. Ridiculous. 9. Wei chuckled and shook his head. A group of women, let Enel come over in person. You are too weak. After the words fell, Wei's whole body suddenly burst out. Incomparably fierce sword intent swept through, mixed with the incomparably strong conqueror's haki. Boom! In an instant, all the 4 God-tier officials turned pale. They fell to the ground, bleeding from the corners of their mouths. You! How is this possible? Looks like a 7 or 8-year-old kid with conqueror's haki. Qinghai people, are they so scary now? The 4 god-tier officials were extremely shocked. They know that they dare to enter the kingdom of God without authorization. Will never be weak. Unexpectedly, a child less than 7 or 8 years old actually realized conqueror's haki. 1 million talents can work hard for one king. Is Qinghai everywhere now? Even after seeing Wei Er's strength, Robin's face was full of horror at the moment. Not to mention those high priests in Koni's view. Unexpectedly, Wei Er did not see any movement, and fell to the ground one after another. Wei Er, who is it? Did you send this moth ant here to humiliate me? Enel, I know you're watching this way. Since you claim to be a god, come to face me in person. Stepping forward, each of the 4 god-tier officials ate a fist from Wei Er. The body, which was unable to lift up the strength at first, fell into a coma in an instant. Concurrent with this 1.0. Wei Er's words also reached Enel's ears. Damn it! Dare to provoke this god, this damn brat! 39. Hearing Wei Er's words, Enel was furious. In particular, it was observed that the 4 god-tier officials even Wei Erai Kakuzu did not touch. Don't even know what happened. Just lifted it all up. This is simply a challenge to His Majesty as a god. Since you want to court death, this god will fulfill you. 99. Enel, who was furious, instantly turned into blue lightning. With a flash, he came to Wei Er. Seeing the sudden appearance of Enel, the speed is even more terrifying than that. Wei Er couldn't help but raised his brows. Have to say, among all the devil fruit abilities, the thunder fruit is also one of the few all-purpose fruits. Not only is the attack powerful and destructive, but the speed is also fast enough. Even the attack range is extremely huge. It was supposed to be a terrifying devil fruit ability that could kun the sea. Unfortunately, it went with the wrong owner. Chapter 70. Ha ha ha. 99. The arc flashed all over the body, and Enel came on the scene. Looking at the 3 Wei Er, they didn't do it the first time. Mortals, you are lucky. As the chosen one, this god allows you to follow in my footsteps. To the dream world where I am about to depart. Infinite land. Ha ha ha. Enel laughed wildly with fear, and Koni's expression became more and more dignified. What if we refuse? At this moment, Robin suddenly lowered the brim of his hat and whispered a hook. Reject. Enel's laughter stopped abruptly, and she raised her eyebrows to look at Robin. A woman who dares to disobey her own god has no need to exist. 11. When the words fell, Enel's fingertips flashed with thunder. A very penetrating thunder light suddenly shot towards Robin's face. Boom! Robin's face changed drastically, and he couldn't dodge. But he heard a loud noise, the same thunder suppressed Enel's thunder. The thunder wrapped in the blow, the trend is unabated. While destroying the thunder light, he continued to slash towards Enel. 13. Hey! Damn its little devil, you are provoking this god. Enel was instantly furious. Waving the golden long piece, a more terrifying thunder light is released. 1 million volts. Thunder vs thunder light collided, and an unprecedented terrifying shock erupted. The ground beneath his feet was constantly shattering and cracking. It's just the wind pressure caused by the collision that has made both Koni's and Robin unsteady. Ray. Watching the wind pressure sweep, Enel's expression became more and more indifferent. Thunder is the energy that only this god can use. Kid, you offended the gods. Next, bear the wrath of God. Enel, who was full of murderous intentions, waved the heaven and earth as a giant pillar of terrifying thunder light fell. Aim at where Wei Er is standing. Boom! The sky wailed and the smoke billowed. The ground bombed by the thunder pillars cracked open inch by inch. There is a huge pit in the center, and the whole place is charred black. This is impossible. Enel, who had a wild smile on his face, was full of confidence. But unexpectedly, under the giant pillar of thunder, Wei and Robin were unscathed. System. When Enel was shocked, Wei suddenly moved. Robin pulled away and retreated, not holding back Wei. So fast. I saw an afterimage flashed by, and Enel's pupils shrank. Boom. The air seemed to be shattered, and a terrifying and domineering slash swept across. Zi la la. In an instant, the arc of Enel filled his body, and the slash directly penetrated his head. Fear mortal. God is invincible. Successfully dodging the slash, Enel felt that he could do it again. Between the laughter and the wave, the lightning flashes again and again. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. With a loud shout, the ultimate blue light bloomed from Enel's body. Offended God, prepare for death. Instant snap. Lightning arcs flicker, filling the void. In the blink of an eye, a giant bird formed by thunder and lightning pressed down towards Wei. Gone through the void. The arcs flickered, and there was a numbness that tingled the skin from the pavement. Thunderbirds are fast, but Wei is faster. With one foot on the ground, the earth and rocks crumbled. Immediately, the figure turned into an afterimage, almost invisible to the naked eye. The same as the Marine 6 Styles 1-to-1 system. When different people use it, the effect is absolutely different. Boom! Thunderbird swept the ground, showing his terrifying power. But at the moment Wei. In an instant, he was already close to Enel. A huge fist. Covered with armed colored hardened fists. Impressively, Enel's pupils continued to dilate. Useless mortal. Can't even touch the god, can Antu defeat the god? Seeing this, Enel sneered. He is god. Invincible god. A mere mortal, want to hit him? Joke. Totally impossible. Boom. Enel, who is full of confidence, did not choose to block, and the result was tragic. Wei punched him in the face with all his strength. Just hear a few crackles. It seemed to be the sound of the bridge of the nose cracking, accompanied by a drop of blood. In Koni's horrified eyes. That omnipotent god with absolute dominance of Sky Island, Enel. His eyes were round, and he was about to burst into a flying hook. Accompanied by splashes of blood, it smashed into the ruins. The rumbling boom continued. Damn it mortal! Enel rushed out of the ruins, his body full of flashing lightning. Garden! But he just picked a rhyme from the ruins, and he faced another huge fist. Boom boom boom! The desolate Enel was smashed into the deep pit again. Wei followed. Constantly hooking fists, tricks to the meat. Hammers. Enel spurted out blood and doubted life. This is impossible. How could there be such a terrifying mortal? Number 1. Is this god actually powerless to resist? What? Unforgivable. 99. 60 million volts. Brontosaurus. It was hard to find almost, and quickly elementalized to escape Wei's attack range. The furious Enel's voice resounded throughout the world. Under his hideous face, a terrifying thunder light that far surpassed the previous formidable power suddenly erupted. The thunder light almost shone on the entire Angel Street. Wrapped in a dazzling light. That monstrous thunder dragon seemed to be roaring silently. Fiercely, he wanted to tear up the former Wei. Looking at the Brontosaurus biting, silently roaring and biting. Wei didn't panic at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. If someone is close, you can even hear Wei's excited voice. Come again, come again. 467. Haha, great harvest. Platinum level lightning attribute +1. Platinum level lightning attribute +1. Platinum level lightning attribute +1. Hearing the constant sound of cheat prompts, Wei was very happy. At the same time, due to the continuous increase of thunder attributes. When the thunder profound truth is cast, the power is even stronger. At the same time, the body's immunity to thunder has also been enhanced a lot. Put before just the lightning, Enel's offensive can make way to feel threatened. But now, even with Thunder Dragon, Wei Er even thinks he can pick it up hard. But it can be returned, but it is not necessary. Fragrant looked at Enel, who was the mobile ATM in Wei Er's eyes. Boom! 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 With different emotions, the two madly collided in mid-air. The same thunder, the same swiftness and speed. Enel, the more he fights, the more frightened he gets. Not just being able to use thunder abilities. Even Xinwang can't completely capture each other's actions. 33. Enel simply doubts life. The ability to be proud of is almost completely crushed. The key point is that the other party is just a 7 or 8-year-old child. Qinghai people, are even children so terrifying? For the first time, Enel no longer looked down on Qinghai people. If you were from Qinghai, your children would be at the level of Wei Er. Then how can he realize his great dream and become a supreme god? Chapter 71. Dare to be distracted. Just when Enel was doubting life, Wei Er suddenly appeared in his ear. With a chuckle, the thunder strike suddenly fell. Enel's heart skipped a beat, and his face changed drastically. Waving the long piece in his hand, he burst out with lightning to resist. As a result, it was covered by the attack of the armed color haki, which penetrated directly. Cough! The abdomen was hit, and the body could not restrain it completely. At the same time, his eyes burst out, and he lay down with a mouth full of blood. The sky is dyed red, and the ground of the lovely street of Angel Island is dyed red. Pa! One punch blasted Enel, Wei Er fell to the ground. But I saw a pair of hands, exploring the ruins. Although there was blood flowing from the corner of Enel's mouth, his whole body was covered with scars. It looked very embarrassed. However, there is almost no weakening of the breath. Jean Wei Er couldn't help but raise his brows. Sure enough, is it the protagonist's halo? 99. Wei Er can clearly feel it. Enel, actually became stronger in battle. The sound of thunder fruit is indeed well deserved. Enel like this can actually be defeated by Luffy's Taihanin. Wei Er really can't think of any other possibilities besides the protagonist's halo. Even if he broke out armed haki, Enel has survived until now. Damn it! While Wei Er is looking at Enel, Enel is also looking at Wei Er. It can be seen that there is no broken Wei Er in Kakuzu, and Enel is very angry. Through the fight just now, Enel understands. Pure physique, he is not an opponent at all. And that's strange, arm covered with a special substance of jet black. Can easily hit the elementalized self. Even flight strikes can attach that special material. If it goes on like this, Enel doesn't think he has any chance of winning against Wei Er. Escape? Impossible. As a god of dignity, Enel does not allow himself to escape. Trilemma, 10,000 volts. 7 rough 10,000 volts, 100 million volts. Almost clenching his teeth, Enel's whole body shone with incomparably bright lightning. Discharge. Under the explosion, he suddenly turned into lightning. Moment Rhyme is now in front of Wei Er, arms outstretched. An arm-thick thunderbolt slammed toward Wei Er. System. Seeing this, Wei Er immediately disappeared. Enel lashed out with rage, and was instantly defeated. Immediately afterwards, Wei Er hooked again. But it was by Enel's side, holding the famous sword Thunder. An explosive strike, with an armament color hardening attached to it. Enel spurted blood again, and his entire body dived into the ground uncontrollably. Click! Click! The ground shattered in the blink of an eye, and cracks spread rapidly. A huge crater with a radius of more than 20 meters was formed in an instant. Hoo. But Enel hasn't fallen yet. Really tenacious. Wei Er raised his eyebrows and looked down at the embarrassed Enel. Lying down with a chuckle, his tone was extremely indifferent. But in Enel's view, this is mockery. Make fun of your own incompetence. Damn it. 200 million volts Thor. In an instant, Enel released all the lightning from his body. Wrapped on the surface of the body, it transforms into a giant thunder god of more than 10 meters. At this moment, Enel, look at Wei Er again. Under the hideous expression, it is bloodthirsty with murderous intent. Damn mortal! I have to admit, you are really strong. However, in the face of this move by this god, you are absolutely irresistible. Death will be your destination. Accept God's judgment and repent. Enel's voice fell. A terrifying giant thunder pillar erupted from his palm. It came almost through the void, and approached Wei Er in the blink of an eye. Act recklessly. Looking at the furious thunder, it came with monstrous anger. Wei Er chuckled lightly. A sonorous buzzing sound. The famous sword thunder is hooked again. Thunder destroys the world one by one. Suddenly, under the flickering of the lightning of Enel, with Wei Er as the center, a terrifying thunder arc erupts. Instantly filled the entire void, directly assimilating and annihilating the giant pillar of thunder in Enel's palm. At the same time, Wei Er wielded the famous sword and thunder again and again, and dozens of swordsman-level police strikes erupted. All wrapped in armed haki. At the moment of his whereabouts, he quickly asked a question. In the blink of an eye, a giant thunder sword appeared in the world. It seems to be shattering the world. With endless domineering, unmatched power. In Enel's terrified look, he slammed down. Boom! Earth-shattering explosions echoed in all directions. The ultimate light flashed, and the dust and smoke gradually spread. In the center, is a scorched black crater. More than 100 meters in diameter. The central, singing, bloodline-covered person. It's Enel. Cough cough. Enel, whose face was extremely pale, completely lost his fighting power. The expression gradually became diffuse. Lost. First defeat to the police. From the beginning to the end, it is in a posture of being crushed by people. Looking at Wei Er who keeps walking into him. Enel, unwilling, laughed again and laughed at himself. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, a great god would lose to a mortal like you. Can you tell me how old are you? Wei Er heard the words, looked down at Enel and said lightly. God? But luckily, it devoured the thunder fruit. As for how old am I? Well, if I remember correctly, I'll be 8 years old in about half a month. Seeing Wei Er with a serious face, Enel was completely disheartened. It is true. Just under 8 years old. Himself, the dignified and supreme god. Actually, he lost to a Qinghai native who was less than 8 years old. There shouldn't be many strong men like you in the whole Qinghai, right? For a moment, Enel held on to his body, his eyes full of hope. If only Wei Er was alone. Not so desperate. Well, if you are talking about everyone in Qinghai, there should be many people stronger than me. Wei Er looked at Enel calmly, but did not speak. After all, he was at most a quasi-admiral level police officer. Are there fewer people stronger than him? Certainly a lot. You lied to me. How is this possible? Enel's first reaction was to not believe it at all. Nothing is impossible. Everything you think is just because you sit in the well and watch the sky. Talking and talking. Wei Er came to Enel step by step, with the famous sword thunder across his neck. Anything else you want to know? If not, it's time to send you on your way. 99. Enel, I was about to speak when I heard the words. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and blood splashed from his neck. His eyes quickly dissipated, gradually being shrouded in endless darkness. Ding dong! Detected that there is a purple treasure chest dropped nearby, do you pick it up? Successful pickup. Congratulations to host for successfully opening the purple treasure chest and obtaining the devil fruit, thunder fruit. Sound thunder fruit, the taste and the side effects of fear of, Wang Zhao, seawater have been completely optimized. Does the host immediately swallow the thunder fruit? After killing Enel, Wei Er turned around and left. Certainly not leaving Sky Island. Rather want to find a place to rest and wait. Because he remembered correctly. Follow the original instructions. When a devil fruit person dies, his devoured fruit will reappear. It could be in situ, or it could be somewhere at sea. After the Fire Fist Ace was killed, the burning fruit would soon appear in the world. For Wei Er, the special police came to Sky Island, of course, to wring the thunder fruit. In addition to the thunder fruit, which has all the powers of the devil fruit, it is also the legend of invincible existence. It is also because of the sound of thunder fruit, which must be a huge bonus to his sword's profound meaning. Just pick up the thunder attribute dropped by Enel. The power of the thunder slash has been improved visibly to the naked eye. Once swallowed the thunder fruit. At that time, what level of strength will he reach? Wei Er is looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Wei Er did not hesitate. Swallow. Chapter 72. Congratulations, host, successfully swallowing the thunder fruit. With the cheat beep. The surrounding air is full of arc flashes. Instant snap. It's not Wei Er's thunder profound truth, but after taking the thunder fruit. All the cells of Wei Er's body contained the power of thunder. That extremely flickering cold glow, starting from Wei Er's head, spread all the way to the foot. In the end, the whole person covered the thunder and turned into a white thunder body. Is this the thunder fruit? 11. Feel the unprecedented power. Wei Er's thoughts moved slightly, and his body suddenly turned into pure thunder. Elementalized. With a light wave of his hand, a lightning bolt shot and lay down. Boom! It was like a shattering explosion. A deep charred pit more than 20 meters long emerged after the dust and smoke dissipated. Around, there are constantly flickering arc razors. Let's go. When gradually getting used to this power, Wei Er suppressed his inner joy. As one of the almost invincible devil fruit abilities, the thunder fruit has yet to be developed. Wei Er is not in a hurry either. The development of devil fruit is not something that can be done in 1 or 2 days. The words fall. The solace of the feet flashed under the thunder. Wei Er nodded warningly to Conies, and flew with Robin. Instead of relying on moonwalk, it's pure thunder fruit energy. Climb all the way, and quickly fly the hook to Dry Angel Island. Fly away, located in the holy land of Apogado not far from Angel Island. Moment. A huge sky-reaching vine is already visible to the naked eye. The historical text you want is probably there. 467. Wei Er Nanuzui, Robin then stared at the vines in the distance. Subconsciously, he turned his head and looked at Wei Er. Eyes flashed a strange color. Mr. Wei Er's knowledge of history seems to be very deep. Hearing this, Wei Er said with a calm expression on his face. I know more than you can imagine. If you want to know more, we can go deeper. 33. Robin? I always feel that Wei Er's words seem to have other meanings. But Robin, just can't tell. Soon. Led by Wei Er, the two landed on an island cloud. The island cloud is very small, only about tens of meters in radius. In the center of it stands a place that no one has touched for 400 years. Golden Clock. Robin approached subconsciously, but still quickly reacted to look at Wei Er. Nodding in approval, Robin hurriedly approached. Historical text. Walking around the golden bell, Robin saw the historical text imprinted on the base. Can you read it? Wei Er also approached at this time and asked indifferently. This records the ancient weapon with the name of God. The specific location of posy art. Robin gently stroked the words on the stone tablet and slowly deciphered the rhyme. For Wei Er, she has nothing to hide. Guidance towards the Red Earth continent, and the junction, Duel, with the Grand Line. Located in the Mermaid Island in the depths of the sea. Is it a weapon again? I don't want to know about this. Robin responded to Wei Er, but his heart was a little heavy. Look here. At this time, Wei Er's voice sounded again. Looking down the side, the bottom of the golden bell. It is different from the historical text, and some twisted words are engraved on it. I am here to take this article to the end of the world. Gold Roger. One Piece, Gold Roger. He even came to Sky Island? Moreover, such words are still engraved in the text of history? Why? Vaguely, Robin seemed to realize something. It's just that there aren't enough clues. At this moment, she can't connect everything completely. Let's go. Stayed long enough, it's time to leave. Robin didn't let Robin get in the mood for too long. Interrupting her thoughts, Wei Er's body flashed with thunder. Not even a boat. Just take Robin and drill directly into the clouds. Disappear. A few days later, the capital of Seven Waters. When Wei Er set foot on the pier alone. For a rest in the Seven Waters, returned to naval headquarters. A docker who works hard. Quietly glanced at Wei Er, then continued to work. Did you read it wrong? If not. How did he come here? The middle-aged man with the two horns hairstyle flashed anxiety in his eyes. The seven capitals of water have been hidden for many years, and perhaps ordinary people do not know it. But recently, the limelight has even spread to Wei Er in the eyes of the four emperors. Absolutely impossible to ignore. Especially, for affiliated world government. For CP9 of the Secret Espionage Agency. The name of Wei Er is even more resonant. It's just that he didn't think of it. At this critical time, Wei Er actually came to the capital of Seven Waters. No, I have to inform Luffy immediately. Watching Wei Er disappear into the back of the street, Blueno took a deep breath and quickly turned to leave. Tapping. Somewhere in a clean room, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps. Blueno, why are you here? Wearing a black hat and a black suit. The thin young man frowned slightly. On the shoulders of the youth stood a white dove. Especially striking. He is the core of the CP9 organization. The so-called Nice Lobby CP9 is the strongest in 800 years. B. Compared to the head on the bright side, Spondum. Luffy, G is a well-deserved core. Most of the orders are given by Luffy. Instead of going through Spondum. Here. As the base of CP9. Usually, members of the organization do not come rashly. Especially seeing the anxious look on Blueno's face. Luffy sighed in his heart. Could it be that the plan has gone wrong? Say. Has the plan changed? What did the iceberg discover? Thinking about it, Luffy immediately asked coldly. No. Blueno immediately shook his head. But not ruled out, because of his arrival. It will make our plan fall short. Blueno let out a deep voice, with an unprecedented solemn tone. He? Who? Luffy keenly captured Blueno's words, and the murderous intent was hidden in his eyes. No matter who. Neither is allowed to spoil its plans. For Luke. Anyone who sabotages his plan will be killed at all costs. He can't move. 99. When Blueno heard this, he was shocked. Luffy raised his eyebrows, the murderous intention still not dissipated. Can't move? In order to complete the plan, he is willing to do whatever it takes. There is no one who can't move. The person who came is New Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, grandson of Garp Vice Admiral. Wei Er Rear Admiral. What? When Liu Qi heard the words, his face was slightly stunned. Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Wei Er? Why is he here? 59. Trouble. Even if it's a police officer. But Wei Er's words. Perhaps, it might really affect their plans. A family tradition. Garp Vice Admiral's chaos, who doesn't know about world government and marine. Wei Er is the new Rear Admiral, after starting the mission. Which one is not a mess? Even if he defeated Doflamingo, he became famous throughout the sea. But the overall behavior is chaotic. Lucci. US. What to do? Bluno was a little embarrassed. Because of Garp Vice Admiral's face. Even if they are directly under the world government. But Wei Er, the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral after all. How to do? Liu Qi's face quickly became solemn, and he looked at Bluno seriously. Word by word. Weakness is the original sin. Any unstable factors that may hinder us must be eradicated. It has been lurking for several years, and it seems that it is about to get a wrist. I do not allow any errors or omissions in the plan at this time. No matter who this person is. Chapter 73. Hey? Was someone followed? Walking on the streets of the Seven Waters, Wei Er frowned slightly. I did not inform Marine that I was in the Seven Waters. Unable to judge the situation so quickly. And, an organization with such stealthy tracking skills. With a guess in his heart, a strange smile appeared on Wei Er's mouth. I'm wearing marine clothes, and I dare to stalk. This CP9 organization is a bit interesting. Thinking so, Wei Er quietly moved away from the crowd. Walked down a remote alley. As a top-secret espionage organization, it is impossible to expose it in public. And this remote, inaccessible place. But their favorite. Really? When Wei Er pretended to have no intention of walking into a remote alley. And step by step, toward the depths. The figure that was stalking in the dark was a little impatient. How? After so long, do you really think it is well hidden? 11. Seeing walking down the bay a dead end. Wei Er suddenly turned around, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the darkness somewhere, I asked slowly. Mr. Wei Er. I'm sorry to meet you in this situation. The words fell, and the figure who followed in the dark did not continue to hide. Take the hook step by step and stand in front of Wei Er. It was Liu Qi, who stood with a white dove on his shoulder, who personally led the team to come. I don't care what your purpose is, you come to the Seven Waters. At this moment, I am the commander of the highest organization of CP9. I give you an order. Leave the Seven Waters capital now. Otherwise. Liu Qi looked at Wei Er deeply, and his tone was extremely cold. A majestic aura quietly permeated, and even Bluno behind him felt a little breathless. But Wei Er, who heard the words, was not affected at all. Even, laughed. What? As the Supreme Commander of CP9, order me to leave? Are you out of your mind? Wei Er chuckled lightly, a little speechless. In terms of rank, I am Marine Rear Admiral. If you don't plan to belong to the same organization, why do you order me? And, otherwise what? If I don't leave, do you still want to do something to me? Wei Er almost laughed. Do not. It is already laughter. With Wei Er's voice falling. Obviously one after another incomparably fierce murderous intent, raging in the entire alley. Liu Qi stared at Wei Er, his eyes cold and cold. Looking at Wei Er who was unmoved, Liu Qi spoke again. Wei Er sir, I'll say it one last time. I order you to leave the Seven Waters immediately. Otherwise, there may be a price to pay. I can't guarantee it. When the words fell, Wei Er raised his eyebrows and his expression quickly became indifferent. Threaten me? What are you? It's okay to talk in a good voice. After all, he is a marine, not a pirate. No need to collide with CP9. But this Lu Chi, what happened to the superiority of the tail in the first place? Simply disgusting. In that case, when Lu Chi heard Wei Er's words, his murderous intention was no longer hidden. Whoosh! In an instant, the stature flashes, and Marine 6 styles are activated one by one. Razor. That gap, moonwalk, and other fusion skills, kicked out a sharp track directly in the air. He kicked Wei Er's chest and belly fiercely. Ah, this is the CP organization affiliated to the world government? Sure enough, arrogant ah. Seeing this, Wei Er did not panic at all. He stood there with a chuckle, without any intention of evading. Just when Lu Qi razor was about to fall, Wei Er reached out indifferently and grabbed the void. Immediately, countless razors wandered away, lighting up the entire alley. Go! Seeing this scene, Blueno immediately burst out. Tempest kick! The moment the words fell, the whole person suddenly jumped up. When he came to the air, his legs were like knives. He slashed in the direction of Wei Er. In an instant, an extremely terrifying cyan half-arc slash suddenly erupted. Directly over Wei Er's head. Superior! Keiku, Kumadori, and others also quickly followed. All CP9 members rioted, just to deal with Wei Er alone. 7 people, 7 different moves. From 7 different directions, we want to win Wei Er as soon as possible. Ah, just press all the staff directly? Very good. Wei Er's eyes narrowed, CP9's 7 attacks were imminent. Next moment, Wei Er raised his hand, the endless thunder lingering on his arm. The armed color haki spread rapidly, making the thunder who lost the rhyme even more violent. 3 dilemmas, 10,000 volts, falling thunder. The moment when the thunder went berserk and turned into a pillar of thunder. Boom! The air whimpered and the earth trembled. A number of violent and stern thunder giant pillars slammed down with the momentum of the top of Mount Tai. Brilliant! Dazzling! With a terrible power to destroy everything. Boom boom boom! Next moment, the thunderbolt came into contact with the blow of Gang Jiao's outbreak. With a roar, the tempest kick slash directly collapsed. Luolei was castrated unabated, and slammed down on Blueno's head. Oops! System! Blueno's complexion changed greatly, and he launched Marine 6 styles without hesitation. But the thunder had already shrouded in all directions, and even the air had arcs flickering. Blueno only felt that his body was slightly stiff, and he started a step slowly. The giant thunder pillar suddenly fell, slamming him into the ground ruthlessly. Puff! Head-on collision, Blueno's eyelids turned white. A mouthful of blood sprayed. In the terrifying roar, the ground was cracked inch by inch. When the dust and smoke disappeared, Blueno stinks of burnt black and looks dead. Damn, when did this guy have the power of thunder? 0. Devil fruit. Scary guy. Keiku looked at Wei Er in horror. Terrible existence. That terrifying thunderbolt was just a face-to-face on Blueno. Are the rest of them better than Blueno? Not at all. It was just a little bit slower, and Wei Er didn't target them either. But even so, almost every one of them was wiped by thunder. On the body, large pieces of flesh and blood were torn and smashed. The blood dripping wound, the pain stimulated their nerves. Damn it! Lu Chi also looked rather unsightly. The whole team pressed on, just to quickly suppress Wei Er. Avoid too much movement and cause unnecessary trouble. But at this moment, Gang Ji is just a move, including him. The entire CP9 was almost killed by those thunderbolts. You step back. Retreat to a safe distance. 33. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chi, who eased his emotions, ordered directly. This battle is no longer a battle that can be won by a large number of people. Keiku and others did not refute either. They are not fools, can see. If you and others continue to participate in the battle, it will only drag Lu Chi down. At the same time, when the words fell, Lu Chi's body swelled rapidly. The skin is covered with leopard Madara patterns, and even the fingers have claws spread. The momentum that erupted from top to bottom was several times stronger than before. Apparently it's a devil fruit ability. Animals breed cats and cats, leopard form. Even among many animals, the leopard form is also an absolutely powerful existence. Yes, the powerful devil fruit that is second only to you demons and ancients, plus. Chapter 74. Tempest Kick Leopard Tail. After the devil fruit ability erupted, Lu Chi ability was improved in all directions. With a low growl, Lu Chi used his feet to explode a spiral slash like a beast's tail. OM. In an instant, a screw tens of meters in length struck. With a terrifying power that could destroy a warship in an instant, it fell head-on towards Wei Er. 1. Can you win? With such great power, can that marine still resist? Not far away, Keiku and others all hope to look at Lu Chi. It has to be said that Lu Chi's strength is indeed disdainful of their family. It is no joke to call CP9 the strongest in the past 800 years. Boom! Facing the CP9 crowd, hopeful eyes. Wei Er's mouth curled into a small smile. Don't know when. The famous sword thunder has already swept out. One knife and one thunder dragon. Roar! There really seems to be a behemoth roaring. A gigantic thunder dragon suddenly appeared as if it was about to destroy the sky and destroy the earth. In the CP9 crowd, among the expressions of astonishment, going towards Lu Chi shrouded and 480. How can it be? Boom! Foot leopard tail offensive, direct annihilation. At the same time, the trend of Thunder Dragon continues unabated, directly penetrating the earth. If it weren't for Lu Chi incarnation in the form of a leopard, his speed and reaction ability would have improved by more than a little bit. Just love that blow is not something he can bear. What a powerful attack! In astonishment, he looked at the giant crater that was not far away, scorched black and flickered with some arcs. Lu Chi's eyes became more and more solemn. The ability of the devil fruit and the physical fitness have been improved in an all-round way. Still, can't beat him? Looking at Wei Er deeply, Lu Chi's heart was a little heavy. Is this the terrifying monster Tatsuki who claims to surpass the potential of the current 3 Admiral? Real. Incredible. It's quite strong, a bit like the strongest CP9 in 800 years. 99. On the other hand, Wei Er and Yi Kakuzu, opposite Lu Chi, were not stained with dust. Looking at the crowd indifferently, he chuckled softly. However, I seem stronger. After the words fell, Wei Er suddenly disappeared. The same Marine 6 styles are made one by one, and the speed is faster than that of Luigi in panther form. In an instant, the hook appeared on Lu Chi's side, and a punch wrapped in thunder fell. Can't escape. In an instant, Lu Chi had a reaction. He quickly crossed his arms and put them in front of his chest. Everything is just a momentary thing. Boom! Only a bang was heard. Among the shocked expressions of Keiku, Khalifa, and others. Like a bullet, Lu Chi was smashed into the mound without any resistance. What happened? An earthquake? Still, what kind of war broke out? A terrifying force runs through the ground. The strong wind pressure swept in all directions like ocean waves. The fierce fighting caused people in the nearby streets to flee in panic. The huge shaking of the earth-shattering crack and the thunder that filled the sky that day, all thought it was the end of the world. Cough. Cough. Being blasted into the ground, Luffy was a little embarrassed. However, because the block was timely, and an iron block broke out. Coupled with a strong enough physique, the injury did not expand too much. Your ability, too troublesome. Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Wei heavily. Lightning thunder is not only extremely destructive, but also has a wide range of attacks. And the additional speed can be added to the Marine 6 styles. Wei's physique is enough to endure. So much so that Luffy's Devil Fruit ability was completely crushed. Buzz. Luffy is also very decisive. At the moment when the words fell, strange fluctuations broke out in his body. The muscles that were originally bulging quickly contracted. The whole person is one size smaller. Life is back. Reduce power and greatly increase speed. Not only the movement speed, but also the nerve reaction speed and so on. Whoosh! Facing Wei, a strong pressure enveloped his heart. There was no hesitation. Tempest Kick Guy Bird. 99. Tempest Kick Leopard Tail. 99. One after another, he broke out the strongest offensive with all his strength, and at the same time moved quickly to find the flaws that Wei might have missed. A time. Almost all escape routes were blocked, but Wei did not panic. There is no elementalization, and the body quickly spreads the lightning snake. Then, gently wave down and press down. The thunder flashed and condensed into a huge electric ball. Across the distance, Keiku of CP9 felt terrified. Luffy, who faced the thunderbolt, needless to say. Ah! Tempest Kick Guy Bird, Tempest Kick Leopard Tail. It doesn't work at all. With a scream, it fell tens of meters away. Don't wait for him to get up again. Wei also followed closely, and then punched him. Zi la la. The air flickered with extreme electric light, and Luffy couldn't avoid it. But he did not choose to stand still. The moment Wei's thunder fist fell, he quickly asked with both fists in front of him. 6 styles 116 king guns. Boom! The terrifying power was quickly gathered into a single point by Luffy. Facing Wei's thunder fist, they collided with each other. Heaven and earth first lost their voice, and then a huge explosion echoed in all directions. The earth was shattered, and the earth was devastated. In the center of the two people's bombardment, a huge deep pit was found frequently. Have the 6 king guns come out here? 99. Luffy, did you win? 99. CP9 everyone, swallowing saliva with difficulty. Some expectations. The 6 King's Spear, that is only the most powerful physical skill of the 6th form that Luffy circumambulates. Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, and all practiced to the extreme, the highest profound meaning that can be comprehended. Once it erupts, it can even destroy a large warship in an instant. It's just that Wei, who is less than 8 years old, is already strong enough. But such a terrifying 6 King's Spear, it's impossible to stop it, right? Boom! The aftermath echoed, and the dust and smoke quickly rippled. The scene in front of them made everyone in CP9 stunned. This is impossible. Luffy lay on the ground covered in blood, but Wei's clothes kakuzu was not damaged. In addition to the surrounding, there are obvious crack marks that are densely covered with spider webs. The ground under Wei's feet is completely intact. The 6 King's Spear, was it blocked so easily? You're not injured at all, can't you even destroy the ground beneath your feet? It's simply an unimaginable scene. But at this moment, it happened in front of their eyes. Is this really something that an 8-year-old can do? The pupils of Keiku and others kept shrinking, and it was difficult to recover from the shock in a short period of time. What Luffy said next made them almost dizzy on the spot. You, still retain your strength. Dragging his broken body, he struggled to stand up from the ground. Liu Qi looked at Wei Er, his expression extremely gloomy. Is it necessary to go all out against you? With a chuckle, Wei Er didn't deny it. Hiss! Suddenly, everyone in CP9 let out a breath of cold air. In the face of the Six Kings' spear, they were all unscathed. As a result, even the real strength has not been revealed? In this way, Liu Qi was so embarrassed. Wouldn't it be an instant kill if all the power exploded? Children under the age of 8, spike the so-called CP organization's strongest in 800 years? The police are kidding. Impossible. I miscalculated. Liu Qi looked solemn and sighed. But at this point, there is nothing that can be undone. It seems that a decision has been made in his heart. Liu Qi took a deep breath and then used his life to forcibly suppress the injury. And at the moment when the injury was suppressed, looking at Wei Er, Liu Qi's eyes were full of determination. Win or lose, here it is. 6 styles 1 biggest round 6 king guns. With a loud shout, Liu Qi went all out. 1.0. Wei Er raised his eyebrows slightly, and the armed haki covered his fists. At the same time, the thunder package flashes. Thunder fist. With the same powerful punch, the two quickly collided. In an instant, time seemed to be frozen. But in the next second, as Liu Qi's face was defeated, a mouthful of blood poured into the sky. Wei Er's thunder fist has an absolute advantage. But in the blink of an eye, the largest wheel, the Six Kings' spear, collapsed. It was just a flash of aftermath, and the buildings behind the two fell apart. It spread all the way, and most of the streets were almost destroyed. Quiet. Deathly silence. The CP9 crowd looked at Liu Qi, who fell to the ground, whose life and death were unknown. He looked at Wei Er again, with a relaxed and comfortable expression. Completely crushing battle, let this group of top espionage organization personnel feel what is called a mental crit. Especially Wei Er, with Moonwalk at the top. Just glanced at Liu Qi, and then calmly looked at them. Khalifa and others were suddenly shrouded in death crisis. Done. Chapter 75. Weakness is the original sin, and it is the justice that you implement in your heart. Wei Er looked at Liu Qi and spoke lightly. So, when you see me, come to the 7 capitals of water. When it is possible to sabotage your plans. In your eyes, I am weaker than you. Damn it! Even knowing that I'm marine is still a killer. 93. Liu Qi didn't say a word, and looked at Yun and sold everything. Yes. Because Wei Er doesn't look young, various records exist in legends. K-Looky, known as the powerhouse that is hard to see in 800 years. Faced with the rumored Wei Er, how could he possibly take it seriously? After all, Wei Er is no more than 7 or 8 years old. How strong were you when you were 7 or 8 years old? Just imagine, you can know. No matter how strong it is also limited. Most likely, it's also to give the marine hero Garp face. Otherwise, why just be Marine Rear Admiral? That is the potential that claims to surpass the current 3 Admiral. Give a Marine Vice Admiral, not too much? Mr. Wei Er. When he understood Liu Qi's thoughts, Wei Er stepped forward with the famous knife thunder. His body was awe-inspiring, and his murderous intent was undisguised. 13. The eyelids of Keiku and others jumped wildly, and they hurriedly made a sound. It is our impulse to offend, but in order to complete the task. If at the beginning, let you leave and leave. Actually, we will not break out into a fight with you, Mr. Wei Er. Wei Er raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and his words became more indifferent. So, is it my fault? 93. Keiku suddenly panicked. In the past, high above, even hiding in the dark, it can be seen that everyone's inferior arrogance exists in their bones. Puff. Before he finished speaking, Keiku's eyes widened. He bowed his head, and there was a black hole in his neck. But it was penetrated by lightning, and even the blood was instantly evaporated. We are affiliated to the world government, and that's why we complete the mission. 3. The male lion trembled in anger. He couldn't think of anything. Wei actually dare to kill. It was their CP9 people who killed them. A lot of nonsense. Wei who has always been indifferent, heard the light of thunder again. Iron block. Use Marine 6 styles in time to strengthen your body. But the next moment, Kumadori was still penetrated. In the eyes of disbelief, he suddenly fell to the ground. Next, there is no plan for Jabra, Khalifa, etc. to speak. Since they are killed, they are all killed. So as not to make excuses for the world government and trouble him. As long as there is no evidence. Even if he killed these CP9 members, Wei didn't panic. At the end of the day, CP9 itself is a hidden mechanism independent of CP1-8. Expose yourself now, leading to the failure of the mission to capture the ancient weapon Pluton blueprint. Even if the world government is furious, it is impossible to make any big moves on the bright side. Boom boom boom. The unstoppable thunder column kept falling, and Jabra and others had no ability to resist. The screams were not able to be hooked, and they were annihilated under the thunder light. Looking at the devastated battlefield indifferently, Wei waved his hand and a lot of thunder fell. Until the entire area is wiped out, leaving no trace. This nodded. Come to the pier and take a canoe. Speed towards the comm belt and turn back to Naval headquarters. Holy Land Marie Joyce. As the core of world government, an elegant high-rise building. At this moment, 5 people gathered in a hall somewhere. Either doing, or standing, with a very serious expression. They are the highest core of the world government. 5 elders. Snapped. I saw one of them, an old man holding a long sword. A punch hit the table hard. Damn, who did it? CP9 was wiped out, not even a single message was passed back. 33. The faces of everyone were extremely annoyed. Recently, there has been a lot of movement among the 4 emperors. Crazy Kaido challenged Whitebeard and Soaps one after another, and the impact was huge. Failure to manage and control it in a timely manner has caused the world government to lose face. As a result, this time, something happened to CP9, and I don't even know who did it. Send someone to investigate. No matter the cost, be sure to check the real murderer behind the scenes. 99. Also, notify Marine. Kaido used too much movement while lying down, and the effect was very bad. Some more people will be deployed to prevent emergencies from happening. Comm Belt, a strip area on both sides of the Grand Line where pirates are prevalent. Because there is no wind. It is a very dangerous place for pirates in the age of sailing. And there are a lot of Poseidon classes living here. Extremely dangerous. And this time, in the endless calm sea, a lonely canoe is speeding. Wei stood at the bow of the boat, with thunder flashing behind him. Control ships with devil fruit abilities. Not only can it increase the speed of the canoe, but it can also virtually exercise the ability to control the devil fruit. Along the way, Wei hardly stopped. This also leads to his ability to control the thunder fruit is almost consummate. Even the level of development is likely to be at the same level as Enel. The thunder that is released at will can explode with millions of volts. At the same time, attached to the famous sword thunder, the explosive power of the sword's profound meaning is terrifying and amazing. A split fell, and the sea was almost torn in two. Among them was the hapless Poseidon-like hook, which was torn apart and shattered on the sea in an instant. However, there are also disadvantages. Because of the armed color haki, the degree of development is not enough. Let the development of the thunder fruit reach the upper limit. An attack of more than 200 million volts would even tear Wei Er's body. Simply improving physical fitness may not be enough. Then, we must find a way. Raise the armed color haki as soon as possible. Well. Thinking like this, Wei Er lowered his head and pondered. If the armed color haki. If he remembered correctly. In Belt, isn't there the best place to practice armed haki? Daughter Island 1 by 1 Amazonian Kingdom. Buzz. Also at this time. The phone worm that Wei Er carried with him suddenly rang. Stinky boy, where are you now? As soon as I picked it up, I heard Garp's strong voice. Why, old man? I'm at Belt now. Is there any other task assigned? Wei Er picked the painful ear and responded. Belt? Just. Garp completely ignored the rudeness in Wei Er's words and said directly. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, has not been very quiet recently. There is a shortage of staff in this department, so I suggest you go over and help. Is the monitoring of the 4 emperors moving? Wei Er raised an eyebrow. This is not very dangerous. The battle between the 4 emperors, for the world government and marine, is very beneficial. Just because they are too powerful. Therefore, the battle will spread to a wide range of places. Marine doesn't need to fight most of the time, but he has to watch and watch. To prevent unnecessary things from happening. And for Wei Er, this is a rare opportunity to scour the wool. Chapter 76. 4 emperors, it should be, you can have a lot of attributes to pull. Wei Er thought with a smile. Recently, because of the increase in strength, there are fewer and fewer attributes that can be dropped. Only stronger than Wei Er, even if only in one aspect. Continue to drop attributes. Now, how many of these people are there? Not really a lot of cops. At least Naval Headquarters veteran Vice Admiral, barely able to give Wei Er any improvement. But the 4 emperors are the same. Sure enough, the old man still understands me. Understood, I'll be there as soon as possible. Before Garp could keep knocking, Wei Er hung up the phone. Hang! That stinky boy! Garp on the other end of the phone shook his head helplessly, and continued to eat with his own senbei. Wei Er, who hung up the phone, did not go directly to monitor Kaido. Anyway, the war will not break out for a while. Go to the daughter country and strengthen a wave of armed haki. It shouldn't be a waste of time. Zi la la. Despite this thought, Wei Er's movements were not slow. Continue to use the canoe to travel, somewhat slow. With one step, Moonwalk floats into the air. Immediately afterwards, the thunder flashed and turned into a long rainbow. With a burst of air, it floated towards the depths of the Belt. Daughter's Island, the central luxury palace. On the throne at the top of the palace, there was a figure sitting. Long black hair, dark blue eyes. Just a glance, it is a peerless face that makes people feel heartbroken. This person. It is the Emperor of the Daughter Island Amazonian Kingdom, Boya Hankou. Originally, Boya Hankou was resting lazily on the chair with his eyes closed. Suddenly he opened his eyes and stood up. Look into the distance. This is. The originally clear sky suddenly flashed with thunder. There are no clouds, just under the big sun. The lightning arc flickered, extremely strange. Watched for a moment. A figure quickly enlarged in Boya Hankou's pupils. Man! The good-looking brows suddenly stood up, and Boya Hankou couldn't bear to be unhappy. A man who tried to enter the kingdom without the permission of his concubine. Just turn it into stone and perish on the sea. The words fall. Suddenly, a faint strange aura erupted from Boya Hankou's body. It quickly spread in the direction of the lightning flashes. Lord Snake Princess! This, what happened? Conqueror's haki? Has someone invaded? Swept out, Conqueror's haki from Hankou. With an unimaginable oppressive force, the people of the 9 Snake Island people on the entire island could not help but look horrified. Boom! That's when people are talking about it. Boom! There was a roar in the distance, and the world shook. The waves capsized in an instant, covering the sky and the sun. A3. Conqueror's haki? Actually, someone can crush the Conqueror's haki of Lord Snakeheim? 9. Almost everyone in the 9 snakes uses haki. More because, often bear the nonsense of Boya Hanku. They are actually immune to Conqueror's haki. But swept under Wei Er's Conqueror's haki. Even the female warrior who could withstand Boya Hanku haki collapsed on the spot. There are only a few who can barely maintain consciousness. They were all sweaty and trembling all over. A look of fear appeared on his face. Including the situation of Boya Hanku, it is not much better. Because Wei Er's Conqueror's haki is more than a little bit stronger than Hancock. Forcibly suppressed. Although he still has the ability to resist, there is a ray of fear in his heart. What a horrible Conqueror's haki! Step on. Soon, although everyone on 9 Snake Island was stunned, Wei Er's Conqueror's haki didn't hurt them any further. But to take back the momentum, it is to set foot on Daughter Island. Step by step, everyone on 9 Snake Island quickly woke up. Stop. In the kingdom, outsiders stop. Especially, men. Many people from 9 Snake Island tried to raise their spirits one after another. Pulling the long worker, he aimed at Wei Er. Wei Er raised his eyebrows when he saw this. It's not that they care about the attack of the crowd, but the black airflow lingering on the arrow. Armed haki. Bowing his head, Wei Er became more and more looking forward to it. Everyone will be armed with haki, which is too rare. Although the armed color is different from Conqueror's, it can be learned through acquired practice. But there are no barriers at all. But what? Looking at the warriors of the entire Daughter Island, basically they will be armed with haki. To say that there is no special way of practice, Wei Er doesn't believe it at all. After all, no matter how powerful, the people of these Daughter Islands are all women. Physical quality is inherently weaker than that of men. But on the entire sea, people who can armed with haki are not everywhere. This is worth scrutinizing. I mean no offense, you don't need to be hostile. Looking at everyone on 9 Snake Island with a smile, Wei Er looked very gentle. The body shrouded in thunder was gradually revealed in front of everyone. What? A child. This time, everyone on 9 Snake Island was stunned. Holding a bow and arrow, he didn't know whether to attack or not. Lord Snake, just forbid men to enter. This is only a 7 or 8-year-old child, although it is also a male. However, it should not be in this category, right? Not to mention. So cute. I don't know which 9 Snake Island people suddenly whispered. Wei Er's mouth twitched slightly. Really, this is the first time I heard someone praise myself as cute. Tap tap. 19. Without speaking, Wei Er fell to the ground, revealing Bao's harmless smile. Walking forward step by step, the kind-hearted people on 9 Snake Island did not attack. Just still holding the bow and arrow, staring at Wei Er. And just when everyone didn't know what to do, a fragrant wind swept through, and then a tall figure fell in front of everyone. Marine? Can you please leave? Because the concubine is afraid. I saw Hanku step forward and lift up his black hair. On his face, there was a weak expression of pity I saw. Ah, Lord Snake! The people around 9 Snake Island suddenly saw a heart in their eyes. He looked at Hanku frantically. But on the opposite side of Wei Er, his expression was unmoved. Impossible. Hanku has absolute confidence in his own charm. No matter male or female, young or old, it will definitely kill. But Wei Er, there is no expression of infatuation at all. Even if the idea of being infatuated with a concubine is hidden in the depths of my heart. Absolutely useless. Then, at the next moment, Hanku gently stretched out two small white hands. In front of you, shake a heart shape with your palm. So cute. I don't know which 9 Snake Island people suddenly whispered. Wei Er's mouth twitched slightly. Really, this is the first time I heard someone praise myself as cute. Tap tap. 19. Without speaking, Wei Er fell to the ground, revealing Bao's harmless smile. Walking forward step by step, the kind-hearted people on 9 Snake Island did not attack. Just still holding the bow and arrow, staring at Wei Er. And just when everyone didn't know what to do, a fragrant wind swept through, and then a tall figure fell in front of everyone. Marine? Can you please leave? Because the concubine is afraid. I saw Hanku step forward and lift up his black hair. On his face, there was a weak expression of pity I saw. Ah, Lord Snake! The people around 9 Snake Island suddenly saw a heart in their eyes. He looked at Hanku frantically. But on the opposite side of Wei Er, his expression was unmoved. Impossible. Hanku has absolute confidence in his own charm. No matter male or female, young or old, it will definitely kill. But Wei Er, there is no expression of infatuation at all. Even if the idea of being infatuated with a concubine is hidden in the depths of my heart. Absolutely useless. Then, at the next moment, Hanku gently stretched out two small white hands. In front of you, shake a heart shape with your palm. Chapter 77. Marrow Marrow Mellow. A nihilistic pink light suddenly swept through. In an instant, Wei Er was enveloped in it. Garden. In the eyes of absolute confidence. What greeted Hancock was a chuckle that sounded extremely harsh. Is this the power of sweet fruit? For an absolute beauty like Hanku, the sweet fruit bonus is huge. Only his conqueror's haki is too strong and tough enough on the inside. Hanku is not affected at all. Impossible. Shaking his head, Hanku snorted again. Marrow Marrow Mellow. The pink peach heart light shrouded Wei Er again. Empress Hanku? Sander Sonia? Marigold? Seeing the beauty of your concubine's body, isn't it even a little tempting? Marrow Marrow Mellow twice in a row, no effect. Hanku's pupils trembled violently, and he couldn't believe it at all. There can't be such absurd things, my elder sister. My elder sister's beauty cannot be resisted by men, women, and children. Marigold was also the first to vibrate the hook sound. Sander Sonia followed closely, probably, the fear of death. 480 above evil thoughts. Ah, what a lucky tragic man. Perfume femur. Whoosh. The next moment, the female Emperor Hancock directly charged Wei Er. Relentlessly, with a kick that broke the air, he swept Wei Er. This foot, the angle is very tricky. And with the power of sweet fruit. Even if it is not affected by the charm of the female Emperor Hanku. Once kicked, it will also be directly petrified. Under a light touch, it will shatter on the spot. Thorn Lala. Just at perfume femur, about to touch Wei Er. There were thunderstorms, directly surrounding Wei Er. Thunderblade. He whispered softly, raised his hand, and a azure blue cold light flashed and rhymed. Meet perfume femur, the Empress Hanku, and easily knock it into the air. With a loud bang. There was dust all around. When the dust and smoke dissipated, Wei Er stood motionless. The Empress Hanku, however, relied on Sander Sonia. Ji Kankan stopped. When everyone on 9 Snake Island saw this, they were all stunned. How is this possible? 33. A child who seems to be only 7 or 8 years old actually blocks the attack of Lord Snake Ji. To know. Hancock looks weak, but what can he do to become Shishibukai? It is enough strength. But what did they see? In their hearts, the incomparably powerful snake princess was beaten back by a man? To be precise, a 7 or 8-year-old child. For a moment, the world view of everyone on Nine Snake Island was simply shattered. Can't believe it at all. This guy. Get off Marigold. Hancock looked at Wei Er with a very solemn expression. Before becoming Shishibukai, she was not without encountering Marine. Even against Marine Vice Admiral. There are no exceptions. Even the charm can't resist, how can it be her opponent? Can Wei Er? But 7 or 8-year-olds. Not just immune to her charms. Even the terrifying thunder made her unable to get close. If it wasn't for Wei Er, he didn't play hard. I am afraid that at this moment, I am already lying on the ground. Concubine. Stepping forward, Hancock wanted to speak. Wei Er shook his head and didn't give her another chance to speak. Gently stroked the famous sword thunder on his waist, and a fierce sword intent erupted around Wei Er. There are police at Conqueror's haki, but it is also extremely terrifying. Swept up and shook. Before the attack fell, everyone on Nine Snake Island was already full of fear. Marigold with a Sander Sonia. It was the first time, guarding in front of Hancock. He looked at Wei Er with a heavy weight. What a terrifying aura! From a distance, Wei Er almost turned into a body of thunder. At the same time, on the blade of the famous sword, thunder, there is a jet black armed color haki. Under the addition of the ability of the thunder fruit, a azure blue / condensed, and lings whose incomparable rays of light erupted. Brilliant! Dazzling! Even the Empress Hanko was staring at Wei Er's offensive intently. But when Wei Er really broke out and attacked, even Hanko felt his eyes flicker. Not knowing when, Wei Er disappeared. Appeared again, already in the air. Under the shroud of endless thunder. An incomparably majestic aura came in shock. Under the cold and bright light. Thunder slashed, crashing down. Boom! The air seemed to be torn apart in an instant, leaving only the sound of thunder and thunder roaring between heaven and earth. The 100-meter-long strike suddenly split the large forest in front of him in two. Boom! In the sound of an explosion like a world. The cracked gap, earth and stones splashed. In the terrified eyes of everyone on Nine Snake Island, it continued to expand and spread. Quite a while. But the dust and smoke dissipated, and it was a dark, bottomless gap. Shocked everyone's eyes. This guy? Marine? Isn't it enough to entangle the 7 or 8-year-old Marine? Are you kidding me? Is this terrible attack one of Marine's 3 Admiral? The noise was everywhere, and the people on Nine Snake Island were shocked beyond words. Obviously looks so young. Why? Why was there an attack that even Lord Snake G was terrified of? Just momentarily. Tear apart a large forest, causing dark cracks up to 100 meters long. Is this something that a 7 or 8-year-old child can do? Is Marine's current level so high? The pupils are not shrinking, and the female Emperor Hanko doesn't know what to say. That's when Hancock was shocked. Wei Er's figure flashed again. When the hook appeared, it was already in Hanko's ear. Elder sister. Marigold was startled and wanted to come to the rescue. A thunder swept across, blasting a huge pit in front of her. At the same time, Wei Er with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He whispered something in the ear of Empress Hanko. Boom! Moment. The female Emperor Hanko only felt that her head was blank. Because, Wei Er said impressively. Even if she dies, she doesn't want to be known by anyone. Red Earth Continent. Dragon's Hoof. Looking at the back of Wei Er walking towards the depths of the palace. The last line of defense in Hanko's heart was completely disintegrated. You guys, go down first. Concubine, there are important things to deal with. Bitterness returned to God, and his face remained calm. Hancock waved and repelled everyone, even the two younger sisters. Elder sister. Marigold was worried. Hanko waved his hand without turning his head. With his long legs, he walked towards the Nine Snakes Palace alone. Chapter 78. Nine Snakes Palace. The throne that was supposed to be Hank Uriel was now occupied by Wei Er. Condescendingly, looking at the figure that was a little lost. Wei Er's heart was untouched. With Hanko's inner pride. It is impossible for her to take the initiative to come up with the training method of armed haki. Occupy at the highest point, crushing her pride little by little. This is always the right way. You. Dragon's hoof, how did you know? Neither of them spoke. Under the dull atmosphere, Hancock couldn't help it at all. That was something she had been hiding for many years, and even the entire Daughter's Island didn't know about it. Subconsciously. Hanko's tender white palms are deeply embedded by nails. A little bit of dark red blood flowed and dripped on the floor of the hall. It was her unforgettable nightmare. It is the past that gave his life and did not want to be known. If not for Wei Er. At this moment, Hanko wanted to be violent. Kill Wei Er here. Bury this secret again. Otherwise, this world is not just without her foothold. Even Nine Snake Island will face the disaster of extinction. Don't be hostile to me. I know about your past. However, there is no interest in wanting to declare everywhere. Looking down at Hanku, Wei Er made a faint voice. Yes, you are Marine. Hanku gritted her teeth, she didn't believe it. World government, including Marine. They are all the lackeys of the despicable Tianlong people. I'm Marine, so what? I have the justice I stand for, but not like Marine 3 Admiral. Willing to succumb to the group of garbage Tianlong people, willing to be their lackeys. In this way, to implement their so-called justice. When the words fell, Hanko's pupils vibrated violently. You. A word, choked in the throat, can't say anything. Did she hear it wrong? What did Wei Er say? Garbage dragons? 3 Admiral, just lackeys? Staring at Wei Er, Hancock wanted to see if Wei Er was playing tricks on her. Just to achieve a certain purpose, to deceive her hypocritically. But she can't see it. From those eyes, she only saw unprecedented indifference. Moreover, for the indifference of the Tianlong people in his mouth. It was the first time she had heard it from a Marine's mouth. Tianlong people, just rubbish evaluation. Even Marine 3 Admiral, is classified as a lackey. For a moment, Hanko felt subconsciously. You, seem to resonate with Wei Er? Sounds like a common enemy? Okay, don't make up my mind about what I said. Although I hate Tianlong people, I don't like the rotten world government. But with my current ability, it is enough to meet Tianlong people alone. It is impossible to take the initiative to shake the world government in a short period of time. When the words fell, Hanko's eyes dimmed. Yes. How can the Tianlong people who have ruled the world for hundreds of years be so easy to overthrow? So many years. Has no one resisted? Yes, many. But all failed. Stronger than the 4 emperors, the revolutionary army. At this moment, he is just traveling outside the world government, and he does not dare to say that he will eat Tianlong people. Not to mention, it's just Wei Er alone. Stop talking nonsense. Completely ignoring the look of Hancock, who was still pitiful, Wei Er went straight in. I'm here for a very simple purpose. Strengthen my armed color haki. If you promise, things will be much simpler. If you don't agree. What will happen if you don't agree? Hanko raised his eyebrows and asked. Call until you agree to stop coughing. Wei Er smiled brightly, showing a harmless look. Hanko looked stunned, gritted his teeth and was about to give Wei Er a hard lesson. Let him know. In front of such a beautiful concubine. This kind of talk is a lie that will be rejected by the world. But, gritting his teeth, Hancock just thought about it. No way. This person in front of him can be said to be crushing himself in all aspects. Even Conqueror's haki, this kind of king-like city where 1 million people will appear one after the other. And, completely crushing yourself? Physical physique and even attack destructive power, etc., not to mention. Obviously without explosive strength, he completely abused himself. Once it erupts, is it worth it? Thinking of this, Hanku's heart suddenly jumped. You say, you are Marine? 99. Recently famous in the sea, known as Thor's Wei Er Rear Admiral. Wei Er raised his brows slightly. Thor? If Marine, the second is called Rear Admiral of Wei Er. Well, it should be me. After all, he didn't pay much attention. At this moment, from Hanku's mouth, Wei Er then knows. He was actually given the special title of Thor. This represents the recognition of everyone's own strength. As for Hanku at the moment, when Wei Er was confirmed, he immediately said that it was all right. Less than 8 years old, strong suppression of Doflamingo. Stepping on the majesty of the Donquixote, he quickly entered the eyes of the world's strong men. Originally, yesterday, my mother-in-law reminded her to pay attention to Marine, a monstrous monster with the potential of Admiral. I don't care too much yet. I didn't expect it to be slapped in the face so quickly. Okay, my concubine promises you. But, you have to promise. There is a secret that cannot be revealed to anyone. 39. 4 flowers 0. After thinking about it, Hanku succumbed to Wei Er's majesty. It's best to be obedient. Wei Er laughed when he heard this. Obedient Hanku will save a lot of trouble. Soon. Under the arrangement of Hanku, Wei Er briefly began to practice life in Daughter's Island. As for, what is the Daughter Island that does not allow men to break the rules? Joke. Empress Hanku has surrendered, who would dare to say no? Do you really think he, Wei Er, can't lift a knife? Therefore, under the powerful strength of Wei Er, the practice life on Daughter Island has been recognized by all the 9 Snake Island people. A deluxe room was specially prepared. Sufficient food is prepared every day, and there are special people to clean up. Even the Empress Hanku was not idle. As the strongest person of Daughter Island, although she is very young. 0. However, the armed color haki is the strongest. Including theoretical knowledge, is also very rich. Then, after teaching for only half a day, the female Emperor Hanku left a little disappointed. Why? Because Wei Er is horrible. The comprehension is strong, surpassing everyone Hanku has seen. Just a brief explanation, the improvement of the armed color haki is visible to the naked eye. The defense power has been improved simultaneously, and the sharpness of the weapon has also been significantly increased. This time, it really came right. Wei Er, who was standing on the coast, laughed heartily. Cool. With the improvement of his armament, he can withstand the more domineering energy of the thunder fruit. His eyes were condensed, and a lot of arcs flickered around Wei Er. It hasn't fully exploded yet. The originally calm sea turned violent waves. The sky, billowing dark clouds swept across. Paired with the extremely flickering thunder, it was like a world-destroying scene. And under this annihilation, Wei Er is like a god, bathing in thunder. Thor. With a loud shout, thunder and lightning gathered in the sky. The originally small figure suddenly turned into the body of thunder. The body continued to expand, turning into a terrifying giant that covered the sky. Roar! Then he waved his hand gently, and the thunder flashed. Deo Deo Lazua condensed, exuding a cold and domineering breath. Boom! In the next second, it fell into the sea. The dazzling thunder pillars directly tore the sky. The square and round brown rice waters instantly evaporated into nothingness. Even the bottom has several huge deep pits. Is this still a power a man can possess? Just under 8. The people on Nine Snake Island were extremely shocked. Hancock's Midland strobes, and his pupils tremble. Wei Er's extremely exaggerated performance completely subverted their perception of Tianruo 10. Chapter 79. Does it feel like this? Even if it creates a huge and incomparable movement, it is almost destroying the world. Wei Er didn't pay attention at all. Too lazy, and no time. Because at this moment, he has entered the state of the breath of all things. Feeling the pulse of all things, I have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship in my heart. Whether it's fruit power, or conqueror's haki. Even physically, Wei Er has almost reached a bottleneck. But swordsmanship. After entering the threshold of Daijianhao for the first time, after successfully comprehending the profound meaning of Thunder Sword. Just haven't had time to perfect it. It doesn't matter whether it is the thunder that destroys the world one by one. Thunder Unicorn is also good. They are all imitated with the memories of previous lives. It's pretty good as a ranged attack. But if you want to kill it, you can't avoid it. At the same time, it is also possible to attach the armed color haki. A person who thoroughly controls the fruit ability that can be elementalized. Far from enough. 480s and at this moment, Wei Er, who has entered the state of breathing of all things. He closed his eyes and focused on the famous sword thunder. Feeling like an arm, Wei Er subconsciously slashed with a knife. Sword profound thunder. Thunder fruit. The ability of armed haki. How to complement each other. Wei Er's mind kept deducing. Subconsciously hack, slash, and swipe. Every movement of dancing the famous sword at will, there is an incomparable thunder power attached to it. Whether it's the thunder fruit, it's fine. The profound truth of the sword is also good. It is essentially homologous, and it is very simple to achieve integration. And the armed color haki, was not the dominant force. With the swordsmanship level of Wei Er's veteran swordsman, it is not as difficult as imagined to penetrate. What is missing is just a little time. For 2 hours, Wei Er was immersed in the hearty simple swing of the knife. And as he kept swinging the knife, sweat poured down like rain. Wei Er was not tired at all, and even his eyes became brighter. Is that right? That's right, that's how it should be. 99. The moment of enlightenment, Wei Er firmly grasped. Delighted, he raised his hand suddenly. The famous sword thunder fell, and the speed seemed extremely slow. In fact, it's almost there. In an instant, Wei Er slashed hundreds of cuts. In the blink of an eye, it merged into one place, which then gave people the illusion that the falling speed was extremely slow. Even the air didn't react, it really seemed like a mediocre knife. Boom! The next moment, the air was faintly roaring, and Wei Er was getting faster and faster. After images suddenly appeared, mixed with a lot of thunder power. Among them, there is also a little frozen breath. 100 knives. 200 knives. 300 knives. The sword light grew stronger and stronger, and the aura it exuded became more terrifying. Soon, it was superimposed to 600 knives. No matter how hard Wei Er swings the knife, he can't continue to increase. At this moment, the superimposed and condensed sword light has been terrifying to the extreme. Compared to before, the body of Thor, which almost destroyed the sky and the earth. The energy contained in it is even more terrifying. Stab it! Stab it! It was clear that the blow had not yet fallen, and the surrounding ground began to collapse uncontrollably. There is no chance for the soil to splash. In an instant, it was shattered into flying ash, and the cracks that were densely covered with spider webs spread rapidly. The coast, which is hundreds of meters long, was completely shrouded in the blink of an eye. The giant pit that was smashed and fished by the thunder pillars was finally poured into enough seawater. It evaporated quickly in a flash. The profound meaning of the sword, Thunder Wan. Open your eyes. Drink low. Knife off. Chi Aiken. Wei Er moved towards the invisible sea area ahead, and slowly cut out this knife. A terrifying sword light with a full 600 knives is superimposed. At first glance it looks unremarkable. Next moment. Just touched the waves. An incomparably terrifying power surged out, sweeping the entire daughter island. No matter what they were doing, the people of the 9 Snake Island masters all looked at the coast where Wei Er was in amazement. What is this doing? What a terrible coercion, but it's not the feeling brought by Conqueror's haki. Is Mr. Wei Er's true strength? The coast at this time seemed to be chopped up in an instant, along with the entire sea area and the void. An extremely terrifying blow, with a shocking dazzling light. It seems to have transformed into 1,000 rough knives, sweeping the sea of brown rice. Instant transpiration, abruptly create a vacuum area for a short time. Surrounded by sea water, big waves. Under the shocking expressions of the people on 9 Snake Island, their scalps were numb. Wei Er slashed the hook again. Brilliant and eye-catching ultimate knife. It seems to be just an illusion. But the monstrous waves were instantly intercepted and split into 2 halves. The clearly flashing thunder let the Empress Hanko and others know. This is not an illusion. What a terrible power! A new way of attacking. In a short period of time, the strength has grown so rapidly. It's not human, it's a monster-like existence. The female Emperor Hanko's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face was shocked. He subconsciously walked towards Wei Er, not knowing if he wanted to prove anything. Hanko slightly opened his red lips and murmured. Is this what you just realized? It's not a shameful thing anyway, Wei Er didn't hide it. Nodding, It is perceived that the attack method is single and cannot rely solely on the fruit ability. On a whim, I practiced at will. I did not expect to successfully comprehend the thunder. Half a day before the power turned over, there was a slight improvement. That is to say, the female Emperor Hanko has long hair and short knowledge. Wei Er's awkward expression is typical of Versailles. Is it that easy to increase strength? On a whim, practice at will. Just comprehend the profound meaning of such a terrifying sword? Is this Tiende? This is the terrifying monster that claims to surpass the potential of the current 3 Admiral? Just under 8 years old. The female Emperor Hanko, who felt that she was being crushed in all directions and was bursting with self-confidence. Facing Wei Er at this moment, there is an emotion called jealousy. Simply shocking. Is that human being? Still an 8-year-old? Improving strength is as simple as eating and drinking. Marine, where did you find such a terrifying monster? Just don't be too scary. Feeling the vibration in the Empress' heart, Wei Er felt nothing. Isn't it natural to be strong all the time? Then. In the stunned expression of the Empress Hanko, Wei Er once again ignored the attractiveness of her beauty and continued to swing the knife. K. Again. There seems to be no end. This is the path of Wei Er's swordsman. There are no tricks, just hard work and sweat. 2 days later, Daughter Island coast. A large warship stopped and came to pick up Wei Er. Warships from Naval headquarters. Gone. If there is a chance, I will fulfill your wish for you. Short words, not too much chatter. The words fall. Wei Er jumped on the warship and followed the destination of the trip. Where the beast pirates are going. Concubine. Concubine, will try to catch up with you. 93. Looking at the back of Wei Er leaving, It's just a few days to get along, Hanko doesn't know why. I feel a little reluctant. He clenched his pink fist, as if he had made a decision. Resolutely turned back and walked towards the Nine Snake Palace. Chapter 80. Wei Er Rear Admiral, not good. Rhythm Com Belt, just entered the area where the four emperors are located. It won't be long before the beast pirates are approaching. Above the warship, a Colonel Marine hurried into Wei Er's cabin. With a restless expression on his face, he looked at Wei Er and said quickly. The beast pirate ship appears ahead. We warned them, but not only did they not leave. Instead, get closer and closer to our warship. When the words fell, Wei Er raised his eyebrows. Hey? This is somewhat surprising. Did the four emperors deliberately provoke Marine when they saw a battle broke out? There was no nervousness in his heart, but Wei Er was looking forward to it. Lei Ting Wanfen had just realized that he had never seen blood. Wei Er is too lazy to kill someone who is too weak. But if the beasts and pirates are bad. Just right. Wei Er, whose eyes lit up, thought about putting on his justice. Take the lead out of the cabin and walk towards the deck of the warship. Now. When Wei Er looked at Beast Pirate Paste. The 13th pirate of the Beast Pirates is also looking at the warship where Wei Er is. Lord Kim Lamy. There is no need to fight these marines, our main target is not them. If you provoke it, it will inevitably lead to more trouble. On the side of the Drought Sama, I am afraid it is not easy to explain. A grassroots cotter with 100 beasts and pirates, couldn't help but reminded. Madness. When Jin Lamy heard the words, he scolded coldly. Don't you know that Drought Sama is very disgusted with Marine? Dare to be so blatant, driving in the waters of our beast pirates. And it's still a single warship, which is obviously a provocation. But the pirate who was scolded by Jin Lamia and reminded aloud still did not give up. When he was about to speak out, he was interrupted by Jin Rami's direct anger. Master Drought handed things over to me, then this ship is my battle. Glancing coldly at the persuading pirates, Jin Rami looked back at the police marine and ordered the warship directly. Bombardment. With an order, the pirate ship of the beast pirates did not hesitate. Direct bombing. Wrapped in crimson flames, the huge artillery shells bombarded the warship. Interesting, I don't know which of the three major disasters it is. When I saw the beast pirates, I dared to take the lead in expressing gratitude. A smile appeared on the corner of Wei Er's mouth, and then he raised his hand and swept it. Dozens of thunder blades were fluttering and diligent. In mid-air, many cannonballs are cut in half. The roar of artillery fire roared, echoing in the air. The momentum was mighty, but it was not able to hurt the warship by half. Is there a Marine Vice Admiral on that warship opposite? Seeing the artillery fire in the sky, it was instantly resolved. Jin Rami frowned slightly, and then smiled cruelly. No wonder you dare to drive alone in this sea. But, just Marine Vice Admiral, do you really think you can do whatever you want? Thinking like this, Jin Rami waved to give an order. But isn't this a question-making game? You do it, I do it, Wei Er is not a fool. While Kim Lamy was thinking, Wei Er had already started. One knife flow Ju asks cut. Simple and rude moves that any swordsman can do. Can be attached to the armed color haki, as well as the melting gap thunder fruit and the mystery of the sword. Even if it is just an ordinary slash, it is wrapped in a terrifying power. How can it be? Watching the subsequent eruption, the blow was dozens of meters long. Jin Lamy's expression was uncontrollable, and he felt a little regretful in his heart. I regretted myself and rashly contacted these marines. But at this moment, regret is obviously too late. Either the ship was damaged, drowned in the water, or killed by marines' artillery. Either bite the bullet, maybe there is still a chance. Next moment, Jin Rami's legs quickly turned into springbok, and the jet-black armed haki surrounded it. He watched heavily and got the thunder slash. He gritted his teeth and rushed out. Lord Kim Lamy. The other pirates on the deck, the pirates of all the beasts and pirates, were extremely frightened. Watching Jinrami rush up to meet the thunder blow that almost ripped the sea. A group of people panicked. Really, can you stop it? They are deeply suspicious. At the same time, Kim Lamy exploded kicking skills with both legs. The wind blades erupted, and the armed color haki was attached. Trying to forcibly block this thunder strike. Clang! But, obviously, even if Wei Er is just a random slash, it is not something that a cat or a dog can catch. In just a moment, the wind blade in the sky collapsed. The power of the thunder slash was undiminished, and it quickly collided with Kim Rami's legs covered with armed haki. Clang! Metal rumblings echoed, and a lot of sparks sputtered. Jinrami's face was pale and blood spurted out. With Wei Er's current strength, Naval Headquarters is quasi-admiral. No opponent. Not to mention Kim Lamy. Affiliated to the Drought Outstanding, be regarded as the grassroots cotters under the cotters. Strength, maybe not as good as Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. How to stop this thunder slash? The armed color haki shattered directly, and Jinrami's legs were blurred when they were blown up in mid-air. Fly upside down and land on the beast pirate ship. At the same time, the pirate paste has not been touched. The remaining few thunderbolts slashed at the aftermath, smashing the small half-ship with a sound. Looking at the huge gap full of criss-crossing sword marks, the fear in the hearts of the pirates of the beast pirates. Rapidly spreading, rapidly expanding. How is this possible? Even if it's Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, it's impossible to kill Lord Kim Rami directly, right? Such a terrifying blow, could it be the great swordsman Hawkeye? However, Hawkeye is Shishibukai, so there's no way he will come aboard the marine warship. The pirates were horrified, watching the scene in front of them with speculation. It was just that as Jinrami lost 480, the marine warship on the opposite side was getting closer. The only one standing at the front of the deck was a small figure. It seems, just a child? Child? 7 or 8-year-olds. The pirates who are bad beasts and pirates are not only uneasy. The fear in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. How come, why did he come here? Thor Wei Er, Naval Headquarters less coming soon. Thor Wei Er? Could it be the guy who was under 8 years old and beat the guy who captured Doflamingo? In fact, there are not many Marines who pay attention to the pirate coupling of the beast pirates. Even Vice Admiral level police officers are actually very few in their eyes. But Wei Er is definitely the most special of them all. That aside, he is the grandson of Marine hero Garp. Wei Er himself shows the strength of G, which is enough to attract attention. Under 8, beat Doflamingo, one of the Shishibukai. Such a feat, even the 4 emperors can't do it, right? Ruined. If we provoke him, we may not be able to leave. Recognizing the identity of Wei Er, the pirates of the beast pirates are a little desperate. If it was the Drought Master, they would naturally feel relieved. But only Kim Lamy's words. Absolutely, can't stop such a marine monster. Even if he is less than 8 years old. But the 8-year-old Marine Rear Admiral has the title of Thor. This is enough to prove Wei Er's horror. Chapter 81. Damn, turn and sail fast. Jinrami, who was covered in blood, struggled to stand up. Glancing at Wei Er, he gritted his teeth and ordered to evacuate. Just a face-to-face, not a serious attack. I was actually hit hard. Stay any longer, courting death? No matter how arrogant the beast pirates are, they are also for the weak. For an absolute powerhouse like Wei Er, I have no courage to continue to face it. Want to go now? Is it too late? Seeing the fleeing beast pirate paste, Wei Er shook his head and chuckled. The dignified forces of the four emperors have no backbone at all. Million-volt thunder pillar. As Wei Er waved his hand, thunder pillars quickly condensed in midair. All of them are extremely thick and shimmering with dazzling light. With a gentle swipe, Wei Er accurately dropped it into the beast pirates. Next moment, the space seems to be smashed by this thunder column and squirm wildly. The thunder column that contained the incomparably domineering, millions of volts of lightning fell down. Boom! There is no suspense. The thunder pillar runs through the entire beast pirate ship, accompanied by the screams, and the flesh and blood in the sky. Even Jin Rummy couldn't hold it for a moment. The blood that was directly torn was dripping and fell into the sea. Even when blasting through the beast pirate logo, Lei Zhu still has a lingering prestige. Smashing into the sea, smashing a big vacuum hole. The sea, cracked. Abyss. The surrounding sea water could not fill the large vacuum hole that Lei Zhu ran through in a short period of time. Whoa! Until the surging waves fell and the icy water touched his cheeks. The marines on the many warships recovered from their astonishment. This. Such a terrifying thunderbolt. Wei Er Rear Admiral, has been promoted again. This, is it less than 10 days after the past? One move to open the sea, change the color of the world. This. Just a monster. Be vigilant, go and clean up. 5. I thought that the coming might be one of the 3 major disasters. Result? Not a single one can hit. Wei Er, who was a little disappointed, gave an order. Immediately walked away. The field of beasts. A huge island in the center. Kaido is provoking the other 4 emperors alone. On the island at the moment, there are only 2 major disasters left. One of them is drought jelly. Well, it's so boring. If Kaido-sama wants to fight, why not start a full-scale war? Drunk G said with a gloomy expression, eating meat and drinking. The opposite Quinn heard the words and smiled. The world government and marine are staring at us. Even if Kaido-sama is willing to go to war in an all-round way, he doesn't want to take advantage of those hypocritical bastards. Hearing this, Drought G became more serious. Marine. Dare to provoke us all the beasts and pirates, and destroy them. 99. In the original book, he even dared to attack the military brain guarded by Sengoku and Fujitora with a smile. Among the Marines, there was really no existence he dared not deal with. Even if you can't beat it. But in the face of Sengoku and Fujitora with a smile, they can escape safely. It can be seen that the strength of Drought G is strong enough. Master Drought. As soon as the words fell, a pirate suddenly ran in a hurry in the distance. The ship that you sent out, and is seated by Lord Jinlamai. Encountered Marine, was directly defeated and captured, and the entire army was destroyed. The pirates screamed in horror. For fear of being unhappy with the drought, he was implicated. What did you say? Hearing this, Drought G couldn't sit still. The terrifying murderous intent spread out without any cover. The pirate who was pinched by his neck couldn't answer anything at all. With a straight head tilt, he passed out. J. 99. Quinn also stood up at this time and said gloomily. Although Kaido-sama, let's not provoke Marine. But now, they took the initiative to bully the door. They should be the Marines who came to watch us nearby. Go to chase now, it should be too late. When the words fell, G did not hesitate. Look here, I'll go there myself. Between the words, full of angry murderous intent. Marine. Dare to attack the ships under his command, it is simply courting death. One of the 3 disasters of the dignified beasts pirate network, don't you lose face? Quinn nodded and said nothing. Although it is said that it was G's ships that were destroyed. But at this time, Marine's provocation, which represents the face of the entire beast pirate. Whoever those Marines are, they must be struck with thunder. Let everyone in the sea know. Beasts and pirates are bad, don't provoke them. Do animals breed devil fruits? Wandering on a military brain on the periphery of the beast domain, Wei Er looked at a strange devil fruit placed in the exquisite box. Self-mumbling. If it were another series, he might be interested. Unfortunately, there are many animals. It's not a new demon species, even an ancient species can't attract Wei Er's interest. Put away the devil fruit and prepare to take it back to naval headquarters in exchange for military merit. At the same time, I came to Jiakuo and asked about the aftermath work. Wei Er gave direct orders to continue sailing. Originally, their mission was to patrol and monitor. Since he had a fight with the beast pirates, I'm afraid someone will come soon. There's no need to stay here and ask for trouble. But just as the warship was about to turn and sail away, a huge pirate ship came by the wind and waves. Across the distance, you can feel the murderous intent that almost permeates the entire ship. Air Mammoth! For the first time, Marine screamed. As Kaido's three major disasters, Marine is definitely the focus of attention. Just a glance, you will recognize the rhyme. Wei Er Rear Admiral. A Colonel Marine made a nervous rhythm. Even if there is no hook in the following words, the meaning is obvious. Evacuate. That is one of the three major disasters, the exclusive ship of the Drought Master. Even though Wei Er was very strong, he even killed Kim Lamy in seconds. Even Doflamingo was suppressed. But either Kim Raimi or Doflamingo, it is absolutely incomparable to Drought G. Wei Er heard the words and didn't even look at Colonel Marine. Looking straight ahead, the pirates who came by the wind and waves are bad. Chien's, his eyes were full of unprecedented excitement. Drought G? It's hard, don't let me down. And while Wei Er looked at the mammoth, Drought G was also looking at the warship not far ahead. Master Drought. It is said that Thor, Wei Er, is on that warship. As the distance got closer, the pirates next to him hurriedly stepped forward to remind him. Thor Wei Er? Never heard of it. Drought G buzzed arrogantly. Put the boat over, who do you think I am? Chi. When the words fell, the pirates were shocked. That's right. Master Drought is famous in the sea, what is a mere marine? What about defeating Lu Doflamingo, the so-called Thor? In the echoing voice of a group of pirates. G looked at the approaching warship, completely ignoring the artillery fire that fell from the sky. Probing the hand, two almost sickle-shaped weapons were already in his hands. An unprecedented violent momentum swept in all directions. Chapter 82. Marine, you're not too timid. Dare to attack my subordinates in the realm of my beasts and snatch the devil fruit. 93. With red eyes, G looked at Wei Er coldly. The murderous intention is undisguised, and it looks like a fisherman at any time. Hand over the devil fruit, I can give you a treat. Hearing this, Wei Er couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Do you care so much? It seems that the devil fruit is likely to be an ancient species of animal fruit. Good. When you get back to the headquarters, you can exchange for a lot of military exploits. As for facing the threat of Jerry. Ah! There were no words, just a chuckle. Kill. Kill all Marines. Feeling that he was being challenged, G got angry. Without considering any consequences at all, the sound of rage hooked. The moment the words fell, it was a direct leap. Single-handedly, he fell toward the warship. Hey! Seeing this, Wei Er stalked the thunder with the solace of his feet. It was also a leap, colliding with Ji Lai head-on. The famous sword did not ask for its sheath, but the arm was wrapped in a jet-black haki. Boom! There is no nonsense at all, and the two directly clashed directly. The sound of Shen 480's impact echoed, and the terrifying wind pressure set off waves. Even the warship and the mammoth that were about to collide in one place. They were all shaken by the terrifying air waves. Very scary. How can it be? Is there actually a marine who can collide with Drought-sama head-on? This is the Thor Wei-er? Marine monster under 8 years old. For a head-on collision, the strength is not even lower than that of Lord Drought. Whether it's a marine on a warship, or a pirate on the Mammoth. At this moment, they are all staring at Wei-er who is in the air. Even if the Drought is strong. After all, it is the seat of the 4 Emperors Kaido, one of the 3 major disasters. But Wei-er, a child less than 8 years old. The combat power displayed at this moment is too terrifying. Boom! But among the incomparably horrified expressions of everyone, even more terrifying things happened. Wei-er actually took the initiative to attack. Wave the thunder and flash, and the thunder blade bursts. Ji put the sickle in front of him, trying to resist. Boom! But with a loud bang, this time there was no such thing as an even match. Bei, Drought Master, was shot flying. How is this possible? The crowd became more and more shocked. Is this the god of thunder Wei-er, the 8-year-old marine monster who treads the sea of Don Quixote's fame? In previous battles, Drought Ji, facing everyone is a horizontal push. Except for a very small number of people, no one could stop the berserker Zhang Ji. Otherwise, it will not be called the title of Drought. Wherever you step on it, it is as dry and rotten as a dry hook. Drought Ji represents absolute destruction and destruction. Gollum. 59. Many pirates on the Mammoth swallowed nervously. Although, Wei-er's toughness is shocking. But the strength of Drought Ji is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Looking at the more and more violent Drought Ji, the awe-inspiring murderous intent came to him. He angered Lord Drought. Dead. Really? At the next moment, Drought Jack shouted in rage. What are you doing? I said, Marine, kill them all. With unprecedented madness, Drought Ji, who shouted angrily, erupted again. Swinging a scythe, trying to knock Wei-er out of the sky. Wei-er is condescending, overlooking the drought-affected Jilye. Just like the king of Kun, you can't look directly at it, and it is high above. Ah, trying to kill someone in front of me. Got my permission. As the words fell, the thunder flashing around Wei-er became more and more terrifying. Almost overwhelming the hot sun in the sky, bright and dazzling. Thunder and unicorns. The famous sword Thunder Scabbard instantly covers the armed color haki. Thunder lingering on it, under Wei-er's anger. It expanded rapidly and suddenly turned into thunder. As Wei-er swung his sword down, it directly enveloped Drought Ji. All the pirates of the Mammoth. Boom! The monstrous thunder, leaning down. The pirates on the Mammoth all changed wildly. The panic spread rapidly and was difficult to contain. Today's Wei-er, the power of thunder is not simply the secret of the sword. With the thunder fruit, every cell is filled with the power of thunder. Whether it is the shape or size of the thunder, or its destructive power. It's all machine horror. Even hard steel will be torn apart under this thunder. Thunder hasn't fallen yet. The edge that splits the void has swept across the pavement. It seems to come from an instinctive fear. All the pirates on the Mammoth couldn't resist at all. Watching in astonishment, let the thunder fall. As if. Accept the judgment of God. Humph. Drought Jack snorted coldly. Others are affected, and he has no fear. The expression on his face became more and more gloomy, and the madness in his eyes exploded. Armed color quickly spread around. The next moment, the Drought Ji vigorously swung the sickle. With the rhythmic wind and waves swung with brute force, most of the thunder in front of him was torn apart. At the same time, that incomparably condensed heavy aura also vanished. Many pirates on the Mammoth came back to their senses. In a hurry, they started to fight against the thunder in the sky. But even so, there were still a lot of thunder, rumbling on the Mammoth. The police saw that the number of thunderbolts was small, but the energy contained in them was astonishing. Just the moment it touched the mammoth, it vibrated violently. The deck cracked and the waves were surging. Many pirates are panicked to avoid. But there are always people who fall down and are brushed by the thunder. It was a scream and turned into charred coke. What a terrible thunder! 9. The pirates who were lucky enough to escape, looked at the charred corpse in astonishment. Cold sweat flowed involuntarily. Looking at Wei Er subconsciously, he immediately lowered his head. Horrible! Scalp tingling. Just looking at it, I feel that my heart is shrouded in absolute fear. Marine kid, who do you think I am? Seeing the drought, he became even more angry. Break through the remaining thunder blockade, and brazenly shoot the fisherman. The blinking hook was now in front of Wei Er, and the two scythes wrapped around the armed colored haki fell fiercely. Wei Er looked indifferent. Under the package of thunder, it is simply the arrival of the gods. Facing Ji's armed sickle, he also clenched the famous sword Thunder in his hand. Thunder Thunderbird. Taste. With a hoarse sound, the famous sword and thunder slammed down. The huge Thunderbird roared, wrapped in terrifying thunder. Suddenly from top to bottom, colliding with the drought disaster. Chapter 83. Boom. It was another terrifying collision, and the earth-shattering explosions echoed in all directions. The thunder was directly above the mammoth and exploded. In the blink of an eye, the entire mammoth was almost destroyed. If it weren't for the mammoth, the wood itself is tough enough. Based on the aftermath of this shock alone, it is estimated that it has collapsed on the spot. In One Piece world, the strength between the strong is extremely terrifying, and the aftermath can easily destroy the ship. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the collision of the strong will be somewhat restrained. But today, Drought G doesn't care, Wei Er doesn't care either. In the eyes of the two, there is only one opponent. Boom boom boom. A fierce battle broke out, and the two were just above the mammoth. A fierce battle was fought. The mammoth, a large pirate ship, is like a lonely boat in the sea. Swaying, there is a risk that the entire ship will be destroyed at any time. As for the pirates on the pirate ship, their strength is very good. You can look up and watch the battle that is almost backfilling. They were all nervously swallowing saliva and had no idea of participating in the war at all. It's not that I don't want to, but I just don't have the right to intervene. Once they join rashly, I am afraid that Yue will be able to tear them apart. As expected of one of the three disasters, the defense is surprisingly powerful. 93. While attacking, Wei Er became more and more aware of the strength of Dr. Xingzhe. The characteristics of ancient animal species and mammoth fruit are rough skin and thick flesh. In addition to the shortcomings in terms of speed, the explosive power is also extremely amazing. He even got hit several times by Wei Er's Thunderbirds without suffering serious injuries. Strong enough physique, plus armed haki. Head-on collision, Drought G did not suffer at all. But at this moment, Drought G's heart is bitter. Why? The strength and defense are indeed not weaker than Wei Er. Can't hit it at all. Every time I work hard, it seems to be hit in the air. Drought G extremely annoyed. Damn little bug, don't dodge all the time. 99. Drought G couldn't help shouting angrily. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. Under the seat of the dignified Four Emperors Kaido, one of the three great disasters. He was pressed and beaten by an 8-year-old child. One person, the pirates who suppressed almost the entire mammoth. The remaining part of the pirates, although not weak, may be dispatched to monitor the movements of the Four Emperors' forces. Most of them are marine generals from New World, and their strength is not weak. Still have the upper hand. If there is a drought, Ji Lai will lead his men to open the way. The strength of the warships, except Wei Er. In fact, it is difficult to stop the pirates on the mammoth. Unfortunately, Drought G, the brain doesn't seem to work very well. In anger, he lost his mind. One person goes one-on-one with Wei Er, and doesn't care about his subordinates. Clang! Wei Er strikes again with another sword, slashing the body of Dr. Xieji. Even if there is a drought, his physical defense is extremely strong. Coupled with the armed color haki cover, it is not a big problem to take Wei Er's blow hard. Weakness of lack of flexibility. Every time he was hit, Drought G would land on the mammoth. The mammoth, which was already dilapidated, became more and more crumbling. Water leaks everywhere, leaving many pirates exhausted. It also reduces the pressure on the marines on the warship. As expected of one of the three major disasters, it really is strong enough. One sword after another, the thunder continued to flicker. Accompanied by the piercing sword lights, GNA, who hit the drought, raised his head and turned. Unfortunately, no matter how he was beaten, Drought G never suffered fatal injuries. As for those minor injuries, the gap will be healed in the blink of an eye. Basically a weakened version of the Four Emperors Kaido. But even so, Wei Er, still in high spirits, kept attacking. Congratulations to host, successfully integrated into gold level attributes, strength +1. 99. Congratulations host, successfully integrated into the gold level attributes, defense +1. Congratulations host, successfully integrated into the gold level attributes, physical strength +1. Congratulations to host, successfully integrated into gold level attributes, strength +1. The prompt tone that keeps ringing in the ear is full of motivation. Drought Hero, well-deserved reputation. The basic attributes that have not been moved for a long time have been greatly increased. The strength has reached 293 points, and is about to break through 300 points. Every time 100 is broken, it is a qualitative change. After breaking through 300 points of strength, what kind of strength increase will there be? Wei Er, but I am looking forward to it. Come again. With a smile all over his face, Wei Er slashed down with another strike of thunder. 4 flowers. 0. Damn it! Drunk G was so angry that he wanted to tear Wei Er into pieces. Violently waved his scythe and swept toward Wei Er's abdomen. Too bad it's too slow. Just made a move, and was easily avoided by Wei Er with moonwalk. What a terrible existence! Marine, who is less than 8 years old, actually beat the Drought Master. It's unbelievable. Marines, equally astonished. Wei Er Rear Admiral, who is less than 8 years old, has not fallen behind in a head-on collision with a drought. Not only is there no sign of defeat, but it looks very relaxed. Is this the enchanting monster? Their worldviews are collapsing. A duel that was supposed to be a huge disparity in strength turned out to be such a stalemate. 0. It's a battle that subverts cognition. Thunder. Boom. Suddenly, Wei Er pulled away and retreated. The distance between Drought Jack and Jack was briefly opened by 10 meters. The famous sword thunder in his hand condenses a azure blue thunder. Wrapped around the blade covered with armed color, it is cold and violent. Cut. Taste. 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 3 consecutive slash-like thunders slashed the hook from the blade. Aim at where Drought Jack is standing. The terrifying thunderbolt was wrapped around the top of Mount Tai, crushing the Drought Jack hard. Damn it kid, are you underestimating me? Who do you think I am? Seeing this, Drought G roared in anger. Boom boom boom. The sickle was swung intensively, easily shattering the terrifying thunderbolt. But just as Drought Jack moved, Wei Er didn't know when. Disappeared. Brow wrinkled slightly, Drought G searched everywhere. Sighed? Without hesitation. Drought G turned around, the sickle swept across and rhyme. Result. Sweeping, is the air. Lord Drought, on the left. Suddenly, a pirate from the mammoth burst into a reminder. Drought Ji Lai responded quickly, but it was too late. Boom. Then, Wei Er's condensation changed from blue to purple flashing lightning blades. Hit Drought Jack hard 10 under the ribs. Chapter 84. Pain. Unprecedented pain. Blink. Severe pain that spread all over the body from under the rib cage. Drought Jack's eyes were gloomy, and his eyes became more and more red. Although not broken bones. But this tingling sensation caused Dr. Xieji to groan. Too soon. Absolutely impossible to guard against. Drought Ji couldn't react at all. Next moment. Boom. The terrifying force spread, making Jack the Drought uncontrollable. Wrapped in the piercing sound of breaking the air, the whole person slammed on the mammoth. Boom. The deck shattered instantly, turning into debris. Floating freely over the sea. Quiet. Deathly silence. Debris, falling from the sky. It fell on many pirates on the mammoth. But their expressions were instantly stiff. He opened his mouth wide, his expression extremely horrified. The scene in front of them deeply shocked their hearts. Just kidding. Drought outstanding 4-80 people. Actually, it was kicked flying. In this duel, the Drought Ji actually showed signs of defeat? Absolutely impossible. All pirates couldn't believe it at all. It's just a joke. An 8-year-old marine can't be this strong. Lord Drought, will you lose? Some pirates were horrified and began to doubt life. The pirate next to him had a cold expression when he heard the words. Impossible. Thor, Wei Er, really is not an existence in vain. But if it is only this level, it is impossible for Drought Sama to lose. 99. The words fall. A burst of smoke filled the air, and Drought Jack really stood up again. Below the ribs, the torn flesh. Quickly asked. Seeing this, the pirates suddenly regained their confidence. Yet, Drought Sama is not famous for his attack power. The strongest is that terrifying defense. And super recovery ability. Moreover, in terms of physical strength, it is more and more vigorous. As long as Wei Er can't kill him in an instant, it will go on like this. Once the stamina can't keep up, it's time for Lord Drought to win. Little devil, accept your fate. Who do you think I am? With your attack, it's just a tickling for me. Drought Ji also looked at Wei Er with a sullen face and murmured. Even if he seems to be at a disadvantage, Drought Ji does not have the slightest anxiety. He didn't even take Wei Er into his eyes, let alone the issue of winning or losing. As long as it doesn't break his defenses. Winning is just a matter of time. Well, is it? Wei Er looked down at Dr. Xieji and smiled. Do you really think I can't help you? After feeling the power of 297, it will no longer drop attributes. Wei Er, it doesn't count as continuing to hide clumsiness. Now that the Drought Jack has lost the value of the wool. Abe. The next moment, Wei Er turned his hands gently. The famous sword Thunder Blade quickly stalks the purple thunder light that spreads completely. See Drought Ji. The corners of Wei Er's mouth showed an absolutely confident smile. The profound truth of the sword, Thunder Wan. As if the voice resounded through the soul, I heard Dao Wan burst out from around Wei Er. It suddenly turned into a thunderstorm and drifted down. What kind of ability is this? In the eyes of many pirates. At the moment when the thunder in the sky blooms, you now have countless thunder blades in front of them. There are so many that it makes my scalp tingle. Laugh. 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 In the blink of an eye, endless blood splattered and flesh and blood intertwined. This is the first actual combat application since Wei Er understood the thunder. But under the control of observation haki, there is no omission. Perfect release. Soon. The blade of thunder in the sky swept across the mammoth. The pirates on the ship were cut with blood dripping. Then, Wei Er swung down again. Unremarkable, but not explosive yet. Even the drought hero couldn't help frowning. The condensed blow of the thunder blade of the famous sword gave him a sense of a heavy crisis. Completely different from the blade of the previous battle. It was an unprecedented sense of crisis, permeating the whole body of the drought disaster. The profound truth of the sword, Thunder 10,000 returned to 1. 9. Next moment. Above the ordinary blade, a surging and huge thunder. Wei Er just stood above the sea, with hundreds of millions of thunders gathering behind him. The terrifying momentum shrank rapidly at this moment. Gathered into one point, the world changes color. The waves swelled and the air froze. Are there no more reservations? Standing on the damaged deck, the Drought G watched all this with a sullen face. At the same time, the aura of the whole body also quickly erupted and converged. Armament color haki condenses and surrounds, wrapping his entire body in a jet black armament color hardening. Under the sunlight, it shimmered in an astonishing color. Either marine or pirate. At this moment, they all stopped tacitly. With solemn eyes, he looked at Wei Er and Han Shija. The momentum revealed at this moment is just a void collision. There is already a great terror that overturns the world. What would happen if there was a real collision? Boom! 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 The next moment, Wei Er moved. Like a moment, like an eternity. An extremely dazzling light shot down from the thunder blade of the famous sword. The thunder that condensed to the extreme, reached the strike of 600 knives superimposed to the extreme. From top to bottom, he ruthlessly fell towards Drought G Ren. Roar! Drought G let out a low roar. Holding the scythe in both hands, the aura was condensed to the extreme. The next moment, I looked at the extreme thunder that fell. He took the initiative to collide head-on. The moment Wei Er's blow collided with the scythe of Dr. Xianja. Thunder light, blooming to the extreme. At that moment, the world lost its color. The terrifying aura disappeared at this moment. The sound between heaven and earth was completely immersed. Boom! I don't even know it's been too long. In an eerie silence and darkness, a sound seemed to sound from a distance. It spreads rapidly, and soon the sound bursts. Earth-shattering roar. When that little mushroom cloud is flourishing to the top. Crazy release. Boom. Accompanied by terrifying noises and air waves, the sea was rough. Soaring waves, one after another. The layers swept across and spread out in all directions. And this time, above the air, thunderbolts madly impacted Drought G. Roar! Drought G roared again and again, trying to defend with pure power. Smash the unified thunderbolt! But at the next moment, Drought G endured a mouthful of blood and rhythm. Under the impact of Hui thunder, even if it is covered with armed color, plus the powerful physique of the mammoth animal fruit, couldn't resist it at all. With the blood all over the sky, Drought G was defeated. Facing a little blood. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying cracking sound. Under the seat of 1.04 Emperor's Kaido, one of the three major disasters of drought. Under the sword of Wei Er. With hundreds of millions of thunderbolts, it fell from the air ruthlessly. It crashed on the mammoth. What? Just touched, the terrifying impact directly penetrated the entire mammoth. The mammoth, which was already overwhelmed, was in the tragic oops. Finally unable to bear it, the keel suddenly broke. Bombing! Sawdust flew, and the pirates howled miserably. The mammoth was almost smashed by the waist, causing the sea to collapse and hook a huge Uzumaki. The waves roared and rolled, like an abyss beast that devoured everything. The waves that were set off collided and swept across the side. The large warship swayed and was smashed to the brink of overturning by the aftermath. But, Marines on warships. All eyes were on Wei Er, who was standing above the sky. The eyes are horrified. Lost. Beasts and pirates paced, 3 major disasters. Drought Ji Lai, was less than 8 years old Wei Er Rear Admiral. Strongly defeated and plunged into the sea. Chapter 85. Crash. The drought caused Jack to fall into the water, setting off a huge wave. The mammoth collapsed, and many pirates did not know whether to live or die. Under the crash of the waves, a large number of marines cling to the rail. In order to prevent the warship from being used under the strong shock wave. That thunder! It gradually disappeared under the boiling and roaring waves. Clang! The famous sword was sheathed with thunder, and Wei Er's expression remained unchanged. Looking at the surging waves, he muttered to himself. Did it fall to the bottom of the sea? Well, it doesn't seem to be so easy to die. If it is on land, Drought Ji wants to fight against Wei Er with the trick of Thunder Wan Hui. Even if it is not fatal, it is definitely not lightly injured. But when it falls into the sea, it has the buffering of waves. The injury should have eased a lot. And, if I remember correctly, Drought Ji is from the Murlocs. Although due to the properties of devil fruit, sea water will have certain side effects. But it's not life-threatening, just exhausted and unable to move. If you don't get help, you will definitely not be able to get up. Do you want to go down and kill it? Watching 13 gradually restore the calm sea, Wei Er's eyes flickered. Just as he had an idea, Wei Er suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. It came really fast. Regardless of the Drought Ji who fell into the water, Wei Er looked at the many marines who were still in a state of horror. Let's go. After that, Wei Er went back to the cabin. Gollum. Watching Wei Er leave, many marines still couldn't recover their shocking mood for a long time. One of the 3 major disasters under Kaido of the 4 emperors, one of the great drought disasters. He seems to be a devil fruit power user, right? Falling into the sea, should you be dead? See with your own eyes the terrifying figure of Drought Ji, who offers a bounty of up to 1 billion Baileys. Being beaten abruptly into the sea, life and death do not know. For these marine generals, it was a rather strong shock. Wei Er's name of Thor, stepping on the Doflamingo famous sea. But many of them have only heard of it in rumors. When I saw it today, I was truly astonished. Less than 8 years old, the strength displayed far exceeds the combat prowess of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Admiral? Probably not yet. But it's not impossible if you are quasi-admiral fighting. If I remember correctly. It's been less than a month since entering the elite training camp, right? This is from a trainee marine, the strength skyrocketed to marine quasi-admiral? Horrible. Monster. Demon. Clean up the mess and leave. Not daring to think about it any further, many marines took action one after another. They did not plan to salvage Drought Ji. Defeated some of the main pirates under Drought Ji's command. The results are already very rich. It is basically impossible to further expand the results. This is the realm of beasts after all. Even without Kaido, there are 2 other disasters. With such a big movement, you will definitely wake up soon. Once the 2 disasters come together. Except for Wei Er Rear Admiral, they were unstoppable. Soon, the warship picks up the pieces. Turn away without hesitation. As soon as they left on the front foot, Quinn and Chi on the back foot led their pirates to come. Damn marine! Which of the 3 admirals? Having said so much, Jack should be fine, salvage him as soon as possible. As for the others, those who were not injured were brought back. What to do next? Wait for Kaido boss to come back. The 2 disasters quickly agreed. The pirates under his command also acted quickly. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Sengoku is in the Fleet Admiral office, dealing with some difficult documents. When the 4 emperors came in, there was too much movement and too many manpower. The world government still felt that it was not enough and kept issuing orders to increase its staff. The pressure on naval headquarters is growing. Lord Fleet Admiral. It was at this time that there was a knock on the door of Fleet Admiral's office. With permission, an intelligence service Marine Rear Admiral came to report. What's wrong? Did the 4 emperors riot? The pupils of the Warring States period shrank, and he hurriedly asked. It would not be a trivial matter to have Marine Rear Admiral from the Intelligence Department come to report in person. It's not the 4 emperors riot. It's the realm of beasts, rhyme thing. Marine Rear Admiral shook his head, then reported the information with a wry smile. The more the Warring States period listened, the more a heart sank. Bullshit. How can you be so messed up like that old boy Garp? 93. Drought G was defeated and fell into the sea without knowing his life or death. The mammoth was destroyed, looting a rare animal, an ancient devil fruit. For a time, Sengoku really didn't know what to say. Needless to say, Marine's defeat of the drought, one of the 3 major disasters, definitely had a great boosting effect on the military's morale. As far as promoting Marine's reputation, Wei is simply beautiful. It is a great achievement. But the key is Beast Kaido, that is a lunatic. Still a lunatic with immortality. At one point, he was arrested 18 times for challenging Marine and the 4 emperors alone. He has been tortured more than 40 times and sentenced to death. But it never killed him. Even he himself can't do it. This kind of person has absolutely no fear of the world government and Marine. Defeating Drought G is equivalent to trampling on the face of the beast pirates. With Kaido's moody personality, it's not surprising to do anything. Even if they are the first to take the lead in the pirates, it is not impossible to storm Marine Ford. Wei, this is causing a lot of trouble. Have Paul Salino and Sakazuki come to my office. Also notify Kuzan of New World. Redhead and Whitebeard don't need to watch, come back as soon as possible. Yes. Marine Rear Admiral, who came to report, responded in cold sweat. Respond quickly and go to give orders. And all the Marine generals who knew about this matter were extremely dignified. 480. My mind was covered in haze. I'm afraid something big will happen next. New World. Kaido, the beast, fought fiercely with the red-haired soaps. It's an expanded version of Wei and Drought Jack's battlefield. Every collision is a big wave. In the center of the battlefield, no one dared to approach. Even Marine Admiral Kuzan, who came to monitor, didn't need to stay far away. Puff, puff, puff. While watching silently, the phone beside Kuzan rang frantically. Hi, I'm Kuzan. Aokiji Admiral. Sengoku Fleet Admiral emergency report from the headquarters. In the New World incident, Drought G was thrown into the sea by Wei Rear Admiral. Number TAA, 99. Reporting, you can clearly hear the nervousness in Marine's speech. Allah, it's really troublesome. Wei are you so restless? Kuzan's voice was still lazy, but his expression was also solemn. I couldn't help but look at Kaido and the red-haired Shanks who were still fighting in the distance. After thinking for a while, Kuzan responded immediately. Got it, I'll be back soon. Kuzan hung up the phone bug, his eyes twinkling. This kind of thing, Wei did such a big thing. I'm afraid Kaido won't let it go. Next, it's really going to be a big event. The words fall. Immediately ordered the warship Marine to set off for the return to naval headquarters. Chapter 86. Somewhere in the sea, Wei is on the warship. Soon orders from naval headquarters were also obtained. It did not say what it was for, but to let Wei return to naval headquarters as soon as possible. It's just that even if he doesn't say it, Wei Er actually has some guesses. But he didn't care. If, Marine, even to deal with pirates, need to win CE. Worry about their baggage. Is that still justice? There are times when compromise is required. But that's not something Wei Er should be thinking about now. Because, at this moment, he also immersed in the joy of attribute improvement. Summoning attributes are broad. Host, Wei Er. Strength, 297. Speed, 2841. Physical strength, 2911. Frozen attribute, 12. Ability, Thunder Fruit. Advanced Swordsmanship LV3, Conqueror's Haki LV5, Observation Haki LV2, Armed Color Haki LV5. Because of the drought, Jiren is not good at speed. Therefore, there is no improvement in the speed attribute. Strength and stamina have been greatly increased. Originally, because of the Thunder Fruit, the speed was severe for a moment. It's been surpassed now, but it's enough. According to Wei Er's estimation. At least it's more than Admiral, and the seam that is good at speed may overwhelm him. If it weren't for a quasi-admiral level character who was good at speed, his speed would definitely not be as fast as him. 300 is the dividing line between strength and stamina. After the specific breakthrough, the strength will increase to what extent? In fact, Wei Er is not very clear. If you have to estimate, the high probability is the stronger among the quasi-admiral police officers. As for being comparable to Marine Admiral, I am afraid there is still a certain gap. However, such progress is enough. After all, the current Wei Er is only a few days away from turning 8 years old. Marine, who is less than 8 years old, is a quasi-admiral level police officer who is already so terrifying. Well, it's still not enough. Although Wei Er is not dissatisfied with the speed of improvement in strength. But it still feels a little slow. Because, after fighting the drought, Kaido of the Beasts would definitely not be able to bear it. The current self is definitely not Kaido's opponent. In addition, Kaido has an immortal body, and it is estimated that it will be quite troublesome. Hurry up and improve your strength as much as possible. Oh! Trouble is trouble, and Wei Er has no regrets. Even if he loses to Kaido. If you want to kill him, a Kaido can't do it. Can't beat, can't run? Except for Wei Er, the others cruise at Naval Headquarters in New World. Basically called back to Naval Headquarters whenever not necessary. And this time, Naval Headquarters, in the high-rise meeting room of the fortress. Except for Aokiji Admiral, they are still on their way back to the headquarters. Chi, Kizaru, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Tsuru, Chief of General Staff, gathered. Ming, Xiao Wei Er, this is causing a lot of trouble. After Sengoku's brief explanation, Kizaru said with a wretched smile. So, the reason to call the marine team in such a hurry is to deal with the possible attack of the beast pirates next? Akainu's tone sounded rather unhappy. I have always had a lot of opinions on Wei Er. Now, there is no reason why the bucket hook comes with such a large amount of wheat. The original disgust became more intense. Is such that? Warring States nodded and said in a deep voice. Kaido should still be fighting Shanks at the moment, I don't know about it yet. But it didn't take long to think about it. With his temperamental personality, there is a high probability that he will choose revenge. It's not impossible to even lead someone to attack the headquarters directly. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku continued to speak in a deep voice. So, here we go. Be prepared for a full-scale war with the beast pirates. A sharp look flashed in the eyes of the Warring States period. He has always had an attitude of eliminating evil and doing his duty towards pirates. Although Wei Er caused a lot of trouble, he didn't think so. What if the 4 emperors? Basically a pirate. And they are marines. If you want to implement justice, how can it be because of the power? I am afraid of the so-called pirates. The chief of staff Crane, who had not spoken, waited until everyone confirmed the attitude of the beasts and pirates. Only then did he look out of the conference room window, his eyes flickering. Naval headquarters, I'm afraid a big turmoil is about to come. 99. It seems that Laozi has been silent for too long. Those damn Marines have forgotten the horror of Laozi. In the field of beasts, Kaido gets news of his return. Looking at the embarrassed Drought G, he was furious. The surrounding subordinates, even if it is the three major disasters. It's all terrifying and terrifying. The other pirates didn't dare to say anything at all. She shrank, trembling all over. Marine dares to provoke, then fight. Let's start a top-level war. Drought G, as a great pirate with a bounty of 1 billion Bailey. It is also one of the three major disasters under the seat of the four emperors Beast Kaido. He was hit by Marine and fell into the sea, and the news could not be concealed at all. Soon, like a storm, it swept the entire sea. As soon as the news came out, Wei Er became famous again. Shocked the world. Previously, Wei Er defeated and captured Doflamingo. Although the many forces above the sea shook, they were not too surprised. After all, Doflamingo itself is not that powerful. Just because the Donquixote has a trading network all over the underground world. But the four emperors Kaido is different. Compared to Kaido, Doflamingo is insignificant. It's not on the same scale at all. Every move of the four emperors is huge. One less, the world will shake. Even the attitude of the world government in the face of the four emperors is to balance it as much as possible. But this time, this piece is broken. Marine Rear Admiral Wei Er actually took the initiative to provoke Kaido. To know. Beast Kaido, that is a lunatic. Grab the devil fruit and defeat his subordinate Drought. This is a great shame. Kaido will never give up. Next. A shake of the world, of money, is bound to explode. And everyone was shocked by Wei Er's boldness. At the same time, he was also shocked by his strength. If I remember correctly, Wei Er should be less than 8 years old. Became a trainee marine less than a month ago. After 3 stages of perfect evaluation, he successfully graduated as Marine Rear Admiral. Known as the terrifying monster marine that surpasses the potential of the current 3 Admiral. This progress in strength is simply terrifying. In less than a month, from trainee marine to fighting Drought. This kind of strength leap is far inferior to the 4 emperors. Give some more time. A year? Half a year? Or shorter? Will Wei Er be able to rise to the top of Marine's power and become the new Marine Admiral? Nobody knows. No one dared to think. Perhaps the policeman cannot become Marine Admiral in a short period of time. If Wei Er is a monster, not necessarily. The world is going to shake. Chapter 87. A few days. Wei Er suppressed the Drought, Jilye, and the news swept in. The beast pirate Paste, who got the news, became more and more angry. Under Kaido's order, many affiliated pirates also quickly assembled. Then dispersed, killing marine bases all over the new world they knew. If you meet marine, kill them all, and leave none of them. This is Kaido's original words. The killing order given to the beast pirates and many pirates. 3 major disasters took the lead and swift action swept through. Especially Drought Jack, who was shot down into the sea by Wei Er. Lose face. This time it swept Marine Base, and it was even more insane. Soon, the whole world knows what the 3 major disasters are. What is the disaster that truly shakes the world? Wherever the beast pirates go, Marine Base has almost no survivors. Either the strength is strong and flee in advance. The only thing left is to die. The slaughter, which is almost barren, is simply blood drifting. The whole sea was faintly lingering with the pungent smell of blood. However, the 4 emperors are very powerful. Marine, however, is not a vegetarian either. Especially under the advance preparation of the Warring States period. Many Marine base Marines close to the beast field are basically evacuated in advance. What is destroyed is basically an empty shell. And some unlucky people who didn't withdraw 480 in time. But even so, the news swept through, but still severely impacted Marines' reputation among the civilian population. Many civilians are afraid. Beasts and pirates are bad, can't find Marine. Will be diligent to civilians, release their inner anger. This kind of wind noise, of course, is not a good thing. But it is not that easy to contain the four emperors. Sengoku could only make Marine as much as possible, while evacuating. Attract the fury of the beast pirate as much as possible. In order to reduce the possibility of beasts and pirates attacking civilians. Somewhere in the sea, the melee rides the wind and waves. The people in straw hats with newspapers in their hands were extremely shocked. This. Luffy, your brother, really? Nami was completely speechless. Four emperors. The existence they dare not even think of, dare to provoke Wei who is no more than 8 years old? Have the great pirates of a billion Baileys been defeated by the drought? Usopp looked at Luffy, and there was a figure that dominated them that day, the Straw Hat pirate Paste. He shook his head, speechless. Is this really the blood of the same family? The younger brother has grown to the point of provoking the four emperors. And their captain Luffy is still looking at the scenery and picking his nose. Ah, my brother Wei 1 billion big pirates are amazing. But when we meet again, I will definitely punch him away. Straw Hat crowd? Want to eat? Forgetting so quickly, the fear of being dominated in demon-killing town? On the wall, the whole army was destroyed. Face to face with one person, no resistance at all, okay? Can this monster be defeated? Zoro's heart is the saddest. On that day, he was taught to be a man by Wei who was less than 8 years old. Teach them that Peng is a real swordsman. It was originally set as a catch-up target, but recently I have been sweating and training hard. The strength has been greatly improved, and there is still some expectation to meet again. Result. How long has this jar been? No big pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion is Wei's opponent. This strength is even enough to shake the big swordsman's eagle eye, right? Or today's Wei is already a great swordsman? A great swordsman who is less than 8 years old? Totally dare not think. It's scary to think about. The four emperors, the red-haired pirate trend force range. Luffy's younger brother? How long has this been going on? Wei this little guy, is really brave enough. Having received the news, Shanrise looked into the distance with flickering eyes. Deputy Captain Ben Berman came and asked, smoking a cigarette. Anything to do? Shanks shook his head, no. This time, it's the battle between Marine and Kaido. We look at it just fine. 93. Also, the Whitebeard pirate sucks. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard had just drank a barrel of wine. When Kaido got furious, he couldn't help laughing straight at Marine. Killera. The remnants of the old era have not been so lively for a long time. 99. Bay. Naval Headquarters, high-rise meeting room. New World, another Marine base destroyed. This time, many Marines did not have time to evacuate. All were slaughtered. Damn, Kaido is determined to fight us. The warring states who received the news were furious and completely lost their usual composure. He even knew Kaido would take revenge. But I never thought that Kaido would be so crazy. Regardless, it looks like it will completely destroy all New World Marine bases. If it is really successful by Kaido. So, does Marine still have any prestige in the eyes of the world's civilian population? Those pirates who saw this scene were even more unscrupulous. Isn't the whole sea going to be messed up? For such a result, the Warring States period is absolutely not allowed. The Herald Sakazuki, Kyuzan, Pulsalino. 59. Soon, Warring States discussed with the Chief of Staff he make a plan for the beast pirate paste, and quickly dispatch 3 admiral to suppress the various places. At the same time, the naval headquarters vice admirals also left Marineford with a large number of marines. Approaching the New World. A top war that is enough to shake the whole world. Under the fury of naval headquarters, it's about to kick off. Wei Er Vice Admiral. Naval Headquarters, some sea stone practice room. Defeating Drought G, Wei Er was a troublemaker. But also a great achievement. He was directly promoted to Marine Vice Admiral, and this time even Akainu had no way to stop him. After the promotion of military rank, Wei Er did not receive other tasks. Therefore, I am immersed in the training room every day, constantly practicing the profound meaning of the sword of grinding and the application of the fusion of the fruit of thunder. Hey! Have you barely managed to get 700 knives? After some hard training, Wei Er's face showed the joy of strength improvement. Without wasting his efforts, the profound meaning of the sword Lei Ting Wan's formidable power is even stronger. But not yet to the limit. There is still room for growth. Continue. With a firm gaze, Wei Er was just about to continue practicing. At this moment, one of his subordinates, Colonel Marine, came quickly to inform him. Sir Wei Er. Warring States Fleet Admiral issued an order, and the Vice Admiral level police officers of the headquarters were not necessary to stay behind. All to New World, you are on the list too. Are you going to start? Wei Er heard the words, and his heart was faintly excited. I knew how active Kaido would be, but I didn't expect it to be so slow. Yes. It's too slow, Wei Er can't help worrying. Soon. Wei Er came to Naval Headquarters Harbor. A large number of warships gathered, including the Kizaru of Marine 3 Admiral. Ming, is Xiao Wei Er finally reluctant to come? Kizaru looked wretched and greeted Wei Er. Except for him. Akainu and Aokiji, as 2 relatively reliable admiral. As early as the beginning, he was ordered by the Warring States period. Head to a marine base in New World ahead of time to prepare for the battle. And Kizaru. It is together with the Chief of Staff of the Crane, as a marine in the final rhyme. Now, Wei Er has also arrived. Time to go to the New World. Chapter 88. New World. G5 Branch Base. A large number of affiliated pirates under the command of 4 emperors Kaido raged all the way. Destroy a large number of marine branch bases. For marine, it caused immeasurable losses. Not long ago, news came from the front. In addition to the G5 branch, the remaining 3 marine bases will soon be destroyed. Kaido didn't do it himself. Completely led by the 3 major disasters, they ran rampantly and crushed all the way. Even the marines at Marine Base mostly evacuated early. But it's not easy to build a marine base in New World. It takes a lot of effort and money. Besides, the behavior of the beast pirates trampled on the majesty of the world government and marine. The turbulent hearts of the people also need to be appeased. Therefore, in order to meet this battle, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was ruthless. Even if it is too late to recruit Shishibukai, they may not be able to rush over if they are recruited. But the marine base, the G5 branch, also gathered most of Marine's combat power. The G5 branch base is a large island. And the location is quite good. The beast's pirate paste swept all the way, and finally it was the turn of the G5 branch base. And this, naturally, will give Marine a certain amount of preparation time. Now, on the square of the G5 branch base, Fleet Admiral Sengoku personally commanded the overall situation. Report Sengoku Fleet Admiral. The beast pirates have arrived at the G4 base. The pirates led by the 3 major disasters are about to assemble. Understood. Warring States nodded, his eyes heavy. There's nothing to hide from Marine's actions. The army moves and gathers the G5 branch base. The purpose is already obvious. If you can scare Kaido away, of course it is the best. In this way, the damage and impact can be reduced, and the civilians will not be affected as much as possible. As for saving Marine's face, it can be done after the fact. Do it by police. But now it seems that Kaido is really a lunatic. Completely reckless. Even knowing that Marine had assembled a large army, he had to start a top-level war. It's a pity the time is running out, it's not Marineford after all. The Warring States period glanced at the almost impregnated G5 branch base, but still couldn't help shaking his head. It looks pretty well prepared. But the other party, after all, is Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Compared to Marineford Fortress, whether it is the number of giant cannons, or the sturdiness of the harbor barriers, they are far from comparable to the G5 branch base. Not to say, at the G5 branch base, Marine can't beat the beasts and pirates. Just hurriedly confronting the G5 branch base, I am afraid that the loss of Marine will not be too small. But there is no way. The current situation is simply beyond Marine's control. The only thing Warring States can do is to improve the odds as much as possible. Reduce losses. It was also in the Warring States period when he was thinking about how to adjust it, and it was very likely that the arrangement would be more secure. Report Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Kizaru Admiral and Wei Vice Admiral are here. Hearing the report from Colonel Marine, Sengoku was slightly relieved. Fine. The 2 unstable factors, Kizaru and Wei are here. With the salted fish and chaos of these 2 people. If you don't come, it's normal. In this case, the Warring States period will be a headache. And not far from the Warring States. Akainu and Aokiji are both issuing the defense orders layer by layer. Hearing Wei and Kizaru coming, his expression changed slightly. Aokiji, in particular, doesn't have the passion of Akainu at all. War or something is quite troublesome for him. After all, it is the beasts and pirates to face. Even he had to go all out to get around. Akainu is very obvious. It was okay to hear Kizaru's name, but he snorted when he heard Wei-Er's name. But he had no opinion on the war. As a staunch supporter of extreme justice against the pirates, it is worth paying the price no matter how hard it is. It was Wei-Er, the initiator, who came so slowly and late. How much gave Akainu an opinion? Humph, it sure is that person's child. Treating justice is so sloppy. With a snort, Akainu didn't want to do anything outrageous either. Next, the most important thing is to face the beasts and pirates paste. The core of this battle must be the 3 Admiral and the Warring States Fleet Admiral. As for Wei-Er, it's not the main force anyway. Or actively prepare for the beasts and pirates, the most important thing is to deter. Seeking Flowers. 0. Holy Land Marie Joyce. It's really troublesome, I provoke Kaido, a lunatic, at this time. How was the pre-war preparations in the Warring States period? Can the losses be minimized as much as possible? This battle must be won beautifully, otherwise, how to restore the lost people's hearts? For this one, the top war that is about to be launched in the New World. 5 elders are also quite concerned. The 4 emperors beast Kaido is quite a headache. The red-haired Fraser and the Whitebeard are all good, and there is still reason to be said. Auntie likes food, and usually doesn't make much noise. Only Kaido is not afraid of death at all. There is always going to be a lot of trouble, and in recent years, it has not lost the world government and marine. 0. Are Shishibukai drafted? If they go, Marine's pressure should be a lot easier. There's no need. Shishibukai isn't our heart after all, he was a pirate before. Once there is another rebellion in this battle, then things are in trouble. 99. It's not Marineford after all, there's no need to take that risk. The 5 elders are talking about the current situation. This time, they did not send secret troops to support Marine. But, in controlling the sound of the world's fishing reels, and putting pressure on the major dark forces and pirate nets, also worked hard. At the same time, a large number of transport ships were also dispatched, with Marines to do the logistical work. And when Marine and the world government are preparing for war urgently, the beast pirates destroyed the G4 branch base. After a small rest, a large number of pirates quickly gathered and went straight to the G5 branch base. The Marines who got the news were quite nervous and excited. Recover as much energy and spirit as possible. Facing the impending war with the best attitude. No doubt. The top war in the original book has not yet appeared. This war at the moment can definitely be called a top war. How the outcome will be, no one knows. What the outcome will be, no one will know. The commoners can only keep up with the prayers of heaven. It is difficult for Marine to win this war. Otherwise, Marine was rooted. Then the whole world will fall, I am afraid it is right in front of you. 10. Chapter 89. G5 Branch Base. More than 50,000 Marines are waiting for the battle. A few were able to calm down, but most were quite nervous. Although I usually face many pirates. But this time, it is the top forces to face after all. One of the 4 emperors, the beast pirates. Whether it is Kaido, or the 3 major disasters under his command. That is synonymous with disaster. Cruel, vicious. Implemented all the characteristics that an evil pirate should have. Come on. It's all Vice Admiral. In the tense atmosphere, someone suddenly let out a low voice. Many Marines heard the words and looked towards a certain direction. Impressively behind them, there are a lot of them. The Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, who are dressed in a righteous shock and with a solemn face. Unlike normal Marine, these Vice Admirals were calm and murderous. Even many of them are not well known in the world. 4080. May be able to become the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, definitely the backbone of the battle-hardened Marine. Of course. The new Marine Vice Admiral Wei Er, that's a weird one. Vice Admiral, who is less than 8 years old, has never been seen before. But Wei Er, his strength proved himself. No one felt that Wei Er was unworthy of the rank of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Doberman Vice Admiral, Burning Mountain Vice Admiral, and Stoloberry Vice Admiral. Many Headquarters Vice Admiral was the immediate boss of many Marines present. For them, the numerous Marines are quite awe-inspiring. And among the grotesque, tall Vice Admirals, Wei Er is quite unremarkable. However, the moment of attention was the most among all Vice Admiral. It turns out that Wei Er Vice Admiral is here too. It's great. It seems that the victory of this war must be our Marine. Many saw with their own eyes, Wei Er took action to suppress Doflamingo and the Marines of the drought. Couldn't bear the joy on the face. Not that Wei Er is stronger than the 3 Admiral. A record that can be seen in person, and the rumored 3 Admiral record. It's still different after all. Not to mention, today's Wei Er is even a few days short of turning 8 years old. It's all in the bag, from trainee Marine to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. How long has it been in between? Less than a month, right? Simply a monster. Demon-like existence. Therefore, there are also many Marines who do not know Wei Er. In fact, everyone has heard the name Wei Er. It's really hard not to know. After all, this time, the fuse that erupted with the 4 Emperors Kaido. But it was the 8-year-old Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. 8-year-old Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Thor Wei Er. Looks like a cute kid. Really, is it as strong as rumored? After all, they haven't seen it before, so many Marines are somewhat uncertain. But the respect for Vice Admiral of the headquarters is beyond words. Don't underestimate Wei Er Vice Admiral. Except for his grandfather, Garp Vice Admiral. I'm afraid, including all the Vice Admiral in the headquarters, no one is the opponent of Wei Er Vice Admiral. 9. Well, is it so scary? Speaking of which, Garp Vice Admiral didn't seem to be seen. The voices of discussion gradually spread across a large area of marine. Most of the topics revolve around Wei Er. And this also made the originally condensed atmosphere a little relaxed. Many Marines were less nervous about the coming war. Because the Vice Admirals in front of them are enough to make them feel at ease. Wei Er Vice Admiral, your progress is too fast. Not just ordinary Marine. Even among the Vice Admiral in the headquarters, some people looked at Wei Er with flickering eyes. It is an old acquaintance, Doberman Vice Admiral's rhyme with emotion. I vaguely remember that it was only more than 20 days ago. As the third-level assessment, the 9th battle target. Wei Er tried his best to defeat him. But now, how long will it last? Even the 3 major disasters, the drought disaster, were shot down into the sea. This strength is definitely not what he possesses. Looking at Wei Er, Doberman couldn't help shaking his head. Terrible people. Can't compare. Dare not to compare. Wei Er heard the words, but did not speak. He just responded with a gentle smile and looked very humble. Numerous naval headquarters Vice Admiral whatever was on their minds. Seeing this scene, Wei Er is actually quite recognized. Doberman's words fell, and Stoloberry sighed with emotion. But just looking at Wei Er, reminded. You're making great progress. But after all, let the drought G lose face, don't rush too far for a while. 22. Wei Er is really strong, but this time Kaido himself led the team. The 3 major disasters are gathered together, and if they rush to the front, they are likely to be targeted. After all, it was Wei Er who put the drought on G's face. Thank you Stoloberry Vice Admiral for the reminder. Wei Er returned a gentle smile and nodded earnestly. Seeing this, Stoloberg said nothing. The same disciple from Zephyr, Wei Er is humble and gentle. Stoloberg was still quite caring. Although he didn't say anything. But at this moment, I was already thinking about it. If war breaks out, try to take Wei Er's side as much as possible. He was targeted by the beast pirates, putting Wei Er's life in danger. As soon as Stoloberg finished speaking, there were whispered exclamations from among the Marines. But it was Marine 3 Admiral Akainu, Kizaru, and Qingxiang who appeared together. Under the attention of all the people, he went to the front of many Vice Admiral headquarters. Until Marine 3 Admiral came on stage, Marine's formation was completely completed. At the forefront is the Marine 3 Admiral, followed by the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Then there is Rear Admiral, Colonel Marine. It is Marine's backbone, and basically everyone has a sword-like weapon. Further back, there are more base Marines. Basically, that is a fire of one hand. As for Fleet Admiral Sengoku, as the resourceful general, of course I'm not going to charge. Standing behind the team, on the highest platform. His eyes were condensed and he looked out at the sea. After Marine 3 Admiral came on stage, the audience was awe-inspiring. The atmosphere that was slightly relaxed at first became extremely tense again. In the distance, above the calm sea, there was no shadow of the beasts and pirates. In this tense atmosphere, time passed minute by minute. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. 50 minutes. 1.0. The atmosphere on the field became more and more tense, and many Marines were even sweating. Many people are even more suspicious. Judging by the time, the beast pirates should have arrived long ago. It hasn't appeared yet. Maybe Kaido has changed his mind? This kind of thinking is mostly spread among the grassroots Marines. As for the top 3 Admiral and Marine Vice Admiral, they were completely unmoved. Looking at the faintly turbulent team, Sengoku shouted in a low voice. Concentrate, don't think about it. Beasts and pirates paced, will definitely come. In the dull scolding, many marines came back to their senses. Subconsciously, he clenched the weapon in his hand and waited. And almost in the warring states, the moment the voice fell. On the farthest sea level, a long black line appeared impressively. After that, it spread rapidly and expanded, and the blockbusters of Wujuju were all pirates. Beasts and pirates, here we come. Chapter 90. All gods are on guard, ready for battle. As the beast pirates got closer and closer, the heavy voice of the warring states period reverberated in the audience. We must completely repel the beasts and pirates here. Don't think that there is a way out, and don't think that there are still opportunities. Behind us are countless people who trust Marine. For world peace, implement justice and protect the people who trust us. We must never retreat. Only by implementing justice and completely repelling evil. Otherwise, there will be no retreat. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. When the words fell, many Marines roared and roared. With red eyes, the last bit of fear in my heart disappeared. Become a Marine, for what? Isn't it just to implement justice in your heart, protect your garden, and protect the people? It is undeniable that some of them have seen the darkness and been corrupted. But most Marines, the original intention is to implement the justice in their hearts. Even Wei Er, who saw this, couldn't help but raise his brows. It seems so. Marine, still not that bad. The rotten ones are really just some people from the world government and Marine. And, those so-called aloof monstrous draconians. Boom. 13. When the many Marines stopped shouting, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral erupted in momentum. The terrifying momentum is intertwined, and it rises into the sky. With the beast pirates who exude terrifying suffocation and murderous aura, the incomparably evil aura suddenly collided. At this moment, the whole place is silent. The momentum collided silently, without any other sound. Soon, when the waves were surging, the beast pirates approached the G5 branch base. Evil can never defeat justice. Bombing, destroying all the beasts and pirates. As soon as they entered the range of heavy artillery, Marine gave orders without hesitation. Boom boom boom. The quiet atmosphere was broken, and the sound of artillery fire filled the sky. Wrapped in crimson flames, the huge cannonball fell towards the pirate ship of the beast pirates. A lot of gunpowder smoke filled the air, and the fire was soaring into the sky. The top battle between Kaido and Marine of the Four Emperors has officially kicked off. For powerful people, fire guns sometimes have no effect. But in the face of heavy artillery, there are very few strong people who can resist. Even if the armed haki is used, there is a risk of being seriously injured. It is also one of the more effective means for Marine to suppress pirates. Boom! Under the bombardment of the sky covered with artillery fire, many beast pirates and many pirates took action to resist. Most of the shells were cut and detonated in mid-air ahead of time. The momentum was awe-inspiring, but it did not cause too much damage to the beast pirates. Fire. However, the effect is not without. Staring at the dense rain like artillery fire, the beast pirates gradually found casualties. Occasionally falling shells smashed the deck brazenly. Detonating a huge shock wave and a fire all over the sky, some of the affiliated pirates of the beast pirates were devastated. Thunder 8 trigrams. Seeing this, the hideous beast Kaido let out a low growl. With extreme speed, pierce the void with the iron rod that stalks lightning. The terrifying thunder flickered, briefly resisting the threat of artillery fire. Boom! Then, take advantage of the neutrality of the gunfire to reload the ammunition. The beast pirates moved forward rapidly, getting closer and closer to the coast of the G5 branch base. In this battle, no prisoners are needed. Anyone who is a beast pirate can be killed on the spot. Seeing that the melee battle was about to break out, the warring states issued an order coldly. Kaido this time acted too much. constantly destroying the world marine base. In order to save Marine's face, he would not hesitate to set off a monstrous killing. Kaido can't be killed, but it doesn't mean that all the beast pirates can't be killed. Once you can completely destroy the beast pirate mark, there's only one Kaido left, and it's not that big of a threat. Allah, it's really fast enough. Standing one of the three admiral at the forefront, Kuzan smiled lazily. Immediately, it shot out like an arrow, reaching out to the sea, and the cold air quickly spread. Ice Age. What? Almost in Qingxiang, the cold air touched the sea instantly. With the palm of Aokiji as the center, the sea is quickly frozen into a large piece of ice. It spread and swept all the way, and large areas were condensed into solid ice. The big waves and turbulent waves really stopped in mid-air. The indomitable charge of the beast pirates was also blocked and exposed. Is this the strength of Aokiji Admiral? First-hand Ice Age, so many marines excited. In the blink of an eye, a large area of the sea was frozen, blocking all the pirate ships of the beast pirates. What a terrifying power! Humph! Upon seeing this, Kaido snorted coldly, completely ignoring Aokiji who was not far in front of him. Boys, kill the marines with Laozi. The words fell, Kaido took the lead. Abandoning the completely frozen vessel, jumping out of the blue. It landed on top of the ice, and the momentum exploded. An extremely terrifying evil spirit erupted. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The ice layer was completely unable to withstand this impact and cracked layer by layer. But because even the seabed is frozen. Looking at the ice layer that was not completely broken, the many beasts and pirates behind Kaido roared. They jumped off the boat one after another, roaring and rushing towards the coast. Kill all the marines to Laozi. Ji Lai, who had just recovered from the drought, was finally salvaged. Following Kaido's side, roaring and swinging his scythe. With awe-inspiring murderous aura, he charged towards Marine without fear of death. Ice Cube 2 Spears. King Xiang's face was cold and he suddenly raised his hands. Behind both sides, a large number of sharp ice spears suddenly appeared. The sky covered the ground, and the pirates who were facing the beasts and pirates fell awe-inspiringly. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido immediately started, smashing a large number of ice spears head-on. The three major disasters followed closely and launched attacks one after another. The terrifying ice spear shattered into the sky before it fell. Ming, the beasts and pirates are terrible, they are really scary. Kizaru's expression became more and more wretched, and then turned into a golden light. Suddenly disappeared in place. 8-foot Kyangu Jade. The purpose of this battle policy is to exterminate as many pirates as possible. Even if Kaido can't be killed. As long as the beasts and pirates are destroyed. Then this war is Marine's total victory. In the mid-air, Kizaru turned into a dazzling golden sun. With a light drink, countless golden light bullets crashed down. The dazzling light bullets, which are as dense as raindrops, instantly enveloped the beast pirates and many pirates. Boom boom boom. When it touches the human body or the ground, a violent serial explosion occurs directly. The power is strong, even more than the previous heavy artillery. And Kaido, the beast who was dazzled by 480 golden light bullets, didn't dodge at all. Let the light bullet fall on him, and the roar explodes. Not only was he unscathed, he didn't even take a step back. Little bug, roll for Laozi. With a cold drink, the ground under Kaido's feet burst. While sputtering countless ice chips, Kaido flew directly into the air. There was a muffled bang, and Kizaru was directly punched with a punch. Smashed Kizaru into the ice without a second glance. Continue to lead the subordinates and run towards the coast of the G5 branch base. Click. Kizaru immediately turned into a streamer and came to Aokiji's side. The wretched face was a little dignified. Elementalization in time, but did not suffer too many injuries. But Kaido's defense and attack are both shockingly powerful. Stop it, damn pirates! Seeing this, Akainu stepped up and asked. The hot breath swept across all directions in the west, and then a loud shout echoed incessantly. Meteor volcano! With Akainu's roaring down, the punch was outrageously sensational. It cut through the sky and turned into a giant magma fist. It exploded in mid-air, and the magma fist that turned into a meteor shower kept falling from the sky. The entire earth was instantly turned into a sea of lava and fire. Is this the strength of the admirals? It's terrifying, it's simply inhuman. 9. Seeing the three admiral thistles move, it caused an almost natural disaster-like attack. Many marines were stunned. With such a terrifying three admiral in charge, what about the four emperors Kaido? Kill! Marine suddenly cheered up and roared outrageously. With red eyes, a fierce battle broke out with the pirates under the command of the beast pirates. Chapter 91. Kill kill kill. 99. The ice is melting rapidly and landing on the coast quickly. The lava fire spreads across the entire ice sheet, melting the solid ice rapidly. A lot of sea water flows, which is not a good thing for devil fruit ability users. Deo roared angrily. Many beasts, pirates, and pirates follow Kaido and the three major disasters. Crazy pounding towards the coast guarded by marine. With Kaido taking the lead, he was almost invincible. Even if it is as strong as Marine 3 Admiral, a single frontal collision cannot stop it. Not to be defeated, but Kaido was completely unafraid of their attack. So, for Kaido, even the 3 Admiral can only play a restraining role. What's more, if it is completely to contain Kaido, no one cares about the 3 major disasters, and it is an existence that even the veteran Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral cannot deal with. Of course, Garp Vice Admiral is an exception. Now, there is one more exception. That's the new 8-year-old Vice Admiral, Wei Vice Admiral. It's really tenacious. Watching Drought G on the killing side, Wei was among the Vice Admiral. They are all the people who are at the forefront. Don't watch the battle between Kaido and the 3 Admiral at all, after all, I can't intervene for the time being. Approaching Drought G quickly, Wei's eyes kept flashing cold light. Clang! Seeing that marine and pirate are about to collide, Wei, who took the lead, pulled out the famous sword thunder. The flickering thunder light flashed away, and the Drought G couldn't help being attracted. Just as he was about to rage, Wei swung his famous sword faster. A large number of thunder arcs, dimensionally wrapped around the black blade of the famous sword thunder. It contains boundless awe-inspiring power, making many vice admirals around them look strange. Thunder destruction. Taking a step forward, Wei brazenly swung down the famous sword thunder. The voice that seemed to resound through everyone's hearts was accompanied by the flickering thunder and cold light. In the astonished gazes of countless marines and pirates, thunder wandering in the sky, lightning and thunder. Compared to the attacking power of 3 Admiral, is this the true strength of Wei Vice Admiral? Thor Wei, the terrifying existence dubbed the world-destroying thunder. 93. Beasts pirates suck, they're dead. In the blink of an eye, marine who had followed Wei's eyes brightened. Looking at the thunder in the sky with confidence, I was shocked. Fall. Wei's eyes were filled with scorching heat. Staring at where the beast pirates were, the thunder flashed and crashed down. The terrifying thunder, everyone pay attention to dodge. Even the beast pirates don't know Wei. But looking at the thunder in the sky, everyone's scalp is numb. They all returned to God for the first time, and they all hooked their hands to resist with all their strength. The beast pirate paste has paid enough attention to Wei's thunder. It can be valued, but it does not mean useful. Zi la la. With the thunder of the sky falling, it smashed into the crowd of beast pirates. The electric snake swam away, and the smell of burnt flesh quickly filled the air. The pirates who are so bad are simply unable to resist this kind of thunder. Amidst the screams of countless people, blood stained the sky. Everyone was shocked to see this scene, dumbfounded. How come? One move to kill hundreds of beasts, pirates. 99. What terrifying power, is this? The unprecedented 8-year-old Marine Vice Admiral. Under the bombardment of the sky, the number of beasts and pirates that can be resisted is very small. If it weren't for the large-scale damage, the power would be much weaker. I am afraid that except for the 3 major disasters in Kaido, all of them will lose their ability to fight in an instant. But even so, the 3 major disasters in Kaido hooked together to intercept, and the escaping thunder still severely damaged the charging team of the beasts and pirates. Even the 3 admiral couldn't contain the charge, but there was a brief pause. Is it powerful again? Thunder? Is it a devil fruit ability? Qingxiang swept Wei Er out of the corner of his eye, and his heart palpitated when he saw the flashing thunder. How long has this jar been? Wei Er's attack can already bring him a sense of crisis. Even if it's just a trace, it's terrifying. Who is he? One of Marine's 3 admirals, an existence standing at the apex of Marine's combat power. Wei Er, just a child less than 8 years old. The rapid progress in strength is so terrifying. While everyone was horrified, Wei Er didn't care at all. Looking at the thunder in the sky, I didn't have the first time. He is very dissatisfied that more beast pirates and pirates lose their combat effectiveness. Quite dissatisfied. Normalization. Thunder Unicorn. I saw Wei Er looking at the beast pirates with excitement on his face. She drank softly, and the scattered thunder instantly condensed. At the same time, there is lightning falling in the air, and the fusion gathers the thunder giant beasts that exude a breath of fear. Roar. The Thunder Unicorn, composed purely of thunder and lightning, erupted into a silent roar. His face was ferocious and his aura was shocking. What kind of ability is this? What a terrible thunder beast, run away! The pirates who are smashed by the beasts and pirates have not recovered from the thunder in the sky. Suddenly facing the thunder giant beast again, they were all scared to death. In shock, he desperately wanted to escape from the area shrouded by the thunder pylon. Can the speed of a pleasant running be compared with that of thunder and lightning? Boom! Violent explosion, arc flashing. Ice chips splash. The Thunder Unicorn slammed down the ice layer and exploded. The terrifying air waves engulfed the thunder and lightning quickly swept the entire ice battlefield. Wherever thunder passed, even a powerhouse with a hardened armed color erupted. It is also the hardened armor that cracks directly, and blood shoots. There are very few pirates who can completely resist thunder and beasts. Give it to me. Drought Ji Lai, who had already entered the half-orc state, roared and hooked when he saw this. His eyes were red, staring at Wei Er. A monstrous killing intent shot up from Drought Ji's body. Marine 3 Admiral can't kill Kaido, but it is enough to contain most of the beasts and pirates. And Wei Er. It actually showed a terrible ability similar to Marine 3 Admiral, enough to affect the entire battle situation. If you don't suppress him. Most of the beast pirates are middle and low-level pirates, and they are afraid that they will all be killed and destroyed. Can you Jake? On one side, one of the 3 major disasters that fought fiercely with Kizaru, the Plague Queen saw this. Couldn't help but scream. Don't worry, second brother. This guy, I must kill him with my own hands. Drunk Ji roared angrily, and then ran towards Wei Er. With endless awe-inspiring murderous intent, he seemed to have completely forgotten. Once, the humiliating past of being shot down by Wei Er into the sea. The drought at this moment is fierce, and the chest is full of anger. Previously, because it was on the sea, there was no focus. For someone like him who is not flexible enough, his strength is equivalent to being limited. Now, with solid ice, there is no zone police for fighting on land. In such a state, Drought Ji doesn't think that Wei Er still has the possibility of defeating himself. Drought and drought, only down to earth, can the real strength break out. Oops. It's Drought, the terrifying big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. Wei Er Vice Admiral, can he still stop him at this moment? When many Marines saw this, they were very excited. There was some fear in his eyes. Wei Er broke out a lightning blade and killed several pirates. Then, he saw Drought Jaeli, who was rushing towards him with a ferocious face. The defeated general, are you coming to court death again? With a chuckle, Wei Er didn't plan to dodge Drought Jaeli's attack with speed. Because of that, the pool. He can dodge the Droughts easily, but the other normal Marines are about to be swept away. The most important is, the police said it was a drought disaster. Even if Kaido is here, don't want him Wei Er to back down. If you want to fight, then fight. One blade stream thunder blade. The whole body is full of momentum, and the thunder is flowing. Wei Er swung down the famous sword thunder, and suddenly a thunderous slash exploded. Slammed down towards Drought Jack. Chapter 92. Little devil, this place is not above the sea. Who do you think I am, and do you think you can beat me? Facing Wei Er's thunderous slash, Han Jia sneered disdainfully. Waving the two scythes in his hands, he roared wildly and chose to collide head-on. Boom! Just face-to-face contact, Drought Ji only felt the unbearable force. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The ice surface underfoot was completely unable to withstand the impact and shattered one after another. Cobweb-like cracks spread rapidly in all directions. However, the seemingly simple thunder has more than 2 million volts of energy. Wei Er at this moment is better than when he defeated Drought Jaeli that day. Even stronger. Impossible. Completely unable to bear the enormous force, Drought Jack roared in disbelief. It was so easily blasted into the ice by the thunder blade and buried by the ice. Hiss! Immediately, everyone in all directions felt this scene at close range. They all took a breath. One move, just one move? The great drought disaster of the three major disasters. Now, can't even Wei Er Vice Admiral be able to stop it? Even on one side, Doberman Vice Admiral, who once fought Wei Er. At this moment, seeing Wei Er's one move, the drought was fierce, and it was irresistibly slammed into the icy cold. All pupils constricted suddenly. He is also a swordsman and a veteran of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. It can be seen completely how far Wei Er's swordsmanship has improved. Great swordsman. Definitely a great swordsman. 480 raised his hand and released the secret meaning of the sword at will. That thunderbolt is completely different from the previous thunderbolt. An 8-year-old swordsman? Terrible monster. Click. Just when everyone was shocked, the ice layer shook violently. Drought Ji, who was covered in armed colors, was outrageously impulsive. With icicles all over the sky, he looked at Wei Er coldly. Heart, faint shaking. You brat! Drought Ji Lai, subconsciously looked down at his chest. It was 2 creeping scars that were hard to heal in a short period of time. Got stronger again. Compared with the previous battle at sea, it is more than a star and a half stronger. Damn it! But Drought Ji, after all, his head is not very bright. There is only anger in my heart at the moment. After a brief moment of surprise, he burst into a shock again. Wielding a scythe. With each step, the ice layer cracks. With a terrifying aura, the surrounding marine was completely inaccessible. Well done! When Wei Er saw this, he didn't panic at all. Even chuckled. Waving the famous sword and thunder, he faced the drought disaster head-on. Stolberg, who had planned to help, shook his head helplessly. Wei Er's tough, super hard-working wife. Even the drought-stricken master was suppressed, and it seemed that he was worrying too much. Or worry about yourself, yourself. This is a top-level war that is by no means ordinary. Even at the Vice Admiral level, it doesn't mean that it is absolutely immortal. Especially Kaido at the moment. Seeing his own beast pirates being suppressed, Drought G being suppressed by a kid. Furious, he took the initiative to attack the three admiral. Let the offensive of Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru fall on him. No matter how blood dripped on his body, he couldn't be hit hard. Even his physical strength was astonishingly terrifying, completely unafraid of the three admiral dragging his pace. I still can't stop it. On the high platform, Warring States Fleet Admiral sighed helplessly. Marine 3 Admiral is strong enough that even the 4 Emperors can't kill them. But Kaido is simply a bug, completely ignoring their attacks. Let the 8-foot Kyangu Jade, Meteor Volcano, and the sky-filled Ice Spear fall on him. Just don't care. Therefore, even if the 3 Admirals stopped him personally, Kaido's determination to land on the coast could not be stopped. Without hesitation, the Warring States' body suddenly swelled. In the horrified expressions of the crowd, he turned into a huge golden Buddha statue. Animals, mythical beasts, human fruit, Buddha form. Drink. 99. With a loud shout, the golden giant palm of the Warring States of Buddha suddenly fell from top to bottom. An incomparably terrifying shock wave burst out and shot towards Kaido the beasts. In an instant, the ice layer below collapsed, knocking off a large number of beasts and pirates. Finally shot? Warring States, Lao Zi is not afraid. Upon seeing this, Kaido moved forward instead of retreating. Haha laughed and waved Akainu back. After that, he took a step across the field and took off against the shock wave of terror. Boom! With a dull bang. At the next moment, Kaido of the beasts collided head-on with the Warring States of the Buddha. A time. The earth shakes, the world changes color. Akainu and the other 3 Admiral ignored Quinn and Yin completely. At the same time, there is still enough power to cause casualties to most of the beast pirates. Except for these 2 battlefields. The most intense is the conflict between Wei Er and Drought Jaeli. Although the current Wei Er, he can easily break through the drought prevention Jaeli. However, it has an armament color overlay in a half-orc state. If you want to hit the drought hit heroes, the difficulty is still not small. It's terrifying. Lord Drought was completely crushed and beaten. Blood dripping all over the body, the defense can't stop it at all. Is this, really just 8-year-old Marine Vice Admiral? 99. Drought G lacks flexibility. Being suppressed by people, the people who are bad for the beasts and pirates are used to it. May be able to break through the defense, and each knife can cause damage. That is very rare. Especially among Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Except for Wei Er, none of them can do it. It's useless, you can't hit me hard in an instant. Procrastinate and you will be the only one who will lose. Drunk G ignored the scars crisscrossing his body and looked at Wei Er coldly. Even Wei Er's every knife can make his skin rip. Attached to lightning, it can continue to destroy. Slow down his recovery rate. But a delay is a delay, but it cannot be completely stopped. It seems that the injury is extremely terrifying, but in fact the state of Drought G is still at its peak. Don't hide it, use your last move. While waving a sickle to force Wei Er back, Drought G sneered again and again. He was hit by that move that day, and he was hit directly into the sea. He always thought that it was because the sea limited his strength. The solid ice layer at this moment is equivalent to being on land. Even if Wei Er played the same trick, he would definitely be able to stop it. Thunder Wan reunification? Wei Er raised his eyebrows. He didn't seem to hear, the words filled with words came from the provocation of Ji Lai from the drought. With a chuckle, the thunder slash erupted to repel Drought Ji. He looked at him calmly, and clenched the famous sword Thunder in his hand. If you look forward to it, then it will fulfill you. Suddenly, arcs flickered on the blade of the famous sword Thunder. From azure blue to light purple quickly. From light purple to dark purple. Without the slightest bit of thunder escaping, he couldn't even feel the sharp edge of Ling Rui that he should have. In addition to looking strange in color, it seems to be so unremarkable. What's the strange move? Drought Ji frowned and snorted coldly. Humph, no matter what you do, you won't be able to hit me hard in an instant. In this victory or defeat, it must be me who will win. He looked at Wei Er coldly, no matter what he was doing. Drought Ji Zhao wielded a sickle, and his body was covered in armed haki, which spread and hardened. Wrapped in the evil spirit that almost broke through the sky, Wei Er burst into an attack. Hum. At this moment, the air around Wei Er faintly trembled and whined. The thunder arc above the stalking blade turned into a deep purple color. An unparalleled terrifying aura looms large in the world. Blast through the ice and quickly spread across the battlefield with Wei Er as the center. This moment. Anyone who feels this momentum, whether it is the Three Admiral, Kaido, or the Warring States period, or the Warring Marine and Pirates. All eyes narrowed, and Kamui was shocked. The audience was shocked. Chapter 93. Thunder is condensed but not released, but gathered into a blade. 99. Looking at the charging Drought Jack, Wei Er's expression was extremely indifferent. Following the sword flow Ju Wen cut. 1. The unremarkable blow looks coquettish purple. In an instant, it collided with Ji Lai of the Drought, and a dazzling light as bright as the scorching sun broke out. A loud rumbling sound. In everyone's horrified eyes, it swept in all directions. The aftermath of the thunderbolt, the layers of ice collapsed and shattered. Drought Ji's charging stance was also disintegrated at this moment. Gollum. Not knowing who it was, he swallowed nervously. Above the momentarily silent regional battlefield, it was particularly clear. Lord Drought, why did you stop? No, is something wrong? Impossible. Drought has an amazing physique, and there may be an attack that kills him in seconds. But at least 3 Admiral and Naval Headquarters, how could it be this 8-year-old Marine Vice Admiral in front of him? The beasts and pirates are bad, and many pirates are stunned. Subliminal discussions do not stop. That's when their voices fell. It seems that suddenly there is no movement of Drought Ji. At this moment, the extreme thunder light bloomed in the abdomen of Drought Ji. In the eyes of so many pirates and marines, they were so shocked. Drought Ji was split into 2 and collapsed on top of the ice. No blood escaped, because it was evaporated by the thunder in an instant. Ah! As soon as the sword fell, Wei Er didn't go to see Drought Ji at all. Just chuckled, turned, and walked towards the other battlefield. The breeze floated, and the elder justice squeaked against the cold wind. The back that doesn't look like much. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, it is simply synonymous with terror. Dead, dead. Under the seat of the 4 Emperors Kaido, one of the 3 major disasters, Drought Jack died. That blinding ray of light flashed, and the drought-stricken master was killed. Hiss. Numerous Marines took a deep breath. It's just terrifying. 8-year-old Vice Admiral is already amazing enough. But that could even face Marine Admiral head-to-head, the undead Drought Ji Lai. Actually, he was killed by the 8-year-old Wei Er Vice Admiral. Simply incredible. That ray of light is terrifying. Not only many Marines and pirates, but also looked at the Drought hero who was divided into 2 in shock. Just as he fell to the ground. Whether it is Marine 3 Admiral, Kaido, Sengoku, or the other 2 major disasters. All of them looked sideways, and their pupils vibrated. Full of heart, incredible. Actually. Have you killed Drenja? Aokiji and Akainu face off against 2 major disasters. Although it is said that there are still a large number of pirates with wide beasts and pirates to help out. It is difficult to win the 2 major disasters in a short time, and it is indeed impossible. Unexpectedly, the breakthrough of this battle situation was actually lying on Wei Er's side. The blow that contains the ultimate thunder, instantly shatters the armed haki. At the same time, all the blood is evaporated, destroying the muscles and bones. Is this really the 8-year-old Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral? The two disasters are simply doubting life. Looking at Wei Er's expression, he was full of fear. Wow, little Wei Er is really amazing. Assist Sengoku, or Kaido will spread to other marines. Kizaru. Seeing this, the wretched expression on his face became more and more brilliant. A look of joy flashed across Sengoku's face, but Kaido was angry and gloomy. Anyone with enough strength can judge it. Drought G was really killed in seconds. There is no possibility that serious injuries can be rescued. How long has this jar been? One of the 3 major disasters under his command, Drought G, fell on the Marine G5 branch base. Wei Er? I remember you. Taking a deep look at Wei Er, Kaido's eyes flickered wildly. But he couldn't get out, and was completely dragged by Buddha Warring States and Kizaru. As for Wei Er, of course he saw Kaido, his eyes full of murderous intent. But he didn't care at all. Can kill Drought G, of course, can kill him. But right now it's really not strong enough. But, there will always be that day. Immortal? Wei Er couldn't believe it at all. Just like the previous Drought G. The so-called immortality is just that the destructive power has not reached the extreme. If it really destroys all vitality in an instant, it wipes out the body. Wei Er couldn't believe that Kaido was still alive. It is not a yellow spring fruit, and the soul can still return. Thinking without looking at Kaido, Wei Er moved towards a weak battlefield somewhere, slashing and slashing into it. Even if he kills the drought, Kaido is entangled with the other 2 disasters. But all the beast pirates rhyme and move, and the number of people has an absolute advantage. Marine hurriedly faced the battle, and the middle and lower battlefields were at a disadvantage. If it weren't for Akainu and Aokiji, they would have a wide range of fruit abilities. Involved a lot of pirates. At this moment, I am afraid that many local battlefields have collapsed. Thunder destruction. In the face of these 3 disasters, Wei Er saw the existence of miscellaneous soldiers. That's really not too easy for Wei Er. Raising your hand is a thunderbolt, with a large range of damage. The rumbling thunder column fell to the ground, scorching black ice all over the place. Almost all of those huge charred pits were buried with a few hundred beasts and pirates. 0. Some strong people react fast enough, unless they are not brushed by lightning. Otherwise, even if he is not killed on the spot, he will be seriously injured. It is easy to be attacked by other marines and beheaded on the spot. Therefore, with the addition of Wei Er, the monster, the situation that was originally stalemate, and even at a disadvantage, suddenly changed. 1 person and 1 sword, thunder burst. Like a god bathed in thunder, like entering a land of no one. Wherever he went, no pirate could resist. Even if the armed color is used, the strengthening hardness is not enough. It also collapsed in minutes and was killed on the spot by endless thunderstorms. Fearful monster, run! Originally wanted to persevere, but soon the pirates of the beast pirates collapsed. He couldn't even get close, and was completely unable to contain Wei Er's offensive. It seems that the thunder in the sky does not consume much physical strength. If they can bomb indefinitely, then how many of them are not enough to kill? But in fact, the continuous use of thunder to destroy the world, summoning the sky and falling thunder. The physical consumption of Wei Er is extremely huge. But will Wei Er speak out? Non-existent. Thunder destruction. I saw Wei Er raised his famous sword and thunder again, and let out a loud shout. Thunder snakes danced all over the sky, and the sky was densely packed. In the beast pirates, in the endless fear. Outrageously fell. Aaa's screams are endless. Flesh and blood flew, and the smell of burnt meat permeated all directions. Thor, Wei Er, is so terrifying. 10. Chapter 94. Thunder flashes all over the sky, dazzling and dazzling. In the eyes of the pirates who are savage, it is simply a Shinigami sickle. Every time they fall, they are frantically harvesting the lives of their beasts, pirates, and pirates. There were scorched black corpses everywhere, terrifying like an endless hell. Many marine generals had their scalps numb and retreated one after another. It's not that he was frightened by the death of the pirates, but for fear of touching the thunder. He was also like those pirates who were horribly dead. Even though Wei Er's handling is amazing, the whereabouts of the thunder in the sky will not touch his own people at all. Was Wei Er Vice Admiral, really less than a month ago, just an intern marine? What a mighty power, what a terrifying talent! Even if it's not as good as the admirals, I'm afraid it's too fast. Even Stoloberry and others, who are also Vice Admiral, have different expressions. In a short period of time, they completed the feat of crushing them with strength. Scary guy. The once defeated Ghost Spider, with a bleak rhyme. Many Vice Admiral heard the words and fell silent. 4080, however, quickly regained his spirits and should still be fighting. They have not forgotten their responsibilities as Marines. That is to repel the beast pirates in front of you, repel these evil pirates. Carry out the justice in the heart and protect the people behind. At this moment, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals were all excited by Wei Er. The action is not as timid as before, it is directly open and close. For a time, the combat power skyrocketed not only by 30%. It directly accelerated the defeat of the beast pirates. Damn! Go away! 99. Seeing Wei Er rampage and rampage, the remaining two disasters are full of rage. He burst out with all his might, trying to repel both Akainu and Aokiji. I want to rescue the remaining beasts and pirates, and turn the decadent situation. But then, can Akainu endure it? Wei Er, who was hated by him, solved the big trouble of Drought Jack in a short time. It also quickly helped the remaining marines and stabilized the battle situation. Tilt the scale of victory. He is dignified Sakazuki, Admiral of Headquarters. How could he bear it? The two disasters in front of him were actually distracting. Want to knock yourself back and fight Wei Er? This is looking down on me, Akainu. Meteor volcano. With an angry hook, Akainu directly came with a lava fire fist. The hot breath paved the surface, and the pupils of the two major disasters on the opposite side shrank. Aokiji also erected a solid ice at the same time, blocking the way for the two of them. Then he summoned the ice spears that covered the sky. The two major disasters dared to look at Wei Er's direction and fought hard to resist them. Under the attack of Akainu's anger, he was suppressed and unable to move. Damn it, kid! And at the very edge of the ice, it almost touches Kaido on the coast. The war with the Buddha's warring states broke out continuously, and the fists reached the flesh, and the sound was everywhere. Out of the corner of the eye, he kept sweeping towards Wei Er, who was raging vertically and horizontally, with a monstrous anger that could not be concealed. Block Lao Zi, why do you block Lao Zi? Anger reached its peak, and Kaido kept roaring. Completely ignoring the attack that fell on him, he swung the iron bar to force the Sengoku and Kizaru back together. Thunder 8 trigrams. At this moment, Kaido fell into an unprecedented madness. Even if you exchange injuries, you must continue to use the Thunder 8 trigrams to blast Sengoku and Aokiji. This guy. Raoshi Sengoku and Aokiji are amazing. Facing the crazy Kaido, he can only choose to retreat for a short time. Thunder 8 trigrams. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido roared frantically, with red eyes. Not caring about physical exhaustion, he wields the iron rod that stalks lightning to attack Sengoku and Aokiji. Boom! With a violent explosion, Sengoku and Qingxiang once again pulled away and evaded the attack. Wait until the thunderous 8 trigrams dissipate, just to continue the siege delay. Angry Kaido, roaring and running. The target was Wei Er, who was ravaging the crowd of pirates. Damn! Stop him! The pupils of the Warring States period shrank, anger and diligent hands. With the huge golden palm, a shock wave suddenly erupted and swept Lu Kaido. Kizaru also quickly leaped into the air, with golden light all over his body. 8-foot Kyangu Jade. No other ideas, only one purpose. That is to stop Kaido for a moment, and prevent him from finding Wei Er. But Kaido is determined to deal with Wei Er. In the face of Sengoku and Kizaru's offensive, he completely ignored it. Boom! A violent explosion sounded on Kaido's body, causing his body to follow slightly. However, taking advantage of this collision momentum, he got closer and closer to Wei Er. Oh! Kid, Jack is Lao Zi's subordinate. Since he was killed by you, then go and bury him with him, kid. Seeing Wei Er, he entered his attack range. Kaido is an outrageous angler, and it is directly Thunder 8 trigrams. Wei Er frowned, his expression solemn. He didn't expect Kaido to be so crazy. In spite of everything, he would rather endure the serious injuries of Sengoku and Kizaru. Don't even kill yourself. Even if you notice it in advance, Kaido is too fast. After all, they were also 4 emperors, so they didn't have time to step back. Even the explosion of thunder and bombardment of Kaido was of no use. The thundering 8 trigrams blocked all directions. At a speed that surpassed observation Haki's perception, it fell brazenly wrapped in lightning. Once hit. With Wei Er's physique, even covering the armed color Haki. I am afraid that it is also inevitable that he will be seriously injured. Hey, big guy, the police look down on people. 93. Since there is no way to avoid it, Wei Er is also cruel. His gaze was unprecedentedly condensed, and he clenched the famous sword thunder tightly. That terror, even far surpassed the thunder slash that Jack broke out in the face of the drought. He was quickly wrapped around the thunder blade of the famous sword covered in armed color. The terrifying momentum exploded in an instant, and the fierce sword energy broke through the sky. The void seemed to be instantly smashed by the awe-inspiring aura. The pirates, who were close to hundreds of beasts, were directly torn apart. Smashed on the spot, not even a drop of blood was left. Damn it! Go away! Kaido, BD, how dare you! Seeing Wei Er break out, he faced the Thunder 8 trigrams under Kaido's anger with determination. Stolberg, Hwashaishin and others are all angry hookers. In order to repel the pirates in front of him, he actively ran to the rescue. Even if it might die. But one more person to block Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams, after all, there is more vitality. But the beast pirates in front of him are not fools. It was obvious that the boss of Kaido was angry and hooked his hands. How could he easily let the vice admiral from the headquarters leave? Ha ha ha, leave it to me. I have to admit, that kid is really tough. However, he shouldn't have listened to it and angered Kaido-sama. Ha ha ha, it's doomed, that kid will surely die. As Kaido erupts, Wei Er's life is dying. Beast Pirates crowd. Originally because of the drought, Ji fell, and his morale was low. Instantly burst into excitement, and at the same time, out of the corner of the eye scans where Wei Er is. They all want to see the mighty Marine Vice Admiral. At only 8 years old, his fighting strength is even close to the terrifying monster of Marine Admiral. How to be killed by Kaido boss on the spot. Boom. At this moment, Thunder 8 trigrams is getting closer and closer to Wei Er. Everyone who saw this scene, either Marine or pirate, neither thought Wei Er could stop it. Dead. Even Akainu's eyes are a little complicated at the moment. He doesn't think so either. With the current Wei Er alone, he can block the 1.0 Beast Kaido. Even if it is infinitely close to Admiral, it is not Admiral. What's more, Drought G was also careless, thinking that he was invincible in defense. Otherwise, be really careful, you may not be easily killed by Wei Er. From which point of view? This move is under Thunder 8 trigrams. Even if Wei Er doesn't die, he will definitely be seriously injured. Thunder 10,000 return to 1. Only Wei Er has clear eyes. Observation Haki ran to the extreme, staring at the iron rod that fell in front of him. 4 emperors, the existence standing above the top of the sea. Even he never dared to underestimate him. At this moment, it is even more unreserved and diligent. A full 750 thunder slashes were perfectly integrated. The dark purple thunder that gathers boundless terror brazenly faces the Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom! In the terrified eyes of everyone. The dazzling light to the extreme swept the audience instantly. Brilliant! Dazzling! At this moment, the world lost its voice. Lost color.